Chapter 1. I, Zhou Anan, have returned. The repository of thoughts. Dear survivors, the survival game of the Survival Tower is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The game will begin in 30 minutes. Duration of the game, 30 days. Main storyline of the first survival game, Acid Rain. The rules of the game are that there are no rules, all regulations must be discovered independently. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as you can survive for 30 days, you may bring back a portion of the resources obtained in the game to the real world. The specific operational methods are left for you to explore. At the conclusion of each game, participants will receive a certain number of points and attribute points, the specifics of which will depend on performance within the game. Upon entering the game for the first time, there is a 1-hour preparation period. After 1 hour, the calamity shall commence. The final interpretation rights belong to the Survival Tower game. The last sentence is the crux of the matter. In simple terms, regardless of reasonableness or the occurrence of bugs, the game's explanation takes precedence, and this explanation is the ultimate truth. An electronic light screen abruptly appeared before Zhou Anan, displaying her personal attributes. Player: Zhou Anan, modifiable once. Strength 5, Agility 8, Endurance 8, Speed 5, Hearing 6, Mental Strength 7, Skills none, Equipment none. Distributable attribute points 0. Points 0. Communication channel inactive. Trading channel inactive. As her hands busily manipulated the interface, she altered her name to Tang Ibu Tian, paying no further attention to the rest, as everything else was identical to her previous life, all showcasing her initial entry into the game as a mere novice. However, her previous name was not Tang Ibu Tian, but Jing. Turning her gaze towards the towering edifice in the distance, an indescribable emotion shimmered in her eyes, her mood akin to an overturned palette of colors. 3 years prior, the Earth seemed to have fallen gravely ill, with disasters striking in quick succession. As time progressed, the frequency of calamities intensified, forcing humanity to migrate repeatedly for survival. Yet even amidst this, the living space available to humans continued to dwindle, suitable habitats diminishing day by day. Many perished due to these disasters, while survivors grappled with immense pressures of existence, with no one knowing whether tomorrow or disaster would arrive first, nor whether closing their eyes today would allow them to open them again on the morrow. Numbly, they endured each day as it came. Just as humanity began to succumb to despair, dozens of towers suddenly appeared in various corners of the Earth in an instant. Upon entering the protective zone of the towers, one could automatically receive information provided by them. The towers, known as survival towers, stood 118 stories tall, their peaks piercing the clouds, with no visible summit. The survival tower had neither doors nor windows, resembling a solid structure with no means of entry, and its material remained a mystery. No weapon could inflict even the slightest damage upon it. From the center of the survival tower, a circular radius of 5 kilometers constituted its protective range. Within this protective area, an invisible barrier seemed to isolate all disasters from the outside world. Wherever there was a survival tower, it became a sanctuary for humanity. However, the number of survival towers was woefully insufficient. To accommodate more individuals, surrounding buildings grew taller, extending deep underground, with every person's residence being compressed to the utmost limits. For instance, the single apartment Zhou Anan currently occupied was a mere 10 square meters, with a height of 3 meters. Of course, this 10 square meters referred to the living area, not the total area of the building. This space had to serve as a bedroom, kitchen, living room, bathroom, and storage room, pushing the limits of spatial utility to enhance their quality of life. Zhou Anan's current single apartment, although only 10 square meters, effectively utilized space to reach an area of 17 square meters by incorporating a loft. There was also a 3 square meter kitchen equipped with a small refrigerator. The staircase and storage cabinets collectively occupied 2 square meters of space. The remainder served as a combined living and dining area, filled to the brim with a table, a chair, and storage cabinets. The table was positioned at the front, benefiting from decent natural light. The bedroom was situated in the loft, featuring a 1.2-meter tatami mat and a small wooden table, with the remaining space occupied by a wardrobe. Every inch of the 10 square meters was meticulously filled. However, once housing was resolved, the next pressing issue arose: the scarcity of food and clean water. After all, the water from rivers and mountains, despite purification attempts, could never meet drinking standards, serving only for laundry and bathing. And even then, one had to avoid contact with wounds and sensitive areas to prevent illness. Medicinal resources were equally scarce. Most individuals had to endure their ailments. Occasionally, rain would fall, and during such times, people utilized various containers to collect rainwater, filtering it for drinking. Although it remained insufficient, at least it was more accessible than food, which had become nearly impossible to procure. People discovered that within the protective range of the survival tower, despite being shielded from various disasters, cultivation was impossible. No plant could survive in this protective zone, as if some essential conditions for growth were lacking. There was not a single green plant to be seen within the entire protective radius of the survival tower. Only buildings and more buildings. Over the past year, securing enough food and water had become a luxury. Merely sustaining their life signs and preventing starvation required all their efforts. Chapter 2. The slaughter behind the game. Despair among humanity grew increasingly palpable. Yet, seemingly sensing humanity's plight, half a year after the arrival of the survival towers, all individuals within the protective circle received a notification. The survival tower would initiate a survival game in an alternate space. 1,000 individuals could enter the alternate space for survival every 40 days, and those participating in the survival game were required to survive for 30 days within this realm. After 30 days, those who remain alive would return, allowed to bring back a portion of the resources obtained in the alternate space. Yet, no one truly understood what this so-called alternate space survival game entailed. However, Zhou Ainin, having lived once before, knew that the so-called survival game of the survival tower was essentially about entering an alternate space and surviving amidst various disasters for 30 days. To endure amidst such calamities, one must first abandon any notions of kindness. Naivety is the greatest hindrance to survival, for the very person you save in one moment may become a threat to your life in the next. Even family is no exception. Take her previous life, for instance. Once inseparable family members, who had supported each other in times of peril, found themselves in a harrowing moment when her sister-in-law pushed her forward to take the blow. Her brother, instead of rescuing her, was solely focused on comforting his frightened wife, oblivious to the fact that his own sister had been thrust into danger and was on the brink of death. In her final moments, she still heard her brother excusing her good sister-in-law. "Ainin, your sister-in-law didn't mean it. Please don't hold it against her. This is fate. It was meant to be. Don't blame your sister-in-law. Rest easy, your sister-in-law, and I will carry on with your hopes." What kind of absurdity is this? She was sacrificed as a scapegoat, yet he offered no reproach towards the perpetrator and even implored her not to blame her. Is this what a brother ought to say? Moreover, she could distinctly sense someone tugging at the ring on her finger that was her spatial vessel. Had she not been on the verge of death, unable to move even a finger, she would have spat blood in his face. Zhou Ainin chuckled bitterly, perplexed as to how she had failed to recognize her brother's love-struck folly earlier. Her own sister had been harmed, yet he not only failed to seek vengeance, but also spared the culprit from blame, even attempting to seize her spatial ring. A cold laughter echoed within Zhou Ainin's heart. "Since you exhibit no humanity, do not expect any from me." If this life follows the trajectory of the last, she would undoubtedly seek revenge, be it against that seemingly kind yet venomous sister-in-law or her love-struck brother. She would no longer regard them as family. Unfortunately, every survival tower has its own laws. Within its protective zone, mutual slaughter is forbidden. Otherwise, the perpetrator would be drained of their life force, becoming a mere corpse. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate those two in vengeance for her previous self. Regrettably, she could not. After all, to exact revenge at the cost of her own life would be utterly foolish. For now, she could only await the chance to encounter them in the trial game, where the rules of the survival tower would not apply. In addition to the absence of a martyr complex, one must also possess a robust physique, enabling one to outrun the majority when danger looms. Moreover, swift reflexes are essential. Sometimes a mere second of delay can transform into the final moment of one's life. Equally important is the possession of a sharp intellect, accompanied by a wealth of survival knowledge, allowing for prompt and effective decision-making in perilous situations. Another crucial aspect pertains to the extraction of resources from survival games. What can be salvaged and how. Although these elements may eventually become common knowledge, at present, the initial cohort of players has yet to enter the survival game. leaving them in a state of uncertainty, devoid of any experiential references. With each survival game one survives, an additional cubic meter of space is incrementally added for the next venture, and this principle continues in succession. The longer one endures, the more expansive their space becomes. Furthermore, players have the ability to usurp space from one another, though the acquired space cannot amalgamate with the original area. In essence, as long as one possesses sufficient strength and ruthlessness, even with limited gameplay experience, they can equip multiple spatial artifacts. However, the plundered space artifacts, due to the demise of their original owners, will cease to develop further. The size they possess at the time of acquisition will remain immutable. Upon entering a survival game, one can immediately activate a cubic meter of space. However, space binding necessitates a vessel, with jewelry being the preferred choice: earrings, pendants, earrings, bracelets, bangles, watches, and the like. The selection of the binding vessel is not determined by the player, but is autonomously chosen by the survival game, with adornments receiving priority. Should an individual lack any jewelry, the game will resort to randomly binding clothing, shoes, or hats, all of which are relatively susceptible to loss and theft, given their conspicuousness and vulnerability to damage. If the vessel becomes compromised, the corresponding space will likewise dissipate. In previous iterations, numerous veteran players who had entered the game earlier suffered the consequences of their spatial vessels breaking regardless of how many games they endured thereafter. Their spatial dimensions could not be augmented. Consequently, upon entering the game, they would resort to seizing the spatial vessels of new players. Although the seized area cannot be increased, this mechanism is not bound by ownership. It remains functional in whoever's possession. As long as one accumulates a sufficient number of plundered spatial vessels, they can be as advantageous as the bound spaces capable of growth. Chapter 3. Acid Rain. When in the grand scheme of things, it merely means carrying a few extra belongings. This, in essence, exemplifies how the survival game encourages players to turn against one another. After all, items acquired through theft come with the lingering dread of retribution from their original owners, potentially leading to the loss of one's life. Thus, once something is seized, the astute individual understands the necessity of eliminating the former owner to ensure their own safety. It is only when a life is extinguished that one can feel truly secure. This phenomenon also elucidates why, despite enhancements in attributes and physical capabilities, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Human nature, after all, is inherently greedy. Moreover, the most unfortunate predicament arises when items are bound to one's hair. As is well known, humanity has yet to solve the vexing issue of hair loss, rendering this area particularly prone to the loss of belongings, often without any clue as to where they disappeared, since one cannot discern which strand of hair holds the binding. Furthermore, once an item is affixed to one's hair, one is condemned to forego haircuts for life. While females may find some leeway, males are left with no choice but to grow their hair long. In a world where water and food are scarce, washing one's hair is an absolute luxury. Thus, if one cannot wash or cut their hair, they may find themselves in a dire situation. Zhou absent-mindedly twirled a silver ring on her finger. In her previous life, her space was bound to a ring just like this. Her elder brother, Zhou, was among the second batch of players to enter the survival game. At that time, the players had yet to grasp the binding rules, resulting in Zhou's space being tied to a watch on his wrist. As for her sister-in-law, she entered in the sixth batch, by which time the binding rules had been established. Hence, she wore a red string bracelet adorned with golden beads on her wrist, with her space bound to that string. While the golden beads served merely as embellishments, Zhou glanced at the clock on the wall. Less than half an hour remained until the first batch entered the survival game. She changed into a new outfit, layering a snug autumn top and leggings beneath a loose tracksuit. Her shoes were swapped for sneakers, and her hair required no special attention, as it had always been short. Having completed her preparations, she had 10 minutes left before the first batch's entry. There was no need to overindulge in food, as her household had run low, though she had managed to stash away a half bottle of water. Moreover, during the first entry into the survival game, players were granted an hour of preparation time, affording her the opportunity to gather provisions. This was a privilege for the initial batch of players. Any subsequent entries would have varying amounts of preparation time, determined by fate. As time slipped away, a melodious chime resonated, followed by a blinding white light emanating from the survival tower, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, 1,000 players vanished. Zhou Anan surveyed the strange yet familiar environment and exhaled deeply. Everything remained as it had in her past life. She found herself in a cinema in the dim light. The large screen ahead displayed a film. Lacking any memories of this body prior to her arrival, she had no idea what was being shown, but Zhou Anan had no time to ponder this matter. Detecting player Tang Yibu Tian's first entry into the game. Binding space carrier. Carrier ring activated, containing 1 cubic meter of space, bound to player Tang Yibu Tian. Please use it wisely. The game commences. Strive to survive, for only in survival does all potential exist. Without hesitation, she rose and politely addressed the individual beside her. Excuse me, may I trouble you to move aside? I need to step out. The man, glancing at her, softly inquired, What's the matter? I need to step out, Zhou Anan reiterated, providing no further explanation. The man fell silent, shifting aside and drawing his legs inward. She thanked him and swiftly made her exit. Fortunately, her seat was near the aisle, and aside from the man blocking her, the rest of the row was vacant, allowing her to navigate to the central corridor with ease. As she traversed the corridor. Hastening toward the cinema's entrance, the man who had granted her passage turned to gaze at her retreating figure, a look of confusion etched on his face. Zhou Anan was well aware of who he was. Having experienced an identical scene in her previous life, he was the current boyfriend of the body she inhabited, and today marked their first date at the cinema. However, time was of the essence, and she had no luxury to linger. While making her way out, she heard the game's announcement echoing in her mind. Congratulations, player Tang Yibu Tian, on successfully entering the survival game. A friendly reminder, please keep your storage ring safe. If lost or damaged, the space will be lost as well. Players have 1 hour to gather supplies, with an initial fund of 2,000 yuan and an ID card placed in the space. Quickly prepare the items you deem necessary. This mission, survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special reminder, death in the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. Catastrophe approaches. Countdown begins. Zhou Anan did not waste time checking the details but chose to listen to the voice announcement. As she absorbed the game's instructions, her feet moved quickly toward a nearby supermarket. With only 2,000 yuan in her possession and the world facing the calamity of acid rain, she needed to stockpile enough food and water for a month. A challenging task given her limited funds. The survival game did not enforce adherence to laws or morals, thus her intention was to employ cunning tactics. She headed straight for the food section, particularly the instant food aisle, seizing the opportunity to discreetly stash items from the inner shelves into her space while pretending to browse. This was the advantage of having her space bound to a ring. According to the rules, she needed the carrier to come into contact with an object to collect it, making items bound to clothing, shoes, hair ties, and hair clips relatively inconvenient. However, with her ring, she could effortlessly reach in and covertly collect items. Zhou Anan worked swiftly, filling her space in no time. After all, 1 cubic meter was not particularly expansive. She pushed a shopping cart to the checkout, thankful that the supermarket was not busy. Only 2 people were ahead of her, and their purchases were minimal. Chapter 4, Acid Rain 2. Outside the supermarket, 2 small pharmacy counters stood. Though modest and lacking a comprehensive selection, they stocked essential medications, including cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhou Anan even managed to procure 2 tubes of burn ointment, iodine, cotton swabs, and some alcohol, totaling over 200 yuan. Though she doubted she would get caught in the rain, it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. Once she exited the supermarket with 2 large bags in tow. Half an hour had elapsed, and the sky had turned ominously overcast. She dashed into a hotel located about 200 meters from the supermarket, retrieving her ID card from her pocket to book a room. The survival game had a surprisingly humane aspect, providing players with starting funds and even an ID card. However, the initial amount was rather meager. After receiving her room key, she placed her items inside, meticulously checking the room for any surveillance cameras. Unsettled, she ripped the bed sheets from the bed and draped them over the television to obscure the view. Only then did she retrieve some items from her space. Hurriedly locking the door behind her as she left, she made her way to a nearby convenience store and purchased 2 packs of water, concealing them in a corner before re-emerging with empty hands. She then entered another convenience store, repeating the process to acquire 2 more packs of water, again using a blind spot to stash them away. Each pack contained 24 bottles, each holding 500 milliliters. In total, she had collected 4 packs, equating to 96 bottles. Calculating her needs, if she consumed 3 bottles daily, she would still have 6 bottles remaining after 30 days of survival. As the acid rain approached, water resources would become exceedingly scarce, making further collection increasingly difficult. Although each subsequent game participation increased her cubic space, how many would genuinely survive? In her previous life, 1,000 players entered the first game. Yet only 33 emerged alive, while the remaining 967 perished. Of course, the fallen would re-enter the next game as random participants, and despite the low survival rate, the allure of the survival game remained strong. Once the first batch of players revealed how to procure supplies, many were eager to join. Regrettably, entry was random, devoid of any discernible pattern. One could not simply choose to enter, nor could they guarantee survival or successfully extract supplies. It all hinged on luck. However, at that moment, Joanin had no time to contemplate these matters as urgency prevailed. A fleeting glance at the countdown timer in her mind revealed that only minutes remained before the acid rain arrived. Heightening her anxiety, the plan to continue purchasing supplies was set aside. At the front desk, she exchanged 200 yuan for coins and began utilizing the vending machines to buy beverages and snacks. It wasn't that she wished to limit her purchases. Rather, her funds were dwindling, and spending 200 yuan had already drawn attention. Any additional purchases would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. As she stood before the vending machine, purchasing her items, the rain began to fall outside. Accompanied by the patter of raindrops, the streets erupted into a cacophony of voices, wails, cries, curses, intermingled with the chaotic sounds of footsteps, car horns, and the clatter of collisions. Creating a tumult that drew the attention of those within the hotel, Joanin did not need to glance outside to know that acid rain was descending. Those who were caught unprepared would undoubtedly scream in pain as the corrosive droplets drenched them. Observing many rush toward the entrance, peering through the glass doors, Joanin remained indifferent, showing no inclination to join the fray. What followed was a slow, deliberate survival. Unbeknownst to her, just as she departed from the vending machine, others swiftly mimicked her actions, feverishly purchasing supplies. It was evident that the sense of urgency was not hers alone. Nearly instantaneously, upon witnessing her behavior, others resolved to stockpile provisions and acted upon that resolve. The difference lay in their method of payment. While she used coins, they opted for mobile payments. This was an inevitable circumstance. The game system had not provided them with phones, only cash, and with such limited funds. How could one justify spending on a phone when provisions were imperative? Moreover, time was of the essence. With only an hour at their disposal, acquiring a phone would entail applying for a bank card, then linking it to the phone, and by the time all these steps were completed, their opportunity would have slipped away. Thus, cash proved to be the more expedient option. As for the sheets originally draped over the television and water cooler, they remained undisturbed. The hotel rooms were equipped with large water tanks, and thus the water she purchased was stowed away in her spatial compartment, for the acid rain would taint the world's water sources, rendering the ensuing clean water far more precious than food. This single tank would sustain her for several days, taking advantage of the initial onset of the acid rain before the tap water became contaminated. She filled a basin to the brim. Unfortunately, her modest room, priced at 68 yuan, lacked a bathtub. Otherwise, a full tub would have sufficed for her personal hygiene for an extended period. Nevertheless, she had previously acquired a collapsible bathing tub during her supermarket shopping, which proved to be ideal for water storage now. The beverages she procured from the vending machine were also tucked away into her spatial compartment, alongside instant noodles, biscuits, jerky, various types of ham, canned fish, luncheon meat, milk, spiced eggs, spiced chicken feet, and spicy chicken necks, all gathered from her earlier shopping endeavors. She only purchased 2 bags of steamed buns, for their shelf life was too short, and her storage space lacked preservation capabilities. Of course, should she acquire the right tools later on, she could upgrade her spatial compartment. When the time came to decide on the upgrade, she could opt for a preservation space or divide it into 2 compartments. Although the latter would serve little purpose, dividing it would allow one compartment to be allocated to family or friends, though that would be less advantageous than simply seizing another's space. The benefit of splitting the space was that each time she entered a game, both compartments would grow in size. However, one compartment would gain 1 cubic meter, and after division, each would only increase by half a cubic meter. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had entertained such ideas. Even the knowledge of such tools had been relayed to her by her brother, who had heard it from his wife. Unfortunately, Such items were exceedingly rare, and throughout her past life, they had remained mere legends to her. Never witnessed firsthand, leading her sister-in-law's schemes to come to naught. Reflecting now, she realized her sister-in-law's treachery had likely stemmed from a desire to covet her space, especially since she had already completed 5 games and was on the verge of her 6th. Her space having grown to 6 cubic meters. Yet, she had always upheld her innate kindness and never resorted to taking from others. Of course, she had maintained a strong sense of vigilance against outsiders to protect her own space. Her sister-in-law, having just entered the game with a mere 1 cubic meter of space, had likely coveted her resources, which could very well have led to murderous intentions. It was regrettable that in her past life, she had been completely defenseless against the two of them, even revealing her spatial capabilities to them. Naturally, anything that could fit into her space was promptly stored away. Based on her past experiences, she knew that chaos would gradually unfold outside, at least 3 days hence, and complete pandemonium would not descend for at least 10 days. Thus, most of the remaining money after her purchases was allocated toward her accommodation. She had selected a relatively inexpensive single room at 68 yuan per day, paying for 10 days in advance. Her concern was that if she failed to pay during the initial 10 days, she would be forced into the lobby for lodging. She had experienced this in her previous life when she had only paid for 3 days, resulting in her ejection. As many sought refuge from the rain, some were undoubtedly carrying substantial cash, filling the vacant rooms and those nearing expiration. Despite the societal order not yet having collapsed entirely, the acid rain had caused travel difficulties, leading to price surges. However, money had not lost its value, merely depreciated due to inflation. The rain continued intermittently, and the accumulated water on the ground was acidic. Rather than unceremoniously expelling everyone, the hotel had gathered those without rooms in the lobby to sleep on the floor. The open lobby was a mingling of men, women, the elderly, and the young, completely devoid of privacy, leading her to covertly stash some supplies without any opportunity to consume them. Indeed, she had already drawn attention from others, making her experience in this first world exceptionally arduous. Moreover, as the hotel was situated not far from a cinema, her first date's boyfriend had also sought refuge there, which was why Zhouanin recognized the man beside her as the boyfriend of this body. Their introduction had been facilitated by others, marking their first outing together, which explained their mutual unfamiliarity and her courteous demeanor when speaking to him as they left the cinema. This boyfriend, however, had traversed through the water during a lull in the acid rain. His feet and calves swollen and reddened from the corrosive exposure, showing signs of infection days later. As food and clean water dwindled, the boyfriend, who had once been attentive, illustrated the adage that couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, each flies their own way. As a player entering the game, she held no feelings for him. She remained unfazed by his blatant infidelity and even felt a secret relief at his decision to cease pursuing her. It wasn't until 10 days later, when the water and food were exhausted, that chaos erupted in the hotel. With no one monitoring who had paid for their stay, power dictated the order of the day. She managed to secure a room, barricading the door from within, allowing her to consume the provisions stored in her space, sustaining herself until the game concluded. This was a sentiment echoed by her brother, who had remarked that if one could survive, they should. If not, they might as well perish. If given the chance again, she would act without hesitation, for all familial ties had been severed in her past life. And in this one, everyone was an adversary. The first survival game was relatively simple, serving as a kind of welfare for novice players, granting them a period of acclimatization. However, only the initial cohort of players entering the game enjoyed this privilege. Those who followed might find themselves facing a hellish beginning. Yet, even with the first game being comparatively easier, the number of those who emerged alive was dismally low. Reflecting now, she considered herself fortunate to have been among the 33 who survived, highlighting the paradox that while the first survival game posed little challenge, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. After sorting through her supplies, she discovered a pile of items remaining on the bed. She lifted the bedboard and stuffed everything inside, leaving only a few bags of snacks and 2 bottles of drinks, those she had purchased from the vending machine. Ensuring the windows were securely shut, she washed her hands and began to eat. Before entering the game world, her stomach had been empty. Once inside, her focus had been solely on shopping, neglecting her basic needs. Now that she finally had a moment to herself, hunger surged within her, accompanied by the familiar sound of her stomach growling. Recalling the steamed buns she had bought, she quickly retrieved them. Their short shelf life meant they could not be saved, and she could hardly remember the last time she had eaten a bun. Ever since disasters had plagued her world, edible resources had become increasingly scarce, and with no possibility of planting around the survival tower, foraging had yielded diminishing returns. Finding a few wild greens was indeed a stroke of luck. The notion of enjoying a white flour bun seemed utterly absurd. As for raising livestock, that was out of the question. Considering that plants couldn't even survive near the survival tower, if something edible were to appear, wouldn't it be better to consume it rather than hoard it? Despite the disheartening survival rates in the games, one saying held true: even in death, one should strive to be a well-fed ghost. In fact, upon reflection, entering the survival game had its merits. Despite the inevitable natural and man-made calamities, the game bestowed initial funding and time to gather supplies. With careful management, it was feasible to enjoy several satisfying meals, and if played wisely, the prospect of being well-fed every day thereafter was not merely a dream. Contemplating this, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being chosen to enter the survival game. Moreover, the ability to carry supplies outside has granted these marginalized individuals the courage to persevere. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. In light of this contrast, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. With even the shadows and bitterness from her past life dissipating significantly, this feeling intensified when she discovered a packet of ham and a bottle of hot sauce to accompany her steamed bun. Though she had been relatively well off in her previous life just before her demise, having accrued ample resources with each game played, which expanded her space by a cubic meter, she reflected that had it not been for her brother and sister-in-law, she could have thrived far better and perhaps avoided an untimely death. She might have even emerged as a formidable player in the later stages of the game. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, and the deeper her resentment grew. Although her brother demonstrated commendable performance in the survival game, even faring comparably to her, his wife was undeniably a substantial burden. Not only did she deplete her brother's resources, but she also consumed her OWN.AS. She munched on her food. She accessed her player panel to check her status. Player: Tangi Bution Strength, 5 Agility, 8 Stamina, 8 Speed, 5 Hearing, 6 Mental Power, 7 Skills. None equipment, none available attribute points, 0 points, 0 communication channel, activated trading channel, not activated indeed. Just as in her previous life, after an hour of entering the game, the disaster officially commenced, and the communication channel was already activated. However, this time, the channel no longer served as her spiritual anchor. Without needing to open it, she could intuitively grasp the mundane complaints circulating among the players. Perhaps the original count of 1,000 players had begun to dwindle, but what did that concern her? She was not so altruistic as to possess a heart bent on saving the world. In this lifetime, she merely wished to safeguard herself and navigate through this arduous reality. As for the skills, equipment, and attribute points displayed on her game panel, they could only be acquired upon the game's conclusion, if fortune favored her. Yes, if. The only guaranteed reward at the end of each game was points. Everything else hinged on luck. Each game concluded with an opportunity for a lottery, featuring 100 slots, 96 of which were empty, merely offering platitudes of encouragement, while only 4 contained prizes. This meant the odds of winning were a mere 4%. Furthermore, the contents of the lottery slots varied for each individual, rendering the outcome entirely dependent on chance. In her previous life, during the inaugural game, she had drawn a mere consolation prize. She wondered if this time she might follow the same trajectory or perhaps be fortunate enough to win something worthwhile. However, she held little hope, as the odds of winning were dismally low. She distinctly remembered that among those who survived in her previous life, none had drawn items or skills. Only 2 had received attribute points. Of course, it was conceivable that some had concealed their gains, but those 2 had only revealed their acquisitions after their strengths had significantly increased, keeping their early advantages hidden. Having satisfied her hunger and organized her belongings, she ensured that the windows were securely closed before collapsing onto her bed, pulling the covers over her head to sleep. In a few days, when chaos erupted outside, peaceful slumber would be a luxury she could no longer afford. Given that the disaster had just begun, and people's hearts remained relatively stable, with moral boundaries yet unbroken, it was best to rest as much as possible for now. As for her date, she had long since cast him out of her thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang Kaixian watched in disbelief as his girlfriend exited the cinema. Initially, he presumed she had stepped out to procure refreshments or perhaps to seek a cleaner restroom, but the thought crossed his mind. Did she find him unsatisfactory? Did she abandon him without even an explanation? Chapter 7. Acid Rain. Tang Kaixian furrowed his brow as he retrieved his phone, dialing the number he had saved just 2 days prior. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again. What? Just a few hours ago it was reachable. How could it now be out of service? Little did he know that the current Zhouanan was no longer the same Zhouanan. She had transformed into the player Zhouanan. Upon entering the game, much of her previous identity had been digitized and erased, including her original phone, rendering it non-existent and thus a not-in-service number. Unwilling to give up, he dialed repeatedly, only to be met with the same disheartening message, leaving him restless in the cinema. Upon exiting, he scanned the bustling street, only to find no trace of Zhouanan. Frustrated, he called his matchmaker. Hello, Sister Wang. What kind of person did you introduce me to? We had arranged to watch a movie, and suddenly she just vanished without a word. Isn't that right? This is utterly ridiculous. I tried reaching her, and it says the number is out of service. No, I definitely didn't dial incorrectly. I was able to reach her this morning. I don't know either. I can't find her right now. While he was somewhat satisfied with Zhouanan, her appearance and figure were commendable, he was not so smitten that he couldn't consider other options. After all, Zhouanan's family background was merely average, which paled in comparison to others. However, there was a stark difference between being the one to break up and being the one left behind. Zhouanan's abrupt departure had certainly wounded his pride. A blow he found intolerable. As he settled in with a bowl of ramen, engrossed in his phone, he noticed the sky outside suddenly darkening. Within mere minutes, a downpour commenced. Through the restaurant's glass door, he observed pedestrians caught in the rain, panic-stricken as they rushed for shelter. His small eatery quickly filled with those seeking refuge, transforming the once cozy space into a crowded haven. Tang Kaixian felt a sense of confusion. Was it merely rain? Was it that serious? Suddenly, cries erupted from outside, and he realized the rain was acidic. Those who had been caught in it were now red and swollen, some unable to bear the pain and crying out. Others were anxiously dialing their phones, the small restaurant filled with a cacophony of distress. His heart raced with panic, yet a flicker of relief coursed through him. He was fortunate to be indoors. Spared from the rain's onslaught, he contemplated stepping outside to assess the situation, but the restaurant was now packed, with many patrons standing and searching for seats. He quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that the moment he stood, someone else would undoubtedly claim his seat. At that moment, the owner approached with a steaming bowl of noodles, compelling him to quell his curiosity about the outside world and focus on his meal. Just as he was finishing his bowl, Sister Wang's call came through. Great, even Sister Wang can't reach her. Then it's settled. With her temperament, I don't think we're compatible. All right, Sister Wang, if you have anyone else suitable, please let me know. After hanging up, he resumed his meal, only to realize that Sister Wang seemed unaffected by the chaos. Could it be that the acidic rain was localized? He would inquire after finishing his meal. Meanwhile, Sister Wang remained blissfully unaware, having been asleep in her apartment on a higher floor with closed windows, soundproofed enough that she hadn't heard the commotion outside. If she had, she would have had no time to concern herself with such matters. Just as Sister Wang ended her call, her daughter rang her, having been caught in the acid rain and urgently requesting burn ointment. If they didn't have any at home, she would rush to the pharmacy once the rain stopped. By the time Tang Kaixian finished his noodles and called Sister Wang again, her tone was marked with impatience. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating, and even though it had lessened, no one dared venture out. The average umbrella seemed inadequate against acid rain, as no one was seen braving the downpour with one, leaving him without a point of reference. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but blame Zhouanan for the predicament. As time ticked away, the initially calm patrons of the small eatery began to fidget restlessly. This anxiety was contagious. As one began to complain, more voices joined the chorus of discontent. If only I had stayed home today. What terrible luck! The weather forecast is utterly unreliable. They never warned us about the rain. What is the meteorological department even doing? Isn't acid rain considered a natural disaster? Does anyone have ointment? I can't stand this pain any longer. This isn't a pharmacy. Who goes out carrying burn ointment? I remember there's a pharmacy just around the corner. They should have burn cream. But it's pouring outside. How can we go out? Chapter 8 Acid Rain 6 I have no idea when this rain will cease. My child is still home alone. I had merely intended to step out for a quick meal, yet here I am, caught in this acid rain. The windows on my balcony remain unclosed. I wonder if they will leak. The cacophony of voices around me only heightens Tang Kaishuan's irritation, and his disdain for Zhou Anin intensifies further. As the situation deteriorates, this aversion is bound to transform into malice. When Zhou Anin awoke, night had already fallen. Even through the door, the din from outside was palpable. Clearly, the rain had yet to relent, leaving those who had sought refuge in the hotel unable to depart. With darkness enveloping everything, they were compelled to ponder the prospect of spending the night here. The hotel's vacant rooms had suddenly become a hot commodity. Zhou Anin smirked, relieved that she had the foresight to book a room for 10 days in advance. Once chaos erupted in 10 days' time, who would care about whose reservation it was? The insidious nature of this game lies in its allowance for survivors to turn on one another, seizing each other's equipment and resources. If one were fortunate enough to eliminate another player, they might even receive additional rewards. Of course, these rewards are random, with an exceedingly low probability of emergence. Yet, even such low odds exist. After enduring a few rounds of the game, moral boundaries dissolve, and player-on-player slaughter becomes commonplace. Not to mention the futility of attempting to escape this city, irrespective of whether other cities are also experiencing acid rain. The survival game forbids their departure. Every player who ventured beyond the city's perimeter met with death on the first day, suffocated in the process. This explains why a game of ostensibly low difficulty exhibits such a high mortality rate. There are many clever individuals in this world, yet the game offers no opportunity for cunning. Paradoxically, when disaster strikes, the first instinct of most is to flee the epicenter of calamity, while only a few timid souls opt to hide away. Ironically, it is often these individuals who survive, a fortunate outcome in its own right. In her previous life, Zhou Anin had also fretted over the potential harm the acid rain might inflict on her health, devoid of any medication to alleviate her suffering. What if no aid arrived after leaving the city? Merely contracting an illness could be fatal. Moreover, she had no means of transportation. In truth, the acid rain was not incessant. As the downpour intensified, it transformed into ordinary rainwater, diluting the acid and rendering it relatively harmless. However, this fact went unnoticed at first. By the time it was discovered, the accumulated water was already knee-deep on an adult, compounded by the howling winds that deterred many from venturing out. Just as she turned on the lights in her room, her dinner still untouched, a knock echoed at the door. Her hand, which had been rummaging for supplies from her space, froze. "Who is it?" "Hello, room service." "What is it?" Zhou Anin inquired without opening the door, already aware of the purpose of the visit. "Madam, under these special circumstances, accommodations are quite scarce. Would you be willing to share your room with another guest? The costs can be split. No, I don't lack the funds, nor am I accustomed to sharing a room. Please find someone else." Zhou Anin unceremoniously declined. Setting aside the difficulty of inviting someone in, the supplies in her room and space could not be exposed to prying eyes. Her refusal was anticipated. Nearly all the guests had declined, with only a handful hesitating. Thus, the attendant was not taken aback. However, the woman accompanying the attendant was unwilling to concede so easily. To her, Zhou Anin seemed merely a young girl. A few soft words should suffice to sway her. "Dear, you need not worry, I am also a woman. Sharing a room is hardly inconvenient. I can sleep on the floor, ensuring I won't disturb your rest. The nightly rate is 68 yuan, and I can cover 38. You would only need to pay 30. The woman outside was evidently reluctant to give up, speaking as if Zhou Anin were taking undue advantage of the situation. Upon first glance, it did appear that the other party was shouldering the greater expense, merely seeking a spot on the floor. Yet the reality was grim. The relentless acid rain made travel perilous, municipal infrastructure was crumbling, and until the rain ceased, societal order would disintegrate, leading to rampant looting. Even if the government distributed aid, it would be free of charge. Initially, some individuals engaged in private monetary and gold transactions, yet a 500 milliliters bottle of water had skyrocketed to nearly 1,000 yuan. What good would 30-odd yuan do? Even over 10 days, it amounted to merely 380 yuan, insufficient to purchase even half a bottle of water. Furthermore, aside from the players, the local populace relied on mobile payments. But in a matter of days, no one would accept such transactions. What use would numbers hold for her? An even more pressing concern was that the players had no mobile phones to facilitate transfers. Moreover, even if she allowed the woman to stay without taxing Zhou&N's personal resources, it would still deplete the hotel's shared resources, such as their large water supply. Given all these considerations, Zhou&N could not possibly share her room, not even with acquaintances of this body, let alone a stranger. That moment, Zhou&N remained unaware that the woman outside was also a player. And even if she offered to pay, it would be in cash. Rest assured, I promise not to compete for the bed. We are both women sharing the same space. We can look out for one another. The woman outside attempted to appeal to camaraderie, but she underestimated Zhou&N's steely resolve. Zhou&N had no intention of engaging with her, simply stepping away from the door. For now, societal order had yet to collapse. With the door closed, even if the attendant possessed a spare room key, they could not enter without her consent. The knocking persisted, yet silence reigned within, clearly indicating that the occupant had no desire to acquiesce or even acknowledge her. Chapter 9 Acid Rain 7 Chisiki's expression soured. This had become the 8th refusal she faced regarding shared accommodations. She had never anticipated such a predicament upon entering the game. Yet, she could hardly blame herself. After finally encountering an abundance of delectable food, her resolve faltered. Even knowing time was tight, she indulged in a hearty meal. Once she finished eating, she realized that half the time had already elapsed, and she hurriedly set out to gather supplies while devising ways to conceal them from others. Although entering the survival game had granted her a pleasant surprise, it was absurdly bound to her undergarments. Each time she gathered supplies, she had to press the items against her chest to store them in the space, a truly frustrating ordeal. This peculiar method of collection delayed her efforts, but she managed to rush into the hotel just as the acid rain began to fall. Though a few drops had struck her, leaving her scalp tingling with discomfort. Truth be told, as an outsider, knowing she could depart in 30 days while taking some supplies with her instilled an inexplicable sense of superiority, leading her to look down on the NPCs. However, being repeatedly rebuffed by several NPCs incited her irritation. They were merely lines of code. What was the harm in cooperating? Why must they make life difficult for the players? Miss, perhaps you should try another room. If they are unwilling, we cannot force them. If all else fails, you can sleep in the hallway, the attendant sighed. Were it not for the 100 yuan tip, she would have been loath to undertake this thankless task. Chisiki, her face darkening, followed the room service attendant as they knocked on several more doors, yet still, no one was willing to accommodate her. After all, who would wish to share a room with a stranger? Especially as the attendant was only knocking on the doors of single women. Had there been a single man inside, perhaps there would have been a chance. Ultimately, left with no choice, she was forced to join the ranks of the NPCs without rooms. Laying out the hotel-provided bedding in the hallway. This, too, came at a cost of 50 yuan per night, a prime example of profiting from national disaster. If she wished to save money, the hotel offered no bedding for only 10 yuan per night. Though Chisiki's funds were dwindling, she was unwilling to simply lie on the carpet of the hallway. Setting aside cleanliness concerns, as a player, she understood that in this acid rain world, one must be prepared with bedding. Rain typically accompanies a drop in temperature. This was common knowledge, particularly at night, and she had no desire to awaken with a cold, especially considering her lack of medical supplies. For 50 yuan a night, the hotel provided bedding that included 2 quilts, 1 sheet, and a pillow. The room priced at 68 yuan per night is merely a few dozen yuan less than the others, yet the disparity in quality is astronomical. There is no bed, no private bathroom, and the accompanying facilities are non-existent. But who can be blamed for this? It is solely her fault for arriving too late. Now, only rooms costing 288 and 388 yuan per night are available. Prices she simply cannot afford. For now, she must endure this situation. Sleeping in the corridor affords her almost no privacy. She cannot even dare to shed her clothes and must hold her personal belongings close, lest they be lost in slumber. Fortunately, she possesses a spatial advantage, alleviating her immediate concerns. Although she has placed a bag outside to obscure her belongings, it contains little. There is no food, so theft is of little worry. Yet, she cannot conceal her eating from those who share the corridor with her. With the onset of acid rain, the urgency for food and water has not yet arisen, but in a few days, when resources dwindle, she will have to engage in a battle of wits to satisfy her hunger. She hopes to secure a private room before that time arrives. Zhou&N is unaware of her thoughts. Were she to know, she would surely mock her naivety. This is a world plagued by acid rain and torrential downpours. There are no earthquakes, no zombies, no peculiarities, nor invasions by strange beasts in the early stages. While some were injured by acid rain, actual fatalities were scarce. Only those severely drenched succumbed later due to infection and lack of medical care. Even during resource shortages, survival was manageable, but now that rooms are unattainable, the prospect of finding one in a few days seems like a fool's errand. As the acid rain continues to fall incessantly, hotel staff are also stranded, and when rooms do become available, they, as employees, are naturally prioritized for occupancy. Unless chaos ensues later on, where sheer determination or a measure of strength might allow one to seize a room, there is no hope of such a thing in the early days. Even a reborn individual like Zhou Anan did not contemplate taking someone else's room. Rather, she paid for her stay with utmost honesty. Ignorance breeds courage. Zhou Anan used the electric kettle provided by the hotel to boil water, opened a box of instant noodles, and prepared to indulge in a warm meal. As she awaited the noodles to soften, with little else to occupy her time, she opened the communication channel. Though she was well aware that the information exchanged among players was largely trivial, it served as a means of passing the time. I want to be full. The game only allotted an hour for preparation. That is far too short, and the amount of currency given is scant, making it impossible to purchase quality supplies. Could they not be a little more generous? The game is rather stingy. Survival is hard. Upon my arrival, I treated myself to a shrimp noodle dish, and I must say, it was absolutely delectable. Alas, the time spent eating cost me half an hour of resource gathering. I had planned to wait for the natural disaster to occur before engaging in a zero-cost acquisition. Yet this disaster turned out to be acid rain, rendering me unable to venture outside. I am the best in the world. The person above must be joking, right? Did they not see the initial game prompt? They are unaware that the disaster this time is acid rain. Brother is still a brother. A wise choice indeed, hiding in the supermarket where supplies can be acquired at zero cost anytime. Ha ha ha, Galoo Beast. I hope that in the days to come, you can still find joy. Do not forget that this game lasts for 30 days. If it rains continuously for that long, the supermarket will be submerged. Zhou Anan smiled faintly. Taking refuge in the supermarket was indeed a prudent choice, but the issue lies in the fact that supermarkets lack individual rooms. They are open spaces. She glanced at the communication channel and noted that the number of participants had dwindled to 186, suggesting that the 800-odd wisdom-filled individuals had ventured outside the city. Anyone who steps out of the city is doomed. Thus, on the very first day of the game, over 800 lives had already been lost, some without even waiting for the communication channel to activate, having been eliminated beforehand. Did no one else notice? Why does the group show fewer than 200 members? Wasn't it said that 1,000 people entered this game? Are there other groups? I have money. What other groups? Those people are dead. I saw it with my own eyes. At this declaration, the group fell into a stunned silence, as if caught off guard. How did they die? Is it truly possible for so many to perish at once? Is that true? Over 800 people. How could they all die simultaneously? I have money. Whether you believe it or not, this is what I witnessed firsthand. As soon as I entered the game, I attempted to leave the city. Luckily, I encountered a traffic accident. I was pulled away and delayed a bit. By the time I reached the city outskirts, it was already too late. I saw a flurry of people rushing out of the city and decided to follow them. What do you think I saw, Galoo Beast? Come on, stop keeping us in suspense. What are you waiting for? Just tell us already. I have money. They are dead. All dead. Those who reached the ring road fell down within a minute. I was completely paralyzed with fear. A moment of silence enveloped the communication channel. How do you know they were players? Perhaps those who died were NPCs. I have money. Believe it or not, I saw with my own eyes. Someone was on the bus, and as soon as it hit the ring road, it stopped. The driver shouted that someone had died and fled the vehicle. Zhou Anan. As expected, the chat channel echoed with the grim truth of the majority of players' demise, which deterred the remaining players from daring to venture outside the city. That night, many lay awake, unable to find rest. Those stranded in the hotel were preoccupied with thoughts of family, work, and resources. Although the hotel had a restaurant, few guests chose to dine there, resulting in a limited stock of ingredients. The inventory mostly comprised exquisite and high-end dishes, unaffordable for the average person. Even common vegetables were transformed by the chefs into dishes that were financially out of reach. Moreover, the hotel lacked a supermarket, featuring only a few vending machines stocked primarily with snacks and beverages, which had been completely depleted the day the acid rain began. Many of those who streamed into the hotel had brought no food, leading to a night of hunger for many days for ordering takeout. Such a notion was absurd, as no one was accepting orders. After all, it was pouring acid rain, and delivery personnel were not willing to risk their lives. The following morning, it was apparent that the rain continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Many began to grow restless, prompting them to call for help. However, the emergency lines were perpetually engaged, indicating that numerous individuals were attempting to reach out for assistance. It was likely that even the police were overwhelmed, possibly seeking help themselves, as they too were trapped in their station, unable to leave due to the acid rain. No one dared to wade through the hazardous waters to work, thus leaving the obstacles unaddressed. Consequently, large areas of the road became flooded. Even though the police station was situated on higher ground and the water was not too deep, travel was still impeded. Therefore, even if someone managed to get through on the phone, the police were unable to respond. After a restless night, the lobby of the hotel was already inundated with water, reaching ankle height, forcing people to congregate on the second floor and above. This hotel, located on a busy thoroughfare, had seen an influx of individuals seeking refuge from the acid rain. Zhou Ainin isolated herself in her room, indifferent to the tempest outside. She ate, drank, and slept undisturbed, reassured that her safety was guaranteed for the next few days. Following the conclusion of the initial survival game, survivors would receive an equipment piece. The second day passed in such a manner, as did the third, uneventfully. With time on her hands, she chose to exercise within her room. For although she occupied another's body, the data was still her own. While the physical stats gained during the game could only enhance her current form and not her original stats, improved health would inevitably increase her chances of survival. Just as she presumed that the third day would come to a close in this manner, she heard a knock at her door as evening approached. Zhou Ainin hesitated for a moment, then felt a wave of annoyance. She did not open the door, merely inquiring through it, "Who is it? What do you want?" The voice that replied was filled with impatience, as if it belonged to a beleaguered employee exhausted by their duties. "I am the cleaning staff. Please open the door so I can tidy up." Zhou Ainin rolled her eyes. Which hotel staff would come to clean at night? Furthermore, since the onset of the acid rain, the service of cleaning guest rooms had effectively been suspended. They were far too busy managing the hallways to attend to the rooms. Even if it were necessary to clean the guest room, it would be contingent upon the guest requests. At this moment, Zhou Ainin had not summoned the attendants for housekeeping. Thus, the individuals outside her door were, most likely, not the staff. Moreover, the intentions of those outside were far from benign. After all, in her previous life, she had encountered numerous individuals of this ilk. Zhou Ainin's intuition proved accurate. Standing outside her door were 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, all players, one of whom was Chisiki. None of them had managed to secure a room, leaving them to rest in the corridor. Chisiki, having inadvertently spotted Wang Kai conjuring items from thin air, confirmed his identity as a player. The other 3 were acquaintances, and Chisiki took the initiative to approach, thereby uniting the group. Given that none of them had accommodations, they conspired to deceive an NPC into vacating her room. Once inside, they would subdue the NPC and claim her space. At this juncture, Chisiki divulged a piece of information. Room 1013 was occupied by a single woman, reportedly quite young, making her an easy target for deception. Although she resided in the hotel's cheapest room, priced at a mere 68 yuan per night, the prospect of manipulating a young, single woman was enticing. If they could persuade her to open the door, they could force their way in, overpower her, and with the 2 male players intimidating her, would she not comply? After all, they had no intention of harming her. They merely desired her room. Should she acquiesce? They might even offer her some food and drink to ensure her survival until they departed from the Cataclysm game. As for what would become of the woman after the game concluded, that was of no concern to them. She was merely an NPC, a collection of data. Had Zhou Ainin been privy to their thoughts, she would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. To her, NPCs represented the real world, albeit from an unknown dimension. The 4 individuals reached a consensus to seize Zhou Ainin's room, and under Chisiki leadership, they rapped upon her door. "What cleaning service? Did I not clearly state that my room does not require cleaning? Begone, Do not disturb me. I will notify the staff should I need anything. We are simply doing our jobs. Let us show some mutual understanding. I have said I do not require assistance, so do not interrupt my rest, lest I file a complaint against you. Zhou Enin remained resolute in her refusal to open the door. In fact, she retrieved a watermelon knife from her belongings. Though the blade was not sharpened, it could easily slice through a watermelon, and with sufficient force, it could indeed be lethal. While she suspected these individuals would not dare to force their way in, she was determined to be prepared. Should they attempt to breach her sanctuary, Zhou Enin would not hesitate to retaliate with equal force. Having lived through several games in her past life, she bore no psychological burden regarding violence. In fact, she had grown accustomed to the brutality inherent in the game prior to her demise. As the four outside persisted in their attempts to breach her door, Wang Kai lowered his voice, suggesting, "Why don't we just force the door open? I doubt this hotel's doors are particularly robust." "Absolutely not." Another man, Zhang Pingqiang, immediately countered. "The acid rain has only just begun. The chaos has yet to ensue. If you resort to violence, the hotel security will expel you, and we might even be liable for damages. You may have the means to compensate, but we do not drag us down with you." Wang Kai's eyes darkened momentarily, but he remained silent, recognizing that now was not the time for discord. It was far more prudent to cooperate within the hotel rather than face the perils alone. After all, they were players who had activated spatial items, each possessing some provisions. Should worst come to worst, they could always scavenge for supplies, provided they remained vigilant against being outmaneuvered by others. For those who had previously existed in a post-apocalyptic world, such realities were easily accepted. Although the survival tower enforced strict laws and regulations within its protective boundaries, survival necessitated venturing beyond those confines in search of resources. Outside the safety of the tower, the competition for resources often resulted in the loss of lives, rendering moral considerations far less significant than in times of peace. Zhang Pingqiang's earlier remarks were clearly inciting, and while Wang Kai understood this, he chose to feign ignorance. "Let us abandon this plan. Let us find another room. I recall room 1011 is also occupied by a woman, but she has a child. I fear that child might be uncontrollable and attract unwanted attention. What of it? If the child screams, we can simply kill it. They are all mere data. Once we exit, they will likely respawn." As their attempts to breach Zhou Enin's door failed, Chisiki proposed a rather dubious scheme, which was readily endorsed by the group. After all, they preferred to target the vulnerable. Although their murmurs were faint, the conversations filtered through the crack of the door and reached Zhou Enin's ears. From their words, she discerned that these individuals were also players, as they referred to the inhabitants of this world as NPCs. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Since these individuals had provoked her and harbored ulterior motives, she felt justified in taking preemptive action. She resolved to eliminate them and seize their belongings. These items could serve her purposes or be exchanged for points. Although the trading channel had yet to open, Zhou Enin was aware that it would become accessible once the first game concluded and points were allocated to the surviving players. Chapter 12. Acid Rain. However, she noted that there were at least 4 individuals outside. She had distinctly heard 4 different voices, 2 male and 2 female. One female voice struck her as familiar, although she could not immediately place it. Considering her own solitary situation, devising a strategy to gain the upper hand while ensuring her safety was paramount. After all, it was unwise to place herself in jeopardy for the sake of those unworthy of such risk. Nevertheless, she had memorized the voices of the 4 outside. Unless they refrained from presenting an opportunity, she would be prepared to eradicate them at the first chance. Soon enough, the footsteps of the 4 faded away, accompanied by their distant chatter. With the noise dissipating, Zhou Enin still showed no inclination to open the door. Instead, she reinforced the entrance to prevent any forced entry from the outside. On the 4th day of the Cataclysm game, Zhou Enin awoke early, disturbed by the cacophony emanating from the corridor. Still groggy, she rubbed her face to shake off the remnants of sleep. Amid the clamor, she discerned a rustling sound, as well as something striking the window. Recalling the changes in the rainfall during this time in her previous life, she approached the window and parted the curtains slightly to peer outside. Indeed, the rain had intensified without her notice. What had begun as a steady drizzle over the past 3 days had escalated into a torrential downpour. Not only was it raining, but the wind had also picked up, causing the raindrops to pelt against the glass with a soft patter. The droplets, dense and rapid, coalesced into streams that cascaded down the window pane. Joanin observed that water had begun to seep into the room from the window's lower edge, though fortunately, the situation was not yet dire. However, the prospect was daunting. If the rain persisted, the water would only continue to flood in, and the glass's ability to withstand such prolonged assault was uncertain. This uncertainty had sent the hotel guests into a state of panic. In reality, the acid rain had transitioned into regular rainfall, rapidly diluting the previously acidic accumulation. The deluge continued for an entire day and night, causing the water level, which had already submerged the first floor, to rise another layer and a half, submerging the second floor as well. However, the acidic rainwater had also been diluted. Had there been a speedboat, travel would have been feasible. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. After 3 days, Joanin had exhausted 1 barrel of the water she had collected. Therefore, she opened the window, secured a rope to a bucket, and fastened the other end to the bed leg, suspending the bucket outside the window before shutting it again. This way, the rainwater would not flood in excessively, although more would still seep through the window's cracks. Fortunately, this was not her home, so she felt no sorrow over the possibility of flooding. However, she did make an effort to close the window tightly, adjusting the rope to minimize the influx of rainwater. From her supplies, she retrieved 2 rolls of duct tape and began to affix them densely across the glass. Preparing for the impending gusts, the bucket outside quickly filled, and Joanin pulled the water inside with great effort, soaking her hair, face, and upper body in the process. A shiver ran down her spine as she hastily changed out of her damp clothing. Wrapping a towel around her soaked hair, she recalled having purchased several packets of ginger powder at the supermarket and promptly prepared herself a cup of ginger tea with hot water. After finishing it, she brewed a dose of cold medicine. Her current state of health was far from ideal, and without taking preventive measures, the recent events would surely lead her to catch a cold. On the 5th day of the natural disaster, the rain intensified, cascading down as if the heavens had been punctured in multiple places, with the downpour appearing relentless. Accompanying the torrential rain was an increasingly fierce wind. Although most trees had succumbed to the inundation, the gale still swept up various debris, hurling them against walls and windows, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds. However, Joanin remained unperturbed. Even if the glass shattered, the tape on the inside would prevent the shards from flying into the room. Yet, many windows in the hotel had indeed been shattered, and after just over an hour of the storm, the fierce winds, laden with rain, began to invade the interiors through the broken panes. Occasionally, objects would be swept in by the gusts, crashing onto the furnishings and creating chaos, particularly in this hotel, where all the rooms lacked balconies. Any broken windows directly affected the bedrooms. Consequently, beds and bedding were drenched, leaving many guests without a place to sleep. Those whose windows had shattered hurriedly clutched their belongings and dashed outside, some even neglecting to put on their shoes. They feared that if they moved too slowly, the debris being swept in might strike them, risking injury, with the worst fate being a fatal blow to a vital area. After all, seeking medical attention was impossible. And if one were seriously hurt or in a life-threatening condition, waiting for death seemed the only option. Moreover, the soaked bedding became unusable, leading to a shortage of supplies in the hotel, exacerbated by the sudden drop in temperature caused by the storm. Everyone required warm materials, and at that moment, the demand for such items surpassed that for food and clean water. The hotel staff found themselves besieged by guests demanding clean bedding. Yet, the attendants were not naive. They denied the existence of any spare linens in storage, merely providing keys to unoccupied rooms for guests to search for themselves. Whether or not they would find usable bedding was left to chance. As expected, Joanin's door was knocked upon once more, revealing the same group of 4 players. Chapter 13. Acid Rain 11. It turned out they had successfully seized the room of a mother and daughter. Intending to confine them, they had bound the pair's hands and feet, but due to their deep slumber, even the night watch had fallen asleep, allowing the mother and daughter to untie each other and escape. However, in the darkness, they dared not make a sound, fearing to awaken others who might pursue them or encounter other nefarious individuals. They sought refuge until daylight before returning to seek assistance from the staff. Having only paid for 3 nights, today marked the last day of their stay. If they wished to continue lodging, they would need to renew their payment. Consequently, the staff could not contest, as the room had technically become vacant due to the expiration of their payment. With no available rooms and lacking bedding in the corridors, They were left with no choice but to take keys for other rooms from the attendants and search for supplies. Whether the windows in those rooms had also been shattered or if the contents remained usable was a gamble they had to take. The sudden turn of events spared the mother and daughter from peril. Shortly after their escape, the window of their former room shattered. The ferocious winds struck at dawn when the four players were still sound asleep. Even hearing the howling winds outside, none stirred to investigate. As a result, when the winds hurled heavy objects against the windows, the sudden tempest soaked the four to the bone. Not only that, but the debris also struck them, resulting in varying degrees of injury, with Wang Kai sustaining the most severe harm, a fractured arm. Once they awkwardly emerged into the corridor, they landed on the carpeted floor, shivering as a gentle breeze blew past. Many others were in similar predicaments. Due to the downpour and flooding, the hotel's electricity had ceased, plunging the corridor into darkness. I'm injured. Does anyone have a flashlight? Please turn it on and check how badly I'm hurt. I feel as though my arm is broken. Wang Kai groaned. Hearing this, someone quickly retrieved a flashlight from their belongings and turned it on. What a wretched game this is. It's as if it grants no respite, making it impossible to sleep in the dead of night. Under the beam of the flashlight, they all turned their gaze to Wang Kai's arm. The distorted angle confirmed the fracture, and his expression was one of sheer agony and terror. Twisted grotesquely in the dim light and shadows. Terrified, the two girls glanced at his face before quickly averting their eyes. It's truly broken, and it looks serious. I wonder if there's a doctor in this hotel or someone skilled in bone setting. Even if there is, what good would it do? It looks so badly twisted, surgery might be required. This isn't just a dislocation. We probably need to go to a hospital, but with all this flooding outside, and it's acid rain, how can we get to a hospital? What can we do then? We can't just remain like this. This game offers no items, no restorative potions. What are we to do in such a situation? What could they do? They would have to endure. Even if they managed to reach a hospital, they had no idea if it was still operational. This game offers no way out. How can it storm so violently in the dead of night without any warning? Enough complaining. We need to think of a solution. Our bedding is soaked, and given this weather, it won't dry anytime soon. Without bedding, we'll struggle in this weather. Forget about the bedding. My clothes are wet too. This cursed game only gave us an hour to prepare. We didn't even have time to gather food and water, let alone buy clothes. Now look, my clothes are soaked, and I have nothing to change into. Hand me the flashlight. You all stay here. I'll go find the staff. We paid for 4 nights, and now the room is in this state. They must take responsibility. It wasn't just their group suffering. The dark corridor occasionally flickered with light, revealing many individuals in disarray. Yet, the staff were too preoccupied with their own plight. Several rooms had windows shattered, forcing them to seek refuge in those that remained intact. Fortunately, they were not as lethargic as the 4. Noticing the disturbance and the chaos outside, they had already exited their rooms, avoiding direct confrontation with the storm and keeping their clothes dry in this weather. Without access to dryers or air conditioning, drying clothes would be no easy task. And as for starting a fire to keep warm, the hotel lacked such facilities, and management would never allow guests to damage the property for warmth. Of course, natural disasters were considered acts of God. Such circumstances fell within the realm of insurance claims. But if they burned hotel property for warmth and later sought compensation, who would they turn to? And it was futile to pinpoint blame. The chaos was too widespread to control or trace back to individuals. Once pandemonium ensued, it would be impossible to rein it in. Although their clothes remained dry, their bedding was largely soaked, with only a few intact sets, one of which had been hastily draped over someone's shoulders during a frantic escape. Rising from their beds in the dead of night had proven quite chilly. With each passing day, they recognized the significance of warm supplies, especially following the deluge. Previously, they could simply pay for bedding to spread on the floor, but after the storm's devastation, the loss of resources heightened the demand for warmth, placing it on par with food and water. Chapter 14. Acid Rain 12. Consequently, warm supplies could no longer be acquired with a mere pittance. They would be firmly grasped by certain individuals. Although everyone was trapped within the hotel, with lower floors submerged, each room still contained some food, and the hotel maintained a portion of its inventory, so they had not yet reached a state of utter despair. However, as the calamity draws ever closer, should aid remain elusive, those who possess resources will wield absolute authority, rendering the role of currency virtually insignificant. particularly in this era of digital payments, once the network collapses and the power fails. The affluent, devoid of cash, will find themselves no different from the destitute. Presently, with Wang Kai's arm injured, his situation has essentially become a dead end. After all, with such a severe injury, infection and fever are inevitable. Potentially accompanied by other complications before long, the other three will likely abandon him. In the face of disaster, bonds of kinship are perilously frail, and when even relatives cannot guarantee their loyalty, how much less so can a makeshift group? Yet, the startled individual awakened in the dead of night by someone bursting from a room, stepping on a foot in the darkness, left a lasting impression. Amidst the cacophony of wails and groans, dawn finally broke, the raging winds ceased, and the rain subsided, yet the floodwaters now engulfed the third floor. Fortunately, as the first light of day emerged, the tempest finally calmed, and the torrential downpour transformed into a gentle drizzle. Alas, this seemingly benign rain was not ordinary. Rather, it was highly corrosive acid rain, with acidity exceeding that of the initial downpour, creating thick plumes of smoke as it struck the already inundated surfaces. The white vapor rising from the water's surface lent an otherworldly, ethereal quality, though tragically, this paradise was toxic. For those fortunate enough to have escaped injury in the disaster, their initial delight at the rain's abatement quickly morphed into a new predicament. The intensified corrosiveness of the acid rain caused many to sustain further injuries while searching for floating debris like wooden planks to escape, resulting in increased casualties and suffering. Listening to the anguished cries of those who encountered the rain, Joanne felt no stirrings of emotion. As a player, her sole objective was to endure here for 30 days, ensuring her safe exit and the ability to take any unutilized resources with her. Meanwhile, these local inhabitants had to grapple for survival amid such calamity. Who could predict what further misfortunes awaited them after her departure, or whether they would continue to live at all, even if they managed to survive? Life would be exceedingly arduous. Now on the 6th day, Joannen's door was once again rapped upon. No, it was more accurately pounded upon. The thuds resounded with the unmistakable intent of breaking through if the occupant remained unyielding. Joannen, exasperated, understood that in the wake of 6 days of disaster, those bereft of morals had begun to indulge their baser instincts. Should she continue to ignore the pounding, it was plausible that they might indeed shatter her door. Without a door or with a broken one, her safety would be compromised. So she discreetly shifted the heavy object blocking her entrance. One hand gripped a watermelon knife, while the other grasped the doorknob. As she opened the door, the knife struck out toward the intruder with lethal intent. The force, speed, and power exhibited showed no inclination to hold back. It was an assault aimed at taking a life. The assailant, initially fierce and menacing, had envisioned himself as a formidable figure within the confines of the hotel, even harboring dreams of seizing this room. Little did he anticipate that the woman within was far more deranged. Audacious enough to wield a knife in defense, while chaos had begun to rear its head, it had not yet fully unraveled, and Joannen's decisive actions took the group outside by surprise. In their moment of unpreparedness, the knife indeed grazed the assailant, yet due to his instinctive retreat and raised arm in defense, the blade merely cut into his forearm, sparing his vital areas. "Hey, what are you doing?" the man bellowed, attempting to intimidate Joannen, but she remained impervious to his thunderous fury and fierce demeanor. She did not relent, delivering another horizontal slash aimed at his neck. It appeared she sought his life. The man, gripped by terror, turned to flee, yet it was too late. The knife's tip had already grazed his neck, blood gushing forth. Despite the superficial nature of the wound, the sight of his own blood sent him into a panic. Clutching his bleeding neck, he sprinted away, shrieking for help, utterly stripped of the bravado he had displayed moments before. No one dared approach. After all, a blade knows no mercy, and none wished to be caught in the crossfire. At this juncture, medical resources were scarce and access to hospitals was non-existent. Any injury could lead to infection and possibly death. Joanne remained composed, her mind calculating, despite her earlier display of seemingly unhinged violence. She had never strayed more than 2 meters from her door. She was unwilling to jeopardize her safety for the sake of intimidating these individuals. In this dire moment, finding another intact room was no small feat, especially since her space could not accommodate everything she possessed, and her room concealed numerous invaluable items. These resources were now irreplaceable. Each usage diminished their availability, although even without the supplies within her room, the stock in her space was sufficient to sustain her through the coming days, ideally allowing for a more comfortable existence. Who wished to live hand to mouth? With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, and the crowd outside collectively exhaled in relief and truth. There had been fatalities in recent days, but no one had dared so openly to attack with a knife, especially not with such reckless abandon. The sheer ferocity was terrifying. The man wounded by Joanin had become a frightened creature, taking refuge in a room with shattered windows, too afraid to emerge. Blood continued to flow from his neck, and as he watched it drip away, he knew his life hung in the balance. Frantically, he wrapped a towel around his neck, hoping to staunch the bleeding, though such efforts were destined to be futile. In truth, Joanin's cut was not deep. In times of peace, timely medical attention would have posed no life-threatening risk, if only there had been a doctor or medical supplies for immediate aid. Survival would have been probable. Yet, here, there were neither doctors nor supplies. Even if he managed to survive this moment, subsequent infection and starvation would claim his life. The individuals who had accompanied him to knock on the door had long since vanished. Seeing his imminent demise, he no longer held any value, rendering him expendable. Who would dare approach? After all, they were merely a motley crew, brought together by a shared interest, with little emotional bond between them. Chapter 15. Acid rain. In times of great calamity, self-preservation becomes paramount. The man perished quietly. Within an hour of sustaining his injury, he succumbed to loss of blood, falling into a state of unconsciousness from which he would not awaken. The bleeding had not ceased with his collapse. Had he sustained an injury to his arm or leg, a tighter bandage might have stifled the flow, but the wound to his neck left him with no such options. Tightening the bandage would stifle his breath, while loosening it would allow the blood to flow freely. It was a cruel dilemma. Not only was this man nearing death, but Wang Kai was also on the brink, as his untreated arm had become grotesquely swollen and discolored, nearly twice its normal size. Wang Kai began to drift into unconsciousness, occasionally rousing, yet his eyes reflected only confusion, and the intervals between awakenings grew shorter, in addition to the absence of medical assistance. He had been entirely abandoned by his small group. He had gone an entire day and night without sustenance or hydration. It remains uncertain if he regretted his choices in these final moments. Joanin's ruthless demeanor instilled fear in most, save for a small faction secretly plotting against her. The majority kept their distance, wary of provoking someone so willing to wield a blade indiscriminately. Just moments ago, an onlooker had nearly been caught by her knife, and he still trembled at the memory. Chisiki and her companions witnessed the incident, their expressions betraying their unease as they exchanged glances, relieved that they had not encountered Joanin's wrath when they had sought entry. Had the door opened to reveal her in such a frenzy, it was conceivable that one among them might not have survived to see this day. After all, no one could guarantee their status as the fortunate one. While they had scavenged for supplies in their previous world to survive, facing violence and death, this was a different realm. Despite their brief hour here, they recognized that, though it was a game world, its inhabitants adhered to a moral code, laws, and regulations. The situation bears a striking resemblance to the position of those living within the protective circle of the survival tower. Within a certain radius, no one dares to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would face severe repercussions. Even after the calamity struck, these rules and laws remained unbroken, leading them to gradually lower their guard, believing that, since laws and regulations were imposed upon these individuals, they, as outlaws within the game, were above these NPCs. Moreover, each of them carried their own golden finger space. Yet, they forgot that madness exists everywhere, no matter how normal or stringent the world may seem. It remains an exception, just like the sight before them, where one dares to wield a knife against others, utterly disregarding the law. The troubling aspect is that no one dares to resist. Even those who initially opened the door found themselves either dead, injured, or fleeing. It is rather laughable that several grown men were intimidated by a young girl, Chisiki's eyes. Any one of these men, if brought forth, would prove no match for the woman wielding the knife. Surely, if she could muster the courage to snatch the knife from her, overpowering her would be a trivial task. Truly a pack of cowards. Simultaneously, she silently rejoiced that they had not acted rashly. Otherwise, encountering a sudden knife attack, where could one seek justice? It was at this moment that the group genuinely abandoned the idea of raiding Zhou room. Just moments ago, they were deliberating on robbing her. Yet now they all felt a collective retreat in their hearts. Madness is not to be trifled with. Zhou, however, cared little for such matters. After demonstrating her might, she observed those who cowered and cast furtive, fearful and disdainful glances her way, realizing that she had temporarily secured her safety, at least for the time being. No one would dare to target her again. Upon returning to her room, she removed her blood-stained clothing, washing the exposed skin that had been spattered with blood with the water she had previously stored. She also cleansed her blood-soaked outerwear, leaving it to drip in the bathroom. Though drying the clothes in the current weather would prove challenging, at the very least, the cleansed garments no longer bore the stench of blood. Once the excess water had dripped away, she would hang them in her room to air dry gradually. Discarding them was not an option. After all, this was the only outfit she possessed. Entering the game had been too hasty, leaving her unprepared. Today marked the 5th day of the calamity. Zhou gazed out at the curtain of rain while munching on a packet of pork jerky. Her ears attuned to the sounds outside. Aside from the raindrops splashing into the water, she seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of something darting beneath the surface. However, the shadow moved swiftly, and before she could discern what it was, it vanished into the depths. Suddenly, Zhou recalled something she had heard in her previous life, though she had remained hidden in the hotel corridor at the time and had not ventured outside. Thus, never witnessing it firsthand, it was said that a peculiar fish had emerged in the waters, one that had never been seen before. This fish was impervious to acid and could ignore acid rain, boasting a formidable attack power with sharp teeth and an immense biting force. Due to its size and ferocity, many who dared to brave the rain in search of supplies had fallen victim to its deadly jaws. Some suffered severe injuries, while others were bitten to death, even consumed entirely. Of course, those who were severely injured would not survive, as the water contained acid, and the stagnant water had long since turned into sewage, the bacteria within it likely claiming the lives of these wounded individuals. Moreover, the scent of blood, amplified by their injuries, would attract other dangerous creatures, even if one managed to reach a safe place. The lack of medical aid would still spell doom. So, could that fleeting shadow have been that monstrous fish? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the shadow reappeared in her line of sight. Though it quickly submerged again, the entire encounter lasted merely a few seconds, yet Zhou clearly discerned its shape, approximately 1.5 to 2 meters in length. Moreover, it was particularly wide, easily measuring at least a meter across. Viewed from above, it appeared somewhat chubby and even adorable, resembling a larger version of a pomfret, with a relatively small tail. In her previous life, she had remained hidden in this hotel. Due to her initial lack of preparation and insufficient supplies, her existence in the latter half of the month had been a struggle between hunger and satiety, just managing to avoid starvation. Consequently, she had never faced the dangers outside and had never seen the true form of that fish. All her knowledge derived from hearsay. She wondered if the fish outside could be consumed. After those fish had tasted humans, perhaps eating them might be somewhat off-putting, but now they should still be edible, right? However, even if they were edible, no one would dare to dive in and catch them. After all, in a confrontation with that fish, it remained uncertain who would become the other's meal. For such a large fish, humans would surely be a delectable snack. Furthermore, in her previous life, she had never heard of anyone catching fish to eat. Perhaps it was because these fish became even more ferocious after consuming humans, or perhaps they grew larger, rendering them nearly impossible to handle. There was also the possibility that their sheer numbers led to the demise of all who ventured out to catch them. After the earlier display of power, she managed to sleep soundly that night, undisturbed by any foolish individuals knocking on her door. On the 6th day of the calamity, the rain had ceased. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhou opened the communication channel and, as expected, noted that the number of survivors had dwindled by over 20. Among them, many astute individuals likely attempted to seize the opportunity while others were still oblivious, only to fall victim to the monstrous fish, as anticipated. Just as she thought this, someone began to speak. "I have money. Damn it, this place isn't even by the sea. How could there be such a large fish? I saw with my own eyes that fish bite a survivor in half. The upper half was in its mouth, and only the lower half was left, gushing blood. It nearly scared me to death. If I hadn't reacted quickly and was a decent swimmer, I might have been the next one severed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it eats humans, isn't that a shark? But aren't sharks supposed to live in the deep sea? Survival is tough. Damn it, this game is getting harder. I thought the acid rain and floods were the limit, and now there are sharks. How are we supposed to survive? I have money. Although I don't know what kind of fish it is, I am certain it is not a shark. I am the best in the world. Regardless of what kind of fish it is, knowing it eats humans is enough. Sugar Yuan Bao. I originally planned to go out to search for supplies now that the rain has stopped. But after hearing this, should I go out or not? Galoo Beast. Of course, don't go out. Even if there are supplies outside, there are dangers and unknown dangers at that. If you go out, you might just end up delivering yourself as food to that big fish. Brother Hao. What you said makes a lot of sense. If we don't find supplies, we shouldn't put our lives at risk. If supplies run out, we can just rob the NPCs. Why risk ourselves? As long as we stay here for 30 days, we can leave. Princess Xiangxiang. Are you sure they are NPCs? I feel like they are living, breathing people. If we rob them, aren't we depriving them of their hope for survival? That seems too cruel. Brother is still a brother. Who is this little fairy, so detached from human affairs? If you are so noble, why not share half of your supplies with me? I haven't eaten in 2 days, and if I don't eat soon, I might starve to death. Just consider it a gesture of compassion, since you can sympathize with NPCs, let alone with a living person like me. Different fireworks? Count me in too. I haven't eaten in 2 days either. Little fairy upstairs, please lend me a hand. I am the noticeable bag. Everyone, we're getting off topic. Weren't we discussing that big fish? As far as I know, there are no rivers or lakes near this city. And the only moat usually only has a shallow layer of water, crystal clear. So where did the fish come from? Is it an outsider? Or has a normal fish mutated? If it's the latter, we might be in danger. After this exchange, everyone grew tense. Indeed, if ordinary fish had mutated into such a form, could they even venture outside? Who could tell how many ordinary fish had transformed? At this moment, many began to silently agree with Brother Hao's words. If there were no supplies, would they still rob the NPCs? Was it necessary to risk their lives to search for supplies? After all, many people in the real world also lived in a cycle of hunger and satiety. They had managed to survive such days before, so why couldn't they do so now? Moreover, when the time came to leave, they could take some supplies from this world, though they still had not figured out how to do so or what they could carry away. Zhou inside. Was chaos about to commence? In her previous life, upon first entering the game, she had felt both anxious and fearful. Additionally, with so many people in the corridor, she had not dared to open the light screen to check the communication channel, focusing instead on hiding herself and reducing her presence. Naturally, she had not realized when the players began to hatch ill intentions. Furthermore, at that time, she also had to deal with the scoundrel Tang Kaixian, as she had to feign compliance to conceal her identity as a player when he approached her. Reflecting on her previous self, she truly felt quite foolish, hiding within the confines of her hotel room. The player, influenced perhaps by the words of others in her group, could no longer contain herself on the 8th day of the Cataclysm game and finally decided to strike against the local inhabitants. However, due to prior intimidation, no one had dared to target Zhou until this moment. She had enjoyed a few peaceful days, but now, on the 13th day, her door was once again knocked upon. With a sigh, Zhou recognized that her time of tranquility was drawing to a close. It was no longer feasible to remain in such a sheltered existence as before. Though the rain had ceased in recent days, the lingering acidic rainwater and the presence of predatory fish deterred many from venturing out to scavenge for supplies, resulting in a growing scarcity of resources. The critical shortage referred primarily to food and clean water, while blankets and similar items were less in demand, as the sun had dried those that had been soaked by the rain. Zhou identity as a player was all too evident. Only players possessed the ability to activate storage space and hoard provisions. Having remained indoors for 12 days without stepping outside, it was inconceivable that she could have survived without such resources. Initially, her fierce reputation had kept potential aggressors at bay, but as violence and theft became increasingly rampant in the hotel, the grim reality was that fatalities occurred almost daily. Gradually, the populace accepted this brutal norm, and Zhou previous actions began to appear less shocking and more justifiable. Consequently, a self-assured gang set their sights on her. With a series of loud knocks on her door, a voice called out from the outside, "Listen. We know you're a player as well. In the spirit of camaraderie, we one team make things difficult for you. Brother Ping has organized us to unite, pooling our resources for equitable distribution to ensure every player's survival. Open the door, and if you join our ranks, not only will you be safe, but we will also protect you. Zhou lips twitched slightly. In a previous life, a player known as Brother Ping had formed a similar group, initially presenting a facade of fairness. However, that illusion had quickly faded as the game progressed and time dwindled. Players who had hoarded minimal supplies began to exhaust their resources. Under Brother Ping's leadership, they willingly surrendered what little they had, enticed by the prospect of sharing in the bounty of the group. The reasoning was simple. By relinquishing a small portion of their supplies, they could partake in Brother Ping's provisions for the foreseeable future. After all, their limited resources would not suffice until the conclusion of the game. As for the fate that awaited them, once the shared supplies were depleted, that was a concern for Brother Ping alone, as no specific quota had been established for contributions. With the prevailing mindset that one must seize opportunities when they arise, most players voluntarily joined, with only a few coerced through threats or bribes. Perhaps Brother Ping's initial intentions were noble, aiming to be a fair leader to help everyone survive. Yet upon realizing the scant offerings from the players, he quickly abandoned that resolve. After consulting with his core members, they decided to abscond with the gathered resources. Once they departed, the remaining players were left to fend for themselves, a reality that did not trouble them in the least. Zhou concluded that all notions of calculation and retaliation stemmed from a simple desire for the abundant resources that had been offered, yet were to be shared with others, an unbearable thought that drove them to flee. Given that supermarkets and markets were typically located on the lower floors, most supplies had either been plundered or ruined by the acidic rain, leaving little food available. It was no wonder that this group was tempted. As for the dangers lurking outside, their escape remained a mystery, but those players who had initially sought an advantage woke up to find themselves destitute. Those who had preserved a portion of their supplies fared relatively well, at least for the time being, while those who had surrendered everything found themselves in dire straits. Zhou had taken great care to conceal her identity as a player, which had spared her from unwanted attention until now. Aware of the nature of this gang, she had no intention of joining them. Doing so would only make her a fool, providing resources for others. Accepting that her secret would no longer hold, she resolved to reveal her identity. After enduring days of depletion, her remaining supplies were just sufficient to fit within her storage space. Therefore, even if she opened the door, she had no fear of being robbed. Moreover, the outcome of any confrontation remained uncertain. As she gripped a watermelon knife, she opened the door and coldly regarded those outside. "I will take 2 days to consider your proposal." The burly man outside, despite having heard of her reputation, felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of her icy gaze, and the knife she held tightly if she were to lash out. Even as a man with companions, he could not dismiss the potential for injury. This realization provided him with an opportunity for retreat. "All right, take your time. We are all players here. If we unite, we can overcome the 30-day deadline and escape this world together. Going solo is quite challenging, but with numbers, we can support one another, don't you agree? After all, none of us can predict the calamities that lie ahead." The man, clearly a fervent supporter of Brother Ping's ideology, might very well have been among those who fled with supplies in the previous life. But that mattered little now. In a couple of days, they would likely abandon their post, leaving no one to concern themselves with her affiliations or contributions. Were it not for the deep, acidic waters outside, she would have left already, for the sheer number of people present promised chaos. Especially when they realized she lacked for nothing, it was futile to think she could sneak food without being noticed. Amidst a crowd of gaunt and weary faces, her vitality would be glaringly apparent. One was a fool. After their negotiations concluded, Zhou attempted to close the door but was suddenly struck by a malevolent gaze. Looking up, she locked eyes with a woman who, startled, quickly averted her gaze. Yet Zhou did not miss the fleeting malice that flashed across the woman's face, no longer inclined to shut the door. She maintained her emotionless demeanor, raising the knife to point at the woman. "Who is she? What is her name?" The man, witnessing her action, felt his heart race and instinctively stepped back, nearly toppling those behind him. He raised his arm, ready to defend himself, but was taken aback when she did not strike and instead spoke again. He exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, his back damp with sweat. The distance between them had been too close for comfort. And had she chosen to attack, he would have had no time to evade her. Looking in the direction of the knife's point, he recognized the woman. In truth, he could not claim to know all those who had joined Brother Ping's group. They were merely familiar faces. Yet this woman stood out in his memory. Chisiki, a fellow player. Chisiki kept her head down, gritting her teeth as she struggled to contain her fury. No one saw the venomous glare hidden beneath her lowered brow, ready to spill over. Damn it! At least before entering the game, she had maintained her dignity. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Now, she was subjected to humiliation she had never experienced before. It was infuriating. For now, she would bide her time. When this group disbanded, it would be her moment to exact revenge. Zhou Anin's past experiences taught her the importance of not allowing malice to fester unchecked. As one could never predict how such malevolence might evolve, or what consequences it might yield. To be prudent, she resolved not to wait until after the group departed to act. Rather, she would strike before they left. After all, she could not ascertain whether Chisiki was one of Brother Ping's confidants. What if she had been among those who escaped with him? That would be akin to releasing a tiger back into its lair. Finding her again would prove to be no easy task, especially since she was utterly convinced that she did not recognize this woman. It was a manifestation of malice from a stranger. If she could unleash such hostility towards herself, could she not also direct it towards others? In a sense, this could be considered an act of divine justice. Chisiki felt the hair on her body stand on end. Although this woman had merely issued a few warnings, she had acutely sensed the danger. This woman harbored murderous intent towards her. The woman appeared rosy and vibrant, clearly not lacking in resources. Chisiki gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, "You are the one who cannot face the world. Your entire family is unworthy of being seen." After a moment of blinking and stealing her emotions, she slowly lifted her head, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Sister, what have I done to deserve your animosity?" Zhou Anin furrowed her brow, her thoughts circling back to a familiar voice. Chapter 18. Acid Rain 16. She recalled the day when a waitress brought a woman to her, seeking to share a room, which she had declined. The persuasive voice that had tried to convince her belonged to this very woman. Moreover, just a few days prior, this woman had impersonated a waitress and knocked on her door. This enmity had escalated significantly. Coming back time and again, she was clearly fixated on her. It was merely that Zhou Anin had not fallen into her trap until now. However, Zhou Anin had not opened the door then and had not seen this woman's face. Now, confronted with this utterly unfamiliar visage, her irritation surged. Damn it! What is this nonsense? Reflecting on the fact that this woman was a complete stranger to her, it was evident that there could be no prior grudge between them. Hence, it was easy to surmise the reason for this woman's resentment. It must stem from that day when she had refused to share a room with her, prompting the woman to harbor ill will and seek revenge. Perhaps this time, this group had come to persuade her to join Ping Ji's gang, with this woman acting as the instigator. This solidified Zhou Anin's resolve that this woman could not be allowed to remain. She had never considered herself a virtuous person. It was merely that she was still in the early stages of the game, her strength quite feeble. The only reliance she had was the indifference and disregard for life that her past life had instilled in her, allowing her to act decisively without hesitation or psychological burden. However, in terms of strength, she was well aware of her limitations. Therefore, Zhou Anin had no intention of provoking trouble unless it was brought to her doorstep. But should anyone seek her out, she would not shy away. After all, in such circumstances, retreat was not an option. One step back would lead to a continuous retreat. She rolled her eyes. "Your tea-arts are wasted on me. I am immune to your tricks. If you wonder why I target you and not others, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions instead of resorting to your tea-arts. We are all adults here. Who hasn't read a few novels steeped in tea culture? Your skills are still quite shallow. Do you take those around you for fools? Do you truly believe everyone is as easily deceived as you imagine? That you alone are the clever one while others are mere simpletons?" Particularly the man leading the group, whose tone brooked no argument, stated, "I need to think this over. I will give you a response within 2 days at most." The swift transition from menacing to courteous seemed to catch the man off guard, and he hurriedly nodded. "All right. No rush. Take your time to consider." This woman was evidently not to be trifled with. Since the other party had agreed to contemplate and had not outright rejected her, waiting a couple of days was a trivial matter. Zhou Anin shut the door. Chisiki's expression turned ashen. The carefully cultivated image she had crafted was unraveled by a few words from this woman. Sensing the disdainful or mocking gazes around her, Chisiki wished for time to rewind. When she had knocked on this woman's door, she should have stepped aside and not approached. Alas, one cannot buy foresight with wealth, especially since she possessed none. She could only feign a more aggrieved demeanor, as if she had truly been wronged. Unfortunately, she failed to recognize the current circumstances. Everyone was struggling to survive. Who had the time to watch her performance? By tomorrow morning, those who had turned in supplies would discover that Ping Gu and his group had vanished, along with the resources they had submitted. Thus, Zhou was prepared to take action tonight. Although she had no desire for those supplies, the woman named Chisiki had to die. She had not been idle the previous day, having strolled around twice and ascertained where Chisiki resided. The trouble was, she was living with many others, and now, no one was sleeping in the hallway anymore. The situation had devolved. Those who had once slept in the corridors would wake up to find their supplies missing, sometimes even their blankets. Furthermore, everyone had formed teams, as solitary individuals were easily victimized, and a small group would naturally share a room. However, with so many people crammed into a single space, the bathrooms had become communal. Zhou intended to strike in these areas. It was quite easy to identify Chisiki in the dimly lit surroundings since, apart from her, everyone else in that room was male, with diligence rewarded. Just as Zhou was beginning to grow impatient, contemplating whether to let Chisiki be for now, and perhaps strike later when the opportunity arose, the door to the room she had been watching creaked open. A beam of light spilled out. Zhou hastily ducked into an empty room, cautiously peeking out. Initially, she could not discern whether the figure behind the light was male or female, but when the person turned and entered another room, she recognized the silhouette. It was undoubtedly a woman. Though she could not make out the features, it had to be Chisiki. She immediately followed her into that room. Upon entering the room's bathroom, Chisiki casually closed the door behind her, leaving Zhou to wait outside. Hearing the click of the lock turning, a figure emerged from within, but before they could react, a blanket was thrown over their head. "Who? Help me!" Due to the blanket, the cry for help was muffled, but before she could continue her plea, a hammer struck her head, thud after thud, through the blanket. The person collapsed limply to the floor. Zhou did not cease her assault, delivering 2 more blows to confirm that the individual no longer stirred. She then lifted the blanket, retrieving the flashlight that had fallen to the ground. The face was marred with blood, obscuring its original features. She wiped it clean and splashed some water on it until she could clearly see the visage. It was indeed Chisiki. Wrapping the lifeless body back up in the blanket, she utilized her space to transport it to the window, from where she unceremoniously discarded the corpse. By the time dawn broke, those who had allied with Ping Gu were still waiting for him to distribute breakfast. Yet as their stomachs growled with hunger, no meal arrived. Everyone began to search for Ping Gu's group, only to discover that they had vanished, along with the supplies they had surrendered. This group had actually fled with their resources. A tidal wave of anger surged, and each person seized their weapons, determined to confront Ping Ji's group, only to find that they had completely disappeared. Regardless of how much fury they felt, it was futile. As for Chisiki, she too had vanished. Initially, a few companions expressed doubts, but upon hearing that Ping Ji's group had vanished with the supplies, what was there left to question? Chisiki had undoubtedly fled with them. Meanwhile, Zhou was momentarily forgotten by the crowd. As the days passed, with supplies dwindling, on the 19th day of the game, all the food, water, and 2 weapons had been stashed in her space. What remained outside were merely clothing, blankets, and other necessities. Though the outside world was besieged by monstrous fish attacks, remaining in the hotel without resources was tantamount to waiting for death. Some could no longer restrain themselves and ventured out in groups of 3 or 5 to seek supplies. After all, in the apocalypse, there were countless places to take refuge. Chapter 19. Acid Rain. End. Given the dire situation outside, searching for supplies was perilous. Almost every outing posed a life-threatening risk. The resources they possessed were their hope for survival. To have their hopes snatched away was intolerable for anyone. Finally, catching the culprits warranted nothing less than 1,000 cuts in retribution. In the days to come, while many newcomers arrived at the hotel, upon witnessing the chaos and the ravenous eyes that seemed to glow green, eager to devour the intruders, It became clear that there was little sustenance to be found here. To barge in recklessly was akin to courting death. After all, this was the territory of another, and one could never know where someone might be lying in wait to ambush. If one were merely robbed of their supplies, they could consider themselves fortunate. It was entirely possible that they might lose their lives upon entry, and worse yet, their bodies could be consumed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, those who peered in and beheld the scene turned away, not even stepping through the threshold, while others, using binoculars to survey the surroundings, opted to circumvent the area. After all, there were numerous buildings in similar disarray as the hotel, and many had grown accustomed to such sights. Certainly, there are individuals who remain undeterred, yearning to breach the confines and ascertain if there are any overlooked souls. The outcome, however, is all too evident. Those who venture inside find themselves devoid of any opportunity to exit. Their scant provisions stripped away on the 23rd day of the game, someone finally succumbed to temptation, turning their attention towards the corpses. The initial step is always the most challenging, but once the first taste is savored, the subsequent actions become burdenless. Zhou Anin steadfastly maintained her position within the hotel, surrounded by a cadre of cannibals. Yet, venturing outside posed significant peril. Perhaps her notorious reputation wielded a modicum of deterrence over these individuals. Nonetheless, there were those who dared to approach, only to meet their demise at the hands of Zhou Anin, their bodies subsequently becoming sustenance for the ravenous group. With the provision of food, they subsided for a day or two. After the slaying of 3 individuals, the group finally recoiled from confronting Zhou Anin, primarily due to their inability to overpower her, but also because they lacked the mercilessness she exhibited. A moment's hesitation could very well spell their doom. Furthermore, when Zhou Anin emerged, the door was ajar, allowing onlookers to see her dwindling supplies. Save for those she concealed in her personal space, invisible to others, at this juncture, only 2 days remained in the game. And Zhou Anin had grown disinterested in the communication channel. The once light-hearted atmosphere had dissipated. The chatroom was rife with hostility, individuals expressing a fervent desire to annihilate one another, a level of animosity that could rival that of a familial vendetta. Even the online beggars had vanished, for shouting into the void proved futile. After all, no one possessed surplus food to share. Even if they did, it would remain tightly grasped in their hands, fearing the potential of forgetting. Zhou Anin resolved to meticulously revisit her memories, taking advantage of the solitude that enveloped her like a cocoon. The outside world remained undisturbed, her sanctuary akin to a realm of its own. On the evening of the 30th day, Zhou Anin, well-fed and impeccably dressed, cocooned herself in a blanket, ensuring the windows were secure and the curtains drawn. She barricaded movable objects against the window, taking a position slightly removed from it. Around 10 o'clock, hail began to pour outside, accompanied by a ferocious wind that assaulted the glass with a cacophony of sound, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Zhou Anin had feared. A loud crash signaled the shattering of a window pane. However, due to her tightly drawn curtains and the weight of various objects pressing down on them, the shards and the hail that followed were effectively obstructed. Though the wind remained unyielding, wrapped in her blanket, Zhou Anin sought refuge in the bathroom. This ordeal persisted for over 2 hours, and even once the hail ceased, the wind continued to howl, ushering in a damp chill that infiltrated her haven. It was still daylight, out of sync with the game's temporal flow. Aside from a thin layer of dust settling in her home, little had changed. Zhou Anin first shed her disheveled attire and tossed it into the washing machine. She then dampened a towel and meticulously wiped down her entire body, washing her hair with great care. Only then did she delve into her personal space for supplies. Her cubic space, limited in capacity, was nearly depleted after the last few days of consumption. Yet, even with the remaining provisions, she realized that 10 days' worth of supplies would far exceed her needs, and any surplus could be carried into the next game. After all, who could predict the circumstances of the forthcoming round? While others might face uncertainty, Zhou Anin was acutely aware of her previous experiences, remembering that the next game did not necessitate bringing supplies. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to prepare a few essentials. Who could ascertain whether her rebirth would invoke a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? As long as she was satiated, there was no need to reserve provisions for others. All her supplies could remain on her person, provided they fit. However, she contemplated donning several layers of warm clothing for the next game, especially if the impending calamities mirrored those of her past life. which had been associated with extreme cold. The food she had prepared was ample, though her drinking water was somewhat scarce. Yet, as long as she refrained from wasteful practices, it sufficed for her needs, allowing for the occasional porridge. The realization that each game concluded with a chance to draw a prize filled her with anticipation, albeit tempered by the knowledge of the previously meager odds. In her last life, she had drawn nothing but a token of gratitude. What if this time differed? Eagerly, she initiated the draw, only to be met with the same disheartening message from her past. Disappointed, she closed the interface. After a refreshing bath and drying her hair, she had just slipped into clean sleepwear, ready to rest, when her phone rang. A flicker of displeasure stirred within Joanne. She could surmise it was her rather opportunistic brother reaching out. Before her rebirth, she had been somewhat socially anxious, possessing few friends, even avoiding casual greetings with neighbors. When scavenging for supplies, she had always preferred solitude, and since their parents' passing, her brother and sister-in-law had become her only points of contact. Contemplating the situation, Joanne resolved to maintain discretion, recognizing her brother's current vulnerability. Thus, she answered the call. After all, she was reborn, but he remained oblivious to the circumstances. Ignoring his call would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Her intent was to seek vengeance for past grievances, not to erase all bonds through neglect. If he called her, it was a sign that he had perished in the game. If he reached her, he would likely request supplies. She gazed at the familiar yet distant number on her phone. She inhaled deeply to quell the tumult of emotions before answering. Sure enough, the familiar voice resonated across the line. "Anin, it's been a month since I last heard from you. Have you, too, entered the game? My wife and I have been struggling to find enough food to sustain ourselves. We can hardly manage a half-full meal. Please lend me some supplies. I promise to return them once I can enter the game and procure some resources." Zhou Kong was adept at spinning tales, and even through the digital divide, Zhou Anen could almost feel the weight of his scheming. "I promise I'll return it," he implored, but since their parents' demise, how many times had he borrowed from her, always vowing to repay her? Yet, when had he ever done so? Zhou Anen would sooner believe that a pig could climb a tree than trust Zhou Kong's promises, especially with that wretched Tang Shuejia in the mix. Oh, how had she once responded to him in her previous life? At that time, Zhou Kong had been quite pleased, declaring that he would not require her to deliver supplies, as he would come to collect them with his wife. He even remarked how she had endured hardship in the game world and that she should simply await their arrival. Yet, upon their arrival, seeing her resources sparked their greed anew. Zhou Kong had suggested, "With so many supplies, why not divide them among the three of us? Your sister-in-law needs to be well-nourished. We're planning to have a child. Once she is pregnant, you'll be an aunt. Consider this your early gift for your future nephew. After all, you can't consume all of this alone. Your sister-in-law and I appreciate your generosity. It is also possible that Anan is simply too weak. Having scarcely managed to procure anything at all, have you not seen others complaining that the items they acquired are woefully insufficient? Towards the latter part of the game, one can only quench their hunger with water. And some have even run out of that. Far worse than our situation. If Anan did not bring supplies because she was unsure how to extract them, that is of little consequence. She will learn for next time. Once she awakens, I shall give her a call to discuss this matter, encouraging her to bring more supplies next time." Unfortunately, this puts Jujia in a difficult position. I had hoped this time she could indulge herself, but to my dismay, the girl proved utterly unresourceful, failing to bring even a modest amount of provisions. What a disappointment! We shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Next time, I must urge her to bring an abundance of her favorite foods. Zhou Kong spoke with a sense of certainty, as if he were confident that his sister would heed his advice. However, Tang Shuejia held a different perspective. Perhaps she had brought along only valuable items. Reluctant to part with them. With this thought, she pressed further. "Darling, let us go and check on Anan. It has been quite a while since we last saw her, and I find myself missing her. I wonder how much she has suffered in the game, what trials she has endured. As her brother and sister-in-law, we ought to visit her, allowing her to feel the warmth of family." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kong felt a surge of irritation. His sister had reached a marriageable age, and he had intended to introduce her to a rather capable friend of his. However, the moment he broached the subject, she had steadfastly rejected the idea without hesitation. Ordinarily, this would not have posed a problem, but he had already made arrangements with that friend. Consequently, when his sister adamantly refused to attend the blind date, A quarrel ensued between the siblings. This previously amiable friend had since developed a grudge against him, refusing to accompany him on resource hunts. With no choice left, he had to seek out another companion, only to find that this new partner was even weaker than he was and lacked a vehicle. Of course, Zhou Kong himself did not possess a car. Additionally, both of them were rather feeble, situated perilously close to the survival tower, making them easy targets for others. His sister had been pampered since childhood, selfish and inconsiderate, entirely oblivious to the needs of others. The suitor he had introduced her to was quite excellent, with conditions far superior to hers, yet she adamantly refused to meet him, causing him to lose face and a friend in the process. What harm would it have done to meet him? After all, would it have cost her a piece of flesh? Tang Xuejia, recalling her husband's indignation, immediately added fuel to the fire. Indeed, the suitor you introduced her to was quite suitable in every aspect. I cannot fathom her reasoning for refusing to even meet him, causing you to lose face before your friends. It seems to me she is doing this intentionally, seeking to vex you and undermine your dignity. Humph! That girl is utterly heartless. I have treated her with such kindness, believing her to be my dear sister, yet it appears my goodwill has been squandered. The couple exchanged words, united in their disdain for Zhou Anan, venting their frustrations as if this would somehow diminish her. Alas, their tirade was but a whisper in the wind, for Zhou Anan was oblivious to their grievances, having slept for an unusually long time. She awoke to the dawn of a new day, the clock reading just past 5 in the morning. The sun had barely begun to rise when she found herself unable to lie still any longer. Rising from her bed, she washed her face and brushed her teeth, then retrieved a box of spicy sour noodles from her storage. She prepared herself a serving, adding 2 sausages and a packet of dehydrated vegetables. The tangy and spicy flavors were quite appetizing. Upon finishing one serving, she felt a lingering desire for more. However, after patting her stomach, she decided against further consumption, not due to a lack of resources, but simply because she felt adequately full. That one box of noodles had been particularly satisfying, though she lacked for food and drink within the game. Cooking in the hotel was out of the question. At first, there had been water and electricity, allowing for hot water to be boiled for instant noodles, but eventually, she was left with only biscuits, bread, sausage, and jerky. Even while eating, one had to be exceedingly cautious to avoid attracting unwanted attention, thus opting for milder flavors to avoid provoking those who were perpetually starving. Once sated, she prepared to organize her supplies, categorizing her belongings. After all, her storage was far from being solely filled with food and water. By the time the game was nearing its conclusion, at least half of her storage had become empty. Wasting space was not an option, so she stuffed in any useful materials she could find. With her hunger quelled and no immediate tasks at hand, she resolved to tidy up her inventory, leaving her food and drink stored safely. Even though this was her home, and she alone possessed the key, she still felt it wiser to keep her supplies in storage. Just as she began to retrieve and sort through her belongings, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted her. The sound was insistent, as if there were an emergency. Zhou Anan sighed in resignation. What time was it? The sun had barely risen, and yet these two had come knocking. Clearly, they were quite concerned for her. Outside, impatience grew. Zhou Kong's knocking had escalated into pounding, accompanied by his shouts. Zhou Anan, hurry up and open the door. Don't think I don't know you're home. Open up now, or I'll break the door down. With a long face, she stood at the door, showing no intention of letting them in. What on earth are you two doing at this hour? Can't you let others sleep? Do you think everyone is as idle as you? How late do you think it is? The sun is already up. What are you doing standing there? Let your sister-in-law in first. Are you both mad? I haven't even gotten out of bed. And you're already banging on the door. It's not like you two are the only ones struggling in this game. What is it to you if I want to sleep a little longer? I am not eating your rice or relying on you to support me. I'll sleep as long as I please. It's none of your business, Anan. Don't blame your brother. He speaks bluntly but means no harm. We were just worried about you and wanted to check in. After saying this, Zhou Anan attempted to close the door, only to have Zhou Kong block it with his arm, his expression one of displeasure and reproach. He looked at his sister with a glare. What are you doing? Your sister-in-law and I traveled a long way to see you, and you want to even let us in? Is this how you treat family? Is it possible that I smell meat on you? Seriously? Is your nose a dog-s? It's just that I added a couple of sausages to my spicy noodles. I even opened the window to air out the smell. And yet you can still detect it? What an extraordinary sense of smell you have. Are you imagining things? I simply added 2 sausages. Why didn't you come later? Is it necessary to bang on the door at dawn? Waking me up before I'm fully awake? You think your knocking can only be heard by me? Why are you so troublesome? Unable to counter his sister's words, Zhou Kong felt his anger flare. Meanwhile, Tang Xuejia, though feigning a demeanor of grievance, was internally seething, wishing to pounce on Zhou Anan and tear her to shreds. Yet she refrained, mindful of her image, especially in front of Zhou Kong, who had always preferred her to be the gentle and accommodating type. If she were to lash out at Zhou Anan, he might label her as a shrew, and once her image was tarnished, would she still hold his heart? This was a gamble Tang Xuejia feared to take. Zhou Kong, too, was filled with frustration, feeling that his sister had changed drastically since their last meeting, almost as if she were a completely different person. The once obedient and selfless sister had transformed into a sharp-tongued individual. Her words harsh and devoid of the gentleness and understanding she once possessed. Could a mere game truly cause such a profound change? Was it possible she had been possessed by some wretched spirit? Seeing Zhou Anan persistently block the door, his expression darkened. Who are you, if not my sister? What spirit has taken possession of her body? Zhou Anan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Her brother was quite something. He could concoct such thoughts over her refusal to let them in. Zhou Kong, are you out of your mind? Even if I am your sister, I am now an adult. Let us not forget that we live separately and are now 2 distinct families. This is my home, and you have no right to enter at will. Furthermore, do you think my patience is foolishness? Just look at the time. Many people have yet to rise, yet you 2 insist on banging at my door, disturbing my peace. How can you justify such behavior? Why do you have to be so difficult? Zhou Kong could not best his sister in argument and became increasingly incensed. Tang Xuejia, while maintaining a facade of grievance, was inwardly screaming in frustration, desperate to lash out at Zhou Anan. Alas, she was constrained by her need to maintain her image, particularly in Zhou Kong's presence, where she had always played the role of the gentle and accommodating wife. If she were to act recklessly and assault Zhou Anan, Zhou Kong might categorize her as a shrew. And once her image was tarnished, would she still be able to capture his heart? This was a risk Tang Xuejia was unwilling to take. Zhou Kong, too, was seething with anger, convinced that his sister had transformed into someone entirely different. Where was the obedient, self-sacrificing sibling he once knew? The game had wrought such a dramatic change in her demeanor. Is it possible that you have hidden something from us? It is one thing for you to neglect your duties as an elder brother, but quite another for you to expect me, as your younger sister, to constantly provide for you. You are a grown man, with 2 shoulders to bear the weight of a head. How can you shamelessly drain me of my resources? Have I been too generous, allowing you to believe that my possessions are rightfully yours? Zhou Kong, I am your sister, not your parent. I have no obligation to care for you. And as for that burden beside you, Tang Xuejia, I can no longer endure this. She truly resembles a parasitic weight. Last night, your brother scarcely slept, consumed with worry for you, which is why we set out at dawn to see you. Yet, instead of gratitude, you choose to think so poorly of us. This is deeply hurtful to your brother. He may struggle to articulate his feelings, but rest assured, he is concerned for you. Do not blame him. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me, your sister-in-law, for holding him back. Tang Xuejia, observing someone opening the door and peering out to witness the commotion, hastily interjected to defend her man, adopting a demeanor of feigned submission. Although reputation has diminished in importance in this era, she is loath to tarnish her name, especially since she has been labeled a burden. That is simply intolerable. Even if no one explicitly identified her as such, she is self-aware enough to recognize that Zhou Anan is speaking of her. Furthermore, this quarrel between the siblings, while seemingly an attack on one another, inevitably includes her as well. How infuriating it is to hear that wretched girl continuously refer to you all, as if she were addressing a crowd. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, as though she bore the weight of the world as injustices, and in reflecting upon Zhou Anan's words, she too felt aggrieved. Zhou Anan found herself at a loss for words, witnessing her sister-in-law's theatrics. Tang Xuejia had an uncanny ability to feign distress, particularly in portraying vulnerability. A talent that far surpassed the ordinary, and her brother, with his romantic inclinations, was particularly susceptible to such dramatics. It was disconcerting to think whether he was truly devoid of rational thought, merely guided by base instincts, leaving the observer feeling quite nauseated. Enough of this pretense. I have no desire to witness your charade. Given that you have already seen me, consider your wishes fulfilled. Zhou Anan rolled her eyes dramatically and turned to close the door, only to find it firmly barred by Zhou Kong, who was determined not to let her shut him out. Regardless of the situation, he was a man, and her physical strength was no match for his. As Zhou Kong glared at her with fiery eyes, Zhou Anan felt her patience wearing thin. If only this were a game world, she could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Yet, considering the implications of such an act, she was unwilling to take responsibility for eliminating such a wretched individual. She had lived again not merely for vengeance but to thrive. With a resigned glance at him and at his hand pressing against the door, she asked, "What more do you want? Is this never-ending, brother? If I were to call you brother once more, could you at least exhibit a modicum of dignity?" Caught off guard by her piercing words, Zhou Kong's expression faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. In stark contrast, Tang Xuejia remained unfazed, indicating that her resilience was even greater than that of her husband. With a newfound resolve, Zhou Kong boldly declared, "Zhou Anan, if you refuse to allow us entry, are you concealing something valuable within? Are you afraid we might discover it?" As he spoke, he forcefully pushed against the door, but was caught off guard when Zhou Anan suddenly relinquished her hold, causing him to stumble forward. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the door frame, avoiding a fall. "If you insist on prying, then look. But once you've seen, leave quickly and do not disturb my rest." His near tumble incited great fury within Zhou Kong, who raised his hand, ready to strike Zhou Anan, but upon hearing her words, he abandoned the thought of violence and instead peered into the room. Although the space appeared somewhat disheveled, he did not spot what he sought. Yet, in his mind, he was convinced that Zhou Anan had hidden something away, prompting his tone to darken as he reproached her. "Zhou Anan, how outrageous! Did you deliberately leave the door closed, knowing we would come, just to hide your possessions?" Zhou Anan regarded him incredulously. Had this man actually engaged his brain? What kind of look is that? Have I misspoken? If you hadn't concealed your belongings, why is the living room in such disarray? Surely you didn't hastily stash away your items, leaving the room in shambles? Zhou Anan rolled her eyes again. "This is my home. I will keep it as I please. If I choose to maintain its cleanliness, I shall. If I prefer disorder, that is my right. Do you think you have any say in the matter? Even if I possessed resources, they are mine to manage as I see fit. I do not need to hide them. Are you underestimating me, or overestimating yourself? Zhou Kong, when I choose to regard you as my brother. You are my brother. When I do not, who on earth do you think you are?" Zhou Kong was momentarily silenced. Although he did not agree with his sister's sentiments, he recognized that in today's society, it was commonplace for family members to look after their own interests, and thus, her perspective held some validity. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, remembering the purpose of his visit and recalling the longing gaze of his wife. His expression darkening once more, "Then tell me, if not for the sake of hiding things and being unprepared, why is the living room in such disarray? Impossible! You are not Zhou Anan. My sister is not so untidy." Zhou Kong continued to regard her with suspicion. "What manner of spirit are you? How did you come to inhabit my sister's body? Where has she gone? Did you do away with her?" Zhou Anan rolled her eyes again, taken aback by the breadth of her brother's imagination, yet she would not indulge him. "Zhou Kong, who are you really? You are not my brother. My brother would never treat me this way. Speak. What vile and grotesque spirit has taken residence in your body? Come forth and return my caring brother to me." Zhou Kong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How swiftly the news travels. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not speak frivolously. You know I am serious. What is your surname? What is your name? Where do you hail from? My sister has a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder and a love for cleanliness. She would never allow her home to be in such disarray." Zhou Anan, in truth, she had once harbored such tendencies, yet after navigating the treacherous landscape of a post-apocalyptic game, any compulsions she had were thoroughly cured. Now, even if her home were a complete mess, she could easily fashion a nest and sleep soundly. In the face of survival, what value does obsession hold? Seizing the opportunity amidst their quarrel, Tang Shueijia had stealthily slipped inside, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny, including the open rooms, kitchen, and bathroom. Regrettably, all the supplies were safely stored in her own space. She had just stashed away various seasonings. Even if these two were to ransack the place, they would find nothing to eat. Disappointed at not locating what she sought, Tang Shuijia's gaze shifted to the storage cabinets as she remarked, "Anan, your room is far too messy. Let me help you tidy up." As she spoke of tidying, she dashed towards the cabinets, skillfully flinging open every door. Unfortunately, she found nothing of interest inside and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, along with a hint of confusion. If the items were neither in plain sight nor in the cabinets, where could they possibly be hidden? Zhou Anan no longer hindered her, merely observing Tang Shueijia rummage under the guise of cleaning, while also hurling insults at Zhou Kong. "You may drain me of my resources, but as long as you are not permitted to do so, I am no longer your sister. Zhou Kong, you truly are a scoundrel among scoundrels, and you, Tang Shueijia, are a match made in heaven for him, equally shameless and devoid of honor. Have you found what you were looking for, Tang Shueijia? Just look at the two of you. You resemble nothing more than a pair of bandits. Rogues, do remember, this is my home, not yours." You barge in and ransack it without a second thought. Tang Shueijia, do you not have any shame left? Though my brother was somewhat shameless before, he was never this outrageous. Since marrying a woman as greedy, shameless, and pretentious as you, his lack of decorum has skyrocketed. I can't help but wonder if you were the one who corrupted him, or if you two were simply a perfect match all along. Tang Shuijia's expression darkened. While she was indeed searching for items, being accused of shamelessness and lack of honor was a bitter pill to swallow. It stripped away all semblance of her dignity. How could she, as a woman, maintain her composure in such a situation? Especially before Zhou Kong, it threatened to unravel the persona she had carefully crafted. Although Zhou Anan had included her husband in the reprimand, she genuinely feared that he might develop a different opinion of her. Perhaps it was an innate talent for theatrics that such White Lotus types possessed. Tang Shuijia's tears flowed readily, requiring no time to brew. Her eyes reddened, and the tears gathered, poised to spill over at any moment. With glistening eyes, she gazed at Zhou Kong. "Darling, how can my sister speak of me in such a manner? Though I merely intended to be kind and help her tidy up her disheveled room, my sister misinterpreted my intentions as malevolent. I feel more wronged than Doi herself, alas." However, Zhou Kong lacks the discernment required in such matters, or perhaps his mind is clouded by infatuation, rendering him incapable of perceiving that Tang Shueijia is merely putting on an act. Upon witnessing her tears, he was instantly filled with compassion, pulling her into his embrace and offering her comfort. "Darling, do not cry. I apologize on behalf of my sister. It is entirely her fault for misunderstanding you. Zhou Anan, hurry and apologize to your sister-in-law. Look at what you've done. She's in tears. Do you have no conscience? Zhou Anan. I am in awe of how brazenly you both can utter such fabrications. Can you enlighten me on how you managed to do so? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt while saying these words? Or can you convince yourselves of your own fabrications? Listen to the audacity in your tone. How could such nonsensical statements even cross your minds? Zhou Anan, you are courting disaster." With the facade exposed and Tang Shuijiao feigning tears beside him, Zhou Kong's frustration boiled over, and he struck out at Zhou Anan. Yet, she was prepared for this. Although she had always been submissive and had never dared to retort, Zhou Kong had never laid a hand on her either. After all, they had been siblings for over 20 years, and given their past life experiences, Zhou Anan was well acquainted with Zhou Kong's character. Seeing his twisted expression, she swiftly grabbed the backpack hanging above the shoe rack behind the door, meeting his slap with it. The sound of the impact echoed. Although the bag's contents were unknown, it did not hit Zhou Anan and instead caused pain to his hand. Yet, Zhou Kong was consumed by rage, and the pain only intensified his fury. Failing to land his first blow, he swung again. Zhou Anan's gaze turned icy. No one would maintain a good temper when struck, especially considering that in a previous life, he had allowed Tang Shueijia to orchestrate his demise, even acting as a conspirator himself. In a sense, he had become his own enemy. With a flick of her wrist, a rolling pin appeared in her hand. Had it not been for the laws protecting her within the safe zone, she would have wielded a knife. She dodged his swinging hand, aiming the rolling pin at his abdomen, wishing she could unleash her full strength and rupture his spleen. The sudden force made Zhou Onkong's expression shift dramatically. Although the rolling pin was not sharp, the blow struck deep. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Unable to muster the strength to voice his pain, Tang Xuejia's face also paled. While she had intended to take advantage of Zhouanen, she harbored thoughts of sowing discord between the siblings. Hoping her husband would teach this little sister a lesson. Even if Zhouanen had previously been obedient, Tang Xuejia held disdain for her, envious of her youth and beauty. Moreover, her luck was remarkable. Whenever they went out searching for supplies, she consistently found more than the couple. Fortunately, Zhouanen had been compliant enough that at least half of the supplies she found had ended up in their hands. So despite her dislike, Tang Xuejia had never considered turning the siblings against each other. After all, if they became enemies, it would be difficult to coax supplies from her. Thus, she had spent the previous night whispering in Zhou Onkong's ear, successfully igniting his anger. Early this morning, before dawn, the couple had risen and left. Upon arriving at Zhou Anen's apartment building, they found the main door locked and waited for over 20 minutes until it finally opened. Rushing inside, they had assumed that once they entered her home, they could easily persuade Zhou Anen to willingly part with her supplies. Even if she wasn't willing, it wouldn't matter, as long as they could get their hands on what they desired. Their objective would be achieved. Tang Xuejia exclaimed in alarm, "Darling, are you all right? Don't scare me." Tears welled in her eyes. She was genuinely worried. After all, if her husband couldn't handle Zhouanen, then her chances of extracting supplies from her dwindled significantly. "Zhouanen, he is your brother. How could you strike him? Look at how much pain he is in. Hurry, dial for an ambulance and take your brother to the hospital." Zhouanen scoffed. "You barged into my home, demanding and smashing things, and yet you expect me to stand idly by. I will call the police. Even if you are my brother and sister-in-law, we are no longer one family. You have no right to invade my home and take what is mine. I will give what I wish to give, and if I do not wish to part with something, you cannot take it. Surely you both understand this." Chapter 24. Skill card. Tang Xuejia's expression stiffened. She had briefly considered calling the police herself. After all, her husband had been struck, and it seemed he was in considerable pain. Even though she had never loved him deeply, only relying on him. The sight of Zhou Onkong clutching his abdomen and grimacing did not appear to be a mere act. His apparent suffering further fueled her concern that he might have sustained a serious injury, which could jeopardize her own happiness. However, when she approached to support Zhou Onkong, from a vantage point hidden from Zhouanen, he subtly winked at her despite his contorted face. This revelation made Tang Xuejia realize that while Zhou Onkong was indeed in pain, part of it was feigned. Thus, when she heard Zhou Anen mention calling the police, her expression turned rigid. In situations like theirs, even if the police arrived, they would primarily mediate. After all, although Zhou Onkong had been hurt, this was Zhou Anen's home. Regardless of the circumstances, they remained outsiders. According to the laws of the safe zone, the fault lay with them. Even if they were struck, as long as it did not result in a serious injury, they would bear the consequences. Even if the assailant was the sister of her husband, this was still not their home. Strictly speaking, they had instigated the confrontation, and even if something serious occurred, they could claim self-defense as a mitigating factor. Moreover, given Zhou Onkong's condition, it did not appear he had suffered any grave injuries. There was another more crucial reason. Tang Xuejia certainly did not wish to escalate matters to this extent. For once they reached the point of involving the police, it would signify a complete breakdown in relations, making it all the more difficult for her to extract supplies from Zhouanen. After all, this woman had entered the game, and regardless of Zhou Onkong's protests, he believed Zhouanen was concealing supplies from them. Even if they found nothing in her home, they still possessed a personal space upon entering the game. However, the contents of that space were inaccessible to them, so they needed to coax Zhouanen into revealing something. Even if she did not disclose everything, a portion would suffice. Although the game was one of apocalyptic disasters, it was said that initial stages provided players with time to gather resources, and she longed for supplies that had not been contaminated by the mutations. To be honest, she could hardly recall the last time she had tasted food from before the apocalypse, almost forgetting the original flavors. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, Tang Xuejia was unwilling to let it slip away. Perhaps they had indeed overstepped by arriving too early. After all, they had never come this early before and were unaware that Zhou could be grumpy upon waking. "What are you doing? We are all family. Are there no grievances that can be resolved? Is it simply because we arrived a bit too early this morning and disturbed your sleep? My husband and I apologize." "Surely that will suffice. Quickly call for an ambulance and take your brother to the hospital. That blow might have struck a vital area. My husband and I do not yet have children. And if he is harmed, the Zhou family may face extinction." At this, it was Zhou Onkong's countenance that hardened. Seeing the couple's resolve wane, Zhou feigned acquiescence, refraining from mentioning the police again and instead pushing them towards the door. "Do not speak of family. All you do is scheme against my belongings. When you cannot acquire them, you wish to resort to violence. I have no relatives like you. Leave my home at once." Perhaps fearing that Zhou would genuinely involve the police, or perhaps realizing they had indeed found nothing, the couple did not insist on staying. After all, they had searched all possible areas, and her home was not expansive. There were no other hiding spots. It seemed that this time, they truly had not brought anything out. Of course, another possibility lingered, that the supplies were concealed within her personal space. After all, every player who entered the game possessed a personal space, which was no longer a secret. Regardless, Zhou supplies were something the couple would never relinquish. It was merely a matter of time before they acquired them. Following Zhou lead, Tang Xuejia assisted Zhou Onkong out while feigning resignation. "Darling, since your sister does not welcome us, we shall take our leave for now. When she is in a better mood, we will return. We are all family. There are no overnight grudges. You could have expressed your feelings more amicably instead of resorting to violence, which only resulted in your sister being upset. Alas, the misunderstanding with my younger sister has persisted. After all, you were the one who spent a sleepless night out of concern and came to see her at the crack of dawn." Zhou cast a cold glance at the couple, who were shamelessly trying to justify their actions, remaining silent as she awaited their departure. Once they stepped out, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The couple seethed with internal turmoil, feigning heartbreak over the misunderstanding, adopting a wounded demeanor. Zhou was indifferent to their theatricality. Although the safety zone of the survival tower offered security, everyone was tirelessly occupied with the struggle to fill their bellies, their spirits dulled by the harshness of life. Who had the energy to meddle in others' affairs? The couple's early arrival meant that those who were out working or scavenging for supplies had yet to leave, resulting in a crowded hallway. Thus, even if others gossiped behind her back, she remained unconcerned. After all, who had the leisure to gather for idle chatter? Zhou secretly wished to eliminate the two of them without a trace. But regrettably, she had only participated in the game once, and that first time had yielded no useful items. Moreover, she had never heard of any items appearing in her previous life, rendering her currently no match for Zhou Onkong. Bound by the laws and regulations of the Survival Tower's safety zone, she found it impossible to act in the real world, as she had no desire to enter the game from a detention center. Thus, she reluctantly allowed the couple to continue living for now. In the second game, it seemed a skill card had surfaced. However, in her past life, this skill card was obtained by a male player named Zhang Chong, who leveraged it to thrive in the early stages of the game. A step ahead led to a continuous advantage. Furthermore, this was a permanent skill card, not a one-time item. After acquiring this skill card, Zhang Chong had seized numerous items from other players later in the game. Yet, Zhou had perished early and was unaware of his fate thereafter. He had kept the nature of his skill a secret, and until her demise, she had never learned what it was, had it not been for the game system's announcement that accompanied his acquisition of the skill card, which had scrolled at the top of the chat channel for half an hour. They might have remained oblivious to who had obtained the skill card. Zhou yearned to snatch that skill card, but regrettably, she had no idea where Zhang Chong had procured it, only knowing he had killed an NPC named Mao Yuning, which was mentioned during the game system's announcement. With supplies in hand, Zhou life improved. She considered trading some of her supplies for points to secure a new residence, hoping to avoid the incessant disturbances from the couple. Thus, she resolved to wait until the 9th day, reserving enough for her own sustenance and exchanging the remainder for points. After all, she was well aware from previous games how to quickly amass more supplies, and there was no need to carry the leftover items into the game world. Chapter 25. There are no grudges within a family. Yet, remaining here was also unsafe. Each foray into the game world lasted 30 days. And who knew what could transpire during that time, especially with the scheming Tang Xuejia and Zhou Ankong keeping an eye on her belongings. Having died once, Zhou Ainin had gained profound insight into the couple's despicable nature. In her previous life, blinded by familial affection, the moment she faced death and that affection vanished from her heart and eyes, everything became clear. However, Zhou Ankong, as a substitute new player, would also enter the game this time. And Zhou Ainin contemplated whether she could eliminate him without his knowledge. Yet, she realized that attempting to do so during the second game was out of the question, as they would be on different maps, making encounters nearly impossible. Even if they did cross paths, she needed to ensure absolute certainty before taking action. Compassion was out of the question. Refraining from acting was merely a matter of caution. After all, if she acted and failed to kill him, her intentions would be exposed, alerting Zhou Ankong to her motives. To leave a threat alive would be unwise. Moreover, with Tang Xuejia, that treacherous woman, acting as his strategist, she had even more reason to be wary. Furthermore, her current physical condition was no match for Zhou Ankong's, and she had to be cautious not to be killed in retaliation. The best course of action would be to intercept that skill card. Regardless of its nature, as long as it was permanent, it would be a tremendous gain. This time, both siblings would enter the game, leaving only Tang Xuejia behind. Without Zhou Ankong present, Tang Xuejia would no longer need to pretend. Who knew what wicked schemes that malicious woman would concoct? In her previous life, although she had not taken any action during her own entry into the game, it was because she had shared a significant portion of her supplies with them, leaving herself only enough to get by. Naturally, they were aware that she had not retained much for herself, which deterred them from plotting against her. However, this time, they had obtained nothing from her, and she feared that this woman would not be satisfied, potentially plotting something detrimental to her once she entered the game world. For instance, she could secretly pry open her door and take the supplies she had left behind. Such an act was well within Tang Xuejia's capabilities. Zhou Ainin felt compelled to be on guard. In this world, the most precious commodities were supplies and points. Without her authorization, she could not access her points, so there was no cause for concern. She had also exchanged all her supplies for points before leaving, ensuring that even if Tang Xuejia infiltrated her apartment, she would find nothing of value. The notion of hiding her treasures was something Zhou Ainin believed Tang Xuejia would not resort to. Thus, she had no fear of theft. Days passed swiftly, and during this time, Zhou Ankong and Tang Xuejia alternated in calling her, all of which Zhou Ainin declined. After 2 days had passed since that morning, the couple returned. This time, they had learned their lesson and refrained from knocking at the crack of dawn. As nearly 10 a.m. approached, Zhou Ainin's door was once again knocked upon. Peering through the peephole, she was met with two familiar faces. A wave of revulsion washed over her. She would have preferred the game world. Although survival was fraught with peril and the constant threat of death loomed, it was still preferable to facing these two. The duality of her physical and psychological revulsion left her in a foul mood. Initially, she considered pretending not to be home, but reflecting on their relentless determination. She knew that if she didn't open the door, they would likely continue knocking indefinitely. Therefore, she opted to open the door. Inside, the couple found the most common food available in their world, which could be purchased with points, making it the cheapest option. Additionally, there was a half-full bucket of drinking water. Beyond that, there was little else to eat, until she could ensure she could eliminate the two of them in one swift blow. Zhou Ainin had no choice but to play along, keeping them at bay to avoid alarming them and making them wary. Seeing Zhou Ainin readily open the door, Tang Xuejia's eyes briefly sparkled with an imperceptible triumph. She had suspected that the events of that day were merely an anomaly, and that her sister-in-law was still the malleable woman she had always been. The space was cramped, and there were no designated seats for guests. Yet the couple entered without a hint of courtesy and settled down wherever they pleased. Once they were inside, Zhou Ainin fell silent, while Zhou Ankong wore a stern expression, clearly still upset. Tang Xuejia had no choice but to play the peacemaker. Look at you two. Why are you so hot-tempered? We are all family. A single stroke cannot write two Zhou characters. Can't you two just bury the hatchet? After all, you are siblings. Blood is thicker than water. Stop bickering. You are not children. Turning to Zhou Ainin, she feigned a sympathetic expression. Ainin, you don't know how much your brother was hurt last time. He could hardly sleep a wink that night. He was so worried about you that he insisted on coming to see you as soon as he felt better. As Tang Xuejia spoke, she carefully scrutinized Zhou Ainin's expression, only to be met with disappointment. Zhou Ainan's face was as impassive as a mask, devoid of any emotion, and her gaze remained unchanged as she looked at them. No matter how Tang Xuejia racked her brain, she could not recall how she had offended Zhou Ainan previously. Tang Xuejia poked Zhou Ankong with her finger. You see, you are always going on about how you miss your sister at home. Why have you come here and turned into a mute? Can't you even speak? Observing her antics, Zhou Ainan finally spoke up. Enough with the pleasantries. You haven't forgotten, have you? Just a few days ago. Our two families had an unpleasant encounter, and my brother even wanted to hit me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might still be lying in bed unable to get up. So there's no need to maintain this facade of goodwill. If you have something to say, just say it. What brings you here today? Zhou Ainan, what attitude is that? We came here out of kindness to check on you. Zhou Ainan, how can you speak like that? Have you grown wings? All right, you two siblings, stop bickering. We are all family. Isn't it better to be harmonious? Do you want the neighbors to overhear and laugh at you? Well, my wife and I came here today for no other reason than to check on you, as we were worried. Also, we are out of food at home and wanted to see if you had anything to spare. I promised to return it once we have some. Zhou Ainan scoffed. That's rich coming from you. How many things have you borrowed from me since childhood? When have you ever returned anything? Chapter 26. Unveiling. Then lend me some points, and I shall procure the provisions myself. I promise to return them to you once I have acquired them. Rest assured, do you not have any points left? Alas, I do not. Otherwise, would I be seeking to borrow from you? Zhou Ankong attempted to feign a semblance of grievance. Yet, lacking Tang Xuejia's finesse, his demeanor appeared more grotesque than pitiable. Then show me your points balance. Otherwise, I shall remain skeptical, for you are not new to deceiving me. In this world, which could equally be deemed apocalyptic, bank cards had long been abolished. Presently, points were stored within the banking accounts on mobile devices. Hence, Zhou Ainan's lack of concern regarding any covert dealings. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. But what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever deceived you? Those previous instances were merely jest. Dear sister, why must you be so easily riled? I assure you, I am not lying. Upon Zhou Ankong's seemingly generous compliance, Zhou Ainan immediately sensed a hidden agenda. Her mind raced, speculating what schemes this couple was concocting. Confident in his position, Zhou Ankong had prepared for the eventuality of scheming against his sister. Prior to this encounter, he had transferred his entire balance to Tang Xuejia, leaving a mere 2 points in his account, equivalent to 20 yuan before the apocalypse. He feared not Zhou Ainan's scrutiny. Rather, he hoped she would see it, as it would both validate his honesty and possibly elicit her sympathy. Perhaps this foolish sister would soften and bestow all her points upon him. After all, it would not be long before she re-entered the game, and even in the absence of food, she could seek sustenance in the areas outside the survival tower. Starvation was not an imminent threat. The decision to retain 2 points was made in consultation with his wife, as they deemed it implausible to leave not a single point visible. Zhou Ainan gazed at the pitiful figure of 2 in his account and could not help but smirk. Suddenly turning to Tang Xuejia's sister-in-law, do open your account for me to see. Tang Xuejia's previously smiling countenance froze instantly. Me? Surely my account need not be scrutinized. All of our points are with your brother. My account is devoid of funds, as you are aware. He manages everything, having earned all the points, so there is truly nothing here. Ainan, trust me, that will not suffice. You are family. If I am to view it, it must be together. Otherwise, I cannot believe that your household lacks points. I am more inclined to believe that you two conspire to deceive me. Either reveal your points to me or depart this instant. And I shall act as though today never transpired, thus sparing your dignity. Tang Xuejia's face flushed with indignation as Zhou Ainan insisted on seeing the account, at a loss for how to respond. She caught her husband's EYE.as a married couple. They were in sync. She quickly understood his unspoken message. Very well, if you insist on seeing, I shall show you, lest you remain distrustful. However, my phone has been acting up lately. It is rather sluggish. Please bear with me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ainan immediately grasped their intentions. She knew these two well, particularly her brother. While she could not predict his every action, she could certainly make educated guesses, especially after having witnessed their true natures following past betrayals. Moreover, she had noticed the subtle exchanges between them. There was no need for haste. She resolved to allow these two clowns to prance about a while longer, biding her time to expose them. curious to see if their faces could withstand the revelation. Although, given their thick skins, they might very well act as if nothing had transpired within a couple of days. I am in no rush. Take your time with the operation. I shall observe whenever you are ready. Zhou Anan decided to grant Tang Xuejia an opportunity. To bring about their downfall, one must first lead them to madness. Though perhaps not entirely fitting in this context, it conveyed the essence of her intent. Tang Xuejia felt a surge of triumph, coupled with disdain for Zhou Anan, thinking her foolish for being so easily duped. She began to feign an arduous attempt to operate her phone, and after what felt like an eternity, approximately 3 or 4 minutes, she pitifully extended her phone towards Zhou Anan. Look, my account has not a single point. I have not deceived you. Our family is left with only the 2 points in your brother's account. Without assistance, we may well starve, unsure of our next meal. Anan, should you assist us, both your brother and I would be immensely grateful. When you encounter difficulties in the future, we shall certainly aid you. After all, we are family, are we not? Zhou Anan glanced at her account, devoid of points, then directed her gaze back to Tang Xuejia's face, suddenly bursting into laughter. Though Tang Xuejia was perplexed by this reaction, she felt an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, Zhou Anan declared, "What sort of family is this? A family that merely schemes against one another? My dear brother and sister-in-law, do you dare to reveal your accounts simultaneously? Do not think me oblivious. I am well aware of your point-swapping antics. I do not wish to nitpick, but you truly take me for a fool. Just moments ago, brother, the points you showed me were in sister-in-law's account, and now I wish to see hers, yet she has transferred the points back to you. Is it amusing to you both to engage in this charade? Do you presume I am a simpleton or performing for your amusement? If you dare to reveal both your accounts to me, I shall willingly bestow upon you all my points, provided it is confirmed that you truly possess only 2 points combined." Confronted so brazenly, Zhou Onkong's expression darkened, as though he might unleash his fury upon Zhou Anan. "Zhou Anan, why are you so meddlesome? Is it merely a matter of borrowing a few points? If you refuse, then simply decline. Why concoct such elaborate excuses? Moreover, what of our borrowing? Is it truly so egregious? Is it not a matter of familial support? You, my dear sister, seem to lack empathy for your brother." Zhou Anan's laughter turned cold. "Enough of your theatrics. Am I to feel pity for you? Have you ever shown concern for me? Zhou Onkong, do not treat others as fools. Love is reciprocal. You seek only to extract from me without any desire to contribute. Do you not feel shame? You are a grown man, yet rather than finding ways to earn points to support your wife, you rely on me, your sister, to provide for you. How shameless can you be? Approaching 30, yet you behave like a colossal infant." As the siblings exchanged barbs, Tang Xuejia sensed the tension escalating and swiftly intervened, grasping Zhou Onkong's arm. This younger sister was no longer the meek figure of the past. She had grown fierce. The last time her husband had been injured, she had not forgotten, and now she feared a confrontation that could lead to further harm. The potential for irrevocable damage to their relationship loomed large. So she hastened to mediate. After all, there was room for reconciliation. In a few days, they could return to borrow points again, redeeming them for food. Once their points dwindled to nothing, they could come back, and Zhou Anan would have nothing to say. While she pulled Zhou Onkong back, she attempted to convey understanding through her gaze. Regrettably, her intentions went unheeded. Perhaps his anger clouded his judgment, as he remained obstinate. Nevertheless, he retained some composure. When Tang Xuejia grasped his arm, he did not shake her off but continued to glare at Zhou Anan with a stormy expression. Chapter 27. Do not hold too much hope. It appeared that had it not been for the constraints of law, or the severe repercussions he would face for harming Zhou Anan, Zhou Onkong might have been tempted to take matters into his own hands against his own sister. Just observing the bulging of his eyes and the clenched teeth, one would think he gazed upon a mortal enemy rather than a beloved sibling. Were this the former Zhou Anan, she might have folded under the weight of his fierce expression, perhaps surrendering outright. Alas, the old Zhou Anan was no more, having been ruthlessly dispatched by this treacherous duo. In her eyes and heart, they had long been sentenced to death. Tang Xuejia's words were unmistakably clear. Her insinuations were evident. If Zhou Onkong was oblivious to the subtext of his wife's statements, he was indeed a fool. Thus, he took a step back, conceding, "Very well, if you are in a foul mood today, I shall refrain from further argument. I will return another day, and we shall converse as siblings, and no matter what, you are still my dear sister. While you may lack compassion, I cannot forsake my duty as a brother." Zhou Ainin crossed her arms, a cold smile playing on her lips as she observed the couple's performance, showing no inclination to intervene. The pair exchanged glances, and upon finding Zhou Ainin unresponsive, they departed in a state of dejection. Zhou Ainin watched as the couple stepped out of her home, and once it was clear they would not impede her from closing the security door, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The loud noise startled the couple, causing them to pause in their tracks. Zhou Kong, witnessing this, was about to unleash his frustration, but was swiftly restrained by Tang Xuejia's quick intervention, forcing him to suppress his impulse to continue the altercation. With a cold huff, he departed with his wife. Zhou Ainin sighed, initially intending to relax and await the next game session to dive directly into the virtual world for resource gathering. However, it seemed this couple was determined to disrupt her peace. Given the circumstances, she resolved to venture out during the day to search for supplies, lest they come knocking again. With the advantage of her spatial abilities, she need not fear having her resources pilfered by others. Nonetheless, to avoid drawing attention, she would have to conceal her identity as a player by retaining only a minimal portion of the gathered supplies, thereby preventing any suspicions about her having stored everything away. After all, there would always be those troublesome individuals who, upon exiting the game, would inadvertently expose the existence of their spatial abilities to everyone else. Now, anyone seen with such abilities was immediately recognized as a player. Thus, starting the following day, Zhou Ainin began her routine of early departures and late returns. However, with enough resources in her spatial realm to sustain her for 10 days, she felt no urgency, adopting a laid-back, Buddhist-like attitude towards her quests, prioritizing her safety above all else, rendering the acquisition of supplies somewhat less critical. Her actions left the couple repeatedly empty-handed after several attempts. Initially, they were unaware that Zhou Ainin had taken to the wilderness in search of supplies. When their knocks at the door went unanswered, they resorted to calling her. Yet, they deemed telephoning her a less than ideal option, as it might alert her and allow her to prepare or evade them. Ideally, they wished to catch her off guard, preventing her from transferring her points away as they had done. However, with no other means to reach her, they were left with no choice but to make the call. Zhou Kong lamented about their financial woes, seemingly intent on cornering them. Furthermore, they needed to accumulate more points and supplies. Otherwise, how would they survive the winter? They couldn't possibly rely on her support forever. As a man, he ought to be able to provide for his household. Failing to do so would be utterly disgraceful. Zhou Kong, so it seems you monopolize all the conversation, do you? You'd better stay home tomorrow. Your sister-in-law and I will come to see you. That one do. I can't find anything to eat if I stay here. Will you give me points? If not, how about you transfer me 100 points? Then I'll wait for you at home tomorrow, Zhou Kong. Tang Xuejia, have you installed an anti-fraud app? With no points, I have no idea where to acquire them. Just stay home tomorrow, your sister-in-law and I will bring you food. I promise you won't go hungry, that one suffice. You have no credibility with me, so points are far more reliable. Alternatively, you could exchange the food you plan to bring for points and transfer them to me. If you do that, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. What do you say? What do you mean? What do I say? This isn't a negotiation. They sought points from Zhou Ainin, not to bestow them upon her. And their conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note. Perhaps it was due to their repeated failures to gain any advantage from Zhou Ainin, coupled with her defensive demeanor, that the couple finally resigned themselves to their fate. After all, persistence was futile. Zhou Ainin would answer their calls, yet locating her in person proved elusive. With each failed attempt, they grew increasingly weary, only to realize that in their obsession with Zhou Ainin, they had neglected to earn a single point in days. If this continued, they would soon find themselves destitute and starving. With no other option, one would venture out to seek supplies while the other scoured the safe zone for temporary work. As 9 days swiftly passed, the looming threat of the game's onset became apparent. Zhou Ainin, having exchanged the remaining supplies for points, found her spatial realm reduced to merely 5 bottles of 500 milliliters water, 3 packets of instant noodles, and 10 60-gram sausages. She knew she needed to retain a portion for sustenance upon entering the game world. Based on her previous experiences, this time around, they had not allotted any preparation time for resource gathering. And if history was to repeat itself, she would find herself deposited in the mountains, necessitating some provisions for the journey ahead. Only upon descending could she hope to gather more supplies upon exiting the exchange point. Her phone rang again. It was Zhou Kong. Our parents are long gone. I am your only remaining kin. You wouldn't want me to starve, would you? If anything were to happen to me, you would be left entirely alone in this world. Zhou, so this is the emotional card you wish to play. Do as you like. Whether you let your brother and sister-in-law starve is up to you. All right, I understand. Zhou was utterly disinclined to engage further with these insatiable individuals. In her heart, she mused that they could attempt their moral coercion elsewhere. Their fate, whether they starved or fell victim to their own schemes, was of no concern to her. Thus, her understanding was merely superficial. Should an opportunity arise within the game, she would personally ensure their demise, for the resentment she harbored could not be easily quelled. Before she knew it, 10 days had elapsed, and Zhou received the notification regarding her imminent entry into the game. She quickly adjusted her mindset and made all necessary preparations. As the countdown reached its end, she was transported into the game world. If this life mirrored her previous one, she would soon face a bitter cold, so prior to her departure, she stuffed her spatial realm with several warm garments and essential medications. Given the technological disparities, the winter clothing in her world far surpassed that of the game universe in quality, and the medicines were also significantly more effective. Though costly, they were not as difficult to procure as food. Having foreseen the storyline, she was determined to prepare thoroughly, to facilitate discreet resource gathering. She also stashed a large backpack into her spatial realm. After all, the denizens of the game world were not blind or oblivious, and she would need to conceal her actions to avoid perishing within the game. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in the game realm. Towering trees loomed before her, obscuring the horizon. She stood on a slope, with a narrow path winding downward, its end shrouded by dense foliage. Indeed, nothing had changed. She had landed in the same location as in her previous life. It seemed her rebirth had not triggered a butterfly effect, primarily because her transformation had only been personal, with no effort to alter the fates of others. After all, in her past life, she had only shown compassion towards her brother and sister-in-law. Such altruism had long since been eradicated in the harsh reality of the apocalypse, unless one counted the faux altruists. Congratulations, player Tang Yibing, you have successfully entered the survival game. Your storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, currently totaling 2 cubic meters. A friendly reminder. Please safeguard your storage ring. If it is lost or damaged, the space will be as well. You have 15 hours to prepare resources, with an initial fund of 2,000 yuan and your identification card placed in the storage. Hurry and gather what you deem necessary. Your mission: survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special reminder: do not leave the spawning location, or you will be deemed to have failed the game. Furthermore, death within the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. Natural disasters are imminent. Countdown begins. Zhou hesitated no longer. The mountain posed no immediate threats. Her priority was to reach the base swiftly. At the foot of the mountain lay a town named Baihua Town, where procuring supplies was essential, as this area was a tourist destination. Baihua Town was the largest in the vicinity. The others were merely small villages or farms, practically negligible. Distance presented one challenge, while the availability of resources was another. Baihua Town, though small, had limited supplies, and when the cold front struck, icy roads would render access treacherous, risking vehicular disaster and loss of life, thereby preventing any supplies from being delivered. Moreover, the external situation was equally grim, as she had learned in her past life that this game was a global phenomenon. Just as in her previous existence, she had initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, meandering down the mountainside only to find that other players, having spawned near Baihua Town, rushed to purchase supplies, prompting tourists and locals alike to join the frenzy. By the time Zhou arrived, the affordable and popular instant noodles and compressed biscuits had been completely snatched up, leaving her with no choice but to buy expensive jerky and ham, as her limited funds did not allow for indulgence. The streets were congested with food stalls and small eateries teeming with patrons. In a bid to conserve her dwindling funds for the next 30 days of food and water, she had no choice but to join the queue at a roadside diner, ultimately missing numerous opportunities and wasting precious time, leaving her finances painfully tight. Due to the frenzied purchasing behavior of the masses, the prices at the roadside eateries and snack stalls have surged. The meager supplies she has managed to stockpile with the little money in her possession barely suffice to sustain her for a mere 30 days. as for the notion of zero-cost acquisitions. That might be feasible post-catastrophe, but certainly not beforehand. Although the game imposes no penalties for such actions, should misfortune strike and she be caught, it would result in missing the prime opportunity for resource collection. Of course, if luck were to smile upon her, the situation would be quite different. However, unbeknownst to others, Zhou would never take such a risk, at least not until she has amassed sufficient strength. As she hurried along the rugged path, she would occasionally retrieve a bottle of water from her space to quench her thirst, followed by a bite of ham to replenish her energy, all while maintaining her steady pace. Not for a moment could she afford to linger. The steep mountain trails posed a significant danger of slipping, compelling her to tread cautiously. Moreover, she had to be vigilant of snakes and insects that might suddenly emerge from the underbrush. Even non-venomous bites could prove fatal due to infection in the context of a disaster-themed game. If she were to perish, it would be the end of her, despite her efforts to make haste. It took her over an hour to reach the base of the mountain. Presently, she assumed the identity of a tourist named Tang Xiaoqian, residing at a quaint homestay called Yungue Farm at the eastern end of Baihua Town. She had already paid for 3 days of lodging, and today marked her second day, sparing her the need to extend her stay for the moment. However, upon entering the game, the funds she originally possessed had been reduced to zero, leaving her with only the initial capital of 2,000 yuan, so saving 2 days' worth of accommodation fees felt like a windfall. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she retrieved her backpack from her space and donned it. Upon entering Baihua Town, she made a beeline for a supermarket. Though the town was modest in size, it boasted 2 supermarkets, neither particularly large, but fairly well stocked, especially with instant foods and souvenirs. Numerous fruit stalls lined the streets. While vegetable vendors were notably scarce, even the local market was small, as most residents had ample vegetable gardens of their own and rarely needed to purchase produce. Tourists, despite staying in homestays that provided kitchens for guest use, seldom cooked for themselves when venturing out. Furthermore, although the homestays offered kitchen facilities and utensils, items like seasonings and vegetables had to be purchased independently, with an additional fee for gas usage incurred each time. Consequently, the local market primarily catered to residents purchasing fish and meat, as the surplus vegetables were typically distributed to local eateries, driven by the thriving tourism industry that necessitated meals for visiting guests. Along her journey, she paid little heed to anything else, as most meals required preparation. However, when she encountered a bun vendor, she decided to purchase 30 buns. It wasn't that she wished to buy more, but this item had a shelf life, and her space lacked preservation capabilities. Buying in excess would only result in spoilage. She requested the vendor to package them in bags of tin and stowed them in her backpack. This time, rather than wearing the backpack, she cradled it in her arms, while stealthily transferring 3 bags of buns into her space. Passing by a steamed bun stall, she had the vendor pack 10 boxes of soup dumplings. Knowing their appeal was fleeting. Once cooled, they would lose their allure, yet reheating them would emit an overwhelming scent, drawing attention. Initially, the kitchen of the homestay had been available for her use, but that too would not last long, prompting her to limit her purchase to 10 boxes, each containing 10 dumplings, substantial enough for a hearty eater to consume 2 boxes in one sitting. With her shopping complete, she hastened towards the supermarket, leaving no time for lingering. Perhaps due to the town's mountainous location, there were no shared bicycles in sight. Only the occasional motorcycle or electric tricycle could be seen, along with sightseeing vehicles. Even taxis were absent, as the town was compact enough to traverse on foot from one end to the other. The influx of players had created a bustling atmosphere, but the chaotic vehicles were hardly more convenient than walking. Particularly since her destination, the supermarket, was not far at all. Upon entering the supermarket, she began filling her shopping cart with milk, liquor, instant noodles, biscuits, chocolate, candies, and spicy snacks, quickly amassing a full cart before pushing it to the checkout counter. In truth, the self-checkout would have been far more expedient, but given that the game provided them with cash, she had no choice but to stand in line. While waiting, she seized a dozen boxes of chocolate beans and several packs of gum and lollipops from the shelves beside the checkout. Once she exited the checkout area, she began transferring items from her cart into her backpack, stealthily slipping most of the contents into her space. Besides the 2 cartons of milk, everything else was neatly stowed in her backpack. Since most of her items had already been transported to her space, her backpack was still not full. She left the milk cartons at the service desk and re-entered the supermarket with her cart. This time, after filling her cart to the brim once more, she purchased 2 large-capacity shopping carts designed for groceries. Although surveillance in Baihua Town was limited, it was still impractical to carry so many items with her bare hands. After checking out, she took advantage of the opportunity to fill her shopping carts with additional items while discreetly transferring some into her space, ensuring the carts didn't appear overly full. Once more, she stored the carts at the service desk and ventured back into the supermarket for a third time. Each time, she relied on the opportunity to discreetly transfer goods into her space, seeking out corners with fewer cameras, thereby facilitating a relatively smooth operation without raising suspicion. After all, it merely appeared that she was packing her purchases into shopping bags, and few would pay close attention, granting Zhou ample room for maneuvering. Had she attempted to transfer items within the main shopping area, the risk would have been considerably higher, given that some individuals were known to conceal items within their clothing, prompting the presence of security monitoring the surveillance feeds. By the time she entered for the third time, the supermarket had become quite crowded, and many of the more sought-after goods had already been depleted. Even though restocking efforts were underway, the employees scarcely had time to replenish the shelves before eager customers snatched up the products. Some individuals even carted away entire boxes as if they were free for the taking. Zhou managed to grab 2 boxes of instant noodles, hardly taking the time to consider the flavors. The specific taste was of little consequence, especially in the later stages of the game. She also managed to snag a few seasonings and purchased a 5-kilogram bag of rice and a 5-kilogram bag of flour, both intended for porridge preparation. When she finally departed from the supermarket, her back was laden with a hefty backpack, and each hand was occupied with a small shopping cart, both of which were filled to capacity, topped with large shopping bags that too were brimming. She had spent most of her money, leaving her funds considerably diminished. Although the signs of disaster had yet to materialize, the influx of players was frantically depleting resources, significantly impacting the locals and prompting them to take action as well. After exiting the supermarket, she made her way to a secluded corner, scanning her surroundings to ensure no cameras were present before transferring all her items into her space. Everything was hastily stowed away, save for the items in her backpack, which remained on her back. While the 2 cubic meters of space might not sound substantial, it could accommodate a considerable amount of goods. With her food supplies nearing completion, she still needed to prepare for hydration. Arriving at a nearby shop, she purchased over a dozen bottles of beverages and mineral water, stowing them in her backpack and surreptitiously transferring them into her space under the guise of her backpack. She then moved on to the next small convenience store. Numerous such establishments dotted the streets, allowing her to amass nearly 200 bottles of drinks and water while also picking up a few lighters. In a camping supplies store, she procured thermal blankets, wind-proof sleeping bags, wind-proof lighters, a portable stove, and 20 gas canisters. Additionally, she found a compact cooking pot. While it might not serve a multitude of purposes, it would suffice for boiling noodles. After this extensive shopping spree, even with meticulous budgeting, her 2,000 yuan had dwindled significantly. Finally, she ventured into the local market. Although she had consumed various mutated vegetables, wild greens, and edible leaves in the real world, she still wished to purchase some fresh produce. In addition to leafy greens, she sought more storable items like onions, potatoes, and cabbage. If possible, she would have liked to acquire some dried vegetables, though she was uncertain if they were available in this locale. While she failed to find dried vegetables, she did manage to purchase some storable fruits, apples and pomelos, along with 2 jars of locally pickled chili sauce and marinated pig's head meat. So engrossed was she in hoarding supplies that aside from the 2 ham sausages she had consumed during her descent, she had only sipped a few mouthfuls of water, leaving her feeling quite famished. Initially intending to grab a ready-made meal, she found that street vendors and restaurants were now teeming with long queues, causing Zhou to grow impatient. She did not touch the vegetables she had purchased, but instead spent 15 yuan to acquire 2 green onions, a handful of bok choy, 3 cucumbers, a head of garlic, a small bottle of cooking oil, and the right to use the kitchen from the innkeeper's wife. Her room, designed as a standard double room, spans approximately 10 square meters and is equipped with a bathroom that features a water heater providing 24-hour hot water for bathing. Aside from the bed, the room contains a small round table, 2 armchairs, a TV cabinet, a television, a water dispenser, and a wardrobe. Perhaps for ease of maintenance, the floor is laid with wooden boards instead of the traditional carpeting found in hotels. Zhou placed the stir-fried vegetables on the small round table, watching television while she ate. She did not change the channel but focused intently on the show while dining. Chapter 30. Cold Wave 3 barring unforeseen circumstances. She would need to remain here for 30 days. Although she possessed memories from her previous life, during that time she was solely preoccupied with evading natural disasters and had only a rudimentary understanding of the local environment. Ultimately, she was not a local resident and lacked sufficient knowledge about the area. Thus, acquiring more information now would be advantageous. Moreover, she wished to venture out at the onset of the impending disaster to see if she could procure any supplies. However, she could only afford a 0 yuan purchase, as her funds had already been depleted. By then, chaos would have ensued, and even if one had money, few would be willing to accept it. During such times, supplies would become the true currency. Thus, a 0 yuan purchase seemed trivial, for once disorder erupted, violence and arson would become commonplace, rendering a mere 0 yuan acquisition insignificant. If her memories of her previous life served her correctly, she recalled that there was a gold shop in this small town, as well as 2 banks. Whether it be 18K or 24K gold, she desired it all. As for the banks, they were not currently on her agenda. Currency obtained from banks would only be usable in the present world, and by the time she could acquire currency from the banks, the disaster would have already struck, rendering any currency worthless due to devaluation. Only the gold shop remained a viable option. Despite having some security measures, it paled in comparison to a bank. Moreover, since she planned to visit after the disaster had begun, the gold shop would likely be unattended. And even if the electricity remained operational, she would have long since made her escape by the time security personnel arrived. Although gold would lose value post-disaster, perhaps a gold necklace would not even be enough to barter for a pack of biscuits. Her intention in acquiring gold was not for immediate use, but rather to swiftly exchange it for local currency in the future game. According to the rules, each time one entered the game, the initial funding was set at 2,000 yuan. At least, during her previous life, the starting capital was consistently 2,000 yuan. She was uncertain whether this amount might change subsequently, as she had already perished by that point. To be frank, this sum could only buy some food and drink or other inexpensive items. Unless it were a 0 yuan purchase, this amount was hardly sufficient for anything of value. Conversely, gold was universally accepted in nearly every realm. Even in her real world, gold could be converted into points, and the exchange rate was quite favorable. Due to varying technological developments, gold in her reality could even be utilized as an energy source. In the game world, particularly before the onset of the disaster, gold commanded a high price, and its compact size made it easy to store. Thus, stockpiling gold was the wisest choice. The first game had not considered gold simply because it was set in a world plagued by acid rain, where venturing outside without adequate protective gear was out of the question. Even for the sake of her own safety, she would not engage in reckless pursuits that risked her life for money. Even though she was aware of the storyline, facing acid rain left her utterly helpless. After all, the preparation time provided by the first game was exceedingly brief, leaving no room for anything beyond stockpiling essential supplies. Even gathering supplies had to be done with great urgency. As evening approached, the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, creating a serene and picturesque scene. Yet this beauty was merely a facade of hypocrisy. With her funds exhausted, she had no plans to venture outside, and after finishing her meal, she lay down on the bed to rest. She intended to wait until nightfall to explore the area, both to ascertain the location and route to the gold shop, and to scavenge for any overlooked items. For instance, she might pluck a few vegetables or green onions from the nearby fields. Although these had little monetary value, her lack of funds necessitated such measures. Furthermore, once the cold wave struck, the vegetables and crops in the fields would be the first to suffer. Rather than allowing them to rot in the ground, it was better to consume them herself. She had also brought along some medicinal supplies from her previous collection, particularly cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs, so she opted not to purchase any medications this time. As darkness enveloped the sky and the lights began to twinkle, perhaps due to its status as a tourist destination, the nightlife here was quite vibrant, with numerous street vendors selling various snacks and souvenirs. The main street, in particular, was ablaze with lights and teeming with people, flanked by an array of shops and food stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. Tourists flocked to this area, adding to the charm of this quaint tourist town. With only 4 hours remaining until the disaster struck, Zhou strolled around the modest town, only to be astonished to discover 2 gold shops instead of the one she had previously believed existed. One shop was smaller and situated in a somewhat obscure location, with business not thriving. Upon entering, She noted that while there were gold ornaments, their quantity was minimal, primarily consisting of 18K gold, with most items being silver jewelry. In fact, gold and silver jewelry purchased at such tourist attractions often turned out to be counterfeit or at least of insufficient purity. However, the other gold shop was part of a nationwide chain, and the branch in Baihua Town should maintain a certain standard of quality. After a cursory examination, she lost interest and proceeded to the next destination, Fortune Nest, the name of the national chain gold shop. This establishment covered approximately 200 square meters and offered not only gold jewelry but also jade and silver pieces. Zhou perused the shop, feeling quite satisfied. She recalled that there were numerous small vegetable gardens outside the town, having taken note of them during her descent from the mountains earlier that day. However, the moonlight was dim, and as she ventured away from the town center, there were no streetlights to illuminate her path, leaving her only with a vague sense of the vegetable patches without clarity regarding what was planted. She hesitated to retrieve her flashlight, as a beam of light in the pitch-black night would render her a target. In the dark, she managed to gather some vegetables, paying little mind to their variety, shaking off the dirt from the roots before retrieving her large backpack from her spatial storage. Regardless of the type of vegetables, she stuffed them into the backpack. However, after filling half the bag, she paused. Too many would spoil before she could consume them, and her spatial storage was nearing its limit. With the impending cold wave, it was uncertain whether she would have another opportunity for a hot shower. After drying her hair with a towel, she borrowed a hairdryer from the innkeeper's wife to finish the job. Once ensconced in her blanket, she quietly awaited the arrival of the disaster. Today, she did not plan to raid the gold shop, as the cold wave would not descend to its lowest point all at once, but would unfold gradually over the next 2 days. Not long after, she sensed a shift in the air and quickly got out of bed to don the thermal underwear she had brought, switched the air conditioning to heating mode, and snuggled under the blanket. Soon drifting into slumber, with 2 blankets and the air conditioning running, along with her thermal underwear, she had no fear of the impending chill tonight. Thus, she felt no concerns whatsoever. Why this time? It was already quite late, and as a tourist destination, the streets were relatively deserted. As the temperature dropped, the remaining individuals gradually dispersed. Chapter 31. Cold Wave 4. Perhaps due to the weight of her thoughts, Zhou did not sleep soundly that night, waking twice to use the restroom and sensing the temperature change, prompting her to raise the air conditioning by 2 degrees. She would not make herself uncomfortable when she could enhance her comfort, especially considering the trials that awaited her in the game's later stages. Upon waking in the morning, she donned her padded coat and filled a thermos with hot water from the dispenser, adding a packet of coffee, sealing the lid, and shaking it until the coffee dissolved. Only after savoring a warm sip did she open her room door. As soon as she did, a gust of cold air rushed in, causing her to involuntarily shiver as she quickly wrapped her clothing tighter around herself. The temperature, while not quite below freezing, was nearly so. The cold air against her exposed face felt like ice. She had risen relatively early, at least compared to others, as it was already past 8 a.m. Given the chill in the air, most guests remained holed up in their rooms, enjoying the warmth of their air conditioning, unwilling to venture outside. After all, those staying in the inn were tourists, who would embark on a trip while donning off-season heavy clothing. This unusual weather was unprecedented, and even clad in a padded coat, she felt the cold. How much more frigid would it be without one? Thus, those hiding in their rooms were inclined to remain indoors as much as possible. Even the innkeeper's wife was nowhere to be seen. While the chain lock on the lobby's glass door had been released, it was evident that she had been up, only to have retreated elsewhere due to the frigid conditions in the lobby. The proprietress was absent, and she made no effort to seek her out. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, she headed straight into the kitchen. The kitchen, devoid of surveillance cameras, was typical of an ordinary guest house, where only the front desk and the courtyard were monitored, which was quite normal. Although the space lacked insulation, it was significantly warmer than the outside. Thus, items placed within cooled at a much slower rate. Remembering that she had a thermos sitting idle, she retrieved some rice to wash and prepare porridge. The water was still running, so she utilized the drinking water provided by the guest house. The chili sauce was somewhat salty, prompting her to take only a small dab at a time. Once the warm buns were consumed, she immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Just as she was stirring the porridge, she heard footsteps and peeked outside the kitchen to see the proprietress, clad in a fluffy fur coat, approaching. "Boss, I went looking for you earlier, but when you were not around, I came here to cook. Here is the firewood fee, Zhouanin said as she pulled out 50 yuan from her pocket. You can keep this for now. It's been quite cold these days, and I'm too lazy to venture out for meals. I might end up using your kitchen, so you can deduct the firewood fee from this. I'll replenish it once it's used up. All right, it's freezing today, so I stayed in my room. I only came out upon hearing some noise from this side. Take your time. Call me if you need anything. Okay, thank you, proprietress. By the way, do you have anyone here by the name of Mao Yuning? Mao Yuning? I haven't heard of anyone by that name. Is he a relative of yours? Oh, I was just asking casually. He is a friend of a classmate of mine, and I heard he lives not far from here. I thought, given your interactions, you might know him. Unfortunately, I don't. There aren't any families with the surname Mao in Baihua Town. He might not be in this town. However, there are 2 families with the surname Mao in Shangyang Town, which is about 30 li away, though I can't say whether they know a Mao Yuning. Finding herself unable to extract any further information, Zhouanin relinquished the inquiry. Traveling to Shangyang Town was out of the question, and even if she did, it would merely be a stroke of luck to see if there was indeed someone named Mao Yuning there. Moreover, with the current road conditions, even if such a person existed, by the time she arrived, she might lose her chance altogether. After all, she was uncertain of when that player had slain Mao Yuning to obtain the opportunity. The proprietress, satisfied with the money received, departed, content that even a few coins contributed to her livelihood. After cooking the porridge, Zhouanin, taking advantage of her backpack's cover, retrieved another thermos. These were purchased the previous day at the supermarket and were now proving to be quite useful. Gradually, the air outside began to fill with the scent of food. After Zhouanin left, 2 more groups arrived to use the kitchen. It was unclear whether the scarcity of ingredients from the previous night or the biting cold had caused nearly all the snack shops outside to remain closed that morning. However, Zhouanin had never contemplated leaving. Setting aside the fact that this was a mountainous region with perilous roads flanked by cliffs, departing would serve no purpose and would only waste precious time in gathering supplies. After all, the disaster was global. It was not confined to Baihua Town alone. As for the notion of prematurely eliminating Mao Yuning to seize Zhang Chang's skill card, it was merely a fleeting thought. Presently, she had no idea where the 2 were located. What if they had spawned in different areas? It was improbable that all 1,000 players would manifest in Baihua Town, as she understood there were 3 regions for player spawns, with Baihua Town being just one of them. Thus, whether she would encounter Mao Yuning was purely a matter of chance. Having filled her stomach, Zhouanin took a couple of swigs from the white liquor. Feeling a delightful warmth spread through her, she then locked her room and ventured out onto the street. Following the route she had scouted the day before, she arrived at Fuguehua. Perhaps due to the gold shop being a chain and not locally owned, it remained open despite the cold. However, while the glass doors had been wide open yesterday, they were now shut, and through the glass, she could see the sales staff bundled in thick clothing. Zhouanin nonchalantly strolled past the entrance without lingering. To her dismay, she discovered that a significant portion of her vegetable garden had been pilfered, with a small patch trampled and ruined. Unable to contain her anger, she erupted in a string of curses. Unfortunately, the garden lay outside the town, devoid of surveillance, and since she had visited at night, no one had witnessed the theft. Although the loss of those vegetables was trivial, the thought of someone's disregard, trampling over a flourishing patch, infuriated her. After all, they had been cultivated with care. Yet, with no thief to confront, she could only resign herself to misfortune. Moreover, given the isolation of the garden, her furious outbursts felt futile. There was no audience to share her outrage, and she soon quieted down. Zhouanin remained unaware that she had been cursed at as she fretted over the chilling temperature, feeling it was noticeably lower than in her previous life. If this was indeed a butterfly effect stemming from her rebirth, would the difficulty of the game subsequently escalate? Should her suspicions prove accurate, the days ahead would be far more arduous than before. In her previous life, she had failed to procure a warm coat, nor had she brought one from the real world, forcing her to request additional blankets from the guesthouse owner and purchase 2 thin jackets. Yet, she had never felt the cold as acutely as she did now. Was it possible that her body had weakened since her rebirth, making her more susceptible to cold? Thoughts swirled in Zhouanin's mind, leaving her anxious, for regardless of the scenario, it would not bode well for her. At times, she even felt that the shadow of her previous death had instilled in her a degree of psychological distress. manifesting symptoms akin to paranoia. However, upon awakening on the third morning to find a thin layer of frost blanketing the ground outside, she confirmed that this cold spell had indeed arrived more swiftly than the last. Whether the temperatures would ultimately be lower than before remained uncertain, yet the speed at which the chill had descended was undeniably quicker. Fortunately, she had brought a warm coat with her this time, which should afford her a better experience than in her previous life. With a coat in hand, the worst she could expect was to endure the same hardships as before. Joanne silently consoled herself. Once more utilizing the guesthouse kitchen, she reheated buns and steamed bread, preparing 2 bowls of porridge. Today, more guests had come to borrow the kitchen. Fortunately, with 6 stoves available, each family occupying 2 could allow 3 families to cook simultaneously. Joanne was grateful for her backpack, which concealed her actions as she retrieved the thermos from the space and filled it with her hot meal. Thus, her behavior did not seem out of place. However, as she pulled out the thermos, it did attract the attention of the other 2 families. After all, who travels with a thermos? Noticing their gazes upon her, Joanne offered a slight smile, explaining, "I bought this at the local supermarket." Realizing she only had 2 thermoses, which felt somewhat insufficient, she calculated her remaining funds and concluded that purchasing 2 more reasonably priced thermoses would be feasible. Therefore, after her meal, she tightened her clothing and prepared to revisit the supermarket. In truth, the supermarket had remained open throughout the past few days. Although some items had sold out, the flow of customers continued unabated. Fortunately, since she sought thermoses, which were not food items, there was no shortage. She even spotted a special offer on a large-capacity thermos that, while appearing somewhat bulky, was not a concern due to the discount. Joanne purchased 2 more, leaving her with enough money to buy 2 rolls of tape, which she intended to use for sealing windows. Coincidentally, just as she was about to exit the supermarket, 3 individuals, their bags tightly packed, entered through the front door and greeted her. Once they parted ways, Joanne recalled who they were, the very tenants she had shared the kitchen with that morning. Surely, they weren't also seeking thermoses? Contrary to her expectations, the streets had not descended into chaos. Perhaps the intensification of this cold front had caught many off guard, prompting them to huddle indoors for warmth. Additionally, since they had stockpiled supplies, there was currently no pressing need for food, resulting in a scarcity of pedestrians. Nevertheless, on her way to the supermarket, she noted that numerous shop windows had sustained varying degrees of damage. It appeared that these acts of vandalism had occurred overnight. During the day, the streets were eerily quiet. With no signs of robbery, she deliberately took a detour past the gold shop, which remained in operation, albeit with an atmosphere so desolate it could be described as a ghost town. This rendered it impossible for Joanne to make her move just yet. However, she surmised it would not be long before the gold shop, like others, would temporarily close, at which point it would present her with an opportunity. Given that she had removed clothing from her space, there was now extra room available, prompting her to ponder whether, when the time came to raid the gold shop, she could also sweep through the supermarket for additional supplies, even if food and water were unavailable. Acquiring other resources, such as clothing and bedding, would still prove advantageous. Due to her lack of a mobile phone typically used by the inhabitants of this gaming realm, she found herself largely unable to ascertain the circumstances beyond her immediate surroundings unless she ventured outside. The only source of information she could glean was through snippets of conversation on the game's chat software. This time, she learned that Zhou Kong had also entered the game, yet he was not born in the town of Baihua. Therefore, even if Zhou Anan wished to take action, it was beyond her means. Extracting the tape she had purchased earlier that day from her space, she began to affix it to the junction of the glass and window frame. The inn's insulation was rather inadequate, particularly at night. If her head were to protrude outside the covers, she could feel the biting cold breeze caressing her face, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones. Were it not for her understanding that this world was devoid of supernatural elements, she might have suspected a ghost was blowing cold winds upon her. That evening, the temperature plummeted sharply. It had been a mild 7 or 8 degrees during the day, yet it descended to freezing by nightfall. Despite Zhou Anan being cocooned under 3 layers of blankets, she found herself roused by the chill. Regrettably, neither her reality nor this game world offered electric blankets for sale. Had they been available, her discomfort would have been alleviated somewhat. Awakened by the cold, Zhou Anan switched on the light, relieved to find that the electricity had not yet been cut off. Clambering out of her cocoon, she filled 2 hot water bottles with warm water from the dispenser, cradling one in her arms while placing the other at her feet. As she huddled beneath the covers, she no longer dared to sleep. The rapid drop in temperature was alarming. Just before sleep, it had been merely 0 degrees, yet the current chill was enough to awaken her, even with 2 blankets enveloping her. The reality was undeniable. She had indeed been roused by the cold, a sign that the temperature continued to drop swiftly. Should this trend persist, she feared she might succumb in her slumber, frozen to death in her dreams. With no visibility of the external environment, the curtains drawn tightly, and the dim light from a solitary lamp in the courtyard doing little to dispel the darkness, Zhou Ainin found herself too lethargic to investigate further. Opening the communication channel, she was met with a cacophony of lamentations. Fat Orange. Indeed, before entering the game, while food and drink were scarce, survival was still feasible. However, within this game world, the cold truly can be lethal. Chrysanthemum blooming on the mountain. In the past, while outdoors, I often lamented the difficulties of existence. Yet now, having entered this game world, I have come to understand what true hardship entails. Galu Beast, you speak the truth. Honestly, I believe it would have been better not to participate in this game at all. While I may also struggle to find enough to eat in the real world, as long as one remains within the safety of the survival tower. There are no such torturous natural disasters. Jasmine Fragrance. Yes, in the previous world, acid rain fell, and now it is bitter cold. If we survive this world, who knows if the next challenge will be hurricanes, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions? The thought alone is terrifying. Chapter 33. Cold Wave 6. I am an obvious package. You upstairs, please be quiet. I am utterly weary of your doomsaying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obvious package. Stop deceiving yourself. Since we have entered a survival game, it seems we are destined to endure every calamity mentioned by our upstairs neighbor, perhaps even multiple times. That, of course, that is contingent upon our survival in these games. For it is explicitly stated that death within the game is irreversible. Living is not easy. Frankly, after hearing your words, I feel a surge of nihilism. What is the purpose of living if it is merely to endure suffering? Why not simply cease to exist? White Scarf. An armchair philosopher. Are we? Tang Kai. Let us refrain from spreading negativity here. It is better to endure a miserable existence than to seek death. If you wish to die, no one will stop you, but don't sow despair among us. I am already struggling enough, and your words only add fuel to the fire. One must uphold some moral integrity. Zhou Ainin, for someone had struck a chord. In her previous life, the game's temperature had not been excessively low, merely around -27 or 28 degrees. The initial rapid drop had caused some individuals to experience health issues, compounded by a lack of warm supplies, which led to bodily dysfunctions and occasional ailments. Yet those who managed to survive gradually acclimated to the cold. Although it was arduous, as long as they had sufficient food and warm clothing, survival was not insurmountable. However, one had to remain vigilant against others intent on murder and theft, which meant that most players did survive. This majority referred to the players. The local residents were comparatively cautious, particularly at the outset, lacking the audacity of the newcomers. For them, securing warm clothing was not particularly challenging. After all, who among them did not possess a few old cotton garments or even surplus blankets? Clothing and bedding are not disposable items. Most individuals wear their garments for years before discarding them, and older generations often have closets filled with old clothing. Furthermore, when it came to stockpiling supplies, the local residents participated as well, typically opting for staples like rice, flour, and oil rather than convenience foods, with families having children perhaps acquiring a few snacks. Although utilities would eventually be cut off, the majority of local households had traditional stoves, making it relatively simple to cook raw rice into a meal. The primary concern was the external players. As the situation escalated, warm meals became irresistibly appealing to those facing hunger and cold. Perhaps the most precarious to survive were the NPCs who had come here as tourists. They truly lacked everything, even the courage found in others. Thus, they were among the first to perish. However, this was an inevitability. For in such harsh conditions, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Beyond one's immediate family, who could afford to care for anyone else? Often, even kin could not be trusted. After all, one's own brother or sister-in-law could easily turn into a murderer. In times of self-interest, human nature is truly put to the test. Zhou Ainin, observing the chaotic discussions, stifled a yawn as tears of fatigue welled in her eyes. The discourse was utterly devoid of substance, rendering it tedious to follow. As she perused the chat, she retrieved a bottle of white liquor and took a sip, feeling warmth spread through her body, perhaps due to the various measures taken to stave off the cold. She unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, the temperature did not plummet further during the latter half of the night. Upon awakening the next morning, she was struck by the frigid atmosphere within her room, her cheeks feeling as though they might freeze solid. Zhou Ainen frowned at the air conditioning unit, which had inexplicably ceased functioning. She hastily reached to flick the light switch on the wall, only to find that the lights did not illuminate. Had the power been cut? The room was dim, yet not entirely devoid of light. Although the curtains obscured the window, they were not particularly thick, allowing a faint glow to seep through. The 2 hot water bottles had grown cold, yet due to their prolonged confinement in the blankets, they felt merely cool to the touch, far from icy. After dressing, she emerged from her cocoon, retrieving her portable stove to heat water for her morning routine. As she awaited the water to warm, she lifted a corner of the curtain. Now, peering through the window, she found it obscured by a thick layer of frost, rendering the outside world unrecognizable. The water had not yet boiled. It had merely warmed slightly. Zhou Ainen used this water to wash her face and brush her teeth, replenishing the container once more. When the water finally reached a boil, she prepared herself a cup of soybean milk powder and retrieved her thermos from her supplies. After consuming a generous cup of soybean milk and a few steamed buns, she felt less chilled and ventured outside to inquire with the owner about the power outage, recalling that Baihua Town should not have experienced a blackout at this hour according to her memories. After a brief exploration, she discerned the cause. The excessive power consumption from the previous night had caused the circuit breaker to trip. It was clear now. The cold was intense, and someone must have secretly used electricity for other purposes, likely high-powered appliances. Otherwise, merely running the air conditioning would not have triggered a circuit failure. The owner's resolute explanation convinced Zhou Ainen. Had he invested in high-capacity heating devices, she would have certainly made use of them last night. With the power restored, the air conditioning unit resumed operation, quickly raising the room's temperature. Although it remained somewhat chilly, it was a significant improvement from the prior state where she could scarcely move her hands. She sought out an extra blanket from the innkeeper, who reluctantly obliged, recognizing the unusual severity of the weather and the importance of warm supplies. No one could predict how long such conditions would persist. Now, with the air conditioning running, the room was no longer uncomfortably cold. The blanket she had received was spread beneath her, while 2 hot water bottles nestled against her body, and she was covered by 3 layers of blankets. Remarkably, her thermal sleeping bag and insulation blanket had yet to be utilized. After several days of adaptation, coupled with her preparations, her body had begun to acclimate to the low temperatures. While Zhou Ainen fared relatively well, the other tourists, including players, were not as fortunate. None had anticipated the nature of the calamity they would face upon entering this game. Few had prepared adequately. Their initial purchases had primarily consisted of food and drink, with little thought given to acquiring additional clothing. As the temperature began to drop, they belatedly ventured out to purchase clothing, only to realize that it was somewhat too late, due to the cold weather. Many merchants had ceased operations altogether, and those that remained open were left with winter clothing that was merely last year's stock, with scant quantities available. After all, few tourists would consider buying winter coats at tourist destinations. And more importantly, the area's south attractions would close for the winter, resulting in a significant decrease in visitors. Consequently, those merchants who did stock winter apparel primarily catered to the local populace, which naturally limited their inventory. This explained why Zhou Ainen could only procure 2 jackets, failing to acquire a winter coat. Presently, she lacked neither food nor drink, nor warmth, and she had a temporary refuge that surpassed the conditions of most players. However, Zhou Ankang's situation was rather unfortunate. He never anticipated that he would be among the second batch of players to enter the game. Chapter 34. Cold Wave 7. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one had discerned the patterns of the spatial binding mechanism, only understanding that it randomly affixed itself to one item upon entry. As a result, no one had made any special preparations, merely hoping that the item bound to them would not be too absurd. Zhou Ankang wondered if his prayers had been answered. Upon entering the game, his space had bound itself to the watch on his wrist, which brought him considerable joy. After all, being bound to a watch was far superior to being affixed to undergarments. Hair. or even body hair. However, he soon realized that he had been overly naive in this game world. He possessed only 2,000 yuan, and while the purchasing power of that amount remained uncertain, it was clear that it would not suffice to acquire many supplies, let alone quality items. It appeared he would have to devise alternative strategies. Upon entering the game, Zhou Kong was filled with an inexplicable confidence, likely bolstered by the online displays of various achievements from those who had exited the game previously, which inflated his expectations. He believed that with space at his disposal, especially bound to such a convenient item as a watch, he could easily procure items at the supermarket without spending a dime. What did it matter if he lacked cash? Thus, Zhou Kong remained unfazed, even indulging in dreams of striking it rich. However, this was not a matter of pride. In the game, he could act without fear of recognition. But in reality, things were different. If relatives, friends, or neighbors discovered that he was a thief in the game, it would not only bring him shame but might also lead to ostracism and gossip behind his back. Zhou Kong hailed from a large city, his attire somewhat drab and unrefined. Initially, he thought it was a reflection of the body's aesthetic, but upon checking his identification, he realized he was merely a migrant worker in this game world. With no home in the city, he resided in a collective dormitory on a construction site. No wonder his clothing seemed so shabby. Lacking a fixed abode was far from ideal, although he possessed a unique advantage. He did not wish to share a dormitory with actual migrant workers, for he was a player, not a genuine laborer. Nonetheless, it was not entirely hopeless. The construction site was in its third phase, with the first phase already completed and on sale, while the second phase was nearing completion. The third phase had just begun its framework. From the memories of his original self, he learned that the first phase contained 2 model apartments, which were exquisitely furnished with all necessary appliances and furniture. He simply needed to find a way to obtain the keys to the model apartments, which were kept at the sales office in a drawer at the front desk. According to the game's announcement, they had a day to gather supplies, so the immediate priority was not to search for keys but to collect resources. Without requesting leave, Zhou Kong left the construction site and headed to the largest supermarket nearby, which boasted 32 floors, with the supermarket occupying 10 of them. Above were office spaces. This establishment combined shopping and entertainment, with the first 3 floors dedicated to the supermarket, followed by various retail outlets, entertainment venues, an ice skating rink, arcades, a cinema, billiards rooms, and a food court. Zhou Kong's focus was the supermarket. Even seasoned players, upon entering the game, had no idea what kind of calamity awaited them, let alone someone new like him, making it impossible to target specific supplies. Moreover, Zhou Kong was surrounded by a plethora of food and beverages. Inside the supermarket, he began to discreetly smuggle items into his space. It was unclear whether it was due to the influx of players or if this supermarket was always so crowded. But after Zhou Kong made a token purchase and queued for checkout, he found himself waiting for quite some time. He spent over 100 yuan, yet his cubic space was already filled to the brim, which brought him great satisfaction. However, he thought of trying another supermarket. Unfortunately, this idea never materialized. As soon as he completed his transaction and passed through the security check, he was forcibly escorted to the security room. Fuming, Zhou Kong protested vehemently, declaring that he had been wrongfully accused and had not stolen anything. One of the security personnel coldly replied, "Are you feeling guilty? We never claimed you were brought here for theft." Since he was not being detained for theft, Zhou Kong questioned their authority to detain him, insisting they release him immediately, or he would sue them and the supermarket, predicting dire consequences for their future operations. Confident that his space was invisible to outsiders and that they could find no incriminating evidence, he remained undaunted, arguing with righteous indignation. His threats of legal action did not provoke anger in the security personnel. They merely stated, "We have no enforcement power, but the police don't, so sit tight, and they will arrive shortly." A wave of panic washed over Zhou Kong, but he quickly reassured himself that his belongings were safely stored in his space. Even if the police arrived, they could not find any stolen items to accuse him of theft. Even if they confiscated his watch for inspection, they would uncover nothing unless he died, which would allow others to seize his space. Thus, he felt secure. However, he soon recalled the possibility of surveillance cameras. In a moment of carelessness, he had forgotten that the supermarket might be monitored. He hurriedly replayed the events since entering the game in his mind, particularly focusing on whether he had been captured by any cameras while collecting items. After careful consideration, he felt reassured. realizing that all the items he had taken were from the shelves, and each shelf contained multiple rows. He had only taken from the back rows, obscured from view, and the cameras were positioned above, making it impossible for them to capture him clearly. Before long, the police arrived, responding to reports of theft, particularly noting the peculiar disappearance of items. The officers' expressions turned grave, as they had already received multiple similar reports today, with over 10 individuals currently detained in their precinct. Thus, they paid no heed to Zhou Kong's defense and, after reviewing the surveillance footage, proceeded to take him in for questioning. Though Zhou Kong felt a surge of anxiety, he was emboldened by the absence of stolen goods. At worst, they would merely suspect him of theft. And suspicion, after all, could not cost him his life. As such, he saw no reason to fear. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. In situations like his, a thorough search would be conducted upon entering the station. Chapter 35, Cold Wave 8. Personal items, such as mobile phones, wallets, watches, jewelry, and the like, would be temporarily confiscated. Thus, his space-bearing watch was inevitably taken from him, despite Zhou Kong's vehement protests, pleading for the watch to be retained. As it contained all his pilfered supplies and was his greatest asset, the police remained indifferent, perceiving him as nothing more than a nuisance. Unceremoniously, they removed the watch from his wrist, and due to his obstinate demeanor, they issued him a stern warning. Zhou Kong felt as though he might explode with rage. That watch was his portal to the space filled with all his resources, while others were zealously gathering supplies to prepare for the impending disaster. He found himself unable to collect anything and instead was subjected to interrogation, with his means of storage confiscated. The drastic shift from sudden wealth to utter destitution nearly broke him. Faced with the harsh demeanor of the police, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, but he refrained, knowing he was no match for them. If he dared to act, regardless of the outcome, he might find himself handcuffed, perhaps even restrained against a radiator or table leg. Thus, he chose to comply, reasoning that even if detained, at least his hands and feet would remain free. Zhou Kong sensed a profound malice from the game world towards him. Faced with the police, he finally exhibited some restraint. Even though he harbored the belief that these officers were mere NPCs, he dared not act too recklessly, primarily because he had just tasted the bitter fruit of his actions. In order to endure less suffering, he could only bend without breaking. Although the police found no contraband on Zhou Kong, the surveillance footage clearly indicated that certain items on the shelves vanished the moment he touched them. Even if he refused to acknowledge this, the police persisted in their interrogation, employing a wheel-style approach. Simultaneously, they reported to their superiors. Despite the numerous incidents of this nature occurring in the city, Zhou Kong was still given considerable attention. As the actions of these individuals appeared somewhat supernatural, the grassroots officers were merely responsible for interrogation and oversight. The subsequent handling of these individuals would naturally fall to higher authorities. Fortunately, the Calamity game provided them with a relatively short preparation time. Had the disaster arrived 3 or 4 days later, Zhou Kong and his companions might have been sent to a laboratory for dissection. One could only wonder if, under such circumstances, Zhou Kong would still maintain that lofty sense of superiority. As night fell, the police finished their shifts, leaving only 2 on duty while Zhou Kong was confined to a detention room. This chamber had 3 walls and 1 iron grill, devoid of windows. The bars, as thick as an infant's wrist, were solid steel and extremely sturdy. The gaps between the bars were so narrow that even a head could not be slipped through. In this room, there were 7 men, including Zhou Kong. The detention room contained only a long bench, which could accommodate at most 3 or 4 individuals. However, it was currently monopolized by a man with a face full of excess flesh and a chin bristling with stubble, who lay sprawled across the bench. The others, clearly intimidated by this man, opted to sit on the cold tiled floor instead. The ground felt chilly beneath them, and the solitary wooden chair provided little respite. Yet, occupying that chair symbolized power and status. Although they were imprisoned, they had not been shackled. Due to the continuous interrogation throughout the day, Zhou Kong had not received any food until now, when he was finally given a portion of dinner. The meal consisted of 2 steamed buns and a serving of boiled greens that had been lightly salted, devoid of any hint of oil. Zhou Kong ate his dinner absent-mindedly, secretly calculating the time. As the countdown to the calamity neared its end, genuine concern began to take root within him. Given the current circumstances, it appeared he would not be leaving tonight. and he was uncertain about the nature of the impending disaster. If it were an earthquake, it could spell disaster. He could only hope that the police station was sturdy enough to withstand such a calamity. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. Zhou Kong had never imagined that one day he would find himself imprisoned for theft in an alternate world, potentially missing his chance at survival. If he were to perish, what would happen to Jia? How would she manage on her own? He no longer expected his ungrateful sister to care for his wife after his demise. The thought of his wife struggling to survive alone filled him with profound sorrow. No, he could not die. There must be a way to escape. In this state of anxiety, the countdown to the calamity concluded. But he felt no anticipated tremors, only an unsettling chill. He wore work trousers and a sleeveless t-shirt, topped with a lightweight white hoodie. He should not have been cold. Yet, he found goosebumps rising on his arms. Sitting on the tiled floor amplified the cold, as if icy air were seeping up from beneath him, leaving him feeling increasingly unwell. It wasn't just him. The others felt the same. Eventually, someone could no longer bear the chill and rushed to the bars. Gripping the icy metal with both hands and shaking it violently, producing a clanging sound. Damn, why is it so cold? Officer, can I have a piece of clothing? No one responded to him. Undeterred, he continued to shout, embodying a stubborn resolve that he would not cease until acknowledged. The others in the same cell watched him silently, neither advising against his antics nor joining in. Even the man sprawled on the bench opened his eyes. His fish-like gaze fixated on the back of the loud man, as if observing a corpse. The police, finally unable to tolerate the disturbance, approached one of the ruckus makers, wielding a rubber baton, and barked, "Shut up. If you keep this up, I won't be so polite. Anger me, and I'll make you regret it." Zhou Kong's eyes widened. The police in this game world were fierce, unlike those in reality. These officers resembled a band of thugs. After all, which policeman would dare to utter such words? The room fell into an immediate hush, the detainees shrinking back in fear, including the one who had been shouting. Seeing the silence, the officer walked away. But it wasn't long before the cold became unbearable for one of the detainees, particularly a man dressed inadequately, whose lips began to turn blue. The previously silent group could no longer contain themselves. They stood and clung to the iron bars, calling out to the police. "What do you think this place is? You can't just let us freeze here." The on-duty officers, now visibly irritated, approached again, batons in hand. "Officers, it's freezing. Can you provide us with some clothing? Or at least a blanket? If this continues, someone might freeze to death by this point." Everyone understood that this calamity was related to the temperature. The officer sneered, "I warn you, stay put, I'll see about getting you something." However, he did not wait for a response and turned to leave. Concerned about the well-being of those in the detention room, they knew that failing to address the situation would lead to complications in their reports. They found another colleague monitoring the surveillance footage, discussed the matter, and brought 2 blankets from the duty room. Squeezing them through the narrow gaps between the bars, they dared not release the detainees, so blankets were all they could offer. With only 2 blankets available, the detainees had to huddle together, while the man on the bench remained undisturbed. Refusing to share. Chapter 36. Cold wave. This man sat up and cast a meaningful glance at the others. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he suddenly flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, which contrasted sharply with his fierce appearance. The sight of his grin elicited a collective sense of regret among the onlookers, though they kept a wary eye on him, fearing he might be unstable and suddenly turn violent. Unexpectedly, he reached up to scratch his head, and then produced a space blanket, commonly known as a survival blanket. Despite its thin and lightweight nature, it was remarkably effective at retaining heat, taking up minimal space. Without acknowledging the others, he unfolded the blanket and wrapped it around himself, covering everything below his shoulders. He then retrieved a piece of clothing and deftly draped it over his head, obscuring his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. Next, he donned a windbreaker. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the others exchanged glances, as if contemplating what to say but unsure of how to start. It turned out they were not alone in their plight. They had initially thought they were confined with NPCs, but discovered that fellow players were among them. Perhaps inspired by his actions, others began to follow suit. A previously pitiful-looking man with short hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who had been squeezed under a shared blanket, suddenly sprang into action. With a glint in his eye, he emerged from the blanket, revealing either his back or legs. He unbuckled his belt, facing away from the group, and reached into his pants. With some effort, he retrieved a sizable object from his trousers, adjusting his pants to reveal flowery shorts beneath. The others soon realized what he had produced, a sleeping bag. The quality of the sleeping bags in this game world was exceptional, filled with real down feathers, providing excellent warmth, albeit slightly thin. The man quickly unfurled the sleeping bag and slid inside, pulling the hood-like top over his face. Despite the cold, they were aware that the detention room was under surveillance, and their every move was being recorded. However, the increasingly frigid conditions made it unbearable. This wretched detention room lacked even a single air conditioner. Although three sides were walls, the iron grill allowed cold air to seep in from the outside, making the situation intolerable. Moreover, since someone had already taken the initiative to utilize their resources, there was no reason to continue hiding. Survival took precedence over secrecy. If they continued to endure, they risked freezing to death, especially since they had all received game alerts indicating that a calamity was imminent. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that the disaster would be temperature-related. So why maintain their composure any longer? Furthermore, the short-haired man had discovered that certain aspects of the game were obscured from the players. When he was first brought in, he contemplated the idea of surrendering completely, thinking that perhaps he could cooperate with the police and the state, and maybe secure an abundance of resources in return. Yet, if his space were to be discovered and seized by these NPCs for research, only to be returned after the game concluded, would he not suffer a tremendous loss? However, every time he spoke of game-related topics and terminology, the officers interrogating him wore expressions of utter bewilderment. As if they had heard nothing at all, after several attempts, he finally grasped the reality. The game had obscured such content. In other words, he could not voluntarily relinquish his assets. He was at a loss as to why he had encountered such misfortune. He was among the first wave of players to enter the game, and the previous session had granted them merely an hour of preparation time, with an initial fund of only 2,000 yuan. Thus, he had rushed into the supermarket and smuggled a considerable quantity of supplies into his space without being caught. This had whetted his appetite, leading him to believe that he could employ the same tactics in this round. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, while he was in the process of collecting his items, he was caught red-handed by a stock clerk standing right behind him. Consequently, he found himself in this predicament. To further eliminate any chance of him evading responsibility, the authorities reviewed the surveillance footage, leaving him with no room for argument. This is when he contemplated surrendering entirely. Who could have anticipated this outcome? This wretched game left no loopholes for them to exploit. Perhaps it was this very mindset of resignation that prompted him to mimic the actions of the man sleeping on the bench, who had retrieved items from his space. After a few minutes of silence, two more individuals pulled out sleeping bags, relinquishing their claims to the blankets, and subsequently nestled into the warmth of their sleeping bags. Only three remained, exchanging glances. Like Zhou Kong, their spatial carriers had been confiscated by the police, and now, watching others retrieve items from their spaces, they could only gaze in envy. Their every move had been clearly observed by the officers. However, they refrained from alarming the authorities, merely noting the time, awaiting the opportunity to report to their superiors the following day. Sharing 2 blankets among 3 people was significantly better than the earlier situation. But the ground remained uncomfortably cold, the chills seeping through their seated forms. After conferring, they decided to place 1 blanket underneath while the other served as a shared covering. As time passed, even with the blanket and huddled together for warmth, they trembled uncontrollably, their lips tinged with blue. Zhou Kong could no longer endure the cold. He nudged the man in the sleeping bag who was rummaging through his pants, saying, "Fellow villager, do you have an extra sleeping bag? May I borrow one? Any warm clothing or supplies would do. I want to take it for free. I can exchange food for it. Once we're out, I'll give it back to you. Just name your price. As long as it's reasonable, we can make a deal." The other 2 players without spaces turned their gazes toward the man with the buzz cut, eagerly awaiting his response. After all, they were all in the same detention room, effectively making them roommates. It wouldn't due to be partial, lending to one and not the other. Zhou Kong chose him specifically because he appeared the weakest of the 4 men with spaces. The man lifted the hood of his sleeping bag, revealing an expressionless face that regarded him with indifference, shaking his head gently. "Sorry, I only have this one. I fear I cannot assist you. Perhaps you could ask someone else." "Don't be so stingy. I'm not asking for charity. We're from the same place, aren't we? Shouldn't we help each other out? I already said no. There's nothing to lend. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? Faced with the other's palpable impatience and refusal to relent, Zhou Kong's temper flared. Since he had approached him amicably and was met with rejection, he thought it fair to resort to force. His eyes glimmered with determination as he lunged at the man, his fist poised to strike his head. He had anticipated that this blow would incapacitate the man, allowing him to seize the sleeping bag in the process. However, the man reacted with astonishing speed, dodging the attack and repositioning himself. Zhou Kong's fist met the tiled floor with a resounding thud, followed by a cry of pain. Unexpectedly, his attempt to steal ended up injuring himself. He grimaced in agony, momentarily forgetting about the man. Tentatively, he released his grip. A sharp pain coursing through his hand made him suspect a fracture, as it throbbed intensely. Although the buzzcut man had avoided the hit, he was now incensed. His arms emerged swiftly from the sleeping bag, one fist raised, aiming for Zhou Kong's face. A scream echoed through the room as Zhou Kong's head snapped sideways from the force of the blow, the pain eliciting a groan as he instinctively leaned to the side, only to realize half his face had gone numb. I warned you. Stay clear of my intentions. If you think you can bully me because I seem like an easy target, you've made a grave mistake. Observing Zhou Kong's glare, the bespectacled man felt a chill run through him. Though he verbally threatened Zhou Kong, inwardly he resolved that once they exited the station, he would deal with this kid first. After all, given Zhou Kong's demeanor, he likely harbored a grudge against him. He did not wish to leave any loose ends. This confrontation subdued the others, grateful that despite the cold, they had 2 blankets to share, allowing them to huddle together for warmth and avoid freezing to death. Zhou Kong, however, was left in a state of pain and bitterness, enduring in silence. Little did he know, his previous life had not been so dire in that existence. Zhou Kong had been imparted with valuable insights by Zhou after their first game, prompting him to hesitate and avoid risky behavior, thus preventing his arrest and detainment. Although his initial resources had been limited, he had successfully endured the early stages, later capitalizing on the chaos to stockpile supplies in his space. In contrast, this life saw Zhou share nothing with him. All his knowledge came from the internet, where players predominantly boasted about their acquisitions, rarely sharing survival strategies. Coupled with Zhou influence, this led Zhou Kong to take reckless risks, seeking to engage in zero-cost purchases during peacetime, which ultimately culminated in his current predicament. After a long, arduous night, dawn finally broke. The police station dispatched 3 vehicles to escort the detainees to a laboratory. However, the road conditions proved problematic, and the group seized an opportunity to escape. The bespectacled man planned to take down Zhou Kong in the chaos, but Zhou Kong was surprisingly agile, slipping away from all of them in an instant point. One could not deny the advantages of a big city over a small town. In a place like Baihua Town, with its sparse population, the roads would be much more manageable, making escape significantly more difficult. With a backpack on, how much could he carry? Fortunately, the police were unaware that his watch was a device capable of making items disappear. Hence his belongings were simply stored on a shelf in an unguarded room at the station, lacking even a cabinet. The 2 other players without spaces shared Zhou Kong's thoughts, and before long, the 3 of them found themselves in proximity to one another at the police station. Upon meeting, they quickly understood each other's intentions. With a common goal, collaboration seemed prudent, enhancing their chances of success. As the cold weather persisted, they huddled inside, giving them the opportunity to infiltrate the police station's compound. The room storing their belongings was unmonitored, and during daylight hours, no one was watching the surveillance feeds. After all, who would suspect such audacity in broad daylight? Thus, they successfully entered, reclaiming their spaces and emptying the room of all its contents, leaving only a few empty shelves behind. Had their spaces not been limited to just 1 cubic meter, they might have taken the shelves too. Though they coveted the weapons stored at the station, they were self-aware enough to sneak out quietly. On the 5th day of the disaster game, despite the temperature dropping daily, the rate of decline had lessened. The current outdoor temperature had plummeted to -16 degrees Celsius, and the survivors were gradually acclimatizing to the frigid environment. Some had already begun donning thick winter coats, venturing out in search of supplies, while the streets were rife with looting. Last night, Zhou had raided a jewelry store. despite the loud crash of shattering glass and the blaring alarms as she smashed open display cases to collect gold jewelry. No one came to investigate. She only smashed 2 counters filled with gold bracelets, chains, and necklaces, sweeping everything inside before ceasing her assault. Having discovered the safe once more, she initially intended to pry it open. However, upon realizing its extraordinary sturdiness, she found herself at an impasse. Thus, she resorted to retrieving a large backpack from her space, stuffing it with lighter items to create just enough room to accommodate the safe. Although the alarm had yet to attract any attention, the uncertainty of whether someone might arrive if she lingered too long weighed heavily on her. Therefore, the immediate priority was to make a swift exit. She felt no trepidation about being traced back to her, for the entire Baihua town had experienced a power outage that afternoon, rendering any surveillance systems inoperative. The alarm's activation was solely due to its rechargeable nature, as it still retained some power. Otherwise, it would have remained silent due to the blackout. Perhaps it was the late hour combined with the power outage that rendered the air conditioning and other heating devices useless, resulting in a lack of response from passers-by, even if they heard commotion. Along her path, she only glimpsed a few silhouettes, all of whom quickly veered away upon noticing her. She realized she had no choice. Leaving her supplies unsecured in the room was unwise, yet without extracting them, the safe could not be accommodated. The gold jewelry she had collected would certainly yield substantial resources once exchanged in subsequent games. However, upon spotting the safe, an instinctive feeling suggested it contained something valuable. This sixth sense, inexplicably strong, made her ponder the potential existence of a second skill card in this second game, akin to what the individual named Zhang Chong had obtained. Chapter 38. Cold Wave 11. The heavy safe now obstructed the doorway, effectively sealing it shut. Even if someone outside possessed a key, they would be unable to force the door open. Furthermore, should someone possess sufficient strength to push both the door and the safe, the friction of the safe against the floor would inevitably create a tremendous noise, serving as a timely warning for her to remain vigilant and prepared, thereby preventing an unexpected ambush. Despite her reincarnation, Zhouanen never considered herself invincible, especially given that her prior life had ended prematurely, limiting her knowledge. She was only aware of the details from the earlier games, remaining utterly oblivious to what lay ahead. Thus, it was prudent to leverage her foresight during these initial games, advancing cautiously to build her strength. It is often said that a single swift step can lead to a cascade of progress, while a single misstep can result in subsequent delays. She was entirely unaware of anyone concealing their abilities. After all, some individuals preferred to amass wealth quietly, even when fortune had favored them. Therefore, she dared not take undue risks. She couldn't tell if it was the exertion from her frantic escape or the tension that made her oblivious to the frigid temperature around her. Despite the low external temperature, she felt surprisingly warm. Any matters could wait until dawn. Attempting to pick the lock with a flashlight was ill-advised, as it would create noise. During the day, external sounds might provide some cover, but in the stillness of night, even a slight noise could attract unwanted attention. Moreover, the lock was not easily bypassed, and it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. While she was already fatigued from her escape, as dawn broke, Zhouanen rose from her bed, donned her clothes, and stretched her limbs within the room. She retrieved a portable stove to prepare a bowl of instant noodles, enhancing it with 2 packets of dehydrated vegetables, a handful of shrimp, and some seaweed, finishing with a drizzle of sesame oil. The warm broth filled her with comfort, and she savored every drop. She gathered tools such as an axe, hammer, and iron rod from her space. Forgoing the organization of the gold jewelry she had collected the previous day, and immediately set to work dismantling the safe, it must be said, this safe was exceptionally robust. Zhouanen spent 3 full days before finally prying open a gap wide enough to fit her arm. She removed her clothing from one arm, braving the cold to extend her hand through the opening. Using the ring's touch, she transferred the contents of the safe into her space. After confirming that nothing remained inside, she redressed and took a moment to warm herself before laying out the recently acquired items on the bed. There were 6 boxes, each roughly the size of a shoebox. Upon opening them, she discovered an array of gold jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and pendants, an eclectic assortment of styles, each meticulously encased in transparent plastic bags. Zhouanen arranged the boxes on the bed, their golden sheen dazzling her eyes, creating a truly spectacular sight. Yet, this was not what she sought. Ever since the boxes were unveiled, an inexplicable racing of her heart suggested that something was drawing her attention, but it was certainly not these ornaments. She began to remove the contents, quickly accumulating a small mound on the bed.as. She neared the bottom layer of the third box. Her keen eye noticed that the color of the box's base differed from that of the previous two. Joanne hastened her movements and soon discerned that the base bore a pattern, resembling a promotional card page. Once she emptied the box, she picked it up for a closer examination, only to realize that it was not the base that was printed upon, but rather a promotional card page placed at the bottom. This card page matched the dimensions of the base perfectly, making it easy to mistake the design as part of the box itself. Upon extracting the card page, she discovered it was exceptionally thick and rigid, comparable in quality to a bank card, and at least 2 to 3 times its thickness. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Setting the card page aside, she emptied the other 3 boxes, yet found no further surprises. Despite their seemingly small size, the boxes were quite heavy once filled with precious metals. Joanne held the card page in her hand. Scrutinizing it closely, the content advertised properties for sale, though not in Baihua Town. After much effort, she could glean little understanding, as she had never ventured beyond Baihua Town since entering this game, leaving her in the dark about the outside world. The properties listed on the promotional page were entirely foreign to her. She meticulously examined every corner of the page, even transcribing the text, pondering whether it constituted some form of wordplay. However, after exhausting all possibilities, her efforts bore no fruit, leading her to angrily toss the promotional page onto her bedside table, declaring it a lost cause. She was exhausted. Sleep beckoned. Upon awakening, she resignedly picked up the promotional page once more. After half an hour of scrutiny, she finally discerned something amiss. The middle section appeared somewhat thicker. Could something be hidden within? With no other discoveries to pursue, Joanne decided to investigate further. Carefully using a knife, she pried at the edges, finding it less sturdy than anticipated. In no time, she had created a small gap, allowing her to insert the knife's tip and gradually widen the opening. Once it was large enough for her fingers, she gently pried the page apart, revealing its 2 layers with minimal effort, thus exposing its concealed contents. What lay within was a translucent, light green orb, approximately the size of a mung bean, possessing remarkable elasticity. Initially flattened while trapped between the pages, its protruding form had gone unnoticed until now. As she pondered the nature of this mysterious object, a voice echoed in her mind, announcing, "Skill orb detected. Would you like to absorb it? A skill orb?" This was indeed a skill orb. Ha ha ha. After an arduous search, she had stumbled upon it effortlessly. Initially worried about missing out on acquiring a skill, she was pleasantly surprised to find this fortuitous turn of events. Without hesitation, she decided to absorb it. What could she possibly deliberate over? This coveted treasure was finally within her grasp. To hesitate for even a moment would be a disservice to herself. Please place the skill orb in the palm of your hand. Absorption will commence in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10. Joanne swiftly pinched the resilient orb with 2 fingers of her left hand and transferred it to her right palm. She harbored a selfish concern. Prior to absorbing the skill orb, she was uncertain of the skill it would grant her, or how it would be activated. What if the skill could only be utilized with the hand used for absorption? She was not left-handed. Her right hand was far more adept at, of course. If there were no restrictions, that would be ideal. Yet, what if there were? Chapter 39. Cold Wave 12. She was unwilling to gamble on such uncertainties, as her right hand was simply more convenient and agile. Joanne's gaze remained fixated on the skill orb, unwavering. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the orb began to dissolve slowly, transforming into a droplet of colorless liquid. At that moment, her palm acted like a sponge, absorbing the droplet. The process was gradual, taking over a minute for the entire essence to seep into her hand. Gently probing her palm with her fingers, she discovered it to be parched. To her astonishment, the colorless droplet had completely seeped into her palm, as if the earlier droplet had merely been a figment of her imagination. Uncertain if it was an illusion, she perceived a subtle, cool sensation coursing from her palm up her arm, then to her shoulder, chest, and heart, eventually spreading throughout her entire body. This peculiar sensation lingered for approximately 5 or 6 minutes before dissipating, at which point the game's announcement resounded, audible only to her ears. Congratulations, player Tang Ibu Tian Sweet has acquired the skill of teleportation. with a movement distance of 5 meters and a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Points can be used for upgrades. Would you like to make an announcement across the network? Selecting yes will grant you a gift package. To her dismay, it was merely a teleportation skill. Joanin felt a tinge of disappointment. To be frank, she had hoped for a combat skill. This teleportation ability clearly served only for evasion and came with a lengthy cooldown period. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that it was better than having no skill at all. Compared to players who had not received any skills, she was already a step ahead. Humans, after all, should learn to be content. From another perspective, teleportation could indeed be considered a life-saving skill. If used wisely, it could help her evade sudden, life-threatening dangers, even turning the tide in her favor. As for the system announcement, she had not wished for it, but a part of her was tempted by the so-called gift package. After some contemplation, she inquired, "Is it possible to conceal my name during the system announcement?" "Yes." Proceed with the announcement while concealing the name. The game's system voice fell silent, only to resume after a little over a minute. Announcement concluded. The gift package has been issued to your space. Please check it. Failure to retrieve it within 24 hours will be deemed as forfeiture, and the package will automatically vanish. How intriguing. So that's how it works? A time limit for retrieval resulting in disappearance. In her previous life, she had never obtained a skill card and was thus unaware of the existence of gift packages and network announcements, let alone that they would vanish if not collected in time. She glanced at the safe still positioned at the door. It was indeed a valuable item. Placing it at the entrance would ensure that even if someone managed to unlock the door, they could not enter. For now, she should be safe. She looked at the window, pleased to see that a security screen had been installed outside. This guest house comprised 3 floors, with 22 rooms on both the second and third floors, while the first floor housed only 12 rooms due to the presence of the kitchen, lounge, and the owner's residence. Thus, only 12 rooms were available for accommodation. The public restroom was located in the courtyard outside. Joanin's room was on the second floor, likely a precaution taken by the owner considering safety, as many travelers brought their families, including children. Without a security screen, any mischievous child could have posed a risk, and the owner would have borne considerable responsibility. However, this arrangement inadvertently benefited players like them who preferred to remain hidden. As long as they secured the door, they need not worry about anyone climbing in through the window. Joanin retrieved the gift package from her space. It was square, about the size of her palm, wrapped in paper and adorned with a bow. She untied the bow, tore off the outer packaging, and revealed a square box. Upon opening it, she discovered a silvery ring inside. Beneath the ring lay a piece of paper. Inspecting the ring, she found no obvious features, but upon examining the paper, she was astonished to discover it contained usage instructions. This small ring was, in fact, a space binding device. Moreover, once used, it could allow the space entity to merge directly with the human body, achieving invisibility. What a remarkable item! The system announcement had truly paid off. Joanin was too exhilarated to check the chat channel for the announcement details, hastily following the instructions. She took the ring, pressed it against her spatial ring, and silently counted to 30 after 30 seconds. The ring transformed into a beam of light and entered the ring, which then flickered, merging into her finger like the earlier skill droplet. Joanin tested it and found the spatial location still on her finger. The ring had vanished, and the space was now one with her. A genuine smile graced Joanin's face. Since her rebirth, her luck seemed to have improved. Not only had she obtained a skill card and the ability to teleport, but the contents of the gift package were also perfectly aligned with her desires. She even felt that this ring was more practical than the skill card. Acquiring these 2 treasures had significantly uplifted her spirits, which had been low since her rebirth. Last night, snowflakes began to fall outside, and although the snowfall was light, it made the already frigid weather even colder, compounded by the wind. While the wind was not strong, it still felt quite biting against the skin. Many players' accommodations were affected by the cold wind seeping through the window gaps, lowering the room temperature further. Fortunately, Joanin had prepared in advance, sealing the window gaps with tape, thus preventing cold drafts from entering, which was a commendable measure for warmth. Now, she could not venture outside to use the communal kitchen for cooking. Although the gas supply had not been cut off, food left exposed would inevitably attract attention. However, she possessed a portable stove, allowing her to enjoy continuous hot water and a warm meal daily. Thus, her days spent in her room were not entirely unpleasant. Outside, chaos had begun, with looting underway. The small town boasted few police officers, and they were overwhelmed by the situation. Those still roaming outside were undoubtedly courageous individuals. Yet, their targets were primarily shops, supermarkets, and clothing stores, while souvenir shops remained largely ignored. However, this calamity was merely the beginning. As chaos escalated, resources would dwindle, and these shops would likely suffer the same fate as others. Thus far, no one had focused on their guest house. As each one housed numerous guests, a majority of whom were players, should someone choose to storm the guest house, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. The snowfall, though light, had accumulated a thick layer after 3 continuous days. Many braved the severe cold to search for resources, compacting the snow beneath their feet, making it slippery and treacherous. Joanin even learned from the communication channel that some players had somehow procured ice skates and were gliding over the trampled snow. Boasting about it in the chat channel, Joanin found it perplexing. What was there to boast about? It was neither edible nor drinkable, far inferior to the instant noodles she had for breakfast. On the 19th day of the game, Joanin's guest house encountered its first wave of theft. A trio of players sought to infiltrate the guest house to steal some warm supplies, hoping to fortuitously find food as well. However, upon sneaking into the guest house, they stumbled into a player's room who was not easily trifled with. Not only did this player hold their own against 3 attackers, but they also fought back while calling for help. Their voice piercingly loud and sharp, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass, almost threatening to pierce eardrums. The immediate victims were the 3 would-be thieves. The shrill cry left their ears ringing, and blood poured from their noses, clearly indicating that this skill was an area of effect attack. Not only did the directly targeted player suffer, but fellow guests in the guest house were also affected. Joanin's heart raced upon hearing the commotion. While similar incidents had occurred in her previous life, she had never encountered such a sound. It seemed that her rebirth had indeed triggered a butterfly effect. The sound was anything but human, indicating that the player producing it had acquired some extraordinary skill. Joanin felt a wave of frustration. Had so many skill cards been revealed so early in the second game? She had been utterly oblivious in her previous life. What had she missed? The players' cries quickly alerted others, and soon, numerous players rushed out from their rooms. The outcome was predictable. The trio of thieves was apprehended. Initially, 1 against 3 had led to a stalemate. But with so many players joining the fray, the 3 thieves felt their lives were in jeopardy. Fortunately, as the calamity had only just begun, NPCs had yet to become indifferent to life and players, having experienced only the second game, were not yet as cold-blooded and ruthless as they would become. Moreover, some players were freshly introduced and had never faced such lawlessness, so they had not thought to execute the 3 men. Faced with the threat to their lives, the trio was compelled to produce some supplies from their space in exchange for their freedom. With grim faces, the 3 robbers reluctantly squeezed out their resources, akin to extracting toothpaste, until they finally met the group's satisfaction, which led to their expulsion from the guest house. Despite their glum expressions while surrendering their items, once outside, the trio wore looks of relief. They had managed to preserve their lives, an unexpected stroke of luck. Upon hearing the piercing cry, Joanin too ventured out to join the fray. It was not out of a penchant for chaos, but rather a desire to observe the player who had screamed, for it was likely that he had also acquired a skill, at the very least. She wished to memorize his visage, lest they cross paths in the future and he catch her off guard with another shriek, which might not only startle her but also compromise her chances of seizing the initiative and lead to her being countered. After all, that scream was indeed shrill and grating, and even through several walls and doors. It had caused her ears considerable discomfort, not to mention what it would be like in direct confrontation. When Joanin arrived, she helped bind one of the players, and as a result of their extortion, she received a packet of seaweed-flavored crackers and 10 soft candies. Though her contribution had been minimal, her spoils, however meager, brought her joy. After all, it was a windfall, and even the smallest of gains is still a gain. The innkeeper had also put forth considerable effort, managing to incapacitate 2 players with slightly better physiques who, sensing danger, attempted to flee, only to be swiftly subdued by him. After acquiring a fair amount of supplies, Joanin silently regarded the players being driven away, pursing her lips without uttering a word. She was aware that eliminating a player would render their space and its contents as unclaimed, thus avoiding the need to extract resources painstakingly, bit by bit. However, revealing this information to the others would expose her to potential danger. For once the knowledge that spaces and their contents could be pilfered became known, how many would be able to resist the temptation? She was unwilling to gamble on the depths of human greed. Even though her space was already bound and invisible, should someone set their sights on her, trouble would inevitably ensue. Furthermore, given her current strength, if just one or two individuals targeted her, she might still stand a chance. But should a small group take an interest, her situation could swiftly turn dire. There were many who sought comfort in numbers, and such cliques existed everywhere. For now, she had no desire to leave this sanctuary, as the resources in this small town were limited, and finding another suitable abode in haste would prove difficult. Thus, she opted to keep her knowledge concealed for the time being. Nonetheless, this was a hidden peril. After just the second round of the disaster game, it would not be long before astute individuals began to draw conclusions. After all, in her past life, it was no secret that spaces and their contents could be seized when she perished. Joanin resolved that in future games, should circumstances permit, she would masquerade as an NPC. For others could not locate her space, as long as she was not seen while storing supplies or retrieving items, she could convincingly portray an NPC before the players. With the unexpected bounty, everyone was elated. Although the items produced by the three players were divided among the group, in reality, each person received but a paltry share, yet it was still a boon. The innkeeper demonstrated some organizational skill. Perhaps the sweet taste of success had inspired him, for he decided to rally everyone together. This was not only to guard against outsiders who might steal or rob, but also to seize some of the resources from others. Despite being a local, the innkeeper had limited provisions, as he had rented out most of his land for cultivation and retained only a small vegetable garden for himself. Who could predict how long this inexplicable disaster would persist? Would their supplies last until help arrived? As the saying goes, a full stomach brings tranquility, thus the more resources they could secure, the better, especially in these trying times. However, the likelihood of success in raiding was low. Hence, they opted to strategize for home ground advantage. After much deliberation, they decided to send out some of the quicker players in turns to fish, luring in those with fewer team members, and then they would converge to conduct a counter-robbery. The enthusiasm surged, and everyone was eager to participate. The sense of unity within the inn was unprecedented, with both players and NPCs expressing unwavering support for this plan. After all, securing a source of resources equated to hope, and it was far preferable to watch outsiders than to have their gaze fixed on one another. Indeed, the innkeeper had classified all present, be they NPC or player, as his own, had it not been for the passage of time. Joanin suspected she might witness the birth of a base. Joanin was not above compromising her principles. She swiftly became embroiled in the collective schemes, portraying herself as an ordinary player with scant resources, eagerly participating in every fishing expedition. When the group gathered for meals, she consumed only what was apportioned to her from their catches, feigning reluctance and eating to a point of mere satisfaction, thus appearing to be in dire need of supplies, allowing her to evade scrutiny. After all, there were far more plump sheep to target than her in the days that followed, although the temperature continued to plummet. The gradual descent, sometimes a degree every 2 days, sometimes one in a single day, went unnoticed by many, even those with somewhat dulled senses. The more sensitive among them could only grumble, "Damn it! This cursed weather grows colder by the day." On the 23rd day of the disaster game, the weather took a sudden and drastic turn, plunging in temperature. Though lacking a thermometer, the palpable chill indicated that today was at least 10 degrees colder than yesterday. The abrupt drop caught everyone off guard, and those who had been so spirited in their fishing and robbing over the past few days found themselves huddled in their rooms, reluctant to move. The frigid air was now so biting that even their breath turned to frost, and with scant warm clothing, remaining indoors was a struggle against the shivers, let alone facing the icy gusts outside. Joanin, having the foresight to prepare, had layered herself with additional clothing before bed and, upon sensing the morning's temperature shift, wrapped herself snugly against the cold. She secured her door tightly and employed every insulation method available to combat the sudden chill that invaded her space. The unexpected drop in temperature presented both advantages and disadvantages for the surviving humans. The primary drawback was the hindrance to movement, compounded by the lack of warm clothing. Consequently, the activities of looting, fishing, or scavenging for supplies came to a standstill. The silver lining, however, was that fewer individuals ventured outside, resulting in a significant reduction in robberies. It felt as though the universe had pressed a pause button. leaving only the howling wind, the frigid air, and the occasional debris swept up by the gusts. These objects occasionally collided with the glass or the metal rolling shutters, producing sounds that varied from dull thuds to sharp chimes. Of course, Joanne was aware of the weather's unpredictability, yet she had no intention of stepping outside. First, her current supplies were sufficient. Even if she gathered more, it would ultimately be fruitless as she could not transport them all. After all, her space was limited as for seizing others' resources. Unless someone foolishly walked into the line of her gun, she had no desire to instigate trouble. Secondly, she recognized that while today's temperature might not continue to plummet, venturing out recklessly would greatly increase her risk of injury. This was merely the second round of the disaster game, and her physical condition had not improved significantly, aside from possessing the experience from her previous life. She was still quite fragile. The innkeeper had distributed all available warm supplies among the guests, leaving only a few for himself, yet even this was insufficient to meet the collective needs. The disparity between the number of people and the scarcity of resources was starkly evident. Gradually, some individuals, unable to endure the cold in their rooms, approached the innkeeper seeking solutions. Unfortunately, he had none to offer. He was just as cold as they were. Although the inn had air conditioning, electric blankets, and heaters, without electricity, these devices were rendered useless. The surviving inhabitants of the inn began to form small groups, their previously unified front beginning to splinter as they entertained their own thoughts. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. By the 24th day of the disaster, as temperatures continued to decline, they were compelled to devise alternative strategies. Their best idea was to kindle a fire. With the hall's flooring being made of polished stone, it would be perilous to light a bonfire directly on the wooden floor without a stove. Such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. Should a fire break out, it would spell doom for all. To maximize heat retention while warming themselves, they ensured that all doors and windows were tightly shut and thick curtains drawn. There was no concern about air circulation, as the hall was open plan. Even with the doors closed and windows sealed, airflow would remain unaffected. Joanne did not set herself apart. To blend in with the crowd was the best strategy. During the day, she would occasionally sneak away to indulge in better food, replenishing her warmth. However, should the need arise to set the mountains ablaze, that would be a different matter altogether. Finding combustible materials is no easy task, thus only a flickering fire remains, with everyone seated around the hearth. Although they are all acutely aware of the situation, none dare to expose the truth. Moreover, the majority capable of such actions are players. Only the local indigenous people, lacking space, have their supplies visible for all to see. On the 25th day of the disaster game, around 9 a.m., heavy snow began to fall once again from the heavens, swirling in a flurry, each snowflake approximately the size of a quarter of a palm. In no time, the ground was blanketed in a layer of white dye. In this game world, such large snowflakes are a rarity. In reality, if snowflakes of this magnitude were to fall, it would likely incite panic. Yet, it is uncertain whether the NPCs of this game world are simply oblivious or have previously encountered such snowfall, as upon witnessing the blizzard, they merely mutter curses and complaints, showing no signs of shock. Players, too, are unfazed. After all, this is a game world where even the prospect of knives raining from the sky would likely be met with swift acceptance. The snowfall not only plummeted the temperature but also rendered movement increasingly difficult, as the ground quickly accumulated a thick layer of snow, reaching nearly knee-deep after just 2 hours. This illustrates the intensity and rapidity of the snowfall. Furthermore, it was accompanied by fierce winds that knocked even the slenderest of individuals off their feet, sending them tumbling into the snow. Consequently, the search for combustible materials became even more arduous, yet the chill was intolerable. On the 26th day of the disaster game, the innkeeper found himself in a state of despair. Had he foreseen such weather, the cessation of water, power, and gas, he would have invested in a heating stove and procured several tons of coal. Regrettably, foresight is a luxury not afforded by wealth, though it pained him to incinerate the furniture he had purchased. Given the dire weather conditions that showed no sign of improvement but rather continued to deteriorate, burning the furniture became a necessity. Otherwise, the extinguishing of the fire might leave them uncertain if they could endure until dawn. Chapter 42. Cold Wave 15. With his life at stake, he nodded in agreement. In truth, dissent was not an option. They were but a couple, whereas the guests numbered over a dozen. If he dared to oppose, they would surely disregard his words. The group moved with remarkable efficiency, and soon the hall was cluttered with a heap of damaged furniture. With combustible materials at hand, the fire in the hall blazed anew. Admittedly, the smoke produced from burning such items was considerable and emitted a peculiar odor. Although Zhou was uncertain of the toxicity of the fumes, she made every effort to minimize her time spent in the hall, donning a mask whenever she remained, resolute in not removing it midway. Even after leaving the game, all negative statuses would be erased from her body, yet with only a few days left in the game. She was reluctant to inhale such gases. On the 27th day of the disaster game, Zhou spent merely over 2 hours in the hall, divided into several brief intervals, while the rest of the time was spent in her room. She had prepared more thoroughly than others, and even if her room was a bit chilly, she would not succumb to frostbite. The snowfall continued relentlessly, accumulating to an estimated height of at least 1.5 to 1.6 meters. Those of shorter stature would find their heads nearly submerged. Nevertheless, Zhou remained untroubled, for according to her recollection, once the snow reached this thickness, it was likely to cease. Indeed, as noon approached, the wind and snow finally subsided, yet with such a thick layer of snow, venturing outside was utterly impossible. Everyone was compelled to remain indoors. Fortunately, thanks to their earlier scavenging, they were not at risk of starvation, even if they could not venture out to eat. Some who possessed supplies opted to forego meals in the hall, leading to a dwindling number of people present. Of course, there were those like Zhou who, while spending more time in their rooms, would occasionally meander into the hall. The inn's single-story height was approximately 3.5 to 4 meters, so even with nearly 2 meters of accumulated snow, air circulation was not severely hindered, given that the inn had multiple levels. However, due to the snow's accumulation, access to the rooftop was obstructed, and residents voiced concerns about whether the weight of the snow might collapse the building. The innkeeper shared these worries. Thus, on the 28th day of the disaster game, he gathered all surviving individuals and proposed that they work together to clear the snow. Although no one was particularly eager, the threat of a collapsed building loomed over them all. Zhou supported this decision. Those fortunate enough to have escaped immediate danger could still succumb to suffocation beneath the snow. However, the door leading to the rooftop was sealed shut, pushing outward, necessitating a collective effort to remove the door panel before they could even open it. The innkeeper cleared 2 vacant rooms to store the snow removed from the rooftop, as the door's position was nearly central to the roof. To clear the snow effectively, they needed to create a path wide enough for a person to pass through. The bustling activity made the cold feel less oppressive. Although hands and faces grew colder, their bodies warmed, and some even perspired. After a full day of labor, they managed to clear nearly half of the snow from the rooftop. The initial effort to create a path had been somewhat challenging, but subsequent removal was significantly easier, as they merely needed to transport the snow downstairs. Nevertheless, while clearing the snow, they avoided the front of the building, directing their efforts to the other 3 sides. On the morning of the 29th day of the disaster game, after another busy morning, the snow from the rooftop was finally cleared, and a sense of relief washed over the people, knowing they no longer had to fear the building's collapse. Perhaps due to the recent snow-clearing efforts, the cold felt less severe, for even after finishing the rooftop, some enthusiastically began clearing the snow at the entrance in the afternoon. Zhou chose not to participate in the afternoon snow-clearing activities. As her supplies were ample, and with only a day and a half remaining until the game's conclusion, she believed that if this life followed the same trajectory as the last, there would be no significant dangers ahead. The only concern remaining was her fellow players, as many had exhausted their supplies and would likely resort to stealing from others to stave off hunger. However, this inn did not appear to be facing such issues. Compared to previous raids and counter-raids, everyone had managed to retain some supplies, ensuring they could survive the next couple of days. Thus, on the afternoon of the 29th, while the majority busied themselves clearing snow outdoors, Zhou began to take stock of her own supplies, cramming everything she could into her spatial storage, which quickly filled to capacity. She assessed the remaining food and water, concluding that she had enough for the next couple of days. Those items she could neither consume nor carry would have to be left for the NPCs in the inn. If this were a genuinely existing world, rather than a mere collection of data, the calamity would continue after their departure. Conversely, if it were simply data, it would disband upon their exit from the game. Nonetheless, Zhou preferred to believe in the authenticity of this world, hoping that this cold wave was merely an isolated incident and not the harbinger of an impending apocalypse. On the 30th day of the disaster game, she had anticipated a peaceful day, but unexpectedly, someone knocked on her door in the afternoon. Zhou Anan furrowed her brow, feeling displeased. Regardless of the reason for the disturbance, she couldn't help but assume the worst. As the knocking grew more insistent, she reluctantly approached the door and opened it. Standing outside were 4 individuals, the innkeeper and 3 others, 2 men and a woman. Chapter 43, Cold Wave 16. And upon seeing the door open, the innkeeper spoke first. Miss Zhou, our supplies are dwindling, so to prevent anyone from starving, we have decided to consolidate our resources and share a communal meal. Would you care to join us? Ah, so we're going to share a pot of stew? Zhou Anan mused, having no objections to the idea of dining together, especially since her storage was already overflowing. Leaving her unable to take any more, as she had formed amicable relations with the others, she saw no harm in leaving her remaining provisions for them. Additionally, contributing her supplies would temporarily mitigate the risk of being targeted by others. Even if this reprieve would not last long, with only a little over a day remaining in the game. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "All right, but I don't have much left." As she spoke, she stepped aside to allow them entry. Pointing to the remnants of her supplies, she added, "This is all I have left. Please take it all." Although it may seem insignificant to her, the others were filled with astonishment as they beheld the scene before them. On the table lay an array of instant noodle packets, a couple of large sausages, 2 bags of dried noodles, 7 or 8 packets of pickles, and 4 bottles of mineral water. Not to mention, with those instant noodles and dried noodles, if one were to simply add ample water while cooking, each person could enjoy a bowl brimming with both broth and noodles, even if they did not feel satiated. They could at least quench their thirst. In truth, the group was quite taken aback, as it likely appeared to them that the provisions contributed by Zhou Anan were exceedingly generous. Zhou Anan was not the first person they had sought. Those who possessed resources previously were unwilling to participate, while those without resources, or with very little to spare, could hardly offer anything in return. Who else had been as generous as Zhou Anan? She allowed them to take all her supplies, and while it was possible she had hidden some for herself, it was of little consequence, for her contributions were the most substantial among them. The group joyfully departed with their haul, and as they left, the boss reminded Zhou Anan to go out for a meal when the time came. Zhou Anan nodded in agreement, for on the surface, she had no provisions left. Failing to go out for a meal would surely raise suspicions. When mealtime arrived and Zhou Anan had yet to appear, someone even made a special trip to knock on her door. Calling for her to join them for dinner, in the common room, 7 or 8 individuals were gathered around the fire, each receiving a bowl of noodles with more broth than noodles, along with 3 biscuits apiece. Zhou Anan quickly finished her share, and just as she intended to leave, the boss called out to her, "Miss Zhou, please don't rush off just yet. The thing is, we were discussing something this afternoon, and you weren't present, so you may not be aware. We initially believed that the supplies we had would eventually run out, and with the thick snow outside, it was uncertain when it would melt. Therefore, we plan to create a path to see if we can excavate some supplies from beneath the snow." Zhou Anan pressed her lips together. To be frank, she was not keen on participating in such an endeavor, as the game would conclude the following day. Currently, she had no shortage of food or drink and had no desire to endure such hardship. However, after some contemplation, she acquiesced, for she had discerned that those dining around the fire were likely not players, but rather NPCs. And since these NPCs would be shoveling snow the next day, she might as well disguise herself as one. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone armed themselves with tools, and after the boss pointed out the direction of the door, they began to clear the way. It was unclear what the boss had discussed with the other players, but Zhou Anan noticed that in addition to those who had dined together, there were now 2 more individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The boss had divided everyone into 2 teams. One team would shovel snow while the other remained indoors by the fire, swapping when the outside team grew weary or cold. In Zhou Anan's eyes, the boss was quite astute. This strategy was indeed a win-win situation, preventing everyone from becoming overly fatigued while safeguarding their existing supplies. Although their surroundings were peaceful, come evening, they learned that several players upstairs had engaged in infighting, resulting in one individual being killed. Zhou Anan felt a sense of disbelief. At such a late stage in the game, such a death seemed all too trivial. Nonetheless, she felt no sympathy. Each person had their own choices to make, and they must bear the responsibility for those choices. The game would conclude at midnight, and she had no intention of sleeping in the remaining hours. After all, Someone had died that afternoon, and who knew if, in those final moments, others might turn against one another. She did not wish to falter at the last hurdle. Her suspicions proved correct. Around 10:30 p.m., sounds emanated from outside the door, resembling the noise of a lock being picked. Zhou Anan swiftly retrieved a hammer from her space and concealed herself in the shadows. It was not that she was unwilling to use a knife. Rather, she feared it might reflect light and give her position away. The intruder outside appeared to be quite the locksmith. After a few minutes, the door was pushed open and a shadowy figure tiptoed inside. Zhou Anan held her breath, and as the figure passed her and approached the bed, she raised the hammer and struck forcefully at the back of his head. The man was somewhat tall, making it a bit challenging for Zhou Anan to reach him, but it was not entirely out of her reach. After being struck, he instinctively dodged to the side. Zhou Anan was no novice. Having experienced a previous life, she had become ruthless, and killing did not weigh upon her conscience. Thus, the hammer fell in rapid succession, each blow more forceful than the last. Although the man initially evaded the first strike, it grazed his head, eliciting a muffled cry of pain. What the hell? Half of his head throbbed with agony. Yet there was no time to pause and assess the damage. Before he could fully react, the second blow followed swiftly. To his dismay, Zhou Anan had already altered her approach, seemingly anticipating his move. She wielded the hammer like a sword, delivering a vicious strike to his neck. The impact sent him crashing onto the bed, blood splattering everywhere. The man's previously held flashlight fell to the ground. Zhou Anan picked it up to reveal it was only a weakly illuminated torch, covered with layers of cloth. Otherwise, on this moonless night, coupled with the snow outside blocking all light, it would have been impossible for him to navigate directly to the bed without tripping over something. It was precisely this dim light that made Zhou Anan's assault akin to targeting a live target. She tore away the cloth covering the flashlight, revealing the scene before her. The bed was now stained with blood, and the man's head had been battered beyond recognition, leaving only the fact that he was a man. However, since he was already dead, his former identity held little significance, and Zhou Anan had no desire to delve deeper. Checking the time, she noted that there was just over an hour before the game would conclude. Given the current state of the bed, it was clear she could not lie down there any longer. So she opted to sit in a chair instead. The ensuing time passed without incident. Zhou Anan contemplated the likelihood that this man was a player, and thus, he must have a space of his own. After having killed that woman in the previous game, she had entirely forgotten about seeking out spaces, as this had not been her practice in her last life. It had slipped her mind. Turning on the flashlight and suppressing her disgust, she began to search the corpse for any belongings. After all, since the man was dead, his space had become unclaimed property. As long as she could seize something, she would be able to sense its existence. Zhou Anan began to check the man's belongings one by one. The watch on his wrist was not it, the ring on his finger was not it, and the jade pendant hanging around his neck was not it either. Finally, she discovered that the man had worn a shirt underneath his clothing, and that shirt was indeed the space for now. She would make use of it. After all, this man had survived 2 games, and though he had not made it through this one, dying at the last moment, his space still contained a couple of square meters. The man's space was filled with numerous items, but it was not overly packed. Zhou Anan began to tidy up the room, stuffing in everything she could. She then removed her outer coat, slipping the oversized shirt underneath. As the seconds ticked by, the time for the game to conclude finally arrived. After a brief moment of disorientation, the map switched. The once pitch-black night transformed into a bright dawn. The morning sun rose on the horizon, casting gentle rays that illuminated the land. Due to the early hour, a faint mist lingered in the air. After bathing and resting, she awoke to begin sorting through the items from her 2 spaces. She had no intention of keeping this shirt, as it was a male garment, too large and ill-fitting for her. It would inevitably be sold. As per usual, the lottery was conducted, and the prizes were no different from the previous life. Thank you for your patronage. He had endured considerable hardship in the game world. During the early stages, when societal order was still intact, he had sought to acquire items for free and ended up being reported and arrested by the police. He had missed the window for collecting resources, managed to escape, but had already surpassed the optimal time for gathering supplies. Thus, he had to band together with fellow inmates to engage in theft. Each time he reflected on this, he longed to witness Zhou Anan's face filled with regret. Unfortunately, while things had started off well, as the game progressed, the supplies they had stolen began to dwindle, leading to infighting within their hastily assembled group. Had he not been sufficiently ruthless, he might have already become a mere corpse within the game. Later on, he attempted to find Joanne, inquiring about her whereabouts with numerous people, but found that no one had any information about her. Reluctantly, he gave up. He had considered searching for her in the chat room, but everyone used nicknames, which obscured their identities. Thus, even if she spoke, he would not recognize her voice. Upon entering the game, certain information became accessible, and as he encountered several veteran players, he learned some details regarding spaces. For instance, with each game participation, the space would automatically expand by 1 cubic meter. Chapter 45. The Disparity. Who would have imagined that he would find nothing? As time passed, traveling became increasingly difficult. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon this notion. A cubic meter of space could indeed store a considerable amount of food. However, due to internal strife later on, he found himself inexplicably targeted, resulting in a substantial loss of supplies, most of which were food items. Therefore, when he exited the game, only 1/3 of the cubic meter was filled with food, while the remainder was occupied by other items. Yet, despite this, Zhou Kong felt a sense of pride. After all, these items had long since vanished from the real world. Given that crops could not be cultivated within the safety zone, fruits and vegetables found in the wild were often ravaged by birds and other creatures, with some even lost to natural disasters. This led not only to a scarcity of food, but also made it exceedingly difficult to acquire anything of quality. Even with money, it was no guarantee to procure the finest goods, as they were in high demand. "Darling, you are incredible. You even have chocolate. I can hardly recall the last time I savored this treat," Tang Xuejia exclaimed excitedly, playfully pinching her voice as she cooed at Zhou Kong. "Who is your husband? He is no ordinary person. Good morning, my dear. If you enjoy such delights, wouldn't he go to great lengths to find them for you?" Zhou Kong beamed, relishing in the praise. "Look at this. This is what we call a disparity. Just a few pieces of chocolate, and my family is overjoyed as if it were the greatest treasure. If it were my cheap sister, she would hardly utter a kind word. Indeed, the old adage holds true. A fine sword deserves a hero, and flowers are meant for beauties. Even the finest items must be bestowed upon someone like Jia Jia to gain recognition. Were they given to Zhou Anan, she might even complain about his obsession with such items, questioning why he collected them when they were of no practical use, suggesting he should gather more rice or flour instead. "Thank you, darling. I knew you were the best to me. I love you," Tang Xuejia exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around Zhou Kong's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, her face alight with joy. Whether her heart truly mirrored that happiness, however, remained a mystery. That kiss nearly swept Zhou Kong off his feet, leaving him a bit dazed. "Wife, what do you think this is?" Zhou Kong presented a beautifully crafted box to Tang Xuejia like a treasure. Upon holding the box, Tang Xuejia couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Darling, you are too wonderful. I absolutely adore this gift." As she spoke, she eagerly began to unwrap it. Inside was a makeup set, complete with toner, primer, concealer, repair cream, and luxurious eye cream. Everything a woman could desire. This gift struck a chord with Tang Xuejia, far surpassing the earlier chocolate in her affections. Although there were cosmetics available now, their efficacy was not inferior to those before the apocalypse. The exorbitant prices due to scarce raw materials made them unattainable for her. On rare occasions when she could splurge, purchasing even a small bottle of cream made her heart ache as she watched her points dwindle. Now, seeing her husband bring her a complete set of cosmetics from the bathroom, it was no wonder she was nearly beside herself with joy. Each gift made Tang Xuejia cherish them all the more. Clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics. The least favored were the household items selected merely to round out the collection. Were Zhou Anan present, he would surely lament how love-struck individuals could be so foolish, gathering items that were neither practical nor useful when they could be stockpiling more durable food instead. With only a few minutes to gather supplies before the next game, time was of the essence, for after those fleeting moments, collecting anything would be impossible. Moreover, not everyone would land in a location conducive to foraging for food. The only solution was to reserve a portion of supplies within the space, ensuring that even if they couldn't eat their fill during the 30 days following their entry into the game, they would not starve. Otherwise, they would have to resort to consuming the grotesque remains of monstrous creatures to supplement their sustenance. Zhou Ainen had endured that horror before. The taste was utterly revolting. Thus, as she prepared to gather 30 days' worth of supplies before the next game, she resolved to collect whatever she could within those initial minutes, regardless of the nature of the items, as long as there was sufficient food and drink. Anything else would be a bonus. Witnessing his wife's delight, Zhou Kong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. I think I shall take a day of rest today. Tomorrow, let us visit my sister. This time, she surely must have brought something back, and we shall catch her in the act. Let us see how she will squirm. With that thought, Zhou Kong felt a swell of pride, almost impatient for the next day. When morning came, Zhou Ainen, still lost in dreams, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. An inexplicable irritation welled within her. She needed no guess to know it was Zhou Kong and his wife, and she could easily surmise their purpose for coming. Surely, they sought to flaunt the treasures Zhou Kong had amassed during the game. Perhaps they were also hoping to coax a few favors from her while they were at it. Zhou Ainen retrieved her pre-prepared earplugs and stuffed them into her ears, pulling the blanket over her head, resolutely ignoring the persistent knocking at the door. Chapter 46. Don't get your hopes up. After a prolonged period of knocking, even the neighbors began to voice their discontent, yet Zhou Ainen remained adamant in her refusal to open the door, leaving the couple no choice but to depart in frustration. That entire day, Zhou Ainen did not step outside, spending her time either napping, organizing supplies, or simply staring into space. Remarkably, the following day, bright and early, the couple returned. Though this time they had made some progress, they had called the police. Although they had hoped the officers would accompany them to knock on her door, the police quickly located Zhou Ainen's number based on their information and called her first to confirm whether she had genuinely gone missing. In the current context, being missing typically indicated that one had entered the game and failed to return alive. The call connected swiftly. Hello, who is this? I am an officer from the local precinct. May I ask if you are Zhou Ainen? Yes, officer. That is Ida. How may I assist you? Zhou Ainen was aware of the underlying reason for the call. It was undoubtedly tied to the antics of her cheap brother and sister-in-law. Though she feigned ignorance, is it true that you have a brother named Zhou Kong and a sister-in-law named Tang Xuejia? Yes, what of them? Have they perished in the game? If they are dead, I cannot retrieve their bodies, but if there are any assets involved, I would be willing to accept them. Zhou Ainen was keenly aware that the two were likely present with the police, as she could hear faint breaths and indistinct murmurs on the other end, indicating they were on speakerphone. Thus, she chose to speak provocatively, aiming to irk her brother and sister-in-law. The officer was taken aback. Pondering the peculiar sibling dynamic, each seemed to wish ill upon the other. The brother suspected the sister had died in the game, while the sister presumed the brother had met the same fate. Yet, the most striking aspect was their mutual desire to inherit from one another. The brother spoke subtly while the sister's words were blunt, leaving the officer at a loss for how to respond. Such a relationship was indeed bizarre. The officer was certain he had not misjudged. He was convinced this sibling pair eagerly awaited each other's demise. Casting a glance at the couple before him, the officer's gaze was laden with significance, making Tang Xuejia feel increasingly uncomfortable, while Zhou Kong's expression darkened. Well, they are currently at the precinct. They reported that you may be deceased in the game, so they requested we break into your home to ascertain your whereabouts. The officer was unreserved in divulging the couple's intentions. Hee. A light chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. Do they wish to see if I am indeed dead, so they can claim my inheritance? Please inform them that even if I were to perish, I would leave not a single item to them. Before my last entry into the game, I had everything notarized. Should I die, all my belongings will be donated to the Federation, which will then distribute them to those in need. Those in need who do not include my dear brother and sister-in-law. The call was indeed on speaker, so Zhou Ainen's words were crystal clear to everyone present. The police officers, not just the one on the phone, turned their curious gazes toward the couple. Their expressions were varied, yet all bore an air of mockery. Zhou Kong could no longer maintain his composure, while Tang Xuejia's face darkened with anger. Zhou Ainen, is this how you speak to your brother? A brother who does not labor but seeks to suckle off his sister? Such a brother I can do without. You should leave at once. We've long since parted ways. We are now two separate families. Get it through your head and stop harassing me. And do not speak ill of your brother. He is also concerned for your well-being. You may not be aware, but this time, your brother has also entered the game. After facing numerous perils, he emerged, and the very first thing he did was seek you out. Filled with worry for your safety, Tang Shuejia, cease your theatrics. Others may not know your true character, but I certainly do. Your feigned concern for my safety is merely a pretext. What you truly desire is to see what I have brought back from the game world and to seize it for yourselves. Is it not? You remain oblivious to your own lack of self-awareness, even attempting to incite the police to break down my door. Let me make this perfectly clear. I have no siblings like you. From this moment forth, let us part ways. Bridges shall remain bridges, and paths shall remain paths. Let no one claim to know the other, even if we encounter one another in the next game. I will remember the past life, and we will inevitably cross paths again. Moreover, when the fourth game arises, Tang Shuejia will also be drawn into the game world, at which point we shall settle both old and new scores. Officer, this is the situation at hand. My life and death are my own responsibility. Should they report me again in the future regarding anything related to me, I shall refuse to cooperate. Please convey to them that, whether I live or die, the possessions that belong to me are not theirs to covet. I shall not part with even a fraction of them. The police officer smirked faintly and replied, Understood. After hanging up the phone, he turned to the two individuals and remarked, You both heard the call just now, and I must say, I did not anticipate your relationship would deteriorate to this extent. May I ask, are you truly siblings? It seems to me there are deep-seated grievances between you. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Kong quickly forced a strained smile, stating, My sister has always been rebellious and disobedient. Perhaps it is my overbearing nature that has caused her to harbor resentment towards me. Regardless, since my sister is fine, we shall not trouble you further. Please continue with your duties, and we will take our leave. With that, he wore a forced smile, nodded at the surrounding officers, and hurriedly led Tang Shuejia away from the police station, their retreating figures betraying a sense of disarray. Chapter 47. Entering the third game. Once the call ended, Zhou Anan felt an immediate wave of clarity wash over her. Her thoughts became unclouded. Previously, she had miscalculated her approach, fearing to alert the snake. But now, reflecting upon it, what harm was there in stirring the snake? Possessing foreknowledge from her past life, even if she could not eliminate him in one go, opportunities would surely arise. Although there exists a semblance of law within the game world, it is but a fade at the beginning. Chaos reigns in the later stages, and who cares about life and death then? After meticulously organizing the supplies in her possession, Zhou Anan prepared a portion to exchange for points. She managed to convert a significant portion of her supplies into 500 points, the modest amount being a result of trading items of lesser value. Given the anticipated difficulty of resource collection in the next game, she needed to reserve enough supplies for her consumption over the next 10 days while ensuring she had enough for the upcoming game. With 2 cubic spaces available and the prospect of expanding her space by another cubic meter in the next game, she would have a total of 5 cubic meters. Time is limited during the game for resource gathering, so the remaining space would suffice. Reflecting on her completion of 2 games and the acquisition of 2 sets of points, each worth 1,000, she now possessed a total of 2,000 points. Furthermore, she had acquired a teleportation skill, and she pondered whether 2,000 points would suffice for an upgrade. Player: Tang Yubushin Strength, 5 Agility, 8 Stamina, 8 Speed, 5 Hearing, 6 Mental Power, 8 Skill, Teleportation, Cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points, equipment, non-distributable attribute points, 2 points, 2,000 Communication Channel, Activated Trading Channel, activated to her surprise. In addition to the 2,000 points, she had also unexpectedly received 2 attribute points. Glancing at her data, she allocated the points to her weakest attributes, strength and speed, raising both to 6. Additionally, her mental attribute had mysteriously increased by 1 point. Upon checking the teleportation skill, she discovered that the first upgrade required only 500 points, and without hesitation, Zhou Anan opted to upgrade. Congratulations to player Tang Yubushin for successfully upgrading the teleportation skill. The maximum distance for each movement is now 10 meters, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. And it can be further upgraded with points. The teleportation distance had doubled, while the cooldown period remained unchanged. Although the upgraded effect did not fully meet her expectations, Zhou Anan felt no regret in spending her points for this enhancement. After all, she currently possessed only this one skill. Perhaps due to the severed ties, Or perhaps because Zhou Ainen claimed to be staying at a friend's house, the two individuals seemed to have vanished from her sight in the following days. This was also influenced by the fact that Zhou Ainen had scarcely left her home. Having noticed her mental attribute had increased, she intended to test whether she could awaken her mental power and uncover the reason behind its growth. Indeed, the world she inhabited possessed mental energy, though those who awakened it were exceedingly rare. The benefit of awakening mental power is the ability to perceive danger earlier than others. Those with exceptionally high mental power could even probe unseen areas with their mental energy. Of course, the range is limited, depending on the level of one's mental power. In her past life, Zhou Ainen had never attempted to awaken her mental power, as she had never experienced any growth in her mental energy previously, nor had she contemplated or exerted effort in this direction, leaving her unaware of the requisite attribute value needed to achieve awakening. The data on her personal panel was exclusive to those who had entered the game. Ordinary individuals could not ascertain their own data. Thus, those few who had awakened their mental power relied solely on their own exploration. Nevertheless, Zhou Ainen was determined to give it a try. Even if she could not awaken her mental power, a serendipitous increase in her mental attribute would suffice. As long as her mental attribute remained sufficiently high, the day would inevitably arrive when she would awaken her mental power. Of course, even if she were to discover this, it mattered little. Setting aside the fact that everyone was preoccupied with survival in these tumultuous times, Zhou Ainen was merely an insignificant individual. What did it matter if rumors circulated about her? Who truly knew who Zhou Ainen was? After all, this was the real world, not a novel, and neither Zhou Ankong nor Tang Xuejiao were protagonists. Lacking the aura of main characters, they could not lower the intelligence of those around them, compelling blind faith in their words. Time passed unnoticed in such a manner, and as the final day approached, Zhou Ainen ceased her meditation. Today, she resolved to take a day of rest in preparation for the impending cataclysmic game. For meditation was indeed exhausting, a strain on the mind. She needed to be in optimal condition to face the next game. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Zhou Ainen once again entered the game. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback. The scene of her arrival was markedly different from her previous life. This time, she found herself on the bustling streets of a major metropolis, adjacent to a supermarket. A stroke of fortune indeed. While the supplies in her space were sufficient to sustain her through this game, who would refuse an abundance of resources? Now that she possessed 5 cubic meters of space, she could certainly stockpile more items. Though time was of the essence and she lacked currency in this realm, it mattered not. With global datization imminent, it was imperative to seize the moment to gather supplies. With this thought in mind, she dashed into the nearby supermarket, pushing a shopping cart as she entered. She made a beeline for the grocery section, first approaching the aisles selling ham and bread, quickly tossing items into her cart. Within 2 to 3 minutes, she had filled half the cart. Next, she made her way to the beverage section, adding 2 cases of milk to her cart along the way. Then selecting mineral water and drinks to fill her cart to the brim. Sensing her cart nearing its capacity, she hastily proceeded to the snack aisle, not for mere indulgence, but primarily targeting various biscuits, which could provide sustenance and high caloric energy. In her fervent quest to gather more items before the onset of global digitization, she moved with astonishing speed through the aisles, swiftly filling her shopping cart to the brim. At that moment, the alarm had yet to sound. When it did, it rang only 3 times, lasting a mere 3 seconds, after which the world was engulfed in data. She hurriedly pushed her cart towards the shelf laden with cookies, her hand already resting upon it. The supplies she had brought with her were stowed within the unexpected space of the shirt she had acquired, leaving her ring's space vacant. Furthermore, upon entering the game this time, her space had unexpectedly expanded by an entire cubic meter, now totaling 3 cubic meters. As the first piercing alarm echoed, curiosity compelled everyone to gaze towards the outside, though the shelves and walls obstructed their view of the unfolding scene. Instinctively, they leaned in that direction. However, Zhou Ainen had no time to spare. At the moment the alarm blared, both she and her cart vanished from sight. Just then, a person pushing a cart passed by her, craning their neck to look outside upon hearing the alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ainen swiftly pulled that person's cart into her space as well. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the shelf and began to sprint, focused solely on collecting as much as possible, indifferent to what she was gathering. Were it not for the limited capacity of her space, she would have even pulled the entire shelf in without a second thought. Sparing herself the trouble. 3 seconds flew by in an instant. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the surrounding materials disintegrated into dust, including the supermarket shelves, display counters, cash registers, shopping carts, and everything else except for the buildings. Naturally, the people were also spared. All that remained were the empty structures and a crowd of bewildered individuals. Suddenly, some people bolted towards the supermarket exit as if possessed, with one leading the charge, prompting others to follow suit. Zhou blended into the throng and soon exited the supermarket. The streets were now void of vehicles, filled only with pedestrians and a thick layer of dust. All means of transportation had disintegrated in that singular moment. Those who emerged from the supermarket, along with those fleeing from other shops, were left stunned and unsure of how to react. They were relatively fortunate, for they had merely lost the supplies around them. Those in vehicles faced the risk of being thrown from their seats when their cars vanished. However, those aboard planes or ships were far less fortunate, plummeting from thousands of meters above or plunging into the sea, where survival was uncertain at best. Taking a deep breath, Zhou quietly slipped to the side in the final moments within the supermarket. She could not guarantee that no one had seen her actions. To avoid recognition, she knew she had to distance herself from the scene. Not straying too far, she soon slipped into a nearby building. Ascending the stairs, upon reaching the 3rd floor, she found a restroom and hurried inside. When she emerged, her attire had completely transformed. She had changed not only her clothes but even her shoes, and her long hair, previously styled in a bun, was now tied into a high ponytail. Moreover, she had retrieved a pair of black-framed glasses from her space and placed them on her face. This should suffice, as the individuals she had followed from the supermarket were strangers. At most, they would remember her outfit. Now, with her new appearance, they would be unable to recognize her. At this moment, Zhou had no inclination to inspect her gathered items. Her immediate priority was to find a secure refuge. After all, the time had come to confront the monstrous foes that had suddenly appeared. With each creature slain, regardless of its strength, a gold coin would drop, which she would then exchange with wandering merchants for essential supplies. She recalled that 100 gold coins could procure a 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water, while 150 coins would buy a 120-gram loaf of bread. These were the most affordable items, and the ones most frequently traded among the surviving humans. However, slaying these monsters was no simple task, especially after global digitization had also transformed them, alongside various tools and implements. The monsters possessed sharp claws and hunting instincts, and their physical prowess surpassed that of humans, leading to many starving in the early days. In fact, some had resorted to consuming leaves and tree bark to stave off hunger. Zhou had experienced this in her previous life, and the taste was far from pleasant. Upon stepping onto the street, she finally found the time to survey her surroundings, which felt vaguely familiar. Though the location she had descended to in her previous life differed slightly, it was not drastically different, as the scenery still bore some resemblance to the city she had previously arrived in. Chapter 49. Global Digitization 2. With this in mind, the task of finding a suitable refuge became considerably easier. The streets were filled with dazed pedestrians, many lost and unsure of their next steps, while others hurriedly made their way home. Yet, with all means of transport rendered useless, everyone was left to rely solely on their own 2 legs. Regardless of distance, Zhou navigated through the crowd, blending in effortlessly. After all, she appeared just as empty-handed as everyone else, indistinguishable from the other pedestrians. After approximately half an hour, she finally arrived at the National Security Building. A little further ahead, around the next corner, lay the train station, the very place she had descended to in her previous life. She paused, gazing upwards at the National Security Building. This was a mixed-use structure, with shops on the first 2 floors and an amusement center on the 3rd and 4th floors, followed by office spaces and single apartments above. Given the prime location, rental prices were exorbitant, making it unlikely for average workers to settle here. Thus, many of the upper-level apartments remained vacant. Zhou gaze fell upon one of the shops below, which was a real estate agency. However, she was not there to rent a room. For after global digitization, all keys had vanished, rendering locked doors inaccessible. Yet, this wave of digitization had not left everyone without recourse. It merely meant that the fortunate were few. For instance, in the restroom on the 2nd floor of this agency, one of the toilet tanks contained a key. Once obtained, she could choose any room, binding the key to the door lock to grant it intelligence. This would allow her to become the room's owner, ensuring that no one could enter without her consent, not even monsters. In essence, this would serve as a safe haven, and an exceptionally secure one at that. Once bound to an owner, the door would utilize smart facial recognition to identify its master, responding to their will to open and close. Zhou Enen's target was room 1103 on the 11th floor, for inside lay a treasure chest that would yield a weapon, one that held particular effectiveness against the impending monsters. With a single swing, the weapon would cause the monster to enter a state of paralysis for 3 seconds, providing the optimal window to eliminate it. Of course, such a weapon was only usable within this game. Once it concluded, even if stored in her space, it would vanish. This could be seen as a slim thread of hope left by the unseen hand behind global digitization. In truth, many such keys and weapons existed, but the timing and fortune required to discover and obtain them remained uncertain. Zhou Enen hurried to the entrance of the agency, pausing for a moment to ensure no one was watching her before activating her teleportation skill. Her teleportation had reached level 2, and with the restroom located on the 2nd floor, it was well within the 10-meter range. She refrained from entering directly, as employees were still present inside. To do so recklessly would surely invite unwelcome greetings. Zhou Enen preferred to avoid raising alarms or wasting time entangled with them. She teleported to the 2nd floor, which was now deserted. The employees had congregated in the lobby below. The upper floor contained few rooms, and Zhou Enen quickly located the restroom, pushing the door open and stepping inside. She reached in and retrieved the key. Aside from its peculiar color, the key bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary one. And without further inspection, Zhou Enen promptly stored it in her space. She had no intention of leaving just yet. Instead, she quietly awaited the cooldown period of 5 minutes to elapse within the restroom. During this time, there was little commotion outside. However, this was understandable. The sudden upheaval had been profoundly shocking, and everyone's attention was diverted elsewhere. Unless someone urgently needed to relieve themselves, who would venture into a restroom amid such chaos? The 5-minute cooldown passed swiftly. Drawing upon her memories from her previous life, Zhou Enen calculated the position she needed to teleport to and activated her skill, arriving at the staircase. Due to global digitization, the power grid had collapsed, and the elevators were naturally out of service, leaving only the stairs as an option. Fortunately, her calculations proved accurate, and she safely materialized on the staircase. Should she have miscalculated and found herself wedged within a wall, she would have been forced to endure another 5-minute cooldown. Thus, teleportation, while advantageous, also bore its risks. Ascending the staircase, upon reaching the 3rd floor, the sound of footsteps and conversation echoed from above. Zhou Enen lowered her gaze, undeterred, and continued her ascent. The two parties soon crossed paths, yet each time, there was no intent to acknowledge one another. Zhou Enen cast no more than a fleeting glance at them, while they scrutinized her with lingering curiosity. Finally reaching the 11th floor, she surveyed the tranquil corridor, confirming it was devoid of any presence before locating room 1103. In an instant, a crimson key materialized in her hand. Zhou Enen inserted the key into the lock, and the shape of the lock morphed rapidly, seamlessly integrating with the door, rendering it akin to a portal without a lock. She bent down, aligning her face with the spot where the key had been inserted. And after a mere 2 seconds, she perceived a door manifesting in her mind. This door had successfully acknowledged its master. With a mere thought, the door swung open, and Zhou Enen stepped inside, the door closing with a soft click. Obedient to her will, her gaze roamed the room. Chapter 50. Global Digitization 3 revealed a modest apartment, comprising a single room, a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The bathroom was quite diminutive, barely measuring over 2 square meters. The kitchen, open plan and situated beside the narrow corridor upon entering, was now devoid of any contents save for the stove. Zhou Enen turned on the faucet, only to discover that the gas had indeed been shut off. The living room, approximately 5 to 6 square meters in size, was equally barren. The bedroom, the largest space, spanned around 10 square meters, with the bed and wardrobe still intact. The bed, being a tatami, was permanently affixed to the floor, while the wardrobe was crafted from a portion of the wall. Thus both items were included in the overall structure and had not been digitized. Zhou Enen glanced up at the ceiling of the living room. The box she sought was positioned above. In her previous life, she had fortuitously acquired this weapon during the latter stages of the game, which had enabled her to survive the final crisis. Retrieving her shopping cart from her spatial inventory, She stacked its contents aside and pushed the cart to the spot where she had discovered the box in her past life, standing atop the cart. Extracting a dagger, she pierced a hole in the ceiling, reaching inside and swiftly locating the desired item. After adjusting the angle of the box, she soon retrieved it, a long, rectangular tin box. Tio referred to it as a box seemed somewhat inaccurate. Case would be more fitting. Upon opening it, she revealed its contents, a watermelon knife, approximately 40 centimeters in length. Tio label it merely as a watermelon knife would be misleading, for it differed significantly from a standard one. The knife boasted dual edges, its material indiscernible but remarkably sturdy, emitting a faint red glow when swung, akin to an enchanted weapon. With this, what would typically require 5 or 6 strikes with an ordinary knife to breach a monster's hide could now be accomplished with a single blow. Zhou reveled in wielding the long knife, savoring the moment before carefully placing it into her spatial inventory. She did not discard the box, for despite its diminished utility, it remained one of the few items from this world that had not vanished. It could serve as a container for smaller objects, and its exquisite craftsmanship rendered it quite appealing. More importantly, despite its lightweight and thin design, the material matched that of the knife within, while the knife could not be taken from the game. The box could be in the event she stumbled upon a method to forge metal. It might even be melted down into a dagger. In her previous life, when she had extracted supplies, Tang Xuejia had immediately set her sights on this box. And ultimately, it had belonged to her. Zhou had lost track of its fate thereafter, having mistakenly trusted her brother and sister-in-law, leading to her demise in the 4th game. However, in this life, she resolved not to relinquish this item to anyone, as it occupied little space and could serve a purpose in the future. Next, she began organizing the items she had collected this time. Despite the urgency, a closer inspection revealed she had amassed quite a bounty, nearly 200 packs of various biscuits, thanks to a last-minute raid on the shelves. Additionally, she had 2 boxes of milk, mineral water, beverages, assorted hams, marinated eggs, seafood sausages, luncheon meat, canned fish, bread, and more. Turning her attention to the shopping cart that had inadvertently accompanied her, she retrieved it along with its contents from her spatial inventory, pleasantly surprised. Inside the cart lay a bag of oranges, a bag of apples. Though small, they were fresh fruits, and half a watermelon. There were also 2 packs of 5-in-1 instant noodles, 3 boxes of cup noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, a bottle of chili sauce, several packs of spicy strips, 2 packs of chocolate-filled biscuits, a bag of beef jerky, a bag of roasted fish slices, 3 bottles of drinks, and 2 trays of bottled yogurt. Although the cart was far from full, it contained a diverse array of items. Proceeding to retrieve the inflatable mattress she had prepared, she began inflating it. In no time, a simple air mattress was ready, which she placed atop the tatami. Given that the tatami was a hard wooden board, she lacked sufficient bedding in her spatial inventory. With the inflatable mattress, lying upon it would no longer be uncomfortable. After laying down a thin blanket, she retrieved a quilt and pillow, arranging her sleeping quarters. She also took out her clothing from the spatial inventory, removing the shirt that had been bound to her space and placing it in the room. Since this apartment had recognized her as its master, no one could enter without her permission. Alleviating her concerns about theft, some less critical supplies were placed into the shirt-bound space, with a room that acknowledged her as its master and enough food and water for 30 days. She could remain hidden until the game concluded, thus completing this task. Yet, armed with a weapon, how could she refrain from hunting monsters? After all, the gold obtained from slaying monsters could be exchanged with traveling merchants not only for food and water, but also for weapons and even skills. Moreover, the items acquired through exchange differed from the knife she had retrieved from the box, as they could be taken from the game. She could not let this opportunity slip away in her previous life. Struggling on the brink of survival, she had spent all her gold on food and water. This time, however, her provisions were ample, and she intended to use her gold to procure something of value. Furthermore, this time she possessed a distinct advantage. She had acquired this weapon in the early stages of the game when the monsters that emerged were the weakest. Once everything was organized, Zhou accessed her personal panel, and indeed, this mission bore no differences from her previous life. Although the small butterfly effect caused by her unexpected acquisition of teleportation in the last game had resulted in a slight alteration of her arrival location this time, the overarching direction remained unchanged. The mission was identical, and this minor shift was ultimately to her benefit. Chapter 51. Global Digitization 4. Congratulations, Player Tang Ed successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, totaling 3 cubic meters. A gentle reminder. Please safeguard your storage ring. Loss or damage will result in the loss and damage of space. Players have 18 minutes to prepare supplies, with initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an identification card placed in storage. Hurry and gather the items you deem useful. This mission. Survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special reminder. Death within the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. Indeed, the information mirrored what she had seen in her previous life. However, this time Zhou wasted no time perusing it. She immediately began gathering supplies. As for the initial funds and identification card, the ID held some utility, but the initial funds were effectively useless. Since the onset of global digitization, paper currency had lost its original purpose, and given how briefly they had entered the game after this shift, there was simply no time to spend it. Thus, in all honesty, this 2,000 yuan was of little value, and it would have been better to receive some tangible supplies instead. Zhou unwrapped a pack of spicy strips, pairing it with a bottle of drink. Eating while gazing out the window, that moment, the monsters had yet to begin their emergence, but the sudden upheaval still left the populace in a state of panic, with the streets in disarray. Zhou had no intention of venturing outside. After all, there were neither monsters to slay nor supplies to collect. What chaos could she possibly navigate? The monsters were likely to appear around dawn the following day. So her current focus was to eat her fill, replenish her energy, and prepare herself. Sitting on the tatami, her back resting against the wardrobe, she opened the trading channel, beginning to list her items for sale. A bag of 200 milliliters of milk for 50 points, a 60-gram ham for 70 points, a 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water for 60 points, and a 120-gram packet of biscuits for 70 points. She listed 10 of each item, believing her pricing to be quite reasonable. After all, completing a mission awarded 1,000 points, and those who had participated in 2 games before, if they had not spent their points, could likely endure the early stages of the game without issue. Moreover, her pricing was far more reasonable compared to that of the traveling merchants. Moreover, the price at which she listed her items was determined based on the pricing within the game's marketplace from her previous life. It was neither exorbitant nor meager, striking a balance in between. Upon completing her listing, she opened the communication channel, and as expected, it was filled with lamentations reminiscent of her prior experience. Galoo Beast. What the hell is this hellish start? I haven't even had the chance to purchase anything before these items vanished. How am I supposed to survive the coming days? Sugar Yuan Bao. Luckily, I still have some supplies in my storage. Otherwise, I would face starvation in the days ahead. Alas, what am I to do, rich man? Why don't you all check the trading marketplace? I just saw someone list food and water, including milk. Although my supplies can sustain me through this game, I fear they won't suffice to keep me full, so as soon as I saw the listing, I made the purchase. The price was a bit steep, but what can be done? It's not like we can gather resources in this game. Unique fireworks. Indeed, I managed to snag 2 sausages, but I had intended to buy more, and alas, these are all that remain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wah, your reflexes are too quick. I only managed to grab the last packet of biscuits. I missed out on everything else. Sticky rice dumpling. Be grateful. I clicked in and found nothing left. Zhou felt a stir in her heart, exited the communication channel, and entered the trading channel. Indeed, she found that her listed items had all been sold, and her account had credited 2,500 points. This was sufficient for her to upgrade her teleportation skill once more, as each upgrade required 2,000 points. However, after pondering, she ultimately decided against it. Her supplies were limited, and thus this game would likely not yield a significant profit. Furthermore, she wished to slay monsters to obtain gold coins, hoping to purchase skills from the wandering merchant. Should she acquire new skills, she wanted to reserve these points for upgrading them. Moreover, her teleportation skill currently had a range of 10 meters, which was adequate for the time being. Oblivious to the wailing in the communication channel, Zhou remained unaware that there were individuals vigilantly monitoring the trading channel, ready to click purchase the moment new items were listed. Although the majority of players were still ignorant of the point's utility, seeing Zhou effortlessly sell her items and amass a considerable amount of points was quite tempting. Consequently, more players began listing their supplies for sale in the marketplace. Yet with many vying for a limited amount, items were swiftly bought out, and prices escalated. By late at night, a 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water had soared to 100 points, however, as monsters refreshed in the early hours and gold coins began to drop. Information about the wandering merchant appeared in every player's mind. They learned that gold coins could be exchanged for items, albeit the exchange rate was disheartening. Yet, prior to encountering the wandering merchant, no one knew the conversion ratio between gold coins and items. But this newfound knowledge instilled confidence in them. Aware that there were other supplies available in this game, the trading channel's sales plummeted, and those who had previously purchased high-priced items now regretted their decisions. Their earlier pride turning into remorse. If only they had known. Had they known, they would not have squandered their hard-earned points. However, once the transactions were completed, the points had already been transferred to others' accounts, leaving no room for regret. Zhou slumbered soundly until the following morning. After washing up and having a bite to eat, she donned her attire, equipped her weapon, and ventured forth to slay monsters. She opted not to descend the stairs. After all, on the first day of monster appearances, there were more than enough creatures to eliminate within her building alone. The weapon in her grasp, seemingly enchanted, proved to be remarkably effective, dispatching monsters with ease. Each strike akin to a child's play, though this was also due to the weakness of the early game monsters. Zhou began her ascent from her floor, eliminating several monsters on each stairwell. Chapter 52. Global Datization 5. Fortunately, this sword was formidable, requiring little effort to slay the monsters. Otherwise, she would have been utterly exhausted and perhaps even injured by now. Good gracious! She could exchange for a 120-gram loaf of bread. Zhou had deliberately set aside a box to store these gold coins, ensuring it was carried with her, as she remained uncertain when she might encounter the wandering merchant. After washing her hands and face with a damp towel, she finished her meal, rested for a moment, and then set out again to hunt monsters. This time, she descended from the upper floors, not leaving the unit door, as her primary goal was to clear the monsters from the stairwell. Although new monsters would inevitably appear later, their numbers would dwindle gradually. Moreover, the stairs provided a narrow space, making monster slaying safer. As long as she held the stairway, she could achieve a formidable defense. Zhou's actions had not gone unnoticed. By afternoon, she found herself no longer alone in the battle against monsters within the stairwell. Among the onlookers were likely players as well as local inhabitants, discernible by the weapons they wielded. Yet, compared to others struggling to defeat a single monster, she appeared to be handling the task with remarkable ease. While it wouldn't be accurate to claim she dispatched them with a single strike, she could typically eliminate a monster within 3 to 5 blows, primarily because the monsters would fight back. Otherwise, the process would resemble mere vegetable chopping. Someone had begun to covertly fixate on Zhou, perhaps coveting the weapon she wielded, memorizing her apartment number, preparing to infiltrate her home under the cover of night to commit theft. Unbeknownst to Zhou, even if she were aware, she would remain unconcerned. Her dual-edged knife was no trifling matter. Monsters that were difficult to slay could be dispatched with a single strike to a vital area, let alone a mere human. By day, she was protected by divine arms. And by night, her door had recognized her as its owner. Monsters could not breach it, much less humans. Even firearms would find it impossible to contend with such a bug-like existence of a dwelling. As night fell and she found herself with idle time, she opened the communication channel to find someone mentioning her or the weapon in her possession. Little yellowed, "Today, I saw a big shot wielding a weapon that was clearly extraordinary. It left deep gashes on the monsters with each strike, unlike my current kitchen knife, which is far too short and ineffective against them. I wonder what these monsters feed on. Their tough skin and thick flesh are formidable. A strike only leaves a faint mark." Mimi Rabbit. "Hey, are you talking about that big shot? I wonder if they are the same person I saw. I envy that knife. If only I could wield such a weapon." "Rich man, what kind of knife is it that you all covet so much? Come, share the details. Living is not easy. Actually, you don't necessarily need a knife. Have you considered using other weapons?" Allow me to share a small discovery. Though these monsters possess tough skin, making it difficult for knives to pierce, their bones are not particularly sturdy. If one had an iron rod, with some force, they could potentially break their bones. Once that occurs, they become much easier to deal with. Breaking a bone essentially halves their combat capabilities, and then a few strikes to the head will yield a gold coin. Zhou paused, recognizing the merit in this suggestion. Perhaps this person had previously shared their insight in the chat room. However, during that time, She had been preoccupied with evading monsters and had little opportunity to peruse the communication channel. So missing this information was not improbable. Yet, if this method proved effective, the number of monsters slain by players would likely increase, which would be good news for them, SO cracked. Really? That's a splendid idea. Thank you for sharing, my friend. I happen to have an iron rod as well. I usually find it too heavy, but now I can put it to the test. Nyo. Speaking of which, how many monsters have you all slain today? I've been toiling away all day, nearly getting injured, and I've only managed to kill a little over 10 monsters, not even reaching 20. I wonder where that wandering merchant is. Having finally acquired a handful of gold coins, I'd like to buy something for a treat. Does anyone know how to find the wandering merchant? If you do, please enlighten me. I'd be grateful. Joanin. How audacious. Only a handful of gold coins and already dreaming of purchasing items from the wandering merchant. She possessed 154 gold coins, yet dared not be so brazen. If these individuals were to learn the prices of goods from the wandering merchant, would it not dampen their enthusiasm for slaying monsters? One must realize that if one could only slay a few monsters daily, it would take 10 days to exchange for a loaf of bread. In truth, if it truly took 10 days to obtain a loaf of bread, they would perish from hunger before ever receiving it. Moreover, slaying monsters consumed a considerable amount of stamina. Without food and water to replenish their strength, they would lack the energy to hunt monsters. Joanin hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the prices of goods from the wandering merchant. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided against it. It was better not to dampen their spirits regarding monster hunting and gold coin earning. Furthermore, even if she shared this information, they might not believe her. They might suspect her motives and view her warnings as mere exaggeration. Let these individuals hold on to their hopes. After all, maintaining their enthusiasm for monster hunting would allow them to slay more creatures while they were still weak. Otherwise, as the surviving monsters grew stronger in the later stages, life would become increasingly difficult for them. Though for Joanin, retreating into her abode to avoid confrontation with those monstrous adversaries seemed a viable strategy. After all, she could survive until the game's conclusion. She nevertheless yearned for the survival of her fellow players. The seasoned players, possessing accumulated resources, stood a better chance of enduring the trials that lay ahead. Conversely, the newcomers faced a perilous world rife with calamity, where the likelihood of demise was alarmingly high, with only a handful of fortunate souls emerging unscathed. The original apocalyptic world was already fraught with challenges, and she sincerely wished for the survival of a greater number of humanity. It is often said that 3 heads are better than 1. Once a suggestion was made, a cascade of ideas ensued. Someone proposed the notion of utilizing iron rods to shatter the bones of the monsters, thereby crippling or diminishing their combat prowess before delivering the final blow. Another suggested targeting the creature's eyes, rendering them incapable of hunting for sustenance, thus allowing for unimpeded strikes. Yet another idea involved thrusting iron rods into the gaping maws of the beasts, aiming for their throats and brains. Surely, if their brains were penetrated, survival would be impossible. Some advocated for heavier weaponry aimed at the monsters' hearts to induce internal ruptures, while others proposed striking their temples to induce disorientation. There were even audacious suggestions of employing sharp instruments to pierce the monster's most vulnerable spots. The exchange channel buzzed with fervent discussions, each outlandish idea more astonishing than the last. Joanin marveled at the plethora of inventive strategies devised by her peers, realizing that their creativity knew no bounds. However, as the discourse veered increasingly off course, her interest waned, and she succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the monstrous howls reverberating in the night. It was not that Joanin was unwilling to inform them of the means to procure weapons. Rather, the scarcity of early-stage weapon spawns warranted caution. Premature revelation might incite competition and even lead to internecine conflict among players. Her intentions were not altruistic. With fewer players, the number of slain monsters diminished, resulting in harsher conditions for the surviving players. Perhaps the circumstances would be even grimmer than in her previous life. Even for the sake of her own safety, such intelligence should remain undisclosed for the time being. In truth, the early-stage monsters, though tough-skinned, were not excessively formidable. The real threat lay in their zombie-like contagions. Should one be bitten or clawed, they would contract the zombie virus and transform. These creatures, however, bore no toxins. A mere bite or scratch would result in injury, manageable with proper wound care and subsequent anti-inflammatory treatment, allowing for recovery. Thus, the odds of survival in battles against monsters remained relatively high, barring those with fragile constitutions. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Zhou, 3 individuals, armed with tools, stealthily approached her door, intent on breaching it to commit murder and pillage. Little did they anticipate that, regardless of their efforts, sweat pouring from their brows, the door would remain steadfast. Frustrated by their lack of success, they resolved to force their way in, wielding their tools to batter the door, while Zhou remained blissfully unaware, lost in deep sleep. The door stood resolute, as though impervious to their assaults. It was only when their commotion attracted the attention of lurking monsters that they fled in terror, resembling a pack of frightened dogs, eyeing the chaos. One individual sustained a claw injury while another twisted their ankle. Limping away in agony in their haste, they abandoned the very tools they had brought to pry open the door. When Zhou eventually ventured outside the next day, she stumbled upon a heap of tools strewn across the ground. Momentarily taken aback, she soon grasped the situation, a sardonic smirk gracing her lips. Indeed, some individuals were restless. Yet, having slept soundly through the disturbances of the previous night, she remained oblivious to the identities of the intruders. The tools left behind were promptly claimed by her, for though they bore no immediate utility, one could never predict when they might prove advantageous in the future. Moreover, even if they remained useless, it was far better to possess them than to allow those scoundrels to benefit from their presence. It was worth noting that Zhou was not the only target of ill-intentioned individuals. Merely, these 3 acted with swiftness. Today, she descended to the ground floor and exited the building. In this particular game world, treasure chests contained far more than just weapons. Some even yielded skill cards. However, these skill cards did not awaken latent human abilities, but instead allowed their bearers to utilize extraordinary skills for a limited time. For instance, she had acquired the skill of teleportation. Unlike ephemeral skills, this ability became permanent and could be upgraded. Yet, the skill cards obtained in this game world were consumable. Although she had not encountered one in her previous life, she had seen others boast about them in the chat room, which spurred her desire to venture out and seek her fortune. This time, she intended to explore locations she had overlooked in her past life. Hoping for a stroke of luck, hidden in the shadows, observers watched Zhou depart, their excitement palpable. These individuals harbored similar intentions towards her. However, wary of her weaponry, they refrained from ambushing her directly, instead contemplating a new strategy focused on her room. If she possessed such extraordinary weapons, perhaps treasures lay within her quarters as well. Although they understood that she might be a player with a spatial storage, and most of her belongings could be stored there, the possibility of discovering valuable items remained enticing. Little did Zhou know that as she left, others began to pick at her door lock. Even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent. If they managed to breach her defenses, she would concede defeat. After all, later stage monsters proved incapable of breaching such rooms, let alone these ordinary individuals. After a brief and thorough cleaning, she began to tally her spoils from the day. Utilizing her weapon and teleportation skill, she had deftly evaded multiple attacks without sustaining injury, amassing a total of 210 gold coins, 56 more than the previous day. Zhou felt quite satisfied with her haul. Regrettably, she had neither uncovered treasure chests nor encountered wandering merchants that day. Instead, she encountered numerous players engaged in monster hunting. The monsters remained relatively easy targets for her, but the following day would bring increased difficulty. Based on her memories from her previous life, if events unfolded as they had before her rebirth, the monster's speed would accelerate starting tomorrow, in just 2 days. Some monsters would even learn to fly, albeit at heights of only 2 to 3 meters for brief durations. Yet, this development would significantly heighten the challenge for players, not only making the monsters harder to defeat but also enhancing their capacity for ambushing players. Unlike Zhou, who returned empty-handed aside from her gold, the chatroom buzzed with reports of a player who had discovered a peculiar chest, from which they procured a pair of shoes. However, the individual acted shrewdly, stowing the shoes in their spatial storage before anyone could comprehend the situation, darting into a nearby building. By the time others reacted and pursued, the player had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone speculating about the extraordinary nature of the shoes, which shimmered with a red glow. Zhou felt a flicker of curiosity. What if those shoes conferred enhanced speed? Or perhaps they could increase jumping height, allowing a player to strike airborne monsters? Such musings were futile, as even those present could not identify the player who had claimed the shoes, making it nearly impossible for her to seek them out and inquire further. Envy and resentment coursed through the chat room, with some even resorting to moral coercion, demanding that the fortunate player reveal the shoe's capabilities. One particularly vocal individual, known as Yoon Jong-hee, bellowed the loudest, insisting that as fellow players, they ought to assist one another. After all, with the anonymity of the internet, no one could steal the shoes from the owner. Why not share the details of their acquisition? If everyone possessed a useful item, their chances of survival would undoubtedly improve. If the player disclosed this information, they would earn gratitude and favor from their peers, who would be more inclined to assist them in the future. Regrettably, no matter how vociferously they clamored or how emotionally they appealed to him, the individual who had acquired the shoes remained utterly silent. Yet, one can understand. Anyone fortunate enough to possess such an item would naturally wish to conceal it, particularly when one's own capabilities are not robust. After all, failing to keep it under wraps would render one a sitting duck, inviting others to seize it. Strangely, just as this pair of shoes had been revealed and the crowd was fervently discussing it, another piece of information emerged in the communication channel. A player named IU claimed to have witnessed someone discovering a box, though it had not been opened in public. Upon its discovery, a tall, slender man swiftly stowed it away in his spatial inventory. What could possibly be contained within that box? If only the individual had not been so swift in concealing it, they might have had the chance to peek inside. This revelation immediately incited a flurry of imaginative speculation among the crowd. Naturally, the predominant topic of discussion revolved around whether the box contained tools for vanquishing these monsters or items that could enhance one's abilities, akin to the aforementioned shoes, with some suggesting that the shoes were designed to augment speed. Subsequently, this player named IU, whether intentionally or inadvertently, provided a description of the location where the box was found, even mentioning nearby landmarks. Instantly, many individuals in the vicinity expressed their intention to visit that location the following day, pondering the possibility that it could be a hotspot for game items, perhaps with boxes respawning there. Zhou Anun, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of intrigue. Admittedly, there was some merit to this notion. Though she knew deep down that it was unlikely, she couldn't resist the urge to climb back up and search the ceiling with her shopping cart. After confirming that nothing was amiss, she finally resigned herself to the situation. Zhou Anun resolved that the next day, when she ventured out to slay monsters, she would avoid the main roads and instead explore some lesser-known paths. Her previous excursions had led her along the primary thoroughfares, where she encountered numerous other players as well as local inhabitants. In truth, distinguishing between players and locals was relatively straightforward. Players typically operated solo, while locals tended to travel in groups. Armed with the two pieces of information from the chat, she began to formulate hypotheses about the locations of the boxes. Based on her vantage point from the ceiling, it seemed likely that these boxes were concealed in more obscure areas. Otherwise, they would be easily spotted in plain sight, allowing someone to claim them without contention. The two boxes discussed in the communication channel had initially been discovered and claimed by one individual before others took notice. Could this not suggest that the boxes were indeed hidden away from plain view? Before retiring for the night, Zhou Anun meticulously plotted her route for the next day. The following morning, she arose early, ensuring she was well-fed and equipped with her weapons before setting out. However, despite her haste, the descent from the 11th floor to the ground level took her 45 minutes, during which she managed to dispatch over 20 monsters. Her attire, now stained with the vivid red blood of the creatures, bore the unmistakable scent of carnage, making her resemble someone who had just emerged from a fish market. Yet, Zhou Anun paid no heed to her appearance. Upon exiting the building, she made her way toward the route she had outlined the previous night. At the rear of the building lay a narrow pedestrian street, flanked by an array of small shops selling food, beverages, and various exquisite trinkets. However, upon her arrival, the shops were desolate, their shelves and counters entirely devoid of merchandise. To reach this street, she needed to exit the building and walk approximately 200 meters to the left, where a small intersection awaited her. From there, a further 200 meters would lead her directly to the street. Perhaps due to her early departure, there were few monsters roaming the area. Zhou Anun took great care to tread lightly, avoiding any sounds that might draw their attention. After progressing about 70 to 80 meters without incident, she was suddenly fixed upon by a pair of eerie blue eyes. With a resounding screech, the creature let out a terrifying cry. Zhou Anun sighed inwardly. It seemed her hopes of swiftly reaching the street were dashed. Indeed, that single cry acted as a key to Pandora's box, awakening the previously dormant monsters. As one creature charged toward her, it was quickly joined by a second and a third. Alarmed, Zhou felt an impending sense of being overwhelmed. Realizing that she was the sole living soul in the vicinity, unlike the previous day, when she had companions to share the burden, there was no time to linger. She bolted forward as she ran. She swung her weapon at the approaching monsters, but with her as the only target, they multiplied in number, forcing her to retreat into a nearby building. Before the global digitization, this space had likely been a retail establishment. Though its purpose was unclear, the interior was pristine and well-lit, with the street-facing side featuring only glass doors and windows, allowing ample light to flood in despite the power outage. The monsters soon swarmed, gathering at the entrance and clawing at the glass door with their sharp talons, causing it to shudder ominously as if it might shatter at any moment. Zhou quickly retrieved a rope from her inventory and secured the door handle, ensuring it was tightly bound before replacing her weapon with a long knife. Thanks to the transparency afforded by the glass, the monsters, though unable to enter, lingered at the entrance, unwilling to depart. Zhou swiftly scanned the store and noticed two small cubicles. She approached and pushed open the doors. Although she knew that it was highly unlikely any monsters resided within, after all, if there had been any, they would have charged out at her entrance. Caution was prudent to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. The cubicles were small, measuring merely a square meter and devoid of contents. The other cubicle was similarly empty. Realizing that the store posed no further threats, Zhou took refuge in one of the fitting rooms. After a while, the cacophony of roars and screeches outside subsided. The monsters, lacking intelligence, were likely driven solely by their primal instincts for combat and hunting. Consequently, upon her retreat into the fitting room, they lost their target and gradually fell silent. It was then that Zhou found the opportunity to regulate her breathing and quietly await her chance to escape. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sounds of growls and shouts erupted anew. Accompanied by the scuffling of footsteps, it seemed that others had emerged to engage the monsters. With the attention of the monsters diverted, Zhou waited a few more minutes before cautiously pushing open the fitting room door to peer outside. Indeed, the monsters that had previously surrounded the entrance had departed, drawn to a new target. Zhou emerged from the fitting room and, through the glass door, beheld the chaos unfolding outside. The players engaging the monsters quickly realized that today's creatures were far more agile than those from the previous day, prompting an outburst of curses. In this world, even a simple length of rope is a valuable tool. Thus, rather than hastily severing it with her knife, she opted to take her time untying the knots. Unwilling to waste any resources, gently, she cracked the glass door open, observing the monsters clustered in combat, while others bellowed and thrashed against nearby shop doors. Without hesitation, she bolted away, fully aware that if she lingered for even a minute, the monsters would surely turn their attention back to her. She had to seize the opportunity to escape while they remained oblivious to her presence. True to her expectations, even at full speed, she had barely covered a few dozen meters before the monsters spotted her, and a few immediately began to pursue. Zhou swiftly darted into an adjacent building, shutting the door behind her and seeking refuge in a concealed corner. Once the commotion outside subsided, she resumed her advance. After several such narrow escapes, she finally reached the small intersection. Fortunately, the cataclysm had struck during daylight hours, coinciding with peak business times. Otherwise, the shops lining the street would likely have been shuttered, making her current strategy far more challenging. Turning onto the side street, the number of monsters dwindled significantly. The path was a mere 3 meters wide, with a bike shelter lining one side. Although bicycles and electric scooters were nowhere to be found, the structure of the shelter remained intact. Zhou spared no effort, dispatching monsters as she surged forward. The short stretch of over 200 meters took her nearly an hour to traverse. The pedestrian street was teeming with monsters. But Zhou did not linger, repeating her strategy of entering a shop, closing the door behind her, and conducting a swift search. One shop after another, she explored 10 in total, yet her efforts yielded no rewards. Leaving her weary and filled with self-doubt, had she miscalculated? Otherwise, after half a day, how come there is not even the slightest gain? In other gaming worlds, after a thorough search, one would at least stumble upon a few trifles. Yet this game world is different. If no treasure chests are found, It is tantamount to having achieved nothing at all. It remains uncertain whether her early arrival is to blame, or if this street is simply overlooked. Or perhaps all items have vanished, leading to the abandonment of what was once a bustling thoroughfare. Until now, apart from the monsters, she is the only human on this street. Yet sometimes, certain matters need not be spoken of. Just as Joanin was hiding in a shop, retrieving items from her space to eat and replenish her energy, a figure darted past outside with astonishing speed. Since entering the game, it was her first encounter with someone so swift. This made her reasonably suspect that this individual might be the one who acquired those shoes yesterday. She hastily leaned closer to the window, peering through the glass towards the direction the person had fled. But they had already vanished from sight. Her curiosity was purely innocent. She had no intentions of coveting the shoes. After all, with such incredible speed, even if she could teleport, the cooldown on that skill would likely render her no match for them. Even if she were inclined to pursue, she might find herself at a disadvantage, perhaps even suffer a setback, for possessing an item in the game is akin to wielding an invincible power. Even if it is merely a temporary item for a single game session, it should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a disquieting hypothesis crossed Joanin's mind. Could it be that this person came here because that pair of shoes was obtained from this very spot? Perhaps they returned today after reading the chat discussions in the exchange channel last night, hoping to see if a second treasure could be refreshed here. Or, like her, they might have deduced the approximate patterns of treasure chest appearances, leading them to this unassuming alley. Regardless of which assumption holds true, it bodes ill for Joanin, as a sense of urgency began to swell within her. Moreover, another conjecture took root in her mind. No wonder she had found nothing in this place. This street must have already been scoured by that individual. Even if something remained, it would have been long taken if that were the case. This street was likely a lost cause, as Joanin pondered aimlessly. She sat in a corner, consuming her food. Once she finished her meal and had rested sufficiently, she steeled herself, regrouped, and ventured out of the building again, only to be astonished to find several players had joined her on the street, which had previously felt so solitary. New monsters had also spawned, and in addition to the earlier beast-like creatures, a humanoid figure cloaked in black had appeared. It seemed that her earlier solitude had merely been a matter of timing. Now that the moment had arrived, others had also emerged, naturally increasing the number of people on the street. Regardless of whether this place had already been searched, since she was already here today, she must search thoroughly before departing. Besides, where could one possibly find a place devoid of people? Based on her conjecture, the main battleground of this game predominantly lay within this city. In her previous life, she had heard Joankong describe the environment upon entering the game, which was also set in a city with similar architectural styles, leading them to deduce that their distances were not too far apart. In her previous life, she had been unaware of his location, which was why she did not seek him out. The conclusion they reached only emerged after the game. In this life, she was unwilling to expend energy searching for him, as both he and Tang Xuejia would enter the game in the next round, and the three of them would land not far from each other. Presently, her main concern was not to locate that scoundrel, but rather to diligently amass gold coins, especially when encountering wandering merchants, to exchange for useful items. Additionally, she wished to experiment with whether items stored in boxes could be taken out of this game world without being opened. After all, boxes containing items could indeed be taken out, as she had already tested in her previous life. Since she was here, she might as well make the most of it. Perhaps there were still hidden treasures on this street. After all, the knife she had found was discovered on the ceiling, so during her searches, she would poke holes in any ceiling she encountered, hoping something might fall or become visible. Although the monsters on the street were continuously respawning and their numbers increasing, the influx of humans was also on the rise, creating a delicate balance. However, this led to the once relatively quiet street now resembling a bustling market, with a cacophony of sounds echoing, as both humans and monsters made their presence known with considerable volume. While Joanin's arrival introduced another competitor, everyone was too preoccupied with battling monsters and searching for items to pay her much heed. Despite the increase in monster numbers, the presence of others alleviated the burden of combat, making the fights feel significantly easier. However, collecting gold coins after defeating monsters was somewhat troublesome. She longed to encounter a wandering merchant to see if she could first exchange for an automatic looting feature, thus alleviating any concerns about missing out on coins or having them snatched away by others after a kill. Perhaps her luck was truly extraordinary. Just as she was about to reach the end of the street without any spoils, she was suddenly pulled into a tranquil space. Her muscles tensed for a moment before relaxing as she realized she had entered the independent trading space of the wandering merchant. Once pulled into this space, everything outside would be isolated. Thus, her wish had come true. She had encountered a wandering merchant. Alongside her, 2 other players were also drawn in. Since it was their first experience with such a situation, their reactions lagged slightly behind Joannen's, but they quickly caught on. After all, the 5 glaring characters above the wandering merchant's head were so dazzling and eye-catching that they could not be missed. Chapter 57, Global Datization. Esteemed guest, welcome to my shop. What can I assist you with today? What do you have here? Before Joannen could respond, someone else interjected, I have a price list. Feel free to take a look. As the wandering merchant spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 booths appeared before them. Before the other 2 players could grasp the significance of this, Joannen was the first to step into one of the rooms. The others exchanged glances, and each entered one of the remaining booths. This is precisely what made the wandering merchant so appealing. These 3 booths existed independently, ensuring the privacy of each customer's purchases. Even though they had been drawn in together, they were unable to discern what the others were buying. Joannen gazed at the large light that appeared before her, quickly searching for the items she desired. Dragging her finger down to browse, soon, she found the automatic looting feature for defeating monsters, priced at 500 gold coins. Joannen breathed a sigh of relief. In her previous life, she had not purchased this feature, as her resources had been too scarce and she prioritized her sustenance. However, she later learned through the exchange channel that someone had bought it and claimed it was quite useful. Now, Joannen had enough gold coins, and after purchasing the automatic looting feature, she was left with only 123 coins, rendering her unable to buy anything else. She already had food and water, which she would never spend gold coins on. After completing her purchase, Joannen did not rush to exit but instead began to browse for other items. The further she scrolled, the higher the prices became, but so did the value of the items. After several minutes, she finally found what she sought: abilities. Different abilities varied in price, with some being single-use in a single world, while others could be permanently bound for ongoing use. The permanently bound abilities were further divided into 2 categories, those that could be upgraded and those that could not. Naturally, Joannen desired the permanently bound and upgradable abilities. The upgrades required points, and each completed game awarded 1,000 points. The upgrade process for abilities differed from that of skills. Upgrading a skill by 1 level required 2,000 points, while upgrading an ability required 5,000 points. Of course, one could also exchange for upgrade cards at the Wandering Merchant, but their price was equally steep, costing a hefty 8,000 gold coins, almost the same as purchasing an ability outright. Thus, in a strict sense, upgrading abilities was also a slow process, but even so, she yearned for upgradable abilities. The price for upgradable abilities was double that of standard abilities, amounting to a whopping 4,000 gold coins. Yet, even at that price, it was still significantly cheaper than the astronomical figures found in the game's trading mall. Indeed, aside from players being able to list their items for sale, the mall itself also offered items, including abilities, but the prices were astronomical. The types of abilities were numerous, encompassing elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, as well as mental control, spatial manipulation, invisibility, flight, object manipulation, shape-shifting, animal communication, sensory enhancement, and more. Regardless of the type, abilities of the same tier bore the same price. Joannen merely wished to ascertain the price. As for which type of extraordinary ability to purchase, there was ample time to ponder that choice. After all, amassing 10,000 gold coins was no trivial task, especially considering their limited time within the game. Were they able to remain indefinitely, she would be confident in acquiring every ability available. Alas, having obtained the information she sought, Joannen swiftly exited the booth, only to find that the other 2 individuals had yet to emerge. Upon witnessing her departure, the wandering merchant's eyes twinkled with amusement. As the sovereign of this realm, even with the booth's partition, it was well aware of the amount of gold spent and the items acquired by the other party. One moment. Oh, you have surplus food? This revelation astonished the wandering merchant. It was all too familiar with the nature of this world, where typically others purchased food from it, and not the other way around. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, it deemed the proposition acceptable. It could indeed procure the food, albeit at half the selling price. Should you be amenable to that, we may proceed with the transaction. Naturally, I can accept, Joanne exclaimed with delight. In truth, she was simply taking a shot in the dark, as she had never heard of any player selling items to a wandering merchant in her previous life. Thus, she had inquired casually, only to stumble upon this unexpected windfall. The wandering merchant was equally pleased. Recognizing that this arrangement was quite lucrative, as a merchant, its goods were not conjured from thin air. They too required gold to be acquired through specialized channels, with each item yielding only a quarter of profit. If it could obtain food at half price from this young girl, it would effectively double its profit. How could that not bring joy? The wandering merchant waved its hand, conjuring a new booth. Then gestured to Joanne with a courteous invitation. Esteemed guest, please proceed to transact. Very well, Joanne responded, stepping into the new booth. Gazing at the empty table before her, she began retrieving items from her space, calculating how much to keep for herself while presenting the rest. One by one, items vanished from view, and with each disappearance, a small pile of gold coins materialized. By the time all her items had been accounted for, Joanne found herself with a substantial heap of 4,072 gold coins, sufficient to purchase an extraordinary ability. Overcome with excitement, she exited the booth, not waiting for the wandering merchant to bid her farewell, and immediately inquired, "Esteemed proprietor, I now possess gold coins. May I continue my shopping?" Of course, the wandering merchant replied, its eyes nearly closing in glee. The fact that this human wished to spend more gold implied further profit for it. Faced with an array of extraordinary abilities, Joanne hesitated briefly before ultimately selecting a combat-oriented ability, the gold element. While she also desired to acquire a transformation ability, her priority was to enhance her combat prowess first. She could always purchase the transformation ability later once she had gathered sufficient coins. As she depleted her gold coins, the wandering merchant escorted her out of this realm. Upon exiting, she nearly collided with a monstrous creature. The two separated by less than half a meter. Even the beast was startled by Joanne's sudden appearance, letting out a howl and jumping back. Joanne was similarly taken aback, but having anticipated such an encounter, she quickly summoned a square shield approximately half a meter in diameter, its exterior bristling with spikes, crafted from the newly acquired metal ability. The monster did not retreat. Rather, it lunged forward, and Joanne thrust the shield towards its face, determined to retaliate against the fright it had caused her. The creature, quick in its movements, was met with Joanne's equally swift response. Although she did not crush the monster as she had envisioned, the spikes nonetheless inflicted a grievous wound, leaving it bloodied and dazed. The creature was bewildered, desiring to evade her, yet unable to escape its fate. Drawing upon her relatively extensive combat experience, Joanne reacted with remarkable speed, instantly reshaping the shield upon realizing it had made contact. This was the essence of her newly acquired gold element ability, albeit at a basic level, endowing her with two capabilities: conjuring matter from thin air and metal transformation. The former allowed her to create metal without relying on any external source, as long as she envisioned it. However, constrained by her current level, she could produce a maximum weight of 3 kilograms and a half-meter square of metal. Otherwise, the shield could have been larger. The latter ability enabled her to manipulate any metal in her possession according to her will, as she did now, elongating the spikes at her command. Naturally, as the spikes extended, the shield would either grow thinner or the spikes would narrow, maintaining a constant weight. Remarkably, the speed of metal transformation was astounding, completing in a mere second. The protruding spikes transformed into elongated, razor-sharp points, continuing their advance, ultimately piercing the monster through. The creature, still grappling with the bewildering turn of events, met its demise without comprehending how it had fallen. Its kin, witnessing the spectacle, understood the threat Joanne posed and promptly distanced themselves, redirecting their aggression towards other targets. However, Joanne was determined not to let the wandering coin slip away. She intended to accumulate enough to exchange for a transformation ability. The motivation behind her desire for this ability stemmed from a need to counter her brother and sister-in-law, whom she deemed treacherous. She needed a contingency plan, especially given that Joanne Kong had merely participated in one less game than she, and those two instances were ones she could not locate him. With the current game allowing exchanges with the wandering merchant, she wondered if Joanne Kong might possess any hidden advantages. Although her previous experiences suggested he had not exchanged for abilities, it remained plausible that he had done so while keeping it a secret. Should an ambush arise, she would prefer not to engage him directly, as she was still not strong enough. Thus, adopting a different form would enable her to remain unrecognizable, preserving her options for a future encounter. Moreover, to stealthily approach the duo and strike unexpectedly, the transformation ability would prove invaluable. For instance, she could morph into a mobile object, closing in on them when least expected. Such a strategy would undoubtedly increase her chances of success. The gold element ability, too, served as preparation for assassination. Although modest in its capabilities, it afforded both offensive and defensive advantages. Just as before, the spiked shield could serve as both a weapon and a barrier. Despite the limitations imposed by her abilities level, resulting in a smaller shield, it still offered protection for vital areas, ensuring survival in combat. As long as she remained alive, possibilities remained. Thus, even recognizing that the metal ability was not the most formidable, she opted for the gold element. The most powerful ability was not necessarily the best. Rather, the most suitable was paramount. The monsters evaded Zhou Anan, who pursued and dispatched them, resulting in a laborious yet secure endeavor. Given the monster's instinct to avoid confrontation with her, they attempted to flee at her approach, perhaps a manifestation of their survival instinct. Consequently, what should have been a fierce battle devolved into a one-sided slaughter at her hands. The newly spawned monsters, observing their predecessors avoiding the woman, instinctively followed suit. Thus, until dusk fell, Zhou Anan relentlessly hunted, her hands growing weary from the onslaught. She designated her clothing pocket as the repository for the gold coins, which would automatically materialize there with each monster slain. Occasionally, she would gather the spoils into her space. It was not that she wished to avoid direct collection. Rather, her space belonged to a different dimension, rendering automatic collection impossible. Hence, she resorted to this cumbersome method. As time slipped away, Zhou Anan refrained from lingering, cautiously retreating into a building to rest and recuperate before heading home. Upon exiting this territory, the monsters resumed their ferocity. Nevertheless, equipped with her extraordinary ability and specialized weaponry for slaying monsters, her journey home was relatively smooth. Additionally, following a day of combat, the number of monsters on the streets had dwindled to less than 1/5 of their morning count, alleviating her concerns of being overwhelmed. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, sprawled haphazardly, alongside severed limbs and a few human remains, though the latter were far fewer in number compared to the monstrous casualties. The scene was a dismal tableau, stained with blood, refuse, and the remnants of battle. Yet, at least they were clustered together. When monsters emerged, a few individuals quickly dispatched them, leading to a perception that such an environment was far safer than haphazardly settling elsewhere. Thus, one cannot afford to waste even a moment. After partaking in the evening meal of the day, I commenced tallying my gold coins. It must be said, the convenience offered by the automatic pickup feature is undeniable. Not a single coin goes to waste. When I departed from the wandering merchant, I was left with merely 72 coins, yet now, I have amassed 322. Of course, I have not forgotten my paramount task of seeking the treasure chests. The following day, it is uncertain whether my luck has been exhausted or if fortune ebbs and flows, but the monsters have slain me, yielding a considerable amount of coins. However, I have neither discovered a treasure chest nor encountered the wandering merchant again. Although should I come across him before I have gathered 4,000 coins, I would not be inclined to make any purchases. The absence of new treasure chests has left me somewhat anxious. The monsters have grown increasingly formidable. Had I not exchanged for the metallic ability that allows me to conjure a shield in critical moments, I would have likely sustained injuries. Days have slipped by unnoticed. And before I knew it, it was already the 8th day of the disaster game. The monsters have become progressively harder to defeat. Even with my special weapon, I now find the battle taxing. Particularly, those creatures capable of flight, though not soaring high, are far more challenging to vanquish than their ground-bound counterparts. On the 11th day of the disaster game, the secrets of the keys and rooms were finally unveiled, sparking a fervor to seek out the keys. After all, who would not desire a sanctuary where one's possessions are secure and inaccessible to others without consent? Most importantly, the peace of mind that comes from a restful slumber, free from the dread of nocturnal threats, is invaluable. A sound sleep aids in the restoration of one's spirit, enabling a more vigorous pursuit of monsters the following day. Some individuals have indeed been fortunate enough to discover a second key, which they have listed for sale in the trading mall at a modest price. However, from Joannen's perspective, few could afford it. While she felt a twinge of envy, it was tempered by the knowledge that she already possessed a safe haven. Her gold coins have accumulated to 4,000. Yet since that day she encountered the wandering merchant, she has yet to see him again. Such misfortune! If her survival depended on purchasing food and water from the wandering merchant, she would likely perish from hunger given the time that has elapsed without sight of him. Fortunately, she has provisions of her own and thus does not rely on the wandering merchant for sustenance. On the 15th day of the disaster game, despite the increased difficulty of slaying monsters, her coin count has risen to 5530, yet the wandering merchant remains elusive. Just when she thought the day would yield nothing but coins, she was suddenly drawn into that familiar space. Joannen was nearly overcome with joy. Eagerly, she stepped into the shopping chamber prepared by the wandering merchant and decisively purchased the transformation skill. As for the remaining nearly 1530 coins, she has resolved to conserve them, hoping to accumulate another 4,000 coins before the conclusion of the game to acquire yet another ability. Her next target is the water-based ability. With it, she can ensure a solution for drinking and bathing, regardless of how dire the circumstances may become. Truth be told, having gone over half a month without a proper wash, even with daily wipes using a damp towel, she feels as though she is on the verge of becoming rancid, particularly her feet and armpits, which she dares not even smell for fear of fainting. After all, in her relentless quest to slay monsters, she has been ceaselessly on the move, and it is only natural to expect some odor due to sweat. Uncertain if today was a stroke of extraordinary luck, after departing from the wandering merchant, she stumbled upon a treasure chest. Though it was no larger than a shoebox, it was still a treasure chest nonetheless. Caught between the decision to open it or not, Joannen hesitated for quite some time before finally suppressing her urge and storing it in her space. Initially, she had assumed treasure chests would be easily found, which is why she intended to keep one to take out of this game world, to see if its contents remained. Little did she know how elusive treasure chests could be. The thought of carrying it out only to find its contents vanished would be an immense loss. Furthermore, as the monsters grow increasingly challenging to defeat, the items within the treasure chest might significantly enhance her efficiency in slaying them, thereby increasing her earnings in gold coins, which could then be used to purchase items from the wandering merchant that could be taken to other game worlds. Thus, she found herself in a quandary. Having acquired the transformation skill and discovered a treasure chest today, her spirit soared, and she no longer felt fatigued while hunting monsters. However, after a full day of relentless effort, she had slain fewer than 200 monsters, far less than what she had achieved in just half a day previously. But there was little she could do. The monsters were continually leveling up, while they, the humans, showed little growth in their strength. At best, they had become more adept in combat movements and accumulated some battle techniques. As for exchanging materials and skills with the wandering merchant, most individuals only traded for basic supplies like food and drink. Thus, their overall strength had not seen much improvement. Chapter 60. Global Datization 13. Indeed, once this opportunity passes, there may not be another. Who knows if in the future games, she might encounter another ability that can be purchased without points? Regarding her decision to retain a treasure chest, there remains half a month. Surely, she will find another. It is still the mid-game, so there is no rush. After all, she does not intend to keep more than one chest to take with her. If she can take it out, it will be a profit. Should she open it to find it empty, her loss will not be substantial. Moreover, treasure chests found later in the game, even if they contain extraordinary items, may not provide much assistance with only a few days left. Joannen quickly rationalized her indecisiveness. After formulating her reasoning, she felt much more at ease, and with a clear conscience, she opened the chest. Inside lay a pair of gloves, strength gloves, doubling the wearer's inherent strength. The description is straightforward yet concise. She was quite fond of these gloves, as since the monsters had begun to grow stronger, her speed in defeating them had slowed significantly. This was primarily because she sometimes could not achieve a single blow kill, and when facing monsters with enhanced skins or evolved bodies, it was common to require 3 to 5 strikes to slay one. However, with the newfound strength gloves, she would expend far less effort when battling evolved monsters, and she believed her speed in slaying them would significantly increase. Moreover, the power boost should also apply when utilizing abilities. Right? It was worth a try. Joannen activated her ability, conjuring a metallic spike. She thrust it forcefully against the wall of the restroom. The wall, presumably reinforced concrete, only yielded a shallow dent from the spike. At most a centimeter deep, after donning the strength gloves and attempting again, she left a considerably deeper impression in the wall. The spike, having been short to begin with, now wobbled precariously against the wall. It appeared that with the strength gloves, whether using abilities, weapons, or even bare hands, her power would indeed increase. Splendid. Zhou Anan went to bed feeling elated. On the 16th day of the disaster game, Zhou Anan rose early. Invigorated by the strength gloves, she hastily consumed a light breakfast before setting off. Tio reached distant locations. One must consider that those areas may have already been scoured by others. Moreover, the logistics of transportation posed a challenge. All means of conveyance had vanished. Not only did her minuscule space lack the capacity to store any transport, but even if she had a collapsible vehicle, she would hesitate to use it, as it would undoubtedly attract attention, being even more coveted than weapons. For now, she could only slay monsters while meticulously searching for hidden treasures. Perhaps some still lay undetected in overlooked corners. Regardless, her primary focus remained on defeating monsters, with treasure hunting as a secondary pursuit. Days passed in a blur of monster hunting, and before long, it was the 21st day of the disaster game. During this time, she encountered the wandering merchant 3 more times. However, lacking the requisite 4,000 coins, she had not made any purchases. On the 22nd day of the game, Zhou Anan discovered her 3rd treasure chest, oddly nestled amidst a pile of rubble at a street corner. Following the calamity, a wall had collapsed here, and since then, everyone had been too preoccupied with slaying monsters to bother with trash removal. Her discovery of this box was purely serendipitous. Upon arriving, she noticed her abilities were nearly depleted, and she dared not expend any more for fear of exhaustion. Observing the heap of bricks and debris at the street corner, an idea struck her. She began to gather stones and bricks, hurling them at the approaching monsters. Thanks to the strength gloves and her training over the past few days, her accuracy was commendable. Even though the monsters attempted to evade her projectiles, she occasionally struck true. To expedite the process, she opted to gather the debris in bulk, storing them in her space and then retrieving them piece by piece to throw at the monsters, thus increasing her speed. She was unaware of how many bricks she had picked up or discarded. In any case, she had utilized nearly all the bricks and stones scattered on the ground. With only half of her abilities restored, she fought her way through the chaos and managed to take refuge in a building, securing the door tightly behind her. These ordinary doors, while susceptible to the tremendous force of monsters' relentless attacks, would not attract the creature's attention as long as she remained silent and concealed herself within as she waited for her abilities to regenerate. Zhou Anan opened her personal space to discard the unused bricks and stones. To her astonishment, she discovered a treasure chest had appeared within her space. The chest was modest in size, roughly equivalent to half a shoebox, and it gleamed with a soft golden light that enveloped it, indicating it contained something valuable. Given her current strength, she was confident that even if faced with dozens of monsters, she could escape if necessary. Whatever item lay within that chest would merely serve to embellish her journey, rather than provide essential aid. This unexpected discovery alleviated the frustration she had felt moments ago when she had nearly been overwhelmed by the monsters. What was this phenomenon called? It was akin to the saying, a blessing in disguise. Had she not been on the verge of being surrounded by a horde of monsters, and had her abilities not been nearly depleted, she would never have considered striking at the pile of bricks. Had she not done so, she would have missed the treasure chest entirely. Yet, her day of fortune was far from over. Another surprise awaited her. Just as Zhou Anan felt her abilities nearing full restoration and prepared to venture out once more to confront the monsters, she encountered 2 familiar faces upon exiting. These 2 individuals resided in the same building as her. Over the past few days, they had emerged around the same time to hunt monsters, occasionally crossing paths. Though they had never exchanged greetings or learned each other's names, their faces were recognizable to her. However, their current state was dire. It was evident they had sustained significant injuries. One of them had a bleeding arm that continued to drip with each movement, forcing him to wield his weapon with his left hand. As his right arm was injured, it was clear he was not left-handed, making his strikes clumsy and imprecise. Out of every 3 swings, 2 missed their mark. If this stalemate continued, the loss of blood alone would prove fatal. The other individual fared even worse, with his entire back soaked in blood and his face pale, indicating he was also gravely injured and suffering from excessive blood loss. At that moment, 7 monsters surrounded them. 3 were airborne, while the remaining 4 strategically blocked their escape routes. It was evident that the 2 were on the brink of collapse. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Anan resolved to assist them. However, a distance of 30 to 40 meters separated her from them, with other monsters littering the path. As she charged toward them, battling the advancing monsters, a delay led to a catastrophic turn of events. The one with the injured back was suddenly clawed at the crown of his head by one of the flying monsters. With a piercing scream, a portion of his scalp was torn away, and the already severely wounded man could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, and in an instant, a monster pounced on him, ripping off one of his arms with a single swift motion. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness, while the monster continued to savage his limbs. The other injured man, startled by the horrific scream, momentarily lost focus. This brief lapse in concentration allowed a monster to pierce his chest, resulting in a gory wound. Yet, he proved to be resilient. Despite the intense agony, he refrained from crying out. Instead, rage ignited within him, turning his eyes a fierce crimson as he wielded his knife with renewed ferocity, managing to fell 2 monsters in rapid succession. With 7 monsters reduced to 5, Zhou Anan finally reached them. She swiftly dispatched the monster still tormenting the fallen man and, while brandishing her own knife, unleashed her abilities, Metal Needles, against the 3 flying monsters. United in their efforts, they swiftly eliminated the remaining creatures. However, Zhou Anan had no time to inquire about the wounded man's condition before he collapsed. Eyes shut, breaths growing faint. The substantial blood loss had left him teetering on the edge of death. His earlier fury had merely fueled a final struggle. With the monsters vanquished, the tension in Zhou Anan's body relaxed, and the breath he had been holding escaped him. She gazed at him silently for several seconds, and as she noticed his tightly shut eyes remained closed, she sighed inwardly. It appeared this game was nearing its conclusion. And unexpectedly, he had not endured. With the surrounding area devoid of monsters, likely drawn by the chaos, the scene fell eerily silent. Zhou Anan's gaze shifted from his face, and just as she turned to leave, she halted abruptly. These 2 individuals resembled players. Perhaps she should search their bodies? One was already dead, and the other was clearly on the brink of death. She contemplated searching the deceased first, reasoning that the living man might not last long. In her mind, it would not be considered robbery, merely the act of scavenging a corpse. Despite having lived a life longer than others, Zhou Anan still adhered to a moral code, especially since these 2 had no enmity with her. They resided in the same building, and she had no grievances against them. Waiting until the man had passed before searching his body, rather than doing so while he still drew breath, felt like a final act of respect. Surveying the scene, she noted that 3 of the man's limbs had been torn away, leaving only 1 leg intact. Well, technically 1.5, as the severed leg had been forcibly broken at the knee before being ripped away. In her search for a spatial carrier among the remnants, she spotted a jade guanine pendant hanging from his neck. Its translucence indicated its considerable worth, and she realized it was linked to his personal space. With only 2 cubic meters, he must have entered the game during the second round. Carefully repositioning his severed limbs as they had been, she turned to observe the man who had been clinging to life. He was now utterly lifeless. Given his prior blood loss, once he lost consciousness, the flow had not ceased, leading to his swift demise. With her conscience clear, Zhou Anan approached the corpse. Ultimately, she discovered another jade guanine pendant around his neck, also a spatial carrier of 2 cubic meters. Examining the 2 individuals, she noted the identical pendants in her possession and felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Could these 2 possibly be connected? Regardless of their relationship, it was evident they had shared a strong bond, as one had fought fiercely to protect the other, even in death. Though their spaces held little remaining supplies, had they survived, the resources would have sufficed to carry them through to the end of the game. Today's haul was indeed commendable. She had no intention of claiming the meager supplies from their spaces. Instead, she planned to sell them to any traveling merchants she might encounter. After all, her own supplies were sufficient to sustain her until the end of the game. Furthermore, at the beginning of the next round, there would be opportunities to gather resources, and with her current capabilities, she could even manage to acquire some at no cost during the early stages of the disaster. Therefore, she had no concerns about lacking resources. As for the 10 days following her exit from the game, she had enough points in the real world to purchase food sufficient for her needs. So she felt no anxiety. If worst came to worst, she could utilize her transformation skill to disguise herself and take advantage of Zhou Kong's resources, even if it meant subtly, on the 25th day of the disaster game. Having just slain a few monsters, Zhou was drawn into a separate space by a traveling merchant, successfully acquiring water abilities. The resources gleaned from the Jade Guanyin were sold, albeit for a modest sum due to their limited quantity. Nevertheless, the combined 4 cubic meters of space offered by the 2 Jade Guanyins proved incredibly useful, especially since the pendants were far superior to mere clothing. She placed both pendants in her room. Knowing that this round would not yield additional resources, her own bound space was sufficient. The other 3 spaces would be reserved for the next game to store resources. She decided against spending her remaining gold coins, choosing instead to save them for the end to see if they would suffice for purchasing another ability. Although she currently possessed 3 abilities and 1 skill, one could never have too many valuable items. The more she acquired, the less she would need to spend points on abilities in the trading channel, allowing her earned points to be used for upgrading her abilities. Progress was a steady climb. A swift step forward meant a series of rapid advancements. Zhou felt that since her rebirth, her luck had improved significantly, in addition to possessing foreknowledge of certain plot points. After all, in her previous life, she had been struggling on the brink of survival, and even in death, she had not acquired any supernatural abilities. This life, however, is entirely different. It is only the 3rd game, and she has already obtained so much. To be honest, Zhou sometimes feels as though it is not entirely real, fearing that one morning she might awaken to discover that all of this has merely been a dream of her own making. On the 27th day of the disaster game, the monsters have become increasingly difficult to defeat. Even with Zhou numerous supernatural powers, she does not dare to venture into densely populated areas of monsters. More often than not, she lingers within the confines of her building, where there are many people but few monsters, ensuring her safety. In a day, she has only managed to slay over 20 monsters. After all, everyone shares a similar mindset. Having reaped substantial rewards from previous monster hunts, even those who have not amassed many gold coins wish to endure until the final moment. Ultimately, no matter how tempting those rewards may be, life is paramount. Without it, everything else is but a fleeting illusion, making survival more significant than anything else. Now, as the monsters grow stronger, venturing out to hunt them feels akin to courting death, of course. Apart from those like her who slay monsters in the corridors, there are also 7 or 8 individuals who have formed a small team, cooperating to defeat monsters right at the entrance of the building. As long as the space is somewhat confined, preventing the monsters from unleashing their full strength, even with their enhanced abilities, defeating them is not overly challenging. The only downside is that each monster takes a bit longer to kill. But safety is the priority. Gazing at the meager 20 gold coins she has earned, Zhou feels somewhat overwhelmed, uncertain if she can gather enough gold to reach the 4,000 gold mark by the final moment. To her, the wares offered by the wandering merchant hold little interest beyond supernatural abilities. Purchasing anything else feels like a loss. On the 28th day of the disaster game, she begins to regret having sold off a portion of her tangible goods at the onset. Otherwise, she would have been close to her goal by now. Many share her sentiments, as food prices have begun to soar. After managing to acquire nearly enough food to amass 4,000 gold coins, she hurriedly refrains from further purchases, having nearly exhausted her points. On the morning of the 30th day of the disaster game, Zhou has only consumed 2 small biscuits and half a bottle of water. The water she drinks is now conjured from her own supernatural abilities. The original bottled water is reserved for selling to the wandering merchant, but regrettably, he does not accept water created through supernatural means. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about her dwindling gold. According to the game rules, today she is bound to encounter the wandering merchant, though the exact timing remains uncertain. The game has granted the surviving players one final opportunity to exchange their remaining gold coins for supplies. Zhou spends the morning hunting monsters, managing to kill 12 before lunchtime, and after eating, she ventures out again, only to slay 2 more before being drawn into the trading space by the wandering merchant. Not rushing to shop, she first informs the wandering merchant of her intention to sell supplies, to which he responds with a cheerful agreement. Zhou carefully arranges the food from her space on the table, leaving only a single pack of biscuits for herself. However, once all her goods are sold, She finds herself short by 20 coins of reaching 4,000. Resigned, she sells her last pack of biscuits, finally gathering the requisite amount. As for the remaining change, it is clear she cannot purchase anything with it. This time, she acquires the ability of mental control. Once manifested, this power can induce confusion in others, making them forget who they are and what they are doing. Lasting for 3 minutes. At the first level, she can control 3 individuals simultaneously, and as her mental abilities upgrade, both the duration and the number of targets will increase. With this newfound ability, she feels more confident in confronting Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia in the next game. With that in mind, she sees no need to exert herself further, especially since she has no food left. Chapter 63. The Ingenious Use of Abilities, Part 1. Having sold her last pack of biscuits, she decides to rest, minimizing movement to stave off hunger. Fortunately, she has accumulated a fair amount of points. The gnawing hunger in her stomach prompts her to indulge in a bowl of mixed grain noodles on the street. To be frank, the taste of food in the apocalypse is often unspeakable, particularly that of mixed grain noodles, which can be quite tough to swallow. However, today, Zhou finds the noodles exceptionally delicious, finishing the bowl in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Observing the noodle vendor's astonishment, she reflects on how long she must have been starving. Fortunately, it was noodles, which are easier to consume. Otherwise, with her speed, she might have choked. Having filled her belly, Zhou begins to contemplate her future food sources. While buying food is an option, with her newfound suitable abilities, she is inclined to seek a bit of effortless gain. Almost as if collecting interest for her past self. However, she recognizes the need for preparation. Zhou uses her points to purchase a small amount of food, indeed, just a little, and still mixed grain. The earlier bowl of noodles has left her craving for more, hoping for another meal. Yet, the meager supply she has acquired will only suffice for 2 more meals, as, if all goes smoothly, she should not lack food in the near future. Upon returning home, she showers, changes clothes, and carries all 4 of her spaces with her. It is only at the last moment that Zhou realizes her spaces, once bound to her, have gained an additional function. The extra spatial containers she has received can also be utilized. It resembles nesting dolls. However, whether she is putting items in or taking them out, she must extract them to use, when inside her space. These containers merely function as their own items without the ability to store anything, only becoming usable once removed. Although this arrangement may be slightly inconvenient compared to her bound space, it still allows her to store less frequently used items. In essence, it serves as a makeshift warehouse for temporarily unnecessary items. Zhou deliberately walks to a secluded area, ensuring she can no longer see anyone else around, and transforms into a small kitten. She then makes her way towards Zhou Kong's residence. As a kitten, mingling into the neighborhood is remarkably easy. There is no need to enter through the main gate. She can simply slip through a small hole. After a brief wait, someone opens the door and steps out. Zhou has been waiting beside the door and immediately stands up, slipping in as soon as the door opens. The person exiting is completely oblivious to her presence. Unaware that someone has stealthily entered through the opportunity presented by the door, As a kitten, climbing the stairs is effortless, and before long, she arrives at Zhou Kong's doorstep. The corridor is devoid of other people. It seems that those who are busy making a living have all ventured out. She merely wishes to quietly do a good deed without revealing her identity. Suddenly, a piece of metal appears in her hand, her metallic ability at work. She places the metal against the lock, and it begins to morph, extending into the keyhole, swiftly transforming into a key. With a gentle twist, the lock clicks open. Zhou nudges the door ajar, preventing it from closing abruptly. She does not rush inside but first listens for any sounds within. Faint voices can be heard, but she confirms that the 2 individuals are not in the living room, putting her at ease. Once assured that the coast is clear, Zhou transforms into a paper-thin figure and slips through the narrow opening of the door. The living room is indeed empty. The voices emanate from the bedroom. Accompanied by heavy breathing, being an adult, she naturally understands the implications of those sounds, inwardly scoffing at the situation. Quietly, she closes the door, producing a faint click. Such a trivial noise is hardly enough to disturb the 2 engaged in their fervent activities within the bedroom. Zhou surveys the room, collecting anything of interest into her space. Afterward, she approaches the bedroom door. The door is closed, preventing her from seeing inside, so she must wait patiently outside, primarily concerned about being noticed when they open the door. Glancing around, Her eyes land on a fruit knife resting on the table, which she swiftly collects into her space. Transforming herself into the fruit knife, she lies on the coffee table. Time passes, though it feels uncertain how long she waits until the bedroom door finally opens. Zhou Kong steps out, completely unclothed. Zhou Anan quickly shuts her eyes. Goodness, I cannot look, lest I end up with a needle-eyed gazed. That moment, Zhou Kong is still somewhat disoriented. After a long bout of activity, he has just taken a short nap, leaving his mind still hazy and fatigued. Were it not for the pressing need to relieve himself, he would have preferred to stay and be. Zhou Kong enters the bathroom. Leaving the door ajar, Zhou Anan gleefully transforms back into a paper-thin figure and swiftly slips into their bedroom. Tang Xuejia remains asleep, utterly unaware of the intrusion, having been thoroughly exhausted by Zhou Kong earlier. Now lost in a deep slumber, oblivious to the presence of another eye in her paper-thin form, she deliberately shrinks slightly, pressing against the wall, blending seamlessly with the white paint, rendering her nearly invisible unless one looks closely. Chapter 64. The Marvelous Uses of Superpowers, Part 2. After Zhou Kong stepped through the door, he genuinely did not perceive anything amiss, or perhaps he simply did not scrutinize his surroundings closely enough. Considering he was still somewhat disoriented, had he been fully alert, he would have noticed the discrepancies outside earlier, for Zhou Anan had brought back a considerable number of items after entering, particularly several trinkets intended to appease Tang Xuejia, all of which had been neatly tucked away in her spatial realm. Upon entering, Zhou Kong felt no sense of abnormality. He kicked off his slippers and climbed back into bed. Zhou Anan, with her keen eyes, spotted the watch on his wrist, which was, in his previous life, the vessel for his spatial abilities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely the same in this life, otherwise, he would not have kept it on even during sleep. Observing the couple entwined on the bed, Zhou Kong closed his eyes, appearing ready to drift off once more. Zhou Anan activated her mental control, casting the two on the bed into a state of confusion. Although the duration lasted 3 minutes, she dared not squander a moment, swiftly removing the watch and stowing it away in her own space before turning to leave. She did not even search through their belongings. Hastily exiting, for 3 minutes was indeed a fleeting interval, and Zhou Anan was unwilling to take unnecessary risks for trivial possessions. By the time the couple regained consciousness, Zhou Anan had already vacated the building. 3 minutes later, Zhou Kong awoke, rubbing his slightly swollen head, persistently feeling that he had forgotten something crucial. Yet, when he attempted to recall what it might be, nothing came to mind. Glancing at his wife in his arms, he tightened his embrace. Never mind, if he could not remember, he would simply let it be. Zhou Kong contentedly closed his eyes again. A minute later, he abruptly opened them, hastily looking at his wrist. The watch was gone. A cold sweat broke out, and all traces of drowsiness vanished. Judja, wake up, something terrible has happened. Meanwhile, Zhou Anan had already anticipated the commotion that would ensue after her departure. However, in order to preserve her anonymity, she had to forego the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. As Zhou Kong was still alive. Despite having acquired his watch, Zhou Anan was unable to examine its contents or utilize them. In truth, she did not care much for the items within his space. Her primary intent was to evoke feelings of distress and frustration in Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia. It was evident that the two were indeed siblings. Upon discovering the theft in their home, Zhou Kong immediately suspected Zhou Anan and promptly reported it to the police, asserting his belief that his own sister was the culprit. The police, however, did not take his word at face value. They conducted an initial investigation of the scene, discovering no signs of forced entry or violent disturbance. According to Zhou Kong, Zhou Anan did not possess a key to their home. Excluding the possibility of an inside job, it was clear that the only individuals capable of entering and stealing would be players who had participated in the game and possessed certain abilities or item cards. Otherwise, there was simply no explanation for how the door lock remained untouched while a burglary occurred. The absurdity escalated when the officers learned that the couple had been at home during the incident and had heard nothing amiss. Were these two deaf? Blind? Nonetheless, since the couple had provided a suspect, an investigation was warranted, though it yielded no results. After all, Zhou Anan had either transformed into a cat or assumed another face, leaving no evidence behind. Furthermore, she denied any wrongdoing, even consenting to a search of her home to prove her innocence. Naturally, nothing was uncovered, as all her belongings resided within her spatial realm, which, due to its binding with her, had become invisible. Thus, it was utterly impossible to locate. Despite this, Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia remained resolute in their belief that Zhou Enan was responsible, and she had no intention of confessing. As for the police, they relied entirely on evidence to speak for itself. The conflict between the two parties deepened as Zhou Kong even entertained thoughts of finding a way to eliminate his sister within the game. Coincidentally, his biological sister harbored similar intentions towards him. Armed with the resources acquired from Zhou Kong, Zhou Enan ceased spending points on food.as for water. She had now procured a water-related ability, ensuring she would no longer face shortages. With her level 1 water ability, she could produce and purify 1,000 milliliters of pristine water each time. If calculated based on the automatic recovery of her abilities, she could generate water approximately 810 times within a 12-hour period. Of course, if she did not purify the water, the quantity produced each time was still considerable, and as long as it was not intended for drinking, it could be utilized for bathing, laundry, dishwashing, or cleaning. Once these matters settled, Zhou Enan finally remembered to check her personal information, and upon doing so, she discovered that she had gained 2 attribute points this time. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength, 6 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 6 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skills, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points, gold ability level 1, creation from thin air, metal transformation water ability level 1, water production, control water flow direction transformation skill level 1. Can transform into 30 different objects mental control level 1. Can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes equipment, non-assignable attribute points, 2 points, 2150 communication channel, activated trading channel. Activated her attributes indicated that her lowest stats were strength and speed. Although she yearned to allocate the points to enhance her mental power to improve her mental control, she ultimately decided to distribute the 2 points between strength and speed. Indeed, both attributes were rather lacking, and it was high time for an upgrade. After the allocation, her strength and speed both increased to 7. With the rift between them irreparably widened, Zhou Enan found her days relatively stable, at least for the time being, as the 2 shameless individuals had not sought her out again. Unbeknownst to her, however, her own brother and sister-in-law had developed an intense loathing towards her, vigilantly lurking outside her community, waiting for the moment she would emerge. Intending to track her, should she step outside the safety zone, they would be poised to strike, aiming to eliminate her and seize her space, thereby regaining access for their next entry into the game. Indeed, the revelation that one could usurp another's space and resources after taking a life had begun to circulate among those with ulterior motives. Chapter 65. The virus outbreak triggered by a meteorite. Unfortunately, Zhou Enan lacked any deficiency in sustenance and had no inclination to venture beyond the safety zone in search of resources. Not only did she refrain from exploring outside the safety zone, but she had scarcely stepped beyond her own doorstep. Primarily, she saw no purpose in going out, preferring to remain at home and conserve her strength. This left Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia perpetually thwarted in their attempts to find an opportunity. Their wait continued until the time arrived, drawing them once more into the game. As Zhou Enan surveyed her surroundings, which appeared hauntingly familiar, she veered left towards the nearby supermarket. It was a mere 20-odd meters away. However, upon reaching the entrance, she chose not to enter but rather to proceed further. As she walked, Zhou Enan donned the heaviest gold bracelet she had prepared, draped a thicker gold necklace around her neck, and slipped a gold ring onto her finger. Upon entering the gold shop, she informed the staff that she was a tourist who had lost her bag, along with her identification, phone, and money, and thus needed to sell the jewelry she wore for cash. The staff, uncertain whether to believe her, nonetheless agreed readily upon seeing her adornments, which were, in fact, brand new and appeared to be in pristine condition. They even remarked that the pieces required no additional processing beyond a simple cleaning before being placed on display for sale. Despite the grand appearance of this gold shop, it was a privately owned establishment, not part of any chain. The owner had a somewhat dubious reputation, which made him indifferent to whether Zhou Enan's jewelry came with receipts or identification. Zhou Enan's choice of this particular shop stemmed from a prior encounter during a cataclysm, where she had gleaned some information about the owner, thus opting to sell her gold here, as anticipated. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with minimal bureaucratic hassle. Upon exiting the shop, in addition to her initial 2,000 yuan, Zhou Enan found herself 15,000 yuan richer, her 3 large shopping bags filled to the brim. After leaving the supermarket, she promptly checked into a nearby small inn, carrying her goods into her room. Once she had secured her items in her spatial realm, she slung a large backpack over her shoulders and set out towards the nearest farmer's market. The farmer's market was not limited to just vegetables. It boasted an array of offerings, including poultry, fish, meats, various dried goods, rice, flour, and oils. An extensive selection indeed. She understood that her capacity to store items was limited, and though she could discreetly tuck away some goods into her spatial realm using her backpack as a cover. The size of the backpack itself restricted how much she could actually carry. Nevertheless, having something was undeniably better than having nothing. After emerging from the farmer's market, she sought a secluded corner to stow her acquisitions before proceeding to the roadside shops. Beside the bustling agricultural market, there exists a plethora of small shops. As she strolled through, discreetly utilizing her backpack for concealment, she deftly accumulated items into her spatial storage, even though her space had expanded by an additional cubic meter since entering the game. Now totaling 4 cubic meters, it still became filled to the brim after her rounds. The first to be filled was the section for shirts, followed by another compartment designated for jade pendants. Combined, these 2 spaces perfectly occupied the 4 cubic meters, allowing her to completely reorganize her supplies. She then donned the remaining pendant around her neck and ventured outside with her hefty backpack once more. It was not merely a single supermarket in the vicinity. If circumstances remained unchanged, disaster would strike in just over 4 hours. After pushing a shopping cart laden with goods and unlocking 3 storage lockers, she feigned placing items within them, while in reality, she had cleverly utilized the locker's cover to stow everything into her space. This particular supermarket was exceptionally busy, with a constant influx of customers in the aisles and lengthy queues at the checkout. Thus, despite Joannen's frequent entries, she attracted little attention. To avoid drawing scrutiny, she ensured that her cart was never overly full, containing a quantity akin to that of others, which kept her presence unremarkable. As she filled nearly every available inch of space, only 20 minutes remained until the impending meteor shower. Joannen entered a pharmacy stand at the entrance of the marketplace, purchasing a dozen common medications, including both oral and topical treatments. Notably, she acquired 10 packs of masks, each containing 10, ensuring a total of 100, ample to sustain her for 30 days, along with 5 sets of protective clothing. Her desire to purchase more was thwarted by the limited stock available at the stand. Naturally, she concealed all these items within her space, shielded by her backpack. After leaving the pharmacy, Joannen hastily made her way to the elevator. Arriving at the 4th floor, this level housed a food court. She exchanged 200 yuan for a food card and began ordering ready-to-eat items such as buns, twisted rolls, fried dough, and boxed meals, requesting the vendor to pack them for her. Chapter 66. The virus erupted by the meteor. In any case, she aimed to act swiftly. However, before she could exhaust her food card, a deafening rumble echoed from outside, reverberating through the building, causing it to tremble. The windows surrounding the food court were covered, relying solely on artificial lighting for illumination. Otherwise, the fiery explosions and swirling smoke and dust from the meteor strikes would have been visible. Although the chaos was not visible, it sent waves of panic through the crowd. Someone shouted, "Earthquake, run!" As if jolted into action, everyone bolted for the exit. Joannen remained still, and not only did she not flee, but after the staff and chefs had dashed away, she swiftly slipped behind the counter, collecting all the prepared foods displayed under glass domes and stowing them into her space. In that instant, her storage was completely filled to capacity, leaving no room for anything further. With her backpack secured, she finally joined the throng rushing outside. However, while others fled downwards, she ascended. She was wagering that the unfolding events mirrored those of her previous life. During her past, the sudden meteor fall had caused numerous buildings to collapse, with only a few structures narrowly escaping devastation, and this building was among those fortunate ones. This was precisely why Joannen had chosen this location as her final refuge. Soon enough, Zhou Kong and Tang Shuejia would also seek shelter in this very building. No one questioned or discouraged her unusual ascent. Rather, they merely speculated that she might be searching for someone. Perhaps a child left behind in the upper levels. After all, the 8th floor housed an amusement area, where mothers often purchased tickets to leave their children in the play zone while they shopped. Given that there was only one entrance and it was not particularly large, anyone entering or exiting would surely be noticed. Additionally, children aged 5 to 8 were usually sensible enough not to wander off. Such occurrences were commonplace, hence no one found her actions peculiar. Although the building was equipped with a backup power supply, the recent tremors had caused the main power to fail, and the backup system activated automatically. Nonetheless, no one dared to use the elevator, uncertain of its stability after the shaking. They preferred the stairs, fearing being trapped inside the lift during another potential tremor. Joanne opted for the safety stairwell, but the rapid descent of the crowd caused it to become congested. After considerable effort, she managed to push her way from the 4th to the 5th floor, her backpack nearly slipping off as she was jostled amidst the throng, leaving her disheveled and drenched in a thin layer of sweat. Observing the still crowded staircase, she decided to wait a moment. Outside, the cacophony of explosions continued, albeit with a reduced frequency. However, no one believed it was merely an earthquake anymore, as the prolonged duration suggested a more chaotic scenario, akin to a war with relentless artillery fire. After what felt like an eternity, the flow of people in the stairwell diminished, allowing her to hurry upwards. The descent had taken far longer than necessary due to the panic-induced pushing and shoving, resulting in some individuals falling and causing a stampede, which only compounded the congestion. Joanne exerted significant effort to finally reach the top floor. Feeling exhausted from the climb, especially from such a high elevation, in truth, to evade the explosions resulting from the meteor impacts and the virus released upon contact with certain airborne substances, ascending beyond the 10th floor was sufficient. However, her objective was to reach the 18th floor for a specific reason. The security measures on this top floor were notably stringent. Entering required bypassing several locks if an incorrect key was used, or if the unlocking took too long, the system would automatically seal itself, necessitating iris verification to gain access. Meanwhile, real-time surveillance footage would be sent to the owner's mobile device, alerting them to any intrusions and enabling them to command defensive measures against the intruders. Yet, for Joanne, this posed no challenge. Possessing the ability to manipulate metals, she could effortlessly create a compatible key, completing the task in mere moments without triggering any alarms. Once inside, she intended to locate the security room and switch the remote controls to manual, ensuring that even if something went awry, she would remain unharmed. As for the method of alteration, it was hardly daunting for her in her previous life, prior to encountering Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia. She had joined a small team led by an individual who possessed metallic abilities. This person, unbeknownst to others, had unique talents or advantages that allowed him to navigate the control systems of the security room with ease. Transitioning from remote to manual control merely required inputting a specific code to gain access and selecting the mode switch, a simple task she had witnessed firsthand. Thus, in this life, her aim was to monopolize the modified floor. In her previous existence, that leader had been far from virtuous, driven by lust, and had only brought women to that level, aside from a few subordinates. Joanne, initially naive, had not understood why until she observed how each woman he had brought into the fold became part of his entourage. Realizing it was due to her own beauty and alluring figure, determined to escape his clutches, she had futilely attempted to flee until Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia offered her a semblance of stability. Ironically, she had not become one of his harem members, only to be betrayed by her own brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 67. The Virus Erupted by the Meteor Part 3. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Joanne felt justified in her actions. If possible, she wished to eliminate that man in this life. Standing at the door, she took a moment to steady her accelerated heartbeat from the exertion of climbing, then commenced the unlocking process. There were 7 locks in total. Joanne recalled the sequence from her past life. 7425-316, unlocking required a precise order. A single misstep would trigger an alarm. Although the building had an emergency power supply, the top floor operated on an independent system, ensuring its power remained intact even when the rest of the building faltered. As she methodically unlocked each door, Joanne successfully entered the interior. Drawing from her memories, she swiftly navigated to the security room, where she input the password to gain modification privileges. Joanne modified the program to operate manually, then began to alter the unlocking sequence. She wished to test whether, with the changed unlocking order, the man would still be able to successfully open the door. This would help her discern whether it was indeed his skill or if he had acquired information from other sources. After all, in her previous life, the owner of the residence had never appeared, even though he was aware of her demise. If it was not the man's skill, it was highly likely that the owner had once fallen into the man's grasp. Once the modifications were complete, Joanin disabled all indoor surveillance systems to prevent any external triggers from setting off alarms and transmitting real-time footage to the owner's phone, thereby exposing her presence. Yet still feeling uneasy, she tore 2 bed sheets to cover all the cameras. Her confidence stemmed from her past life. She had not survived to the end in her previous existence and was thus unaware of how events unfolded later or whether the owner had any contingency plans. Having finished her preparations, Joanin took a shower, changed into her sleepwear, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Although she was positioned high and could see far, the altitude combined with the smoke and debris from the explosions obscured the view beneath. All she could discern was a vague outline of the distant scene. Following the meteorite strike, the city lay in ruins. In truth, the meteorite bombardment had ceased, yet many areas were engulfed in flames due to the explosions triggered by the impacts. Currently, even if a fire broke out, rescue efforts were futile. Not only was there a shortage of personnel, but the road conditions also rendered rescue vehicles incapable of reaching the sites. From Joanin's vantage point, numerous fires raged throughout the city. Some structures appeared on the verge of collapse, while the streets were strewn with debris, making it difficult to distinguish former roads from the towering skyscrapers now buried beneath the rubble. It was evident that this sudden meteorite attack had wrought heavy casualties not only among the local populace but also among the players. However, Joanin was not concerned with this. Her focus lay on the toxic gas produced when the meteorite emitted substances that interacted with certain materials in the air. Although the gas was colorless and odorless, she hoped to glean some insight from her new vantage point. This gas was relatively heavy, indicating that she would be safe above the 10th floor when she perished. The subsequent developments, however, remained uncertain. To gain a clearer view, Joanin even resorted to using a telescope, which belonged to the owner and was perched on a shelf in the study. Yet, while the telescope provided a better view of the situation below, it failed to reveal the presence of the gas, suggesting that even a change in height was insufficient to detect it. With a sigh, she set down the telescope and accessed her personal panel to review the latest information. Congratulations, player Tang Ibu Tian has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has been expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 4 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard the storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will likewise be lost or damaged. Initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an identification card have been placed in storage. Current task, survive for 30 days in the survival game. With a poisoning index not exceeding 50m, exceeding 50m will be deemed a failure. Special reminder, death in the game equals true death. Please strive to survive. The time has come. Endeavor to live on. Joanin pressed her lips together, feeling a weight in her heart as she prepared to open her personal panel. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not yet utilized the lottery opportunity earned after her last task. So she decided to try her luck first, albeit with the expectation of drawing a thank you for participating. Upon entering the lottery section, she examined the 100 squares with utmost seriousness. This time, the 4 squares containing prizes revealed images of a mask, a small bottle filled with liquid, an item resembling a cloak, and a hand. Joanin clasped her hands together, offering a haphazard prayer before clicking to draw. As the luminous dots danced across each square, she was astonished to find that the result did not land on thank you for participating, but rather on the hand. A random message popped up, Thief's Hand. Allows the selection of a target to activate a stealing skill, successfully acquiring 1 random item from the target. Usable once per day with a cooldown of 1 hour. This was indeed a fortuitous acquisition. The ability to steal 1 item daily was a boon. Were it not for her intention to eliminate Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia in this game, she would have eagerly bound this theft skill to them. A broad smile spread across Joanin's face. She had not anticipated her luck to be this favorable, winning with a mere 4 probability. Glancing at her personal panel once more, she noted her status. Player, Tang Ibu Tian Strength, 7 Agility, 8 Endurance, 8 Speed, 7 Hearing, 6 Mental Strength, 8 Skills, Teleportation, Cooldown, 5 minutes. Upgradable with points, Metal Manipulation Level 1. Create objects from thin air, reshape metals Water Manipulation Level 1. Generate water, Control Water Flow Transformation Skill Level 1. Transform into 30 different objects Mental Control Level 1. Simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes Equipment, Thief's Hand. Select a target to activate a stealing skill and successfully acquire 1 random item from the target. Usable once per day, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Available attribute points, 0 points, 2150 communication channel, Activated Trading Channel. Activated finally. The equipment section was no longer devoid of content. Chapter 68. Virus outbreak triggered by meteorite. For this stroke of luck lightened her previously heavy spirits and temporarily alleviated her earlier concerns. In her previous life, she had succumbed to poisoning at a level of 12M, yet she could not articulate how she had been poisoned. Originally, she hoped to detect any signs early on and evade danger. But that notion now seemed increasingly difficult to realize. She speculated it might have been due to her time spent below the 10th floor, as she had only joined the man's team when they ascended to the 18th floor. However, since reaching the top floor, her previous 11M had indeed increased to 12M, though she remained puzzled as to how this escalation occurred. After all, since her arrival on the 18th floor, she had only ventured down to the 15th floor at most, and logically, the number should not have increased. Yet it had. Upon further examination of her personal panel, she discovered a small red in the lower right corner, which indicated the level of poisoning. Zhou clicked on it and, as she had anticipated, her poisoning level registered at 0M. This was likely due to her swift retreat to the upper floors immediately following the meteorite explosion. Although she lost a bit of time while ascending the stairs, the virus required time to spread, especially since she had originally been on the 4th floor when the explosion occurred, and the virus had only manifested after the meteorite impact, which had originated on the lowest levels. This time differential likely allowed her to escape the initial infection risk. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, she would avoid descending from the 18th floor. In truth, as long as she remained in higher elevations, her chances of avoiding infection and successfully completing the game were considerably high. As for dealing with Zhou and Tang Xuejia, she would wait until they reached the 15th floor to confront them. By that time, she would be adequately prepared, especially given the lingering concern from her previous life, where her toxicity had escalated from 11M to 12M. She had to exercise caution. The chaos outside held no bearing on Zhou. She was safe in her refuge. Little did she know, the captain from her previous life, Wan Changshan, was already en route to her location. However, he was still quite far away, and the journey was fraught with obstacles, meaning he would not reach her for at least another few days. Many buildings had already been destroyed, and those still standing bore the scars of devastation, making it nearly impossible to discern their original appearances. In this bustling metropolis, there were numerous high-rise buildings like the 18-story structure she occupied. Moreover, the roads had been ravaged, leaving a landscape of debris, making it difficult to distinguish between former skyscrapers and streets, complicating their search for her buildings significantly. Wan Changshan was determined to locate this building because he was no ordinary individual. Originally, he was an inner disciple from the realm of cultivation, endowed with 3 spiritual roots. His aptitude was neither exceptional nor terrible. Perhaps after centuries of cultivation, he could reach the golden core stage. However, during an expedition into a secret realm, he was thrust into an unfamiliar world. Before he could fully acclimate, he was pulled into this game. Initially, he felt quite despondent, for upon entering this new world, he discovered it lacked spiritual energy, and he had become an ordinary person, stripped of all his previous cultivation. His powers had been reset, and with no spiritual energy to be found. Even with the cultivation techniques still in his mind, he was rendered incapable of training. Yet, ever since being dragged into the game world, he discovered that some game realms possessed a faint trace of spiritual energy. Although scarce and thin, it was still spiritual energy. Given time, he could eventually restore his former cultivation prowess. Originally, he had believed that this process would be slow. However, during the first game, he sensed no spiritual energy. And in the second game, there was only a faint trace of it. To his surprise, by the third game, he had already felt a significant increase in the concentration of spiritual energy. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a treasure from a wandering merchant, and it was being sold for a modest amount of gold coins, prompting him to purchase it without hesitation. This treasure functioned like a spiritual gathering plate, capable of attracting most of the spiritual energy from the game world to his vicinity for his cultivation. Consequently, he managed to break through to the first layer of chi refinement within merely a dozen days in the third game, and later even ascended to the second layer. This artifact seemed tailor-made for him. After all, without a cultivation technique, possessing such a treasure would be futile. First, he would not know how to utilize it, and second, even if he did, lacking a technique would render it useless. Upon entering the fourth game, He initially perceived nothing amiss and collected resources like an ordinary person. Yet, unexpectedly, a meteorite fell upon the planet, resulting in a surge of dense spiritual energy. Although this energy was tainted with many undesirable elements, he possessed a cultivation technique that enabled him to eliminate those impurities while absorbing the energy. Later, he encountered a formidable individual who took an instant dislike to him and provoked his ire. Adhering to his principle of not wasting opportunities, he performed a soul search before eliminating the man. To his astonishment, this led to unexpected revelations. Given his current cultivation level, he should not have been able to execute the soul search technique. However, due to his prior exposure to a secret method in his past life, coupled with the fact that the man was merely an ordinary person, Wan Changshan succeeded. Nonetheless, his low cultivation level meant that the information obtained was incomplete. Though he did acquire crucial insights, had the information been comprehensive, he might have reached his destination even more swiftly. At this moment, Wan Changshan was filled with ambition, for in his eyes, even in an ordinary world, he was a cultivator, while these ordinary people were akin to ants beneath his feet. Were they not merely pliable figures for him to manipulate at will? However, to achieve this, he would need to bide his time until his cultivation level rose further, at least to the foundational stage, before he could truly begin to revel in his arrogance. Unbeknownst to Wan Changshan, someone had already set their sights on him, and he would soon find himself unable to act with the same audacity, ultimately becoming a mere facilitator for another's ascent. Chapter 69. The meteorite-induced virus outbreak. Tang Xuejia never anticipated that she would also be drawn into the game. To her dismay, her partner's spatial vessel was stolen, along with everything within it, leaving them both destitute. Were it not for the few remaining points they had, they would have faced starvation. Although they later devised a plan to locate a suspected player and managed to pilfer his space, they soon discovered that it was utterly inaccessible. It appeared the rumors in the communication channel were true. A space could only be unlocked upon the death of its original owner. However, the laws of the real world deterred them from taking rash actions, forcing them to resign themselves to misfortune and wait until they could find another suspected player in the game to eliminate and seize their space. After all, as a player, lacking a space was exceedingly inconvenient. Naturally, the individual they most desired to usurp was Zhouanin, yet before claiming her space, they needed a functional one to navigate the early challenges, as they had no idea when they might encounter Zhouanin. Nonetheless, they had concocted a plan for how to seize her space should they cross paths in the game, with the understanding that they would have to eliminate her to access it, as otherwise, the space would remain locked. To this end, Tang Xuejia had provided Zhou Kong with numerous strategies. Just as everything appeared meticulously planned, she found herself unexpectedly thrust into the game. This left Tang Xuejia in a state of panic. She merely wished to reap the rewards without participating in any survival games. After all, her ability to marry Zhou Kong stemmed from his willingness to indulge and support her. However, now that she was immersed in the game, everything was beyond her control, and even if she wished to rely on Zhou Kong, she had no idea where he was. Of course, Zhou Kong was aware that she had entered the game as well, since there was a 1-hour countdown before entry. During that hour, he provided her with a wealth of survival tips for first-time players and explained various game rules. Otherwise, Tang Xuejia feared she would be utterly lost. With no other option, she used the 2,000 coins provided by the game to purchase some supplies, discreetly stashing them in her space. However, as this was her first foray into the game, her space could only accommodate 1 cubic meter of items. And with the initial funds limited to 2,000 coins, she was forced to select only the most affordable and practical items. Nevertheless, even with that, her cubic meter space was not fully utilized. While shopping, she was apprehensive about the impending disaster, but suddenly, the sound of explosions rang out. Shortly thereafter, the supermarket building she was in began to tremble and collapse. Had she not fled swiftly, she would have been buried beneath the rubble. Had she indeed been trapped, her chances of survival would have vanished. However, fortune smiled upon her. Perhaps it was due to her prayers or the recognition of her despair, but on the 3rd day of the game, she encountered Zhou Kong. Tang Xuejia rushed into his embrace, sobbing, as the past 3 days had been exceedingly arduous. Fires, explosions, and collapses were rampant, and the air was thick with the smoke and dust from these calamities, casting a gray pall over everything. Looting and violence were commonplace, and there were individuals specifically targeting novice players like her to seize their spatial vessels. For days, She had been unable to sleep soundly at night. Zhou Kong comforted her warmly, and once her emotions stabilized, he eagerly showcased his newly acquired spatial vessel. A 2 cubic meter space, though not vast, was brimming with supplies. Hearing Zhou Kong boast, Tang Xuejia finally managed to smile again, feeling reassured that she had a reliable ally and no longer needed to live in constant fear. They say that once basic needs are met, desires arise. After a hearty meal, the two began plotting how to locate Zhou and how to catch her off guard once they did. In truth, if Anen were not so unfeeling, she would not have compelled him to take such actions, for she was, after all, his own sister. Zhou Kong feigned self-justification, only to hear his beloved wife tenderly advise him. You needn't feel guilty. She was the one who severed ties first. If she had any semblance of familial affection, you would not have been left disappointed, my dear. You need not bear any psychological burden. She brought this upon herself. Observing that Zhou Kong's self-reproach had lessened, Tang Xuejia pressed on, life in this world is exceedingly harsh. In the game, danger lurks at every corner, and survival is a constant struggle. Perhaps death would be a form of liberation. If she were to perish at your hands, you needn't feel guilty. After all, it would be a release from this wretched world, and she ought to be grateful to you. Indeed, my love, you are right. I am doing this for her own good. Zhou Kong appeared to be swayed, though it remained unclear whether he was genuinely convinced by Tang Xuejia's words, or if he had already harbored such thoughts. On the 8th day of the disaster game, Zhou, after finishing breakfast, donned a protective suit, layering masks and even wearing a visor. Shortly thereafter, she began to transform, and within moments, she had become a girl of around 11 or 12. As she shrank, her clothing adjusted accordingly to fit her new form. This was the remarkable power of her transformation skill. As she morphed, her attire would change with her intention, although her essence remained unchanged. While her transformation skill could only alter into 30 different objects at the first level, the specific form it took was entirely at her discretion. There was no fixed pattern. Thus, even though her transformation skill was still at the first level, it sufficed for Zhou needs. The reason she chose to assume the form of a young girl was simple. Appearing younger would lower others' defenses. With Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia's greedy natures, she was confident that even the slightest hint of her being a player would entice them to approach her. Furthermore, a girl of 11 or 12 would likely not be taken seriously by them, resulting in less scrutiny. Chapter 70. The Meteorite-Induced Virus Outbreak 6. If one were to point out any flaws in Zhou guise as a young girl, it would undoubtedly lie in her manner of speaking and her eyes. While her speech could easily be masked, if necessary, she could simply pretend to be mute. The eyes were a different matter altogether. After all, she was not naturally gifted in the art of performance. Based on her self-awareness, no matter how she attempted to disguise herself, she could not achieve the innocent naivety and purity required to conceal the hatred and disdain she harbored for the two. This was the utmost limit of her capabilities. In the present moment, she could only strive to avoid making eye contact with the two individuals, lest they detect any hint of her awareness. After all, according to Zhou understanding, neither of them was to be underestimated. In her previous life, she had been blinded by familial affection, unable to discern right from wrong. However, in this lifetime, she vowed not to be so naive. Upon arriving at the door, she first checked the external situation through the surveillance cameras, confirming that the area was devoid of any onlookers before methodically unlocking the door and stepping outside. Zhou descended the staircase until she reached the 15th floor. As expected, after a brief search, she spotted Zhou Kong and Tang Xuejia. Though be frank, they appeared far more disheveled than in her past life. Their bodies were covered in grime, and as Zhou drew nearer, she could detect an unpleasant odor, suggesting that the two had not bathed since entering the game. This was hardly surprising. Aside from those who had purchased water abilities from wandering merchants, others likely lacked the means for hygiene. In her previous life, she had been fortunate enough not to have been marinated in filth, thanks to that man. As she approached the pair, she hesitated briefly before choosing Tang Xuejia as her target and activating her skill. Thief's Hand. Almost immediately, she discovered an item within her space. A box of pure milk. Quite satisfactory. Unbeknownst to Tang Xuejia, just moments ago, her already limited supplies had dwindled by another box of milk. A loss that would surely sting, considering it was the sole box she had managed to collect. Zhou lingered a short distance beside the two, waiting for an opportunity to act. However, they were inseparable, making it difficult for her to proceed. She had initially planned to strike when they separated, yet she was taken aback to see that Tang Xuejia required Zhou Onkong's company even for a trip to the restroom. Nonetheless, she refused to believe that they could remain attached at the hip for the entirety of the remaining game time. Zhou Anen did not doubt her ability to confront them. After all, she now possessed a golden opportunity. Her concern lay in the potential consequences of eliminating one while the other escaped, which would ultimately pose a risk. As she ascended to the 17th floor, she heard a commotion above and immediately halted, straining her ears to listen. Surely that man had arrived? The timing was about right. She suddenly regretted her earlier decision to use Thief's Hand on Tang Xuejia, believing it should have been employed on this man instead, for she perceived that he harbored many secrets. Perhaps she could pilfer something valuable from him. Although the cooldown period was merely an hour, it could only be utilized once per day. Regardless, she felt no apprehension about him barging in. She had already altered the sequence of the locks, and no matter how he had acquired his information, she was confident he could not unlock them, unless he possessed some form of precognition, which Zhou Anen did not believe to be the case. Moreover, even if he did manage to break in, she had set traps inside as contingencies. The outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. She ascended the stairs with utmost caution, striving to avoid making any noise, and soon arrived at the 18th floor. Since she was using the emergency exit, there was a door separating the exit from the landing. Though this door was not locked, it closed automatically, allowing Zhou Anen to stand outside undetected. Peering through the gap, she spotted the man. He resembled his previous incarnation exactly. Despite the current haze outside, he was clad in white attire. White trousers, a white shirt, and white sneakers. His short hair completing the image of someone impeccably neat and tidy, utterly unblemished in stark contrast to the disheveled appearances of Tang Xuejia and Zhou Onkong. It was as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. To be candid, Zhou Anen still could not fathom how Wan Changshan managed to maintain such a pristine appearance. At that moment, Wan Changshan wore a grim expression as he stared at the completely locked door before him, clenching his fists and channeling his metal ability into a powerful punch against it. However, the door seemed impervious to his efforts, showing no sign of damage. He placed his hand on the door again, attempting to utilize his metal manipulation to reshape it and achieve entry. He refused to believe that his method of unlocking was flawed. He had employed a soul-searching technique, directly probing the memories of the individual inside, leaving them no opportunity to speak. Thus, only one possibility remained. Someone else had discovered the means to unlock the door through some channel, preemptively taking action before his arrival and modifying the locking mechanism, rendering his painstakingly acquired method ineffective. He wondered if that person might be hiding within. The thought of this made his expression even darker. Yet, what did it matter? He was powerless against the door, and with the occupant unwilling to emerge, he found himself equally helpless. Observing their leader's frustration directed at the door, his 4 subordinates remained silent, fearful of incurring his wrath. The 7 or 8 women accompanying them were even more reticent, knowing full well that their leader was not known for his patience. Should he become enraged, he might cast them aside. And given that following him ensured their safety and basic needs, they were reluctant to leave. Wan Changshan, with a darkened expression, stared at the door for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Zhou Anen to think he might bore a hole through it with his gaze, before finally uttering a single word, "Go." Chapter 71. Virus outbreak triggered by meteorite. Zhou Anen immediately activated her teleportation skill, finding herself in the blink of an eye on the stairs between the 17th and 16th floors. Shortly thereafter, she heard footsteps from above. Swiftly, she made her way to the 16th floor. Upon pushing open the door to the emergency exit, she discovered a considerable number of people in the corridor. This building was one of the few remaining in the vicinity, and those with nowhere else to go had congregated here. Although the locked doors had been pried open, the corridor remained crowded. Zhou Anen blended in among the throng, ensuring she did not stray far from the safety door. She was eager to ascertain which floor the man would rest on, so she could employ her thief's hand on him immediately after midnight. While the skill was indeed powerful, Zhou Anen had realized there were limitations on distance. It did not grant her the ability to pilfer from anyone regardless of proximity. Thus, she needed to determine which floor Wan Changshan would occupy that night to execute her thieving plan. She positioned herself near the door, casually leaning against it to widen the gap between the 2 doors slightly. However, after waiting for a considerable time, she saw no sign of anyone ascending the stairs. Could it be that he was resting on the 17th floor? Zhou was confident they had not taken the elevator, as she had distinctly heard footsteps from above, and this building had only one emergency exit. Therefore, they must have settled on the 17th floor. With this knowledge, she made herself comfortable on the 16th floor, biding her time until midnight to initiate her theft. Meanwhile, on Tang Xuejia's side, the pair had finally found a suitable spot and settled down. It must be said that Zhou Kong possessed some skill, for they had managed to acquire this advantageous position through force. Their adversaries had chosen to retreat in the face of his intimidating demeanor. As they sat together, Tang Xuejia nestled against Zhou Kong, recounting the grievances she had endured since entering the game, which tugged painfully at Zhou Kong's heart. "Jia, rest assured, with me by your side, you shall suffer no more. Michim, I knew my husband would take care of me. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do at this juncture." Tang Xuejia abruptly shifted the subject, adding, "I wonder where An has gone, and whether she is safe. With so many buildings collapsing, one can't help but worry." The implication was clear. She was uncertain if Zhou had perished in the chaos. "Humph, you needn't fret. That girl is remarkably resilient. It isn't her first time in the game. She will surely possess some sense of danger. If she were to perish so easily, it would be too kind to her. What a pity for her space and its contents, though." Zhou Kong's expression darkened at the mention of Zhou An, and his last words were laced with a hint of regret, as though he had already convinced himself of her demise. The words he spoke were merely to comfort Jia, for both he and Tang Xuejia suspected that Zhou had taken his space and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. While it was possible to seize other spaces within the game, the dimensions of stolen spaces were fixed, unlike one zone, which could expand with each entry. This was her fourth game, meaning her space had grown by 4 cubic meters. The prospect of reclaiming Zhou space was tantalizing. "Jia, rest assured, in this game, the number of surviving buildings is limited. We will search them one by one, as long as she is still alive. We will surely find her. How dare she steal from her own brother's space? Just wait until I find her. I won't let her off easily." Tang Xuejia felt a sense of satisfaction at this, though she could not fathom why. Since meeting Zhou Kong, her feelings towards Zhou An had soured. Yet, out of respect for her sister-in-law, she had refrained from showing her true colors, which had been quite stifling. Now, however, it seemed that the girl had finally provoked her brother's ire, and soon enough, she would meet her end at his hands. Every time she thought of this, Tang Xuejia experienced a secret thrill. After the two indulged in affectionate conversation for a while, noticing others around them enjoying food, Tang Xuejia felt a pang of hunger. "Darling, I'm hungry. Let us have a meal too." "All right, Jia, what would you like to eat?" Zhou Kong replied, simultaneously sifting through the resources he had pilfered from their shared space, selecting items Tang Xuejia favored. Tang Xuejia also delved into her own consciousness to examine what she might retrieve, only to discover that something seemed amiss in her space. After all, her storage was limited to merely 1 cubic meter. If a couple of snack packs or biscuits were missing, she might not have noticed. But the absence of an entire box of milk was unmistakable. Tang Xuejia scrutinized her belongings in confusion, and as a realization struck her, her expression transformed dramatically. She instantly broke free from Zhou Kong's embrace and sat up straight. "Jia, what's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Kong immediately sensed something was off and pressed for answers. "Darling, it seems I've lost something in my space. Is your space still intact?" "Yes, the space remains, but an entire box of milk is missing." "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Think carefully. I've never heard of anyone losing items from their space. Could it be that you're mixing things up?" "No, it's impossible. That box of milk was completely sealed and unopened. You know my space is small. There wasn't much stored in it to begin with. Losing such a large box of milk, I cannot be mistaken. That is indeed peculiar." Zhou Kong surveyed the surrounding individuals with heightened vigilance while drawing Tang Xuejia closer to him. He did not suspect Tang Xuejia of deceit. Rather, he felt as though everyone around them resembled thieves, and his wariness surged to its peak. Chapter 72. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite. Tang Xuejia furrowed her brows, her gaze darting around the people nearby, attempting to identify who had wronged her. At the same time, she silently cursed the game. Having learned about the existence of items, she surmised that someone must have used a tool or skill against her. She just didn't know who that person was or why they had targeted her. Surely, it couldn't be that they recognized her as a novice and decided to take advantage of her vulnerability. Humph. Should she discover who that person was, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. It would be a testament to her benevolence if she merely inflicted 1,000 cuts and ground their bones to dust. Tang Xuejia's heart simmered with fury, her eyes gleaming with malice and venom, though Zhou Kong, oblivious to her ire, remained unaware. Perhaps it was because they were of a kindred spirit, understanding each other deeply. Even if he had perceived her expression, he would likely interpret it as a connection between them. Their stares were too intense, and the surrounding crowd, not blind, quickly noticed. Since only a few buildings had survived the calamity, the remaining survivors were crammed into these structures, causing every room to overflow with people. Some chose to ignore the charged atmosphere to avoid trouble, while others, timid and cautious, distanced themselves from the couple. Yet, there were those unafraid of confrontation. Spotting the malicious glances, one individual glared back, seething with rage. "What are you looking at? Do you want to die? I'll gouge your eyes out." Zhou Kong was not one to back down, especially given his inherently cold and ruthless nature, compounded by the bloodshed he had experienced in the previous game. He was no stranger to violence and felt no fear of the threat. However, he lacked any special abilities. The coins he had earned from slaying monsters could have purchased a power, but he had spent them all on items for Tang Xuejia, prioritizing her well-being over his own. Little did he know that most of the possessions he had gathered were subsequently stolen, including those stored in his space, leaving him with nothing but empty efforts. This only intensified his anger. Thus, when provoked, Zhou Kong's eyes reddened, and he surged toward the offender, fists clenched, ready to retaliate. However, just as he took a step, a dazzling orb struck his chest. Immediately, Zhou Kong's entire body convulsed, resembling a wound-up frog shaking uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back in his head. After what felt like half a minute, he collapsed to the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke. It turned out this individual was no ordinary player. He possessed lightning abilities. Zhou Kong had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. Tang Xuejia, taken aback, was frozen in place, and by the time she registered Zhou Kong had fallen, her heart raced wildly. He could not be harmed. Otherwise, she would be left vulnerable and defenseless. This demonstrated that Tang Xuejia had some awareness of her situation, understanding that aside from Zhou Kong, no one else would stand up for her, making her increasingly anxious for his safety. After all, Zhou Kong genuinely cherished her, yielding to her every whim. Seeing Zhou Kong convulsing on the ground, she disregarded their soiled appearances and cried out, "On Kong, On Kong, what's wrong? You must be all right. Don't scare me. I can't be without you." Although Zhou Kong could not control his body, his mind remained alert. He had only been momentarily dazed by the strike, but the residual effects of the electric shock rendered him somewhat incapacitated. As Tang Xuejia sobbed and threw herself onto him, Zhou Kong managed to utter, "Don't worry. I'm fine." Upon hearing him speak, Tang Xuejia felt a measure of relief, but she could only cling to him while stifling her sobs. Too fearful to glance at the man who had attacked, she worried that revealing her hatred might provoke another strike. Fortunately, the assailant, seeing their pitiful state, merely huffed in disdain and chose to ignore them. Both felt a silent sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Zhou Kong was on the 16th floor, unaware of the turmoil occurring on the 15th floor. Had he known, he would have been delighted. Despite Zhou Kong's apparent willingness to cater to Tang Xuejia's every need, beneath that facade lay a man of high self-esteem. Though he lacked notable skills, he often looked down on others. Even now, struck by lightning, he still believed he could have bested the man had it been a fair fight. Feeling cheated by the underhanded tactics employed against him, though the shock left him numb, his spirit bristled with indignation, vowing to make the assailant weep for mercy once he regained his strength. Yet, whether he would truly dare to act upon that desire remained uncertain. As he gradually collected himself, Zhou Kong ultimately refrained from retaliating, fearing another trick. If he hesitated, Tang Xuejia would undoubtedly feel even more apprehensive. Being her first venture into the game, she had neither acquired any special abilities nor undergone any training or experiences in combat. If Zhou Kong couldn't manage, she was even less equipped to confront the situation. As midnight approached, Zhou Anan reached the 17th floor but did not enter. Instead, she stood at the stairwell, activating her thieving ability on Wan Chongshan. Turning on the light, she joyfully began examining the items she had pilfered from him. Chapter 73. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite to her dismay. It was merely a notebook. Zhou Ainin felt a wave of disappointment. With her thieving ability usable only once a day, she had only managed to steal a notebook. What use could that possibly serve? Perhaps it was meant for recording the trials of the cataclysmic game. Disheartened, she sank onto the sofa, casually flipping through the notebook. However, a few glances ignited a surge of excitement within her. She never anticipated that Wan Changshan was not from her world but had come from another realm. More astonishing was the revelation that his original world was one of cultivation. Perhaps fearing that she might forget her past, or that her memories would blur upon arriving in this new world, he had even documented the cultivation techniques within. Regrettably, the techniques were cryptic and complex. While she recognized each character individually, their combined meaning eluded her. Nevertheless, this did not deter Zhou Ainin from treating the notebook as a treasure to safeguard. Even if she couldn't comprehend it now, it was still a cultivation method. Perhaps, through some fortuitous circumstance, she might one day understand its contents. Through her meticulous reading, she discovered many other arcane spells recorded within, yet they remained equally inscrutable to her at present. The contents inscribed within were events preceding the commencement of this game. Thus, Zhouanan was aware of the artifact resembling a spirit-gathering disc, exchanged by the merchant she encountered. The concept of a spirit-gathering disc was relatively easy for her to grasp. After all, who hasn't perused a few Xianxia novels? Even though her world had descended into an apocalypse, such items still existed. By sheer coincidence, she had indeed read about them. This revelation invigorated Zhouanan, filling her with excitement. She resolved to employ her thieving skills on Wan Changshan, as this fellow might possess a plethora of other treasures within his space. After several days of stealing, she was bound to acquire something useful. Furthermore, she had relinquished the thought of confronting Wan Changshan for the time being. Perhaps one day, she would surpass him in growth and become an existence he could not contend with, despite having her golden finger now. Zhouanan still did not perceive herself as a match for a cultivator like him. At that moment, Wan Changshan remained oblivious to his losses. The logbook-like item was something he only retrieved after each game to record events. Since he was still engaged in the game, he naturally could not remember to check, thus failing to notice his missing belongings. Zhouanan, however, was so exhilarated that she hardly slept a wink that night. Finally succumbing to slumber just as dawn broke, before drifting off, she checked her poisoning indicator, noting it remained at 0M, which set her mind at ease. Wan Changshan might have felt assured knowing that the original owner had perished at his hands. Even if real-time surveillance footage was sent, there was no need for concern, especially given the current situation where the network was down. Only they, the players, could communicate via the game's chat channel, while their mobile phones in the real world had become mere ornaments. Thus, as Zhouanan dozed in a hazy state, the alarm positioned on her bedside suddenly vibrated, rousing her from her slumber. Realizing the source of the disturbance, she hastily sprang up, neglecting her morning routine, and immediately accessed the real-time surveillance. Upon observing Wan Changshan's visage on the monitor, Zhouanan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hadn't he attempted to unlock the door yesterday only to fail? Why was he back today? His persistence was infuriating. Regrettably, although her thieving hand had cooled down successfully, her opportunity for today had already been exhausted. Otherwise, she would have seized the chance to pilfer from the resources he presented. Now, she could only wait until tomorrow to employ her skills on him once again. Wan Changshan, possessing a modicum of intelligence, had surmised that someone had altered the unlocking sequence, hence his return today was to try different combinations. Perhaps fearing that random attempts would yield a low success rate, he had compiled a list of over a dozen number sequences, each differing from the last, and was currently testing them in order. Zhouanan watched his actions through the surveillance feed, feeling utterly bemused. Consequently, Zhouanan had no choice but to rise from her bed, return to the safe room, and while keeping an eye on Wan Changshan's movements, she accessed the permission modification page. At this juncture, Wan Changshan had already tried 3 combinations, all to no avail. Just as he began attempting the 4th sequence, Zhouanan modified the unlocking order to match the 3rd combination he had unsuccessfully tried. Thus, it was destined that Wan Changshan would leave empty-handed once more. After a series of failed attempts, Wan Changshan finally lost his patience, delivering a powerful kick to the door while cursing under his breath, venting his frustrations before departing in defeat. Zhouanan recalled something important, and no longer in a rush to leave. She swiftly retrieved 2 jade guanine figurines from her space, finding the box within one of them. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, she opened it, her spirits soaring as she realized she had been correct. The items within an unopened treasure chest indeed would not vanish. However, her elation was somewhat dampened upon reading the item description. It was a piece of gauze, designed to facilitate wound healing, regardless of the severity of the injury. Even if flesh was torn or bones shattered, applying the gauze to the wound would ensure complete recovery within 5 minutes, as if no injury had ever occurred. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, but like those she had unearthed in her previous world, it could only be used in this particular game. In other words, this gauze would only serve its purpose during the current game. Vanishing once it concluded. Chapter 74. Virus outbreak triggered by meteorite. Zhou felt a surge of confidence, momentarily disregarding Zhou and Tang Xuejia. If she could cultivate like the legends, even if she achieved no remarkable feats, her chances of survival would surely increase. Moreover, in this life, having taken a step ahead, she was already leagues beyond her previous existence. Therefore, she planned to find an opportunity to deal with these two today, resolving the matter swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. After all, she wished to focus more of her energy on Wan Changshan. Even if she could not eliminate him now, extracting some benefits from him would not be amiss. Recalling Wan Changshan's frustrated demeanor as he struggled to unlock the door, she suddenly realized he was not as formidable as she had thought. Given time, if her growth accelerated, perhaps one day Wan Changshan would no longer pose a threat. Stealthily exiting her home, she made her way to the 15th floor. With multiple rooms on that level, Zhou had no idea where the two were located, so she inspected each room until she finally spotted them. To her surprise, both appeared unwell, particularly Zhou, whose condition seemed worse than when she had last seen him. It was not merely that he looked dirtier. His disheveled appearance suggested he had been through some ordeal. Leaving her puzzled yet somewhat pleased. With Zhou in such a state, he would hardly be able to accompany Tang Xuejia everywhere, unlike yesterday when he had even followed her to the restroom. Thwarting Zhou plans, if her suspicions were correct, this would make her task much easier. Noticing there was no vacant space inside, Zhou retreated and found a spot outside the door to sit and wait patiently. She had ample time and patience to, as expected. Zhou was indeed unable to stay by Tang Xuejia's side continuously. When it came time for her to use the restroom, she went alone. As soon as Zhou saw Tang Xuejia leave the room, Zhou trailed behind her, watching as she entered a stall. Waiting for the person outside to exit the restroom, Zhou utilized her teleportation skill to follow her into the cubicle. Just as Tang Xuejia was halfway through unzipping her pants, Zhou materialized behind her, summoning a hefty hammer that struck Tang Xuejia's head with a resounding crash. Tang Xuejia barely had time to scream, let alone see who had attacked her, before her life was snuffed out. Zhou intense hatred for her, coupled with her desire for a swift resolution, meant she held nothing back. The blow shattered Tang Xuejia's skull, leaving no opportunity for a cry for help. Zhou gazed at the lifeless form of Tang Xuejia. Momentarily dazed. Was her revenge truly this straightforward and effortless? It felt surreal. However, she quickly regained her composure, reaching out to remove a bracelet stained with blood from Tang Xuejia's wrist before teleporting away from the restroom. Once outside Zhou room, she resumed her previous position, sitting on the ground with her eyes closed, collecting her thoughts. A girl of around 11 or 12, clad in protective gear yet lacking a backpack, clearly appeared to be without supplies, hence no one paid her any mind, and of course, other players did not share this perspective. After all, if they were players, they would possess space and would not leave supplies exposed. Nonetheless, a mere girl, even if she had supplies, would likely have very little. Given that the game had only just begun and resources were still plentiful, no one sought to target such a young girl. Meanwhile, Zhou, since Tang Xuejia had gone to the restroom, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, he did not suspect anything had happened to her. Rather, he feared the individual who had previously attacked him might strike again. Thus, while appearing calm, he was secretly vigilant, wary of a sudden assault. As time passed, Zhou finally sensed something amiss. Tang Xuejia had been gone too long. What if something had happened? With that thought, he could no longer remain seated. Suppressing his discomfort, he rose and headed outside. Unbeknownst to him, as he passed by the door, the 11 or 12-year-old girl kept her eyes fixed on his retreating figure. Once Zhou exited, Zhou stood up and followed him out. He headed straight for the restroom, but instead of barging in, he called out loudly at the entrance, "Jia, Jia, are you there, Jia?" Zhou Kong's ominous premonition grew stronger as he disregarded the curious glances of others and boldly stepped inside. What met his eyes was a closed stall door, beneath which blood was seeping out. Although he could not discern the situation within, an inexplicable certainty gripped him. The person inside was Tang Xuejia. His complexion turned ashen in an instant, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on the sanguine pool below. Zhou Anan, who had followed closely behind, reached the door and, upon witnessing her brother's expression, comprehended the meaning of the phrase eyes bulging with rage. At that moment, Zhou Kong's gaze was so intense it seemed ready to burst from its sockets. Although others had already noted the blood flowing outward, in this apocalyptic world, the demise of one or two individuals barely registered. Thus, even when faced with such an abnormal circumstance, no one dared to pry open that door. After all, there were other stalls available. If one was unusable, there were alternatives. Everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to meddle in others' affairs. Zhou Kong stood transfixed, staring at the blood trickling out from beneath the door, his mind momentarily blank, unsure of what to think. After a few minutes of stupor, as if snapping back to reality, he disregarded his discomfort from the lightning strike and, with a fierce kick, began to pound on the door, calling out for Jia. The stall door was flimsy, and within moments, Zhou Kong kicked it open, revealing a woman sprawled in a pool of blood. Though her head was a mangled mass, rendering her features unrecognizable, the garments she wore were unmistakably familiar to him. Who but his beloved Jia could it be? Jia! Zhou Kong screamed in horror, heedless of the fact that he was in a women's restroom, and rushed forward like a gust of wind. Trembling, he embraced Tang Xuejia's lifeless body, unable to fathom that his gentle wife, who had just moments ago shown him such affection, was now merely a corpse. Zhou Kong wept inconsolably, his grief palpable, revealing the depth of his love for Tang Xuejia. The commotion attracted many onlookers. Not only those who had entered but also those emerging from other stalls. Two individuals who exited bore evident anger. After all, the sound of a male voice in a women's restroom, even in this apocalyptic age, was infuriating. However, upon witnessing the tragic scene, their ire dissipated. This spectacle was undeniably grim. Yet, compassion was scarce. Having grown accustomed to life and death in these tumultuous times, most had become numb, offering only silent sympathy. If any at all, Zhou Anan entered, momentarily lost in thought. Anan, your sister-in-law did not intend this. Do not blame her. This is all fate, your destiny. Do not resent your sister-in-law. You may rest now. I shall ensure that your sister-in-law and I carry on your legacy. Yet, Zhou Kong was engulfed in profound sorrow, his entire being focused on the deceased Tang Xuejia. Given that this was a women's restroom, the passage of women nearby was not unusual. Moreover, Zhou Anan was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl, petite and unassuming, thus her presence went unnoticed by Zhou Kong. Even the other spectators paid her no heed. Suddenly, as Zhou Anan approached within a meter of Zhou Kong, she lunged forward, collapsing to the ground in despair. Brandishing an iron rod whose end was claw-like, each sharp hook glinting menacingly in a flash, she thrust the rod toward Zhou Kong's chest. The sickening sound of flesh penetrating flesh echoed as Zhou Kong felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively lifting his gaze, he met a pair of eyes ablaze with hatred. Who are you? Zhou Anan's expression was cold, her eyes flashing with vengeance as she relentlessly stabbed Zhou Kong. Perhaps spurred by Tang Xuejia's death, Zhou Kong showed no intent to retaliate against his sister. After 4 or 5 thrusts, Zhou Kong collapsed to the ground, eyes closed, appearing lifeless. Zhou Anan stood silently, gazing at the two bodies lying in a pool of blood, a wave of sorrow washing over her, devoid of the satisfaction she had anticipated from avenging her grievances. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the astonished onlookers, who were equally bewildered by the unfolding drama. Just as Zhou Anan was lost in her reverie, Zhou Kong, who had seemed dead, suddenly raised his hand, which instantly elongated, the nails transforming into sharp points, accurately ensnaring Zhou Anan's neck. Fortunately, Zhou Anan reacted swiftly. With a flash of cold light, she severed the outstretched hand. Along with half of the forearm, it appeared this individual had also acquired supernatural abilities, and of such a peculiar nature, Was it perhaps acquired to enhance Tang Xuejia's pleasure? At that moment, Zhou Anan felt a searing pain in her neck. Despite her timely reaction, she had sustained an injury. Her strikes were rapid, as if possessed, venting her pent-up fury, causing the onlookers to step back. Frightened by Zhou Anan's ferocity and wary of blood splattering onto themselves, by the time she finished her rampage, Zhou Ankong and Tang Xuejia had been reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh. Zhou Anan covered her neck and departed, the crowd parting to grant her passage. She did not venture far, instead sitting on the landing between the 15th and 16th floors. A piece of gauze appeared in her hand, which she gently pressed against her wound. As the pain gradually subsided, the injury healed completely, though the bloodstains remained, presenting a tragic sight. Zhou Anan then employed her teleportation skill, eager to test whether she could directly transport herself to her temporary residence on the 18th floor. Bypassing the need to unlock multiple doors, it proved successful. She removed her soiled protective suit, took a shower, changed into her nightgown, and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. While eliminating the two individuals had required little effort. Emotionally, she felt drained. Perhaps it was the weight of her actions, as despite her resolute strikes, the fact remained that Zhou Ankong was her biological brother, causing her heart to bear an undeniable burden. With the great enmity suddenly avenged, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, yet simultaneously, it felt as though nothing had changed, leaving her spirit weary. However, after a refreshing sleep, she felt her entire being relax. Her spirit seemingly uplifted, as if she had come to a profound realization, experiencing a newfound lightness from within. After all, she had always felt little familial connection. She could regard this brother as if he had long ceased to exist, as though she had merely slain an adversary. With that thought, the pressure within her dissipated instantly, yet her slumber had extended longer than anticipated, lasting until the following afternoon, past 1 o'clock. After freshening up and having a bite to eat, she retrieved the items from the space acquired from Tang Xuejia. A cubic meter of space could hold little, primarily food and a few bottles of cosmetics. Even in such dire circumstances, this woman had not forgotten her makeup. Having been injured during the altercation with Zhou Ankong, and with a crowd of onlookers present, she had not taken the time to investigate the newly acquired spatial carrier, in her emotional frenzy. She had left without a second thought, Zhou Ankong's corpse a mangled sight. After her meal, she resolved to explore the 17th floor and perhaps gather more resources from Wan Changshan. Yet, a hint of worry lingered. Fortunately, teleportation was a skill she had obtained from a box, and she had not encountered any merchants selling such abilities, which alleviated her concerns. For instance, while Wan Changshan appeared formidable in many respects, he lacked teleportation, which had left him thwarted by a mere set of locks, rendering him helpless. Given that she could teleport into the seemingly impenetrable 18th floor, she realized she had grown somewhat complacent. Moving forward, she would strive to rest during the day, taking action at night, as one typically resorts to mischief under the cover of darkness. After all, what if she were to teleport directly into the presence of a master? Furthermore, having utilized the guise of a little girl to eliminate Zhou Ankong and Tang Xuejia, it was essential to adopt a different persona this time, at least until the conclusion of this game. She could not reuse that innocent appearance. After some contemplation, she ultimately transformed into a middle-aged woman of around 40, slightly plump and unremarkable, blending seamlessly into any crowd. Zhou Anan first examined the surveillance footage, confirming that no one was outside the door before she cautiously opened it and stepped out. Although she possessed the ability to teleport directly outside, the 5-minute cooldown period made it prudent to refrain from using such a skill when the area was clear. Even if she did teleport, it was unlikely she would require it again within that time frame. Yet, one could never be too careful. There was always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps it was due to his failed attempts that Wan Changshan had given up. Or perhaps the situation had not yet escalated to its most critical point. Regardless, he had not returned to attempt to open the door to the 18th floor, which spared Zhou Anan a considerable amount of trouble. Wan Changshan had been utilizing a spirit-gathering disc for his cultivation when he suddenly sensed a distortion in the aura of the air around him. Frowning, he extended his consciousness, which, despite its limited range of only a few meters, was sufficient to detect potential dangers nearby. However, the materials used to construct the 18th floor evidently obstructed his awareness, rendering him unable to discern the situation within. even while standing at the door. This was not the case on the 17th floor, where nothing impeded his perception, allowing his consciousness to expand freely. Otherwise, Wan Changshan would surely have sensed the presence of someone outside the security door. While he might not have directly suspected her, it would nonetheless leave an impression, and should she later adopt that guise again, if Wan Changshan felt something was amiss and caught sight of her, he might not think much of it the first time. Yet, what of the second or third? Sooner or later, he would inevitably find himself suspicious of her. Thus, it could be said that Zhou Enan's fortunes had indeed improved since her reincarnation. Upon learning of Wan Changshan's identity as a cultivator, she had developed a keen interest in the items he possessed, sensing that he likely held many valuable treasures. The randomness of her thieving ability heightened her excitement whenever she acquired something from him. Akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise gift, to her astonishment, she realized she had indeed stolen a box. Moreover, the box seemed oddly familiar. It didn't take long for her to recall that its material closely resembled that of a treasure chest she had discovered in her previous game. Not long ago, she had opened one and found a piece of gauze, which had recently helped heal a wound inflicted by Zhou Kong. She could only hope this box was not empty. Wan Changshan had never opened this box. Aside from the one Zhou Enan had pilfered, there were 4 others of the same kind in his space. After discovering them, he had deemed them unnecessary and carelessly tossed them into his storage space. As someone who had traversed the world of cultivation, he often discarded items obtained during his adventures or from secret realms into his storage bag, only to revisit them when he found the time. Unless an item captured his immediate interest, this habit persisted even in this new world, allowing Zhou Enan to reap a considerable benefit. Chapter 77. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite with a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. Zhou Enan opened the box, only to discover it was empty. Disappointment washed over her as she felt she had squandered an opportunity to utilize her thieving ability. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a tiny silver bead within the box. So minuscule it was smaller than a grain of millet. The interior of the box was silver, as was the bead, making it nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Carefully extracting the bead, a piece of information appeared in her mind. X-ray vision, usable 10 times after fusion, single world item. Would you like to begin fusion? Zhou Enan realized this was indeed akin to the gauze she had previously obtained, both being single world items. However, the X-ray vision had a limited number of uses, making it somewhat inferior to the gauze, which had no such restrictions. Since it could only be utilized in this game, it was better to fuse it sooner rather than later, prompting Zhou Enan to choose fusion without hesitation. Subsequently, she found herself endowed with a new skill. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength. 7 agility, 8 endurance, 8 speed, 7 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skills, teleportation, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points. Metal manipulation level 1. Create objects out of thin air, metal reshaping, water manipulation level 1. Water generation, control of water flow direction transformation skill level 1. Ability to transform into 30 different objects, mental control level 1. Control 3 individuals simultaneously for 3 minutes, temporary skill. X-ray vision 10-10 equipment, Thief's Hand. Can select one target to activate the stealing skill and successfully obtain a random item from the target. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Available attribute points, 0 points, 2150 communication channel, activated trading channel. Activated with the addition of the temporary skill of X-ray vision, it seemed that teleportation skills were indeed rare. Perhaps those who possessed such abilities had simply not set their sights on her, opting instead for better opportunities. Or perhaps they were entirely unaware of her presence. Regardless, Zhou Enan completed this somewhat uneasy day without incident. As a new day dawned, she once again employed her thief's hand on Wan Changshan, this time pilfering a box of chocolates. Well, it wasn't quite a complete box, as one piece was missing. Perhaps Wan Changshan had an inexplicable confidence in his abilities. As he remained oblivious to Zhou Enan's antics, and she persisted, stealing from him nightly after midnight. Although Wan Changshan sensed fluctuations, he found nothing amiss each time he expanded his consciousness. Initially, he remained vigilant. But as time passed without any sign of danger, he gradually grew complacent. After numerous attempts, when he next sensed a disturbance, he couldn't even be bothered to investigate. To him, it was merely the result of someone acquiring some sort of advantage, which he had only noticed when it caused a disruption. However, since it was someone else's business, he had little interest in it, being far too busy with his own affairs. Between cultivating, gathering followers, and charming the beautiful women around him. He had little energy left to concern himself with others. As for the 18th floor he had once coveted, he had now abandoned that pursuit, as the entire 17th floor had been claimed by him and his entourage. Anyone who had previously resided there had been driven to other floors, except for the beautiful women who voluntarily joined them, provided they met his standards of appearance and figure. Indeed, prior to realizing items were missing, Wan Changshan had regarded the situation as someone else's concern, dismissing it entirely. Meanwhile, Zhou found herself increasingly addicted to thievery. After successfully stealing several times, aside from some food and clothing, she acquired her second box. To call it a box was somewhat misleading, as it resembled more of a small trunk, roughly the size of 2 boxes of instant noodles. However, this time she chose not to open it. Since unopened boxes could be carried into the next game, she already possessed ample advantages in this round, and saw no need to complicate matters further. It would be wiser to save it for future challenges, where it might prove unexpectedly beneficial. After all, these items were single-world goods. If opened now, they would be rendered useless in subsequent games. On the 15th day of the disaster game, after successfully pilfering another box, Wan Changshan finally noticed that items were missing. The delay in his realization stemmed not only from his general disinterest in such possessions, but also because he had over a dozen spaces, of which only one was his. The others had been acquired through violence. Due to the random nature of the items obtained through the thief's hand, Zhou loot was not necessarily from any specific space of his, which had allowed Wan Changshan to remain oblivious until now. When he finally became aware of the theft, his fury was palpable. He could scarcely fathom which audacious fool dared to lay hands on him. Yet, despite this, the situation was already extraordinary. After all, this was not ordinary theft. It was a pilfering from his very own space. That such a petty thief had set their sights on him was an affront to his pride. Moreover, that thief was remarkably elusive. He had never managed to catch a glimpse of their presence, a fact that seemed to mock his incompetence. What did it matter that he was a cultivator? He had been robbed time and again by the same small thief, employing the same methods. This was, without a doubt, the humiliation of his life. Chapter 78. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite. Although Zhou consistently succeeded in her endeavors without being caught, an underlying anxiety began to take root within her. This compelled her to vary the timing of her thief's hand, always wary of being detected, adhering to a rigid schedule. Go further evade capture. She transformed into a gecko, a fly, or even a minuscule insect to carry out her thievery. Yet, despite her cleverness, the unease only intensified with each successful theft. On this particular night, after the clock struck midnight, Zhou transformed into a nocturnal gecko, utilizing her teleportation skill to appear outside the door, scuttling along the stairwell walls towards the 17th floor. Due to the limitations of the thief's hand, she must reach the 17th floor to pilfer the belongings of Wan Changshan. Otherwise, it would not be so troublesome, as she could simply execute her plan from home. Upon arriving at the stairwell of the 17th floor, she ascended a bit further before quietly awaiting the cool-down period of the thief's hand to elapse. After 5 minutes had passed, when she was ready to utilize her ability, an unsettling quickening of her heartbeat made her feel as though something ominous was about to occur. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to activate her X-ray vision, as she had 10 opportunities to use it. Feeling particularly anxious today, she thought it prudent to assess the situation before taking action. With that in mind, Zhou employed her X-ray vision. This ability resembled mental power, albeit stronger, as it could penetrate numerous barriers to reveal the desired locations. The X-ray vision traversed through walls. Layer by layer, Zhou finally beheld that familiar face from her memories, along with the surrounding environment. That moment, Wan Changshan sat in a spacious room, devoid of any furniture save for a cushion placed in the center. He was seated on the cushion, surrounded by a dozen candles, which were meticulously arranged. Although his eyes were closed, suggesting slumber, the slight quiver of his eyelashes betrayed his state of wakefulness. Indeed, from certain perspectives, the X-ray vision proved remarkably potent, allowing her to discern even the details of his eyelashes. Just as Zhou scrutinized the room, Wan Changshan, who had been with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. Fixing his gaze directly in Zhou direction, despite the layers of walls separating them, Zhou was startled, gripped by the illusion that he had discovered her presence. As she activated her teleportation skill, Wan Changshan surged forth, moving with the speed of lightning. Unfortunately, he was merely a fraction too slow compared to her teleportation. Standing at the stairwell, Wan Changshan's expression darkened as he stared intently into the enveloping darkness. Remaining immobile, lost in thought or perhaps sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Zhouanen, feeling the weight of impending danger, lay flat against the wall, paralyzed with fear, while Wan Changshan remained equally still. This tense standoff persisted for 2 hours until Wan Changshan finally stirred. He switched on a flashlight and began descending the stairs, step by deliberate step. Moving slowly, he paused with each step to gauge his surroundings, eyeing the oppressive darkness. Zhouanen felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if danger was stealthily approaching. Reluctantly, she resorted to her X-ray vision once more, revealing Wan Changshan, who was merely a few steps away from the 15th floor. Not daring to waste a moment, she flapped her wings and flew toward a shattered window, escaping through the jagged glass. Upon exiting, she held her breath, uncertain of the presence of any viruses outside. Her current toxicity level remained at 0 and she was determined not to contract anything in the darkness. She exerted herself to ascend into the sky. The reason she refrained from using her teleportation skill was her fear that he might sense something and trace her path back to her location. After all, it was evident that he had already sensed something was amiss, and it seemed he had made certain preparations, prompting her to exercise utmost caution. After tonight's ordeal, Zhouanen realized that despite acquiring several skills and abilities, she still fell far short compared to cultivators. She resolved to remain indoors for the next few days, and even at home, she would not assume a human form, remaining vigilant against any potential intruders. Wan Changshan's expression was exceedingly grim, for he sensed that a certain presence had abruptly vanished. He had been able to detect a faint trace of energy, and although he had to gauge the location with each step, it was at least something tangible. Yet, just as he felt himself drawing closer to her, that presence inexplicably disappeared. Zhouanen's luck indeed held, as her hasty escape had inadvertently shielded her. Although the virus had not reached such heights on the 15th floor, it had nonetheless altered the molecular structure of the air outside. Thus, the moment she flew out the window, Wan Changshan could no longer perceive her, although Zhouanen had narrowly escaped a calamity. Once she calmed her racing heart and checked her status, she discovered that her toxicity had escalated to 1 It seemed that while the virus had not reached the height of the 15th floor, it had nonetheless rendered the air outside different, and direct contact with it had resulted in her toxicity status. Was it possible to be poisoned without direct contact with the virus? In the following 2 days, Zhouanen dared not venture outside, yet her toxicity continued to rise at a rate of 1 per day. During these days, she also refrained from sleeping in her bed, instead prying loose a section of the ceiling to transform into a spider, crawling up to sleep on the ceiling. This way, even if someone used teleportation to enter her room, they would not discover her. On the 19th day of the disaster game, Zhouanen remained indoors. Yet she observed the activity outside through the surveillance cameras. It was, once again, Wan Changshan. Zhouanen found herself puzzled. It had been quite some time since he last appeared, and she had assumed he had given up on the 18th floor. Why had he returned now? Had he devised a method to open the door? Sitting in the safe room, she fixed her gaze on the surveillance feed, attentively monitoring the situation outside while preparing to modify the program. Zhouanen dared not gamble on whether he might attempt the previously tried password again, so she swiftly altered the unlocking sequence to a combination she had just tested. After struggling for a considerable time without success, Wan Changshan grew increasingly frustrated, unleashing several bolts of lightning against the door. Unfortunately, the lightning had no effect on the lock. To be fair, it did cause some disruption. When struck by lightning, the program exhibited some glitches, even causing the surveillance screen to flicker for a moment. Could this fellow be employing lightning abilities to disrupt her security system circuitry? Zhouanen felt a twinge of concern, so she remained fixated on the surveillance feed, poised to take appropriate action upon noticing anything amiss. Fortunately, it became evident that her security system was indeed formidable. After the lightning assault ceased, the system returned to normal. Tio confirmed there had been no adverse effects. Zhouanen modified the unlocking sequence once more, and the system indicated that the modification was successful. Through the surveillance, she observed Wan Changshan's exasperated demeanor, prompting her to wonder if something had transpired outside during her seclusion. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom why Wan Changshan would be so incensed over being unable to unlock the door. especially since he had not reacted in such a way previously. Outside, he muttered curses under his breath, but his voice was so low that it resembled a grumble, leaving Zhou only able to discern that he was indeed cursing without understanding the specifics. This piqued her curiosity. She was eager to learn what had transpired to unsettle Wan Changshan, who had previously exuded an air of calm detachment. Now, he appeared considerably more haggard and remarkably irritable, his once cultivated demeanor having evaporated. Had something indeed occurred outside? Furthermore, the women and subordinates who had once accompanied him were nowhere to be seen. Only Wan Changshan remained at the door. However, something felt amiss. From her past encounters with Wan Changshan, he never undertook activities alone, always surrounded by others. Why was he alone this time? Where had the others gone? Had they perished? In her previous life, Zhou had perished by this point, leaving her oblivious to subsequent events. Did this game contain unforeseen twists? Simply occupying the upper floors could not guarantee her safety? Although she desired to uncover the truth of what was happening outside, she was deterred by the sight of Wan Changshan venting his fury at her door, rendering her too fearful to leave the safe room, lest something uncontrollable transpire during her absence. Torn between curiosity and caution, she resolved to utilize her X-ray vision once more. After all, since acquiring it, she had only employed it once, leaving her with 9 opportunities remaining. The sight that greeted her was startling, for it was broad daylight, yet the floors she surveyed were densely populated with individuals lying down. While napping during the day may seem normal, especially in times of idleness, it was implausible for all these people to be asleep. Surely, some must be awake. That would be the norm. Zhou scrutinized the scene, observing that there were no traces of blood on the ground or the walls. Nor did the individuals lying down exhibit significant bloodstains. Moreover, those lying down all had a ruddy complexion. No, rather a distinctly flushed appearance. This situation was undeniably abnormal. Anyone with functioning eyesight could discern that something was amiss. What on earth had transpired outside? Instinctively, Zhou opened her data panel to check her toxicity status. Today marked the 19th day of the disaster game, and her initial infection began on the 15th day, resulting in her current toxicity level of 5M. All appeared normal, increasing by a single unit each day. Could it be that those outside had surpassed a toxicity level of 50M? Regrettably, in her previous life, Zhou met an untimely demise, compounded by her heart being closely tied to her loved ones at that time. She truly had no inkling of the symptoms that would arise from a poisoning level exceeding 50M. A troubling premonition settled upon Zhou at this moment. Outside the door, Wan Changshan had fallen silent, yet he did not depart. Instead, he sat despondently against the wall, his back propped up, his complexion flushed, perhaps a tad too vivid. Observing Wan Changshan's stillness, Zhou dared not linger in the safety room any longer. Upon exiting, she conjured metal out of thin air, melting it down to fill any potential gaps that might lead to the outside world. She began with the sewer, followed by the air conditioning vents, ventilation openings, and finally the crevices of doors and windows. After a while of repairs, she checked the surveillance, and it appeared that Wan Changshan had fallen asleep, remaining in the same position without any movement. Until her abilities were depleted, Zhou was unable to seal all the gaps. Fortunately, she had been relatively methodical, managing to fortify one room. Aside from the entrance, every other area was sealed off. That room was the safety chamber. This moment, Zhou hid within the safety room, awaiting the restoration of her powers. Once her abilities returned, she busied herself once more, ultimately patching up the entire 18th floor to a considerable extent, sealing all areas that needed to be closed off. The space of the entire 18th floor was quite expansive, even if the air ceased to circulate. The oxygen within could sustain her until the game concluded. If all else failed, she still had an oxygen generator and oxygen agents, albeit in limited quantities, but they would suffice to see her through to the end of the game. After completing her tasks, she checked the surveillance again, only to discover that Wan Changshan had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 80. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite as for whether he had left the 18th floor. That remained uncertain, as surveillance does have its blind spots. She had no choice but to once again employ her clairvoyant vision. It was imperative to ascertain Wan Changshan's whereabouts. After all, she regarded him as a significant threat, and she could not afford to be careless. Indeed, upon activating her clairvoyant vision, she spotted Wan Changshan, still on the 18th floor, but now behind the door of the safety passage, a place not captured by the surveillance. At that moment, Wan Changshan sat cross-legged on a square cushion, meditating, with an enigmatic circular object beside him, the nature of which remained a mystery to Zhou Anan. She surmised it could be the rumored spirit-gathering plate. A temptation to employ her thief's hand arose, yet she restrained herself. After all, Wan Changshan's strength was indeterminate. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a cultivator, and Zhou Anan was uncertain whether her actions would alert him. Should he pinpoint her location on the 18th floor, it was hard to say how he might react under duress, even if he currently could not breach the door. Zhou Anan was not yet ready to confront him. So she quelled her impulsive desire. On the 20th day of the disaster game, her poisoning level had reached 6M. The outside of the door remained eerily quiet, and within the surveillance zone, Wan Changshan's figure was still absent. Zhou Anan activated her clairvoyant vision for the 4th time, only to find Wan Changshan in the same position as yesterday, completely motionless. Did cultivators truly sit in meditation like ancient monks, remaining still for long stretches? Did their legs not grow numb? Did their posteriors not ache? Zhou Anan found this perplexing, yet it did not hinder her from exploring other areas. After all, her clairvoyant vision was already in use. She could not waste it merely observing Wan Changshan meditate. As her vision extended downward, she began to survey the other floors. This exploration startled her. What had once been a lifeless floor was now buzzing with activity. Those who had seemed to be in a deep slumber, nearly mistaken for the deceased, were now at least 1/3 sitting upright. Their complexions remained ruddy, yet their eyes sparkled with vitality, brimming with life. There was no trace of death about them. Zhou Anan could even sense their excitement. Excitement? What were they excited about? What had transpired? At that moment, the individuals congregated in small groups, whispering to one another in hushed tones. Zhou Anan could not discern their words. Her clairvoyant vision allowed her to see but not hear. This scene left her baffled. Had her prior conjecture been flawed? Were these individuals not succumbing to the poison at 50M but rather experiencing some unknown phenomenon? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain Wan Changshan's anxiety. Indeed, his agitation, just the previous day. Zhou Anan shifted her clairvoyant gaze outward, hoping to discern the situation beyond the building. However, she found that her vision could not extend beyond the confines of the structure, as if some force obstructed her sight. Could it be that the viruses had breached the 10th floor? If that were the case, the days ahead would undoubtedly become arduous. Initially, she had believed that residing above the 10th floor would ensure her safety throughout this game. Yet it appeared she had been overly optimistic. Approaching the window, she peered through the glass, observing the same desolate ruins, the same scenes of devastation she had witnessed previously. Confounded and apprehensive about venturing outside, Zhou Anan resolved not to torment herself further. Transforming into a spider once more, she climbed to the ceiling to slumber. Whatever may come, she was still alive for now, as Zhou Anan succumbed to slumber. Wan Changshan awakened from his meditative state and resumed his attempts to unlock the door. However, after merely 2 attempts, he ceased, having heard commotion emanating from downstairs. After hesitating for several seconds, Wan Changshan abandoned his efforts to unlock the door and descended the staircase to investigate the situation. When Zhou Anan finally stirred from her dreams, it was already evening. She checked the surveillance but found nothing unusual. With 10 days remaining until the game concluded and only 6 uses left for her clairvoyant vision, she decided against activating it again since no danger was apparent in the monitoring. Quality should be reserved for crucial moments. It was better to preserve her uses for a time when they would be truly necessary. She pondered briefly whether Wan Changshan remained in his previous position, but she quickly cast the thought aside. As long as he did not attempt to breach the door, she could treat him as if he did not exist. On the 21st day of the disaster game, her poisoning index rose to 7M, yet her body exhibited no adverse effects. The number merely appeared bothersome. This consistent rate of increase reassured Zhou Anan. For if this pace could be maintained, a safe escape from the game was assured. Outside her door, all remained tranquil. No one ascended to the 18th floor, not even Wan Changshan, who had ceased his attempts to open her door. Which eased Zhou Anan's mind. By the 22nd day of the disaster game, her poisoning index had escalated to 8M. On the 23rd day, the first thing Zhou Anan did upon waking was check her poisoning index. Now at 9M. As she dined, she activated the surveillance at her door, only to be taken aback once more. At some point, 7 or 8 individuals had gathered outside, making themselves at home in the corridor. They had spread numerous cardboard blankets across the floor and piled various items, cluttering the once spacious corridor into a chaotic mess. Zhou scrutinized each face in the surveillance footage, failing to recognize anyone, not even Wan Changshan. The need for careful examination arose from the fact that everyone outside appeared akin to a figure from folklore, their faces flushed. A closer inspection revealed that not only their faces but also their necks and exposed arms were of the same hue. Their expressions, however, were now quite neutral, devoid of the excitement she had observed before. Chapter 81. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteorite. Could this indicate a mutation? Zhou fixated on the surveillance for a full hour, noting that aside from their altered skin color, there were no other anomalies. Yet, she was left perplexed as to why they had chosen the 18th floor as their refuge. Throughout that hour, the group had made several attempts to force open Zhou door. But to no avail. The IT was laughable. If even Wan Changshan could not breach that door, how could they possibly succeed? However, if they persisted at this rate, even if they failed to break through, the security system would inevitably falter. Despite this concern, Zhou had little to worry about. She possessed a teleportation skill. Even if the door were compromised and no longer operable, she could navigate in and out with ease. Moreover, with the crowd outside, unless she eliminated them, she could not simply swagger out of her room. Killing a few posed no moral quandary for her, but she was apprehensive about whether these individuals had contracted some formidable virus and was uncertain of the contagion method. Should it come to an encounter, how would she prevent being infected? She had no desire to become another little red person. Furthermore, Zhou stroked her chin. While Wan Changshan was a formidable opponent, she felt no such trepidation toward this group. She casually selected one and employed her thief's hand. To her surprise, she indeed procured a valuable item, treasure basin. Place an item within to receive a tenfold manifestation. Usable once every 24 hours, excluding props and skill-type items. Items that have been manifested cannot be manifested again. Oh ho, what a splendid find. If only the description included more details, however, even so, it is quite extraordinary. What does this signify? It indicates that with just a minimal amount of supplies, she can successfully endure for 30 days. A tenfold manifestation means that for 30 days, she only needs to carry provisions sufficient for 3 days to ensure she will not lack food and water throughout that period. In a resource-rich game world, this may seem trivial, but in a world where resources are scarce, this is undoubtedly akin to possessing a colossal cheat. In a world of scarcity, merely selling supplies can yield a substantial accumulation of points. At this moment, she finally comprehends why some individuals progress so rapidly. Nevertheless, she remains uncertain whether this item was acquired during this particular game. If not, then this person has concealed their gains quite adeptly. After all, in her previous life, she had never encountered any information regarding this matter. With tenfold manifest supplies, if her storage is filled with food, it effectively expands her capacity tenfold. Moreover, when gathering supplies, she merely needs to fill her current storage space without expending additional effort to collect 10 times the amount. Zhou realizes that in her past life, she was truly a frog at the bottom of a well, completely oblivious to many matters. She had thought that only 1 or 2 cheats appeared at the beginning of the game. Not anticipating that there were so many who quietly amassed wealth in this life, she has truly opened her eyes. It is indeed true that a swift step leads to further swift progress. Merely in the 4th game, she has already advanced to this remarkable level, something she would have never dared to imagine before. Glancing at her current supplies, food is abundant, and with her water manipulation ability, she will not lack for hydration. If she must mention a deficiency, it would be the limited quantity of oxygen agents. Therefore, Zhou retrieved a box of oxygen agents from her storage and placed it into the treasure basin. In the blink of an eye, 10 boxes of oxygen agents appeared within. Opening one box, she found it identical to her original, containing 20 small packets, with A and B agents each in 20 small bags. Zhou couldn't help but applaud her good fortune. Filled with optimism, Zhou opened the communication channel, only to find an array of complaints, boasts, and various trivialities. Yet no one mentioned the little red person. Unable to resist, she brought it up in the communication channel. However, her comment went unnoticed, as if her words had vanished into thin air. Zhou quickly sent it again. Wolf Cub, the one above. Are you sure we're playing the same game? Who would resemble a boiled shrimp? If it were truly like that, how could anyone survive? I have never encountered the situation you described. Why don't you elaborate on what is happening on your end? This individual's words left Zhou Anin momentarily stunned. Before she could respond, another person chimed in, claiming they had never seen the scenario she mentioned, leaving her utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon her. Could there be some unique contagion within this building? If so, wouldn't she be in danger? With this thought, she reinforced her room once more, waiting for her powers to replenish before proceeding with further fortifications. Indeed, Zhou Anin's suspicions were confirmed. On the 24th day of the disaster game, after relentless efforts from these individuals, the security system of the main entrance was finally compromised. Observing the non-responsive security system, Zhou Anin began to fortify the door, directly employing her metal manipulation ability to seal the entire door. This way, even if the security system was rendered ineffective, it would not be so easy for them to breach the entrance. Alternatively, it would be quicker and simpler to break through the wall than to force open the door. Additionally, there was another piece of good news. Even though her situation differed from that of others in the communication channel, the toxicity index continued to rise at the previous rate of 1 m per day. Without accelerating, which provided her with some reassurance, of course, due to the sealing of the house. Even though she currently felt no signs of oxygen deficiency, she still operated the oxygen generator for several hours each day to ensure a sufficient supply of oxygen within the enclosed space. On the 25th day of the disaster game, the surveillance outside had also been destroyed, meaning that without her perspective-enhancing ability, she could not see the external conditions at all. The previously installed peephole on the door was also sealed with steel. It was clear that those individuals had not given up on breaking down her door, as intermittent banging sounds persisted from outside, indicating their continued determination to breach the 18th floor. Zhou Anin contemplated her next move and decided to use her perspective-enhancing ability once more. The sight that greeted her was startling, almost causing her heart to leap into her throat. Chapter 82. Virus outbreak triggered by meteorite. Previously, when viewing the footage from the surveillance, perhaps due to the distance, she could not see clearly and merely perceived these individuals as flushed. There seemed to be no significant changes, not even in their original eyes. It might also be due to her preconceived notions that she had failed to keenly observe the subtle transformations in these individuals, thus overlooking this phenomenon. However, now that she utilized her perspective-enhancing ability, something felt amiss. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that on their reddened skin, numerous small spikes had emerged, resembling tiny hairs standing on end. These spikes were also red, creating a rather terrifying appearance. Furthermore, Zhou Anin observed that these individuals appeared particularly emaciated, almost skeletal. Although she had previously noted their drastic weight loss, she had assumed it was merely a consequence of food scarcity and had not thought much of it. Now, however, their appearance struck her as exceedingly bizarre, and there was something vaguely familiar about it, though she could not quite place where she had seen it before. As for the small red spikes on their bodies, they were difficult to discern from a distance, as they were not long and blended with the skin's color. Only upon close examination could one notice them, which explained why Zhou Anin had failed to detect this change in the surveillance footage earlier. Connecting this with the fact that others in the communication channel had not mentioned the little red person, Zhou Anin began to suspect she was dealing with a group of extraterrestrial beings. Extraterrestrials? Zhou Anin furrowed her brow in contemplation. Yes, she felt that the appearance of these individuals bore a certain resemblance to the aliens depicted in movies, though it was not an exact match. As they did not have bald heads or bulging eyes, as for their emaciated state, it could be somewhat concealed by clothing. At least from a distance, they did not appear particularly conspicuous, despite her heart racing. The sight of them still struggling to breach the door allowed Zhou Anin to breathe a little easier. Regardless of whether they were aliens or had contracted some peculiar virus, as long as they did not infect her, everything would be fine. She was even indifferent to the source of the contagion. After all, she only needed to endure for another 5 days before leaving this game world. She hoped that the building remained sturdy enough to keep the outsiders at bay for the time being. As for what might happen after the game concluded, it was of no concern to her, as she would have already departed by then. Suddenly, Zhou Anin recalled her piece of gauze. It was remarkably effective for external wounds, but she wondered if it would be of any use against this virus. However, she had no desire to experiment by getting infected. Moreover, it might not even be a virus. Perhaps it was the work of extraterrestrials. On this occasion, she obtained a small packet of cashews. Ever since she acquired the treasure basin, her subsequent hauls had lacked novelty, consisting solely of food or drink, on the 26th day of the disaster game. Zhou found herself lost in thought, staring at the item she had pilfered, a pair of worn underwear, which, perhaps due to the owner's lack of hygiene, bore a peculiar odor. The entire house was now sealed, with even the windows blocked, leaving her unable to discard it outside. She could only find a plastic bag to contain it, layering 2 more bags on top to contain the smell, before stowing it away in a corner of the balcony. She had expected time to pass in this manner, but unexpectedly, on the afternoon of the 27th day of the disaster, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, shaking the house as if it were quaking. She hurried to the living room, only to see cracks appearing in the walls around the door. What on earth was happening out there? A surge of unease washed over her as she activated her perspective-enhancing ability. And soon she understood the source of that deafening sound. It turned out that these individuals had somehow procured explosives and were attempting to blast her door open. Shifting her view to the door, she noted that it seemed relatively unscathed, but the walls beside it had been affected. If they were to repeat this a couple more times, they could indeed breach the wall. Realizing that even if she could use her metal manipulation ability to repair the wall, the speed would likely not suffice, especially since she saw several bundles of explosives placed on the stair platform between the 18th and 17th floors, indicating that these individuals could detonate them at any moment. Zhou decisively began to store everything that could fit into her space, seizing the opportunity before they broke in. She donned her protective gear and gas mask, then transformed into a spider. Climbing onto the ceiling, using her metal manipulation ability, she sealed the ceiling. Releasing the oxygen generator from her space, she activated it. Thankfully, her oxygen generator was rechargeable. Otherwise, she would have been in quite a predicament. However, there remained one issue. Once the stored power ran out, how would she recharge it? There were no outlets on the ceiling. The oxygen generator can last until tomorrow morning without any issues. But thereafter, complications may arise. The number of outsiders is rather limited, only around 7 or 8. If they are merely ordinary individuals without any extraordinary abilities, Zhou is quite confident in her ability to eliminate them. Given the numerous trump cards she possesses, with this thought in mind, Zhou melted the metal that had previously sealed the ceiling and was preparing to descend from above to catch the intruders off guard. Suddenly, another thunderous explosion resonated, causing the building to tremble slightly. Peering through the gaps in the ceiling towards the entrance, she realized she had missed her opportunity. The explosion had created a hole in the wall, through which the small red figures began to crawl in one by one. The spacious 18th floor allowed them to disperse immediately upon entry, inadvertently granting Zhou a chance. She quickly crawled through the ceiling gap, targeting a solitary figure and stealthily following him. In an instant, she resumed her human form, brandishing a knife that she swung rapidly towards his neck. Perhaps due to their close proximity and the swiftness of the occurrence, the small red figure didn't have time to react before his head fell to the ground, not even a scream escaping his lips. Zhou repeated her method and swiftly dispatched another of the small red figures. However, after eliminating the two, the commotion had drawn the attention of the others, who rushed in only to be met with the sight of their fallen comrades in a pool of blood. Before these individuals could storm in, Zhou had already reverted to her spider form, climbing swiftly up the wall, ensuring that the assailants would not discover her whereabouts. In her current state, she was unable to retrieve the bandages she needed. So she gritted her teeth and endured the pain as the intruders clamored around the deceased. Seizing the moment, she stealthily crawled out through the doorframe. As a spider, her speed was considerable, but with 3 wounds to tend to, it took some time. Unbeknownst to her, her path along the wall had left a thin trail of blood. By the time she began to address her second wound, someone had already noticed the blood trail and followed it to the restroom door. Aware of the commotion outside, Zhou was relieved that this delay allowed her second wound to heal, prompting her to quickly move the bandages to her third wound. With the door locked from the inside, the intruders soon discovered they could not open it. Realizing something was amiss, likely the culprit behind their comrades' deaths was hiding within this very room, they began to batter the door, and Zhou felt a surge of anxiety. At the moment the door burst open, her wound had healed, and she swiftly transformed back into a spider, scuttling beneath the sink. The intruding small red figures only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before one shouted, "I saw him! Quickly, catch him! Don't let him escape!" Instantly, the cramped restroom was filled with people. Unfortunately for them, Zhouanan had already vanished from sight. Hiding beneath the sink, she listened as the small red figures yelled and smashed things in their futile search. Once they had vented their frustrations and exited the restroom, Zhouanan quietly crawled out. She watched as they carried the two bodies into another room and quickly followed them inside. Once the intruders left, only the two corpses remained. Zhouanan shifted back into her human form and began to search the bodies. To her surprise, one of them had been a player before mutation, as she discovered a spatial ring on his pinky finger. With a capacity of 4 cubic meters, this indicated he had participated in the very first game, astonishingly surviving through the first 3 rounds only to meet his demise in the 4th at her hands. Yet, in his mutated state, even had she not killed him, he likely would have lost his qualification to exit the 4th game. With the owner deceased, the space became ownerless, allowing Zhouanan to inspect its contents. Upon examination, she found it contained a considerable amount of items, with the food and drink taking up half the space. Although nothing particularly captivating caught her eye, it was still a significant gain. The other individual yielded no spatial device. Perhaps he was a local native, or his space had been claimed by another. There was also a possibility that his space was bound to a rather peculiar location, such as his hair or body hair, making it impossible for Zhouanan to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps due to the precedent set by the first encounter, the remaining small red figures had become exceedingly cautious, even peeking into the restroom before entering to ensure it was safe. Unbeknownst to them, Zhouanan's ability to transform allowed her to evade their gaze effortlessly. Thus, it was not long before the third individual met his end. Yet still, no spatial presence was found. Undeterred, Zhouanan remained focused on her primary objective of eliminating the intruders, with finding spatial devices as a pleasant surprise rather than a necessity. With the death of the 4th individual, the remaining 4 small red figures finally panicked upon witnessing their comrade's corpse. They fled in a frenzy from the 18th floor. Zhouanan chose not to pursue them but instead began to repair the damaged wall. If possible, she hoped to remain in this room until the game concluded. Given the uncertain situation outside, leaving the 18th floor recklessly could lead to uncontrollable circumstances. She simply wished the remaining small red figures would understand the importance of discretion and refrain from disturbing her for the time being. As night fell, Zhouanan, exhausted yet resolute, completed her search of the final body. She located a spatial device on the individual's belt, albeit only 2 cubic meters in size, with scant provisions inside. However, even the smallest of gains was welcome, and she stored the belt within her own space. Perhaps due to their previous fright, the small red figures did not return, leaving Zhouanan on high alert, unable to relax. She had no idea where they had fled. And on the 28th day of the disaster game, she had yet to encounter anyone. Zhouanan utilized her thief's hand skill but to no avail, leaving her perplexed. She quickly activated her X-ray vision, revealing that not only was the 18th floor deserted, but the 17th floor was also void of life. Those who had previously sprawled about were nowhere to be found. The 4 who had nearly invaded her space had also disappeared. No wonder her thief's hand had yielded nothing. Extending her X-ray vision to the 16th floor, she discovered a solitary figure, Wan Changshan. Currently, Wan Changshan appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing splattered with blood, and his face etched with severity. Beyond him, there was no one else. Zhouanan had no intention of venturing out to investigate. She chose to remain safely on the 18th floor. Opening her panel, she was taken aback to find that her poisoning status had surged to 27M after merely 2 days of neglect. Now, on the 29th day of the game, her poisoning level had escalated to 33M, and observing the communication channel, she noted a significant decline in activity. From an initial 1,000 participants, only 139 remained. Suddenly, Zhouanan reflected that had she not perished at the hands of those treacherous men and women in her previous life, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to survive the 4th game. After all, in her past existence, she had been weak and progressed at a sluggish pace, even struggling to survive while following Wan Changshan. It was evident that he too had become isolated, with those who had once accompanied him now vanished, emphasizing that he had failed to protect those around him, or perhaps he had never intended to. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Having entered a survival game, each individual was ultimately responsible for their own lives, and relying on others for protection was merely a delusion. Wan Changshan's skin remained unchanged, appearing normal, yet his face bore the marks of exhaustion. On the 30th day of the disaster game, The number of participants in the communication channel had plummeted to 98. Early in the morning, Zhou poisoning index had reached 30 m. The dwindling numbers in the communication channel suggested that only a fraction of the participants had survived this round. Zhou waited until evening, seizing the moment before the darkness fully enveloped the world. She donned her protective gear and teleported away from her home. Having previously used her X-ray vision to pinpoint Wan Changshan's location, she prepared for one final theft. At this moment, Wan Changshan remained on the 16th floor, perhaps aware that the game was nearing its conclusion, his previous agitation replaced by a calm demeanor. Transforming into a small insect, Zhou flew to the safety passageway door on the 16th floor. Wan Changshan was meditating. Once the cooldown period of 5 minutes elapsed, she activated her Thief's Hand skill, feeling an unfamiliar item materialize in her space, prompting her to teleport instantly. Wan Changshan, who had been in deep concentration since the disturbance, he sprang up, darting towards the staircase, but unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Yet, he had caught a whiff of the fleeing presence heading upwards. At this moment, there remains a lingering uncertainty. There exists but a single location above that he has yet to tread upon, and that is the 18th floor. The fury within Wan Changshan ignites. It is solely due to the fact that Zhou has pilfered an extraordinary item, one that he holds dearer than any other, the spirit-gathering plate. How can Wan Changshan possibly endure this? Moreover, he has already sensed the elusive aura of the thief. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression grows colder, a quiet snort escapes his nostrils, and he ascends the stairs at a leisurely pace. Though his ascent appears unhurried, he internally suppresses a burgeoning rage. He is intent on tearing apart that scoundrel. Once was not enough, and now, a second and third theft. To make matters worse, his spirit-gathering plate has been stolen, the finest tool for his cultivation. Without it, not only will his training progress slow, but the absence of the plate during critical breakthroughs could lead to catastrophic failures. Even though the walls of the 18th floor have been mended by Zhou metallic abilities, Wan Changshan himself possesses similar powers, thus melting through a metallic barrier poses no challenge for him. However, upon finally breaching the 18th floor, he discovers no trace of the culprit. At this juncture, Zhou lies concealed in the ceiling, transformed into a spider-like form, silently patting her small chest. Phew, that was close. Her heart races as she peeks through a narrow crack, observing Wan Changshan's frantic search below. After wreaking havoc throughout the 18th floor without finding the true culprit, he ascends to the rooftop, only to find nothing. He subsequently descends to the 17th floor. Zhou, in a state of heightened anxiety, clings to the ceiling, scarcely daring to move, until at last, she awaits the countdown to the game's conclusion. Before departing, she checks her poison status, 48 m. Fortunately, it is only 2 digits away from her demise. She is relieved to have persevered until the end. Gazing at her surroundings, Zhou feels somewhat dazed. The perspective seems amiss. Why does her home appear to have been infinitely magnified? Furthermore, the enlarged space envelopes her with a profound sense of oppression, rendering her feeling akin to an insignificant insect. She reviews her last acquisition, having been too anxious earlier to examine what she had stolen from Wan Changshan. Upon retrieving it, she is momentarily stunned. Could this possibly be the spirit-gathering plate referenced in his notes? If so, she has struck a significant fortune, although this item currently holds little value for her. As she lacks any cultivation abilities and is even uncertain whether she possesses a spiritual root, as for where such a root might reside within her body, she remains utterly ignorant, yet she believes that she shall encounter it in due time. After a refreshing bath and changing into clean attire, she collapses onto her bed, exhausted. The final days of the game have been fraught with tension, leaving her without a proper night's sleep. Now, finally ensconced in a safe place, free from sudden threats, she deserves a restful slumber. Thus, she sleeps soundly for a full day and night, only awakening when hunger rouses her. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she prepares a simple meal and eagerly begins to tally her gains. Although her points in the real world are modest, they suffice for the time being, as her space is not lacking in resources, and there is no need for her to make any purchases. Upon discovering the 3 unopened boxes she has wrested from Wan Changshan, her heart flutters with excitement. She resolves that such valuable resources must be utilized wisely. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she shall refrain from opening these boxes. as their contents are only usable within the game world. Presently, her abilities, while not claiming to be exceptional, are certainly not deficient. Opening the communication channel, she observes that there are now 88 survivors, with a loss of 10 individuals on the final day. However, it stands to reason that these remaining 88 individuals are not to be underestimated. After all, only those with a modicum of skill can endure until the end of this game. Chapter 85. Thus it is. Upon entering the communication channel, Joanne finds herself bewildered by the discussions unfolding. Prior to this, when she had inquired about the little red figures, no one had responded, leading her to believe she was the sole victim. She had suspected that there was some unique source of contagion within her building, but after reading the conversations, she realizes the truth is far different. Some even mention her in the channel, expressing disdain for how she nearly jeopardized everyone. They claimed that some of the deceased may have perished due to her influence. Through eavesdropping, Joanne learns that these little red figures are not extraterrestrial beings, but rather a virus spawned from a meteor explosion. Those infected with the virus, with an index exceeding 50 transform into the very figures she has witnessed. The mode of transmission for this virus is astonishing, transmitted through the heightened activity of brain waves. Anyone who has participated in discussions about this topic or has fixated on the infected individuals causes their brain cells to become sufficiently active, thus leading to infection. However, this virus also possesses an incubation period. This explains why Joanne's poisoning index initially rose slowly but surged dramatically in the later stages. Had the game not concluded when it did, she too might have become a little red figure. Once transformed, the game system would automatically declare the player deceased and expel them from the communication channel. Yet Joanne feels no blame for herself, who could have anticipated that the mode of transmission would hinge upon active brainwaves. This method is utterly absurd. Furthermore, the activation index of the brainwave contagion must be related to this particular virus to trigger the infection channels. Alas, it is no wonder that when she posed questions in the communication channel, no one paid her any heed. Perhaps later, others grew weary of her frequent inquiries, fearing that she might utter something inappropriate that would accelerate everyone's brainwave activity and thus quash the discussion of the little red figures. Feeling somewhat weary, Joanne exits the communication channel, wishing to refrain from further comments for the time being. She senses an overwhelming awkwardness enveloping her, and though she cannot articulate its source, this discomfort renders her silent. Without the incessant nagging of Zhou Kong and Tang Shuejia, her days have become tranquil, allowing her even the luxury of leisurely strolls through the streets. The entry into the survival game is no longer a secret. While it may not be common knowledge, over 90% of the populace is now aware, and many have compiled their experiences and shared them on local networks. Consequently, the market has seen novel offerings, albeit at steep prices. Thus, the public's reception has been favorable in any circumstance. Regardless of the hardships faced, there are always the impoverished and the affluent, and the disparity between them is often stark. This reality holds true even in the apocalyptic world. Therefore, while the items brought forth from the game may carry hefty price tags, they are not difficult to sell. Indeed, they are in high demand, as most available goods are consumables, particularly food and beverages. Due to the constraints of space, players can only bring back a limited number of items, which further exacerbates the supply and demand imbalance. However, Joanne has no intention of purchasing anything as a player. She lacks need for ordinary supplies, and as for tools, not only are they rarely sold, but if they are, it is within the trading channel for game points rather than for real-world currency. Based on her own experiences, the items acquired from the game render real-world points less significant. As for transportation, the safety zone is compact, with ample public transport options that require minimal points to utilize. Most individuals have secured their own residences, and those who rent find that monthly rents are reasonable, barely impacting their points. Even if one were to exchange real-world points, a small amount of food suffices for the transaction, eliminating the need to sell tools. Thus, those possessing tools utilize them for personal advancement, for only by enhancing their own strength can they more effectively gather resources within the game, increasing their chances of survival. Presently, the most fervent topic of discussion revolves around whether one might be fortunate enough to be selected for the next round of the game. As various strategies circulate online, many have begun to prepare in secret, particularly concerning the selection of spatial carriers, with nearly 99% opting for rings, bracelets, and watches, as these options facilitate ease of resource collection. Yet, the fleeting nature of blissful moments is evident, as 10 days swiftly pass by. and the time to enter the game draws near. Zhou has made all necessary preparations, as the upcoming game approaches. Devoid of any advantages beyond her innate abilities, she must ready herself for the unknown that awaits, particularly regarding the loss of her foresight. Thus, she steels herself for the trials ahead. Chapter 86. The Melting Ice 1. Firstly, it was imperative to relocate the majority of supplies to alternate spaces. In her own space, she stored 2 bottles of water, 2 boxes of milk, and a package of vacuum-sealed biscuits, along with a large backpack and a hand-pulled cart filled with several sizable shopping bags, as well as a rather sharp dagger. Additionally, before the game commenced, she aimed to ensure she was well fed and hydrated. She certainly did not wish to enter the game in search of sustenance, as doing so on an empty stomach would undoubtedly hinder her agility once immersed in the game. The countdown swiftly approached its conclusion, and as the scene transitioned rapidly, Zhou found herself within the game. How chilling! This was Zhou immediate impression upon entering the game. Although she was already clad in long sleeves and trousers, she still could not withstand the abrupt cold. Her gaze darted around, realizing that her space contained no warming garments, and accessing such clothing necessitated retrieving other items from her alternate spaces. Whether extracting from her own or from another space, she needed to find a secluded area first. Surrounding her were numerous large blocks of ice, each uniquely shaped. Their considerable size rendered them somewhat opaque. Moreover, it appeared that this time, all players had been deposited in the same location, as she observed many bewildered faces around her. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Zhou. She recalled that nearly all participants entering the game were novices without any prior experience, and among those she could see, hardly anyone was dressed in winter attire. It was likely that before the true disaster struck, conflicts would arise amongst these players. Although she possessed a trump card and could easily extricate herself even if beset by several opponents, the sheer number of players made her reluctant to reveal her capabilities. Consequently, Zhou quickly lowered her head, and when she raised it again, her expression had transformed. With arms crossed, she hastened her pace towards the nearest large ice block, but not too swiftly, as she noticed the ground was treacherously slippery, and a misstep could result in a painful tumble. Luckily, the ice block was merely a few meters away, and she soon reached it. However, as she circled to the back, she discovered 4 or 5 individuals there. Narrowing her eyes, she pivoted towards another ice block, only to find it occupied as well. At that moment, Zhou felt as though she might freeze entirely. Even her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and her feet, clad in sneakers, felt numb against the icy ground. Since the area was teeming with people, she abandoned the idea of seeking a secluded corner, realizing that by the time she found one, she might well succumb to the cold. Thus, after circumventing yet another ice block and noticing only 3 individuals present, she unhesitatingly retrieved a ring from her inventory and slipped it onto her finger. This ring, originally belonging to a man, fit perfectly on her middle finger. She quickly extracted a down jacket from within and donned it, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the 3 individuals. Should they pose any threat, she was confident in her ability to dispatch them with ease. Her actions indeed caught the attention of the trio, who fixed their eager gazes upon her. One man even trembled as he approached her, saying, Miss, do you have any extra warm clothing? Could you spare me a piece? I feel as though I'm freezing to death. Zhou responded with icy indifference, I don't have any. Who could have anticipated such ghastly weather upon entry? I didn't prepare additional garments. The man's expression remained neutral, as if he had anticipated her refusal, yet he continued to close the distance, asking, Then do you have any other clothing? It doesn't have to be a winter coat. I'm not picky. Zhou straightened her posture, her hands seemingly adjusting the zipper, though in reality, she was gathering her strength, poised to act. Maintaining a calm facade, she did not vocalize her objections as he approached. But when he was within 2 meters, his foot slipped, causing him to lunge towards her, arms outstretched to seize her by the throat. Zhou made no move to evade, appearing momentarily startled by the sudden turn of events, leaving him with a self-satisfied grin. Yet, before that grin could fully bloom, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The reason Zhou had not dodged was that she had been waiting for him to collide with her to strike. Looking down at his chest, he saw blood saturating his already thin garment. Dizziness overcame him, and the hands that had aimed to grasp Zhou throat found only air. Meanwhile, Zhou Ainen had inexplicably evaded to the side. Now standing at least 2 or 3 meters away, the man could scarcely comprehend how swiftly she had moved. Having activated a teleportation skill, Zhou Ainen remained composed. The knife she had thrust into him was not merely a jab. She had twisted the blade upon insertion before withdrawing it, and it had penetrated directly into his heart. Thus, that single strike was more than sufficient to claim his life. The other two individuals stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for Zhou Ainen's swift and ruthless response. Was this the mentality of an experienced player? As they regained their wits, one screamed and fled, while the other retreated silently, likely fearful that turning his back on Zhou Ainen would lead to his demise. Zhou Ainen swiftly retrieved a pair of cotton shoes from her ring space, ignoring the two fleeing figures, and rapidly changed her footwear, observing that the two had escaped and the man on the ground was now barely clinging to life. She advanced and delivered a final strike to his neck, ensuring his demise. She then removed a ring from his lifeless hand, discovering it was indeed his space carrier, only 1 cubic meter in size. And it was empty. Well, empty was not entirely accurate. It contained 2,000 currency and an identification card, items every player received upon entering the game, though they seemed of little use in this particular scenario. After thoroughly searching the body, Zhou Ainen transformed into an all-white cat, blending seamlessly into the icy landscape, rendering her inconspicuous. With just a few agile leaps, she departed the area, her sharp claws gripping the ice as she effortlessly leaped atop the blocks. Chapter 87. The Melting Ice 2. As the saying goes, a higher vantage point offers a broader view. Although the ice block she ascended was not the tallest, its elevation still granted her a significant perspective, allowing her to observe numerous areas below. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. She could see scattered groups of players, and just in her line of sight, there were easily more than 100. Taking into account the obstructions of the ice blocks and various angles, there were undoubtedly more players beyond her view. Zhou Ainen quickly understood her next course of action. Regardless of the nature of the impending disaster, she needed to secure a safe haven. With only herself atop the ice block, she hastily began rummaging through her various spaces for useful items and ultimately unearthed a fire axe. This axe sparked an idea within her. Given her possession of metallic abilities, she could craft any metallic tool she desired. The fire axe inspired her to carve an ice cave for temporary shelter, allowing her to devise further plans later. While still positioned at a height, Zhou Ainen accessed her panel to review the current task. Congratulations, player Tang Ibution, you have successfully entered the survival game. Your storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 5 cubic meters. A friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If it is lost or damaged, the space within will also be lost or compromised. This does not apply to bound spaces. Players have 2 days to prepare supplies, with an initial capital of 2,000 currency and an ID card now stored in your space. Proceed to gather what you deem necessary. This task requires you to survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special note, death within the game equates to true demise. Strive to endure. Natural disasters are imminent. The countdown begins. Surprisingly, she had been granted 2 days for preparation. Although she remained unaware of the specific disaster she would face, it was reassuring to know that as long as she did not attract the attention of other players in the next 2 days, she would be safe. With this thought, Zhou Ainen reverted to her white cat form and began leaping and running between the ice blocks. She was utterly ignorant of which locations were unoccupied or less crowded. Even from her elevated position, the view was obstructed by other ice formations. Thus, she randomly selected a direction and sprinted with all her might. Zhou Ainen lost track of time, running until she felt a sheen of sweat on her body, all the while remaining vigilant against potential attacks. Clearly, this area was unsuitable for resource gathering, and any player who spotted a white cat would not hesitate to pursue it, disregarding whether it was a transformed human, fixating instead on capturing it for its meat and fur. Therefore, as a white cat, Zhou Ainen found herself evading the pursuit of players, but her speed, coupled with her snowy coat, rendered her adept at concealing herself in this icy realm, allowing her to escape the gathering of newly arrived players unscathed. The crisp sound of metal striking echoed, a melody to the ears. Yet it easily aroused suspicion among others. Thus, Zhou Ainen promptly sought out a piece of cloth, tearing off a strip to wrap around one end of her chisel. With this modification, the strikes produced a dull thud rather than a sharp clang. Still audible but no longer carrying as far, However, the initial sounds had already sparked ideas among nearby players. Seasoned individuals equipped with tools began chiseling their own sanctuaries into the ice. The new players, unfortunately, faced a dire situation. Their spaces activated only upon entering the game, leaving them with nothing but the items they carried. Without tools, breaking off a chunk of ice proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone carving out a proper dwelling. Some astute individuals quickly approached the experienced players, offering to assist in their excavation in exchange for the use of their tools once the work was completed. Despite the ice being solidly frozen, creating a small opening was not overly arduous with the right instruments, though larger cavities required considerable time and effort. With the impending disaster looming just 2 days away, no one was inclined to laboriously carve out a sizable space, especially given the limited hours of that day. Joannen's own excavation yielded a modest hole, just large enough for her to lie within. From her storage, she retrieved 2 moisture-proof mats, rolling them into a semi-cylindrical shape, securing the ends with cloth strips to create a makeshift bed for her sleeping bag. Perched on her temporary bedding, Joannen casually munched on some instant food. Although she possessed a portable stove, cooking within the icy confines was evidently impractical. Aside from the risk of melting the ice and causing drips that could lead to complications, the act of cooking itself would produce smoke, odor, and heat, all of which could attract unwanted attention. She had no desire to be scrutinized, as that might hinder her ability to rest peacefully, to prevent waking from the cold in the middle of the night. Joannen wrapped herself in 2 emergency blankets, leaving only her eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Additionally, she donned a cotton scarf over her face to keep warm without obstructing her breathing. Throughout the night, she adjusted the position of the scarf twice, as the fabric covering her mouth and nostrils grew cold from her breath. Many endured a night of hunger and cold, with some tragically not awakening in the morning, having succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Upon opening the communication channel the next morning, Joannen noted the original count of 1,000 players had dwindled to 875, a loss of 125 even before the disaster had commenced. It was evident that this game would not be an easy endeavor, and it was likely that the number of survivors would be fewer than in the previous game. On the second day at dawn, while having breakfast, she checked her personal information and discovered she had 2 assignable attribute points. After some contemplation, she allocated both points to her strength, raising it from 7 to 9. After reviewing her personal details, she navigated to the trading mall, pondering whether she could sell some supplies in this game. Although first-time players lacked purchasing power, there were still the other 87 seasoned players, who surely had needs of their own. However, after perusing the trading mall, she decided to enter the communication channel first to gauge what items everyone required before determining her own offerings. To her astonishment, she discovered that new players were indeed endowed with purchasing power. The game provided seasoned players with identity cards and 2,000 yuan in starting funds, while new players received identity cards and 2,000 initial points. This disparate treatment naturally bred discontent among the veteran players, who had to toil through an entire game to earn just 1,000 points. In contrast, the newcomers received 2,000 points effortlessly upon their first game. The purchasing power of 2,000 yuan and 2,000 points were worlds apart. Yet the game system, akin to a pre-programmed mechanism, paid no heed to the grievances of the veteran players. Despite lamenting the game's inequity, Joannen understood the rationale. Surrounded by ice, even an abundance of currency would be futile without a place to procure supplies. Veteran players had reserves to rely on, while new players faced a more precarious situation. If granted equal treatment, they would likely perish without a chance of survival. Thus, aside from warmth, food could also become a commodity for trade. Selling water presented challenges, given the abundance of ice. In dire thirst, one could simply gnaw on a chunk of ice. Moreover, heating was impossible, and any water required would be icy cold. Under the current temperatures, unless kept in storage, any exposed water would quickly freeze solid. Though 2,000 points sounded substantial, the reality of surviving a month in these conditions, coupled with the uncertainty of impending disasters, led to careful calculations, with players being frugal with their points, purchasing only when absolutely necessary. This realization rendered the needs of veteran players moot, as catering to the new players' demands proved equally viable. Joannen's stockpile primarily consisted of food and drink, with other items being scarce. Given her past misadventures in the previous game, known to 87 others, she refrained from speaking in the communication channel and instead entered the trading channel. As she organized her supplies, she began listing them for sale. After concluding the previous game with 1,000 points, her current balance was 3,150 points. As she listed her items, she calculated how many points she could accrue if everything sold. Besides having leveled her teleportation ability once, her other powers remained at level 1, so she aimed to accumulate 5,000 points to upgrade her abilities. She selected the metal attribute, believing it would provide the greatest combat efficacy, especially with her newly bolstered strength. Confident, she felt she could survive even the most challenging trials ahead. After spending a significant portion of the day sorting and listing some food, she also placed 10 emergency blankets for sale, each priced at 100 points. These blankets, sourced from her previous endeavors, were surprisingly effective at insulation despite their thinness. Given Zhou Anin's competitive pricing, her items sold out within a mere 2 minutes of listing. However, this success was not solely attributable to her. She had considered the market dynamics beforehand, and she was not the only vendor of emergency blankets, merely the one with the largest inventory. Among the many sellers, her prices were the lowest. Yet, Zhou Anin remained unfazed, having discovered a large box of emergency blankets containing at least 200 pieces. By listing just 10, she aimed to test the waters while urgently needing points to upgrade her metal attribute. Food proved similarly popular, but given that her clientele consisted of novice players, the cheaper the price, the faster the sales. After over an hour of listing, she successfully elevated her metal ability to level 2. This new level unlocked a skill, remote manipulation, allowing her to control objects within a 10-meter range. This meant that as long as an enemy remained within her attack radius, she could conjure daggers, flying needles, and other projectile-like weapons to strike them without getting her hands dirty. Zhou Anin was thoroughly pleased with this development. As the day passed, those who had hastily carved out ice holes the previous day expanded their spaces slightly, allowing for a bit more room to move. However, Zhou Anin remained idle, driven by a sense of lethargy. Soon, the countdown to disaster concluded, yet no one felt any significant changes. Most players, seeking refuge from the biting winds, huddled within their ice shelters, oblivious to the shifting temperatures outside. The gradual rise in temperature was so subtle that even the ice blocks remained unchanged, making it easy for the shifts to go unnoticed. After waiting and observing without any sign of the impending disaster, Zhou Anin's anxiety grew, compelling her to venture outside for a closer look. First, she altered her appearance to appear taller and donned a male coat for added disguise. Upon stepping out of the ice cave, she initially sensed nothing amiss. However, turning her head inadvertently, she noticed droplets of water slowly trickling down the ice block where she had chiseled her dwelling. The ice was beginning to melt. What calamities may arise from the melting of ice and snow? Firstly, the ice blocks upon which they stand pose a significant threat. Should these blocks dissolve beneath their feet, they will be compelled to rely on watercraft such as rafts and boats. Furthermore, the contents lying beneath the melted ice remain an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. These represent potential dangers that could manifest. Zhou Anin felt a surge of anxiety. Her space contained no planks, boats, rubber dinghies, or speedboats. It was primarily filled with items sold by players, and due to the considerable space they occupied, few players had taken the initiative to collect such items. After all, given the constraints of space, even if one managed to gather them, they could not be removed from the small world without sacrificing other possessions, i.e. her original world, which was already resource deficient. Who would willingly relinquish food and drink for items of little utility? Even if placed in the trading market, it was unlikely anyone would make a purchase. Moreover, each time players entered the game, their initial funds were limited. Who would deliberately expend money on such items? Zhou Anin swiftly scoured the trading market and finally stumbled upon an item of potential use, an inflatable mattress, and a double-sized one at that. Perhaps due to its niche appeal, it was priced modestly at just 120 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Anin clicked to purchase it. She was certain others would soon realize its value. Transforming it into a coveted item, with prices likely to rise, or worse, it may become unavailable altogether. After all, utilizing this mattress as a substitute for boats and planks, as well as lifeboats, seemed quite fitting. The inflatable mattress, being buoyant, offered decent flotation, and its double size ensured that individuals could comfortably sprawl without fear of slipping into the water. In light of the current circumstances, its cost-effectiveness was commendable. Just as Zhou Anin confirmed her purchase, another player had also discovered the inflatable mattress, but alas, his reflexes were a mere 0.01 seconds slower, causing him to miss out. The extent of his regret and curses need not be elaborated. As 120 points were deducted from Zhou Anen's account, a mattress accompanied by a manual pump materialized before her. While the pump was handheld, she was nonetheless satisfied. Her space, currently measuring 5 cubic meters, could easily accommodate a 2 by 3 meter inflatable mattress, so she swiftly transferred most of her belongings to other spaces, retaining only essentials. After some effort, she inflated the mattress, ready for the anticipated situation, thus avoiding the chaos of last-minute preparations when disaster strikes. The mattress, fully inflated, was then stored in her space. Though the area of her space was fixed, its shape could be adjusted according to the player's desires. This, of course, was limited to spaces bound to the individual. Commandeered spaces could not be altered. The temperature was rising, albeit slowly, causing only the surface of the ice to melt. The temperature within the ice cave remained relatively unchanged. In this game, where resource collection was scarce, every loss felt keenly. Having secured her belongings, Zhou Anen exited the ice cave, basking in the sunlight's gentle warmth. Observing the players outside, worry etched on their faces. It was clear that the concerns she harbored were shared by many. All were apprehensive about the impending calamity. The absence of watercraft and the inability to find substitutes painted a grim picture for the future. Although the disaster game offered life jackets and flotation devices in the trading market, such items were no replacement for boats, merely ensuring that one would not drown. Moreover, these two items were not inexpensive, each priced at 100 points. However, some players, undeterred by expenditure, purchased multiple flotation devices and life jackets, attempting to secure themselves by fastening the jackets within the rings. Although this approach would still result in wet clothing, it was certainly better than relying solely on life jackets or flotation rings. Yet, only seasoned players possessed such confidence. Newcomers were hesitant to squander their points. Clever individuals devised alternatives, such as binding 4 flotation rings together with rope and covering them with large plastic sheets to create a makeshift raft. In any case, faced with the impending disaster, players were left to their own devices, each scrambling for solutions. On the 4th day of the disaster game, the visible reduction in the ice blocks was evident. Yet the ice layer beneath remained indistinguishable in its melting. Only a layer of water was present atop. It remained uncertain whether this water was runoff from the melting ice, or if the ice layer itself was dissolving. Fortunately, nighttime, devoid of sunlight, kept temperatures lower, slowing the melting process. By the 5th day, the ice cave was no longer habitable, as water began to drip from the interior, and the surface of the ice was now awash. However, this was not the moment to retrieve one's tools. Even though one could still wade through the water atop the ice, doing so risked theft or outright robbery. Thus, Zhou Anen opted to purchase a life jacket. Climbing onto an ice block at night to sit comfortably, hugging her knees and dozing lightly, she dared not fully surrender to sleep. Any rustle would prompt her to awaken and remain vigilant against potential ambushes. Everyone was on guard, yet some still fell victim to misfortune, with occasional screams and curses echoing through the night. Despite the presence of the moon, its light was dim, casting reflections on the ice. While shadows could be discerned, the faces of assailants remained obscured. Chapter 90. The ice melts 5. Having rested poorly that night, Zhou Anen awoke especially fatigued, leading her to remain atop the ice block even as dawn broke. Occasionally dozing off, she patiently awaited the ice's gradual melting. On the 6th day of the disaster game, the sun blazed fiercely, accelerating the melting process. Although she lacked a thermometer to gauge the exact temperature, even the icy water felt insufferably cold, rendering her down jacket inadequate. By noon, many players revealed their crafted tools, as the melting water now reached knee-deep levels. Wearing her life jacket, Zhou Anen also deployed her inflatable mattress. Using her metal manipulation abilities to shape a metal rod, which she plunged into the water to brace against the submerged ice layer, leveraging it to push her mattress away from the crowd. As she unveiled her mattress, several pairs of bloodshot eyes fixated on her. Witnessing their eager demeanor, Zhou Anen prudently distanced herself. The fear of being robbed overshadowed her concerns. Fortunately, she had chosen a position on the periphery of the crowd. Otherwise, escaping would have required considerable effort and risk. This fortunate circumstance was largely due to the fact that most players were inexperienced newcomers. Despite the game granting them 2,000 points, their lack of prior experience left them with scant resources. Had they been more seasoned, even the periphery would have posed a challenge for Zhou Anen. If two parties encountered one another, with one eyeing the other's belongings, conflict would be inevitable, making escape far from straightforward. Another reason the onlookers refrained from pursuing Zhou was her display of metal manipulation. Newcomers understood that players with abilities were not to be trifled with. Although they were entering the game for the first time, they had read numerous experience-sharing posts. Ordinary individuals could hardly hope to contend with those wielding powers. Charging in would be tantamount to courting disaster. Now, the remaining ice blocks were significantly smaller. As Zhou stood upon her inflatable mattress, none of the tallest blocks obstructed her view. She remained vigilant, monitoring her surroundings while adjusting the direction of her mattress with the metal rod. Gradually, she drifted further away from the crowd. With the rod stowed away, she rubbed her now sore arms, settled cross-legged, and retrieved a pack of biscuits, tearing it open to snack on. Even though no one was nearby, she refrained from igniting a fire, as the material of her inflatable mattress was not fire-resistant. Any spark could spell disaster, for she had no second mattress to rely upon. That night, she set an alarm to ring every half hour, forcing herself to remain alert and survey her surroundings. Though she still struggled to sleep soundly, at least she could stretch her limbs now, rather than being confined to a seated position hugging her knees. On the 7th day of the disaster game, Zhou discovered that her metal rod had become ineffective. Even after extending it to 3 meters, it could not touch the bottom. It seemed the ice layer beneath had completely melted away. Uncertain of the water's depth, she shortened the rod to 1.5 meters and flattened one end, fashioning it into a makeshift paddle. However, the metal ore proved exceptionally laborious to maneuver. And after a brief period of rowing, exhaustion set in. She stowed the ore and settled onto the mattress, allowing it to drift freely, for she had distanced herself from the crowd. Within this space, provisions were abundant, and survival was no longer a pressing concern. She opened the communication channel to find many players forming teams, predominantly novice players. Zhou perused the information, quickly realizing that seasoned players were preying upon these newcomers, coercing them to spend their hard-earned points on goods. Once the novices depleted their points and surrendered their possessions, the benevolent ones would leave them to fend for themselves. Yet, many would ruthlessly extract every last drop before dispatching them, seizing their means of survival. The communication channel was rife with lamentations and curses, with some resorting to moralistic tirades, decrying the older players for their lack of conscience. Conscience? Given the nature of this survival game, where it was a matter of life and death, what good was conscience? It only hastened one's demise. Strangely enough, as these new players banded together for warmth, the veterans found themselves increasingly wary. Despite having a few cards up their sleeves, they could only contend with a handful of opponents. If faced with a group of 10 or more, even the most skilled veteran could falter under sheer numbers. However, Zhou noted that the online player count had dwindled to fewer than 600, indicating that by the 7th day of the game, the death toll was nearing half. While she scrolled through the chat logs, her gaze inadvertently lifted to spot a figure in the distance, clad in a life preserver, struggling to swim towards her while calling for help. "Young man, please save me. I have points. If you rescue me, I will give you all my points. I can even offer myself if necessary. Please, I cannot swim any longer." Zhou, not wanting to deal with the hassle, swiftly retrieved the metal ore and began paddling in the opposite direction from the woman. Having altered her appearance and donned male attire, she was perceived by the woman as a man. The woman, believing her beauty and the implication of her words would entice him, was utterly taken aback when Zhou avoided her like the plague. Showing no intent to rescue her and even deliberately distancing herself, the woman's expression contorted before she softened her tone. "Young man, I beg you to save me. If you do, I will do anything you ask." Her voice turned syrupy sweet, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Unfortunately for her, Zhou was a woman herself and had no interest in women, rendering the woman's act of false vulnerability utterly ineffective. Moreover, after her experiences with her brother and sister-in-law, her trust in humanity had plummeted to nearly zero. Thus, this woman was merely throwing seductive glances at a blind man. And considering that this was a disaster game, rather than a peaceful society, how could she possibly justify saving her? Zhou had no desire to relive the tale of the farmer and the snake. Seeing that Zhou remained resolutely indifferent, the woman finally ceased her pleas, glaring daggers at Zhou and an retreating figure. She could swim no more. "Curse that heartless man, leaving me to die. I curse you to not survive until tomorrow." Zhou and An, of course, did not hear the woman's low mutterings. Observing that the woman had ceased her pursuit, she stopped paddling and sat back on the mattress, retrieving a bottle of drink from her supplies. Sipping leisurely, she opened the game panel to check the communication channel. As the mattress drifted aimlessly, the distance between the two women grew until they could no longer see one another. The channel was sparsely populated with speakers, indicating that most were engrossed in their struggle for survival, too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. Although novice players possessed 2,000 points, they found themselves utterly helpless in the face of the current circumstances. Without purchasing several life preservers and life jackets before the ice melted, they had lost their chance. They had initially thought that possessing one life preserver or jacket would suffice to keep them alive. But now, surrounded by an endless expanse of water, not a trace of land in sight, they realized that humans could not endure prolonged immersion in water. Reluctantly, they had to spend more points to acquire additional flotation devices, hoping to fashion them together to at least avoid being submerged all day long, lest they succumb to despair. Fortunately, the game store allowed unlimited purchases of flotation devices and life jackets. Otherwise, the death toll would have been even higher. Some players made swift decisions to construct makeshift rafts, while others, reluctant to part with their points, opted to wait and see if new watercraft would be introduced to the store or if they could seize others' hard-earned vessels. Yet, the reality was that the game store's inventory had not been refreshed, and pilfering from others proved far from easy. When the time came that they could no longer hold on and sought to build their own rafts, many found themselves lacking the strength to do so, especially since these tasks could only be undertaken during the day. Since the ice had melted, the nights had become pitch black, devoid of even a glimmer of moonlight. While it wasn't completely dark, visibility was severely limited. Thus, the number of casualties began to rise. On the 8th day of the disaster game, Zhou awoke to find the sky already dimly lit. Suddenly, she noticed something floating nearby. The distance was considerable, and the morning light was poor, making it difficult to discern. She hastily retrieved her binoculars and, upon closer inspection, felt a surge of joy as she recognized the object as a piece of wood. This was a valuable find. She quickly grabbed the oar and paddled laboriously towards the floating object. As she drew nearer, she realized it was a door, seemingly made of density board, now somewhat warped from being submerged, with edges curling up slightly, and it even had a piece of glass embedded in its side. Zhou quickly maneuvered it closer and lifted it onto one side of the mattress. This was far more stable than the inflatable mattress. She retrieved a portable stove from her supplies, placed it on the wooden door, filled a pot with water using her water manipulation ability, ignited the stove, and began to boil water. Once boiling, she added a packet of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a small pack of pickled vegetables, preparing herself a steaming bowl of soup noodles. This marked the first time she had warm food since entering the game. And as she ate, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. She devoured the entire pot of hot noodle soup, feeling warmth envelop her from the inside out as the sun rose higher. The temperature began to climb, prompting Zhou to shed her winter coat and store it away, leaving her in only her thermal top and bottom. After exerting some effort, she tied a cross knot in the ropes of the mattress. Then, she took 2 additional ropes and secured them in a cross pattern on the wooden door. Subsequently, she tied a single rope to the mattress's ropes, fastening one end around her waist, and leapt into the water. She pulled the wooden board down from the mattress and secured it to one side, thus enlarging her usable space atop the mattress. Once she had firmly secured the 2 items, she climbed back onto the mattress. With the addition of the wooden board, Zhou decided to set up a tent on the mattress. As she had a ready-made tent in her supplies, she quickly assembled it, without the use of storm pegs. She tied a rope to each of the 4 corners of the tent, then jumped back into the water, threading the ropes through the bottom of the mattress to secure the tent in place. Climbing up the wooden board, she scanned her surroundings, confirming there were no other souls in sight. Swiftly, she stripped off her damp clothing and slipped into the tent, changing into dry clothes from her supplies. With the wooden board now serving as a makeshift kitchen, Zhou was able to enjoy warm meals for both lunch and dinner. She was immensely grateful for her water manipulation ability. Otherwise, the scant water she had stored would have been insufficient. Though players were selling filtered water in the trading channel, she had no way of knowing the source of that water before filtration. Just moments earlier, she had spotted a floating corpse in the water, its body bloated and pale from submersion. If that water had been contaminated with bodily remains, Zhou Anan felt no inclination to risk consuming it. Even for washing, the thought was unpalatable. Thankfully, her water manipulation ability not only provided her with drinking water but also made personal hygiene manageable. Were it not for the lack of containers, she would have considered selling water. However, she thought to search the trading channel for empty mineral water bottles. Acting on a whim, she indeed found some. Empty mineral water bottles were not highly valued, costing only 5 points for a set of 10. Zhou Anan quickly purchased a substantial quantity. Of course, she didn't buy them from just one seller, as no single individual had that many empty bottles to sell. Zhou Anan bought 320 bottles in total, acquiring everything she could find, then began filling the empty bottles with water using her water manipulation ability before listing them for sale. Water manipulation: pure water, sourced clean, odorless, approximately 500 milliliters per bottle. Priced at 8 points. This was a reasonable price. Currently, filtered water was usually priced around 5 points, while unopened mineral water was selling for over 10 points. Thus, Zhou Anan set her water at a fair middle price. On the first occasion, 30 bottles were launched, representing the maximum quantity that could be released in a single instance by a first-level water-based ability. The sales were unexpectedly robust. Within less than 10 minutes, all 30 bottles had vanished. It was evident that the sight of corpses floating on the water was not limited to a solitary observer, as the incident was also reported in the communication channel, prompting speculation regarding the source of the filtered water. Even though the water had undergone filtration, its contact with the bodies rendered it not merely unappetizing but potentially nauseating, and there was a looming risk of unknown viruses. Furthermore, despite the filtration process, a peculiar taste could still be discerned, perhaps a psychological effect. Compounding this, Zhou Anan's water was priced reasonably. Another individual offered water infused with the power of abilities, yet at 10 points per bottle. Zhou Anan's product was clearly favored. The status of others regarding their abilities remained a mystery. With the melting of the ice, visibility was no longer obstructed, and for the sake of personal safety, individuals tended to maintain their distance from one another, contrasting with previous times when new players were compelled to band together against seasoned ones. In truth, even among the veteran players, unity was lacking. In this game, there were no designated resource collection points, making the supplies within established players' spaces objects of envy. Killing a seasoned player not only allowed one to seize their space, but also to acquire the accumulated resources from prior games. Who wouldn't be tempted by such prospects? After all, the allure of unexpected wealth from such deeds was enticing, and thus the veterans were cautious of each other. Although some possessed formidable strength, those who had survived the earlier rounds were anything but reckless. Concerns for their safety prompted a desire to distance themselves. This self-preservation instinct led to an increasing physical gap among players, and without the ice obstructing their view, they could detect potential dangers or approaching individuals from afar, allowing them to take timely precautions, such as avoiding contact. On the 11th day of the disaster game, Zhou Anan encountered 2 floating objects. One was a corpse, so waterlogged that its original appearance was unrecognizable. It was somewhat inaccurate to say it was unrecognizable, as the face was marred by numerous wounds, yet the blood had long since washed away. The other body was intact, belonging to a female who appeared to have endured something terrifying before her demise. With her eyes wide open in horror, her clothing was shredded, leaving only tattered scraps hanging from her body. It was unclear whether the rips were inflicted pre- or post-mortem by some aquatic creatures. Indeed, there were fish in the water, but most individuals lacked the means to cook and thus had not considered fishing, as the situation had not yet reached a point of desperation. Notably, the female corpse bore no signs of having been gnawed upon. She likely had fair skin in life, but now, her limbs were swollen from immersion, rendering her appearance grotesque rather than beautiful. Zhou Anan, feeling a heaviness in her heart, chose to maneuver her mattress and wooden board away from the 2 bloated corpses. A troubling thought crossed her mind. With water all around, were the deceased players now in a similar state as these 2 bodies? If they were still swollen, would decomposition soon follow? Would this taint the water source? Surely, contaminated water would harbor numerous viruses and bacteria. Even without direct contact, merely floating on the surface posed a risk of illness. Contemplating this, she glanced at the surrounding waters, feeling increasingly repulsed. However, there was no escape. The vast expanse of water offered no refuge. All she could do was maintain her personal hygiene, wash her hands diligently, wear a mask, and limit her contact with the water source. By the 17th day of the disaster game, Joanin had been adrift for half a month. One morning, she discovered a corpse pressed closely against her mattress. With a stoic expression, she used her paddle to push it aside, then maneuvered the paddle to quickly distance herself from the body. Over the past few days, encountering several corpses had transitioned from an initial sense of revulsion to a state of numbness. Logically, one would search a corpse for any spatial belongings, as those appearing in these waters were predominantly players. Yet, facing these bloated, pallid, and even beginning to decay bodies, Joanin feared infection from any lurking viruses and had no desire to touch them. Moreover, even if she were to discover a space, it would likely belong to a novice player. With only a cubic meter of capacity and probably devoid of useful contents, she was unwilling to place herself in danger for such trivial gains. In recent days, the communication channel had been rife with complaints, with individuals expressing discomfort and some outright seeking medication. Joanin noted that 80% of those reporting ailments were suffering from fever, vomiting, or loss of appetite, with the remaining 20% exhibiting other symptoms, which she suspected were linked to the corpses. As the temperature rose day by day, the heat became increasingly oppressive. On the 20th day of the disaster game, with midday being the warmest part of the day, Joanin changed into a short-sleeved shirt. Due to the sweltering weather, she opted not to light a fire for cooking and instead retrieved some ready-made food from her space. After finishing her meal, she intended to take a nap in her tent. Before entering, she casually glanced around, only to discover that an individual had appeared nearby without her noticing. At that moment, she was seated in front of her tent, obstructed from view, and had been unaware of the person's approach. As Chapter 93 unfolded, Joanin met the gaze of the stranger, who momentarily froze. Then, with a fierce expression, he unleashed a bolt of lightning towards her. Joanin felt a chill run down her spine. In her perspective, among all abilities, lightning powers held the greatest offensive potential. However, her immediate concern was survival and sustenance. While lightning abilities were formidable, they were not conducive to stealth. The bright flash was conspicuous, day or night. She quickly conjured a metal plate in front of the man, intercepting the lightning bolt mid-flight, resulting in a shower of sparks. It was undeniable that the long-range manipulation of her second-level metal ability was impressive. Though the effective range was limited to 10 meters, it sufficed for Joanin. Otherwise, intercepting the lightning before it reached her mattress would have proven quite challenging. The sudden appearance of the metal plate narrowed the man's eyes in realization. He had surmised correctly that she was not a novice player. Initially, he had aimed to rob a new player, as they were typically easier targets. However, upon approaching and observing Joanin's tent on the water, his interest was piqued. The ability to erect a tent suggested that her floating object had ample surface area. For days, he had been confined to a makeshift raft comprising uneven life rafts, yearning for something more stable to accommodate a tent. Thus, despite recognizing the potential danger, his greed compelled him to hesitate for a few moments before deciding to accede. To his delight, the player had yet to notice him. Just as he was about to stealthily approach, he was unexpectedly discovered at the last moment. As the adage goes, the early bird catches the worm, and upon being detected, he immediately unleashed his ability. He had assumed that she would be caught off guard, yet her reaction was astonishingly swift. Before his lightning could reach her, it was intercepted mid-flight. A tumult of thoughts surged within him, yet the entire exchange transpired in a mere instant. Joanin harbored no such distractions. After conjuring the metal plate, she promptly employed her mental control ability. The man was less than 10 meters away, well within the effective range of her metal abilities. Now, she merely needed to utilize mental control to render him compliant, allowing her to eliminate him with her metal powers effortlessly. His once fierce gaze turned vacant as half-formed energy dissipated from his grasp. Joanin would not afford him any time to react. Her mental control could only last 3 minutes. Thus, a flurry of sharp knives materialized and swiftly targeted the most vulnerable part of his neck. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3, as the knives sliced through, blood erupted from his wounds, and in a dazed state of mental control, he unwittingly met his demise. With his head nearly severed, the remaining skin connected his neck to his body, which collapsed onto the floating object he had been occupying. Joanin retrieved her paddle and glided toward the newly deceased body. As it had just succumbed to death, she felt compelled to collect items from it. Given that he possessed lightning abilities, he was undoubtedly no novice player. This was at least his third game. Thus, his space was likely larger than 3 cubic meters. She carefully removed a ring from his thumb, which contained his spatial belongings. Upon inspection, she discovered 4 cubic meters of space, indicating that he had entered during the second game, qualifying him as a seasoned player. However, Zhou Anin harbored no sympathy for him. In fact, she felt quite pleased after unexpectedly coming into a small fortune. Almost 3/4 of his space was filled, and upon a cursory glance, the items appeared to be a hodgepodge of various kinds. Zhou Anin speculated that a portion of these items was likely pilfered from others. The adage "killers are invariably killed" holds true. Yet, given that this individual had stolen from others, it stood to reason that he might possess additional spatial equipment. Correct? Zhou Anin meticulously searched once more and indeed discovered 2 more items nestled in his pockets. One was a slightly worn ruby ring, while the other was a silver band engraved with a star motif. Upon examination, both spatial compartments measured a cubic meter. Thus, this seasoned player had indeed robbed 2 novice players. But now, all of it belonged to Zhou Anin. She gleefully stowed away her newfound treasures, pushed the corpse into the water, and began dismantling the lifebuoys that were tied together. This individual was quite the character. Perhaps in his quest for comfort, he had meticulously bound 3 layers of lifebuoys to prevent himself from accidentally stepping into the water. Ensuring that the areas for standing or resting remained dry, he had indeed gone all out, utilizing 16 lifebuoys for each layer, amounting to a total of 48 lifebuoys for this makeshift abode. Zhou Anin had no intention of keeping these, so she dismantled them and promptly put them up for sale. Despite being second-hand, they still attracted buyers willing to part with a few points. She washed her hands with the water conjured by her powers, having gotten blood all over them while rummaging through the corpse, even smearing some onto her sleeves. Learning from past experiences, Zhou Anin refrained from sitting idly in front of the wooden plank during the day. She frequently shifted her position or stood up to survey other directions, ever wary of potential ambushes. Later on, she encountered 2 other players from a distance, but upon spotting each other, they deliberately evaded one another. On the 25th day of the disaster game, aggressive fish appeared in the water. Fortunately, their numbers were limited and their attack power was not particularly formidable, leaving a considerable chance of survival for those who encountered them. However, the paramount concern was to prevent these fish from damaging her inflatable mattress. If that were to happen, she would have no replacement. In such an event, she would have to resort to stacking lifebuoys like the unfortunate soul who perished before her. Therefore, when faced with schools of such fish, she opted to either depart quickly or remain painfully silent, avoiding any disturbances that might startle them. Zhou Anin chose the latter approach, as her iron paddle rendered her unable to move swiftly. Of course, these insights were gleaned from the shared experiences of other players in the group. Chapter 94. Ice Melting 9. As these aggressive fish surfaced, the rate of player disappearances accelerated, only slowing once these experiences were disseminated. Zhou Anin was fortunate, having only encountered 1 school of such fish, which she managed to evade by hiding silently in her tent. On the 20th day of the disaster game, Zhou Anin once again encountered a school of fish. And this time, their numbers had multiplied significantly. From a distance, the vibrant school appeared like a swirling mass of colorful clouds, shimmering under the sunlight. Recalling her previous encounter with fish, Zhou Anin reasoned that if she remained silent in her tent, holding her breath to conceal her presence, the fish would eventually disperse. Thus, she swiftly dove into her tent, zipping it up but leaving a small gap to discreetly observe the outside world. However, to her astonishment, this time the fish seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, sensing the unusual environment. Rather than merely lingering momentarily and leaving upon detecting no human presence, they gathered around her mattress, circling incessantly. Zhou Anin felt an unsettling intuition that some of these fish had detected her presence, which was why they lingered. These fish could emit sounds, high-pitched and shrill, akin to the squeaks of mice. While the sound of a single fish was negligible, when many fish chorused together, it formed a unique cacophony. Zhou Anin hurriedly retrieved a tissue from her space, crumpling it into 2 balls to stuff in her ears, then focused on her breathing, slowly, even slower. Alas, her spatial body could not accommodate her, nor was it large enough. Otherwise, she would have directly entered her space, taking the mattress and door with her, allowing the fish to circle in vain. Zhou Anin secretly vowed that when she encountered a traveling merchant in future game scenarios, she would definitely purchase a spatial ability to see if it could create a space into which her body could fit. providing a refuge in times of danger. Even if spatial abilities, like others, had cooldown periods or could not be accessed when depleted, with proper planning, they could serve as an effective means of evasion. She regretted not considering such a possibility earlier. Her thoughts had been solely on revenge, and with her current spatial equipment deemed sufficient, she had overlooked the need for spatial abilities. However, aside from purchasing abilities in such unique circumstances, she could also buy them with points in the trading mall, albeit at a higher cost. Furthermore, she surmised that enabling her body to enter would not be achievable with a basic ability alone. It would require upgrading, which necessitated a considerable sum of points. Nevertheless, during this game, despite having spent 5,000 points to upgrade her metal ability, her persistent water sales had amassed her a total of 8,720 points. With 2.5 days remaining before the game concluded, she anticipated earning further points, and upon completion, she would also receive an additional 1,000, making it feasible to purchase another ability. Yet, given the current situation, this distant hope offered little immediate relief. The standoff continued for roughly 40 minutes. And as Zhou grew increasingly despondent, preparing herself for a desperate gambit, the cacophony outside gradually receded. Only when the sounds completely faded did she allow herself a small sigh of relief. However, her unease persisted, prompting her to approach the tent's entrance, peering through the gap to observe. Noting the absence of any movement outside, she cautiously unzipped the tent and emerged. Indeed, the school of fish had vanished without a trace. To ensure her safety, she decided to move slightly away from her previous position. Zhou, drenched in sweat, maneuvered the metal paddle. Its weight was considerable, and after merely half an hour of effort, she was already perspiring profusely. By the end of the hour, she was in a state of disarray. The rest of the day passed without further encounters with the fish, yet Zhou remained on high alert, vigilantly scanning her surroundings until night fell. Perhaps it was her nature, but she had not heard any players in the trading channel mention that these fish would attack humans at night. She remained uncertain whether, in the final 2 days of the game, the fish would be unleashed to increase the difficulty for players. Overall, that night, Zhou slept fitfully, but fortunately, no incidents occurred, and she successfully reached dawn. Of course, there was also the possibility that players in need of water had already exhausted their points. For in Zhou's view, 2,000 points were hardly sufficient. Chapter 95. Ice Melting Tin. After all, aside from purchasing water and food, players also required other daily necessities and survival tools, making it entirely reasonable for points to dwindle by the game's conclusion. It was akin to receiving a paycheck that barely lasted until the end of the month. With only 2 days remaining, Zhou remained on edge, meticulously watching for any signs of trouble. As for the wooden board connected to her mattress, despite her efforts to secure it with countless ropes over the past 3 days, it had begun to succumb, and by today, it was nearly unserviceable. Zhou dared not step onto it, fearing it would collapse entirely. For her portable stove, she had fashioned a thin metal plate with her metal ability to secure it, but even then, she refrained from cooking anything too heavy on it. Thankfully, the game was nearing its end-by afternoon. The wooden board finally could no longer withstand the strain and began to disintegrate. Though the rope had been soaked for quite some time and had lost much of its robustness, given that the space was currently empty, she decided to stow it away for the time being. On the 30th day of the Calamity game, today marked the final day of the event. After breakfast, she promptly packed up the tent and retrieved an umbrella from her space, raising it above her head to shield herself from the sun. Since the wooden board had completely disintegrated, she resolved to subsist on instant food for the day, relieved that her space still contained some snacks such as jerky, dried fish, yogurt, candies, rice crackers, and small biscuits, thus not entirely depriving her stomach. The morning unfolded relatively calmly, with no immediate dangers in sight, leaving Zhou somewhat perplexed. Logically, the conclusion of the game should bring about some unexpected occurrences, yet today felt unusually serene. However, as noon approached, the sky suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds hanging low. This, in itself, was not alarming. After all, even if it rained, enduring until midnight was not insurmountable. Yet, as the clouds descended further, the sea began to churn with rising winds, which only intensified. Realizing the impending peril, Zhou hurriedly gathered all her belongings from the mattress into her space, donned a life jacket, and encircled herself with a life buoy. The fierce winds whipped up monstrous waves, crashing relentlessly, and her mattress was tossed about in the chaos. Zhou Anan swiftly tucked the mattress overhead into her space, for it was her sole lifeline and must not be lost, at least not before she exited this game. She felt fortunate for her prior preparations. Otherwise, her situation would have been far more desperate. Yet, even so, she found herself submerged in seawater, drenched from head to toe, with her hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks, occasionally obstructing her vision. As the waves continued to swell and crash, she was repeatedly pulled beneath the surface, only to resurface again. This cycle persisted, and Zhou Anan lost count of how many times she had bobbed up and down. Grasping the life buoy tightly, she fixed her gaze on the approaching waves. And as another wave surged forth, she took a deep breath, filling her lungs with air. As the towering wave swept over her, she was plunged underwater once more, but thanks to the breath she had just taken, she quickly resurfaced when the wave receded. This exhausting ordeal continued, and Zhou Anan was nearing her limit. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, the winds finally began to subside. Although the waves still tossed her about, they no longer dragged her beneath the surface. Gritting her teeth, she secured the life buoy around her waist with the rope and wrapped it several times around her life jacket, allowing herself a moment of relief as she ceased her struggle and surrendered to the currents. Time slipped away, and eventually, the water's surface regained its tranquility. Zhou Anan, now devoid of the strength to even pull out her panel, let herself drift on the sea. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed a semblance of energy returning and retrieved another life buoy, exerting effort to settle her posterior into it, leaving her legs and upper body hanging outside. Feeling the comforting realization that she was no longer fully submerged in water, she was overcome with emotion, nearly moved to tears at the thought of not having to remain like a drowned rat. Taking out a box of milk, she inserted a straw and slowly sipped, replenishing her strength. Following that, she began to snack, and as for the wrappers left behind, she casually tossed them into the water. At this point, who would care about the environment? Once she felt a bit more energized, she retrieved the mattress from her space, gripping the rope tied to it tightly as she laboriously climbed aboard. The mattress was also damp, and Zhou Anan was equally wet. Noticing the absence of any nearby figures, she hastily stripped off her soaked clothing, quickly dried herself with a towel, and donned fresh, dry attire. As the mattress was too wet to sit on without soaking her clothes again, she fetched a survival blanket from her space, unfolded it halfway, and took a seat upon it. Reflecting on the survival blanket, she felt a twinge of regret for having sold fewer than she should have. With the rising temperatures, no one would be interested in purchasing such items now, and she would have to await future opportunities. Although the winds and waves had ceased, the sky remained brooding, as if a downpour could commence at any moment, yet it held off. Almost every player was on edge, akin to someone waiting for the other shoe to drop, never daring to relax their vigilance. The game seemed to be granting them a reprieve, and after about an hour of calm, the rain finally began to fall. Zhou Anan quickly retrieved an umbrella from her space and raised it above her head. Though she was dressed warmly, the icy droplets that struck her skin were uncomfortably damp, yet the umbrella provided some respite. As time passed, the rain intensified, gradually escalating into a torrential downpour, the droplets pelting the umbrella with a cacophony that sounded as though they were intent on breaching its surface. Moreover, the temperature began to drop. Not quite to freezing, yet enough to induce shivers. Zhou Anan wrapped herself in another survival blanket while beginning to list her blankets for sale. Though it was the game's final moments and not everyone might be willing to spend, selling even one would be better than losing everything. She believed that those who survived this game would certainly add survival blankets to their inventory lists, even if opportunities arose to sell in the future. Competition would likely drive the prices down. As Zhou Anan had anticipated, despite her modest pricing, sales were slow. By around 9 in the evening, the rain began to taper off. Not daring to sleep, she pulled out her panel and opened the communication channel, seeking to pass the time by observing others' conversations. With only a few hours remaining until the game concluded, who could predict if any last-minute surprises would arise? Thus, staying alert seemed prudent. The number of participants in the communication channel dwindled to fewer than 300. While it appeared dire, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous game, where only 88 players had remained. Nevertheless, she could not ignore that not only had resources been scarce, but she had also narrowly escaped with her life. Tian Ningming. Who could argue otherwise? The new players entering this time have been exceedingly unfortunate, deprived even of the chance to gather resources, merely receiving those 2,000 points. Had I not meticulously calculated my rations, I might not have made it to the end of the game. Surviving is hard. You'll come to realize this in time. No survival game is devoid of challenges. One must remain vigilant and devise ways to enhance their own capabilities. Otherwise, one might not survive to see another game. Ding ding. Does anyone know how to apply for game withdrawal? I no longer wish to participate in any survival games. I am not envious of those resources. I would rather live a humble life than risk it all. Heart condition. What a fanciful thought. Once selected for a game, one loses the right to withdraw. Until one meets their end in the game, it remains irrevocably concluded. These remarks sent an icy silence through the chat channel, and after several minutes, conversations resumed. Zhou remained silent for a considerable time before quietly exiting the communication channel. She then checked the trading channel, discovering that of the 20 survival blankets she had listed, 8 remained unsold, and her account balance had surpassed 9,200 points. Once the game concluded, she would assuredly exceed 10,000 points. This time, she was determined to purchase a spatial ability. Subsequently, she aimed to focus on upgrading that ability, striving to attain a level that would allow her to retreat into her space for refuge. Though she considered listing more items to potentially earn additional points, it was already 10:30, with only an hour and a half until the game ended. After some contemplation, she decided against further endeavors. Instead, she opted for a refreshing shower. After a quick meal, she did not bother to organize her supplies, for there was little to arrange, and she climbed into bed, promptly falling into a deep slumber. The final days had been overwhelmingly exhausting, both physically and mentally. This slumber lasted until midday the following day. Had it not been for her rumbling stomach awakening her, she might have slept for several more hours. Taking out a box of self-heating rice, she added water and waited for it to warm while attending to her hygiene. Once she had eaten, she finally accessed her personal information. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength, 9 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 7 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skill, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points. Metal ability level 2, material creation, metal deformation, remote control water ability level 1, water generation, water flow control transformation skill level 1. Can transform into 30 different objects mental control level 1. Can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes equipment, Thief's Hand. Can select a target to activate the stealing skill. Successfully obtaining a random item from the target, with a cooldown of 1 hour, distributable attribute points, 2 points. 10320 communication channel, activated trading channel, activated. She allocated both attribute points to speed. While currently the auditory value is the lowest, in terms of survival, enhancing hearing does not hold much significance. Next in line, the lowest value is speed, so it is imperative to focus on improving speed. Subsequently, I accessed the trading channel and located the section for abilities, spending 10,000 points to acquire the spatial ability. Level 1 spatial ability. Storage space, length 2 meters, width 5 meters, height 2 meters. Limited to storing non-living objects. Upon upgrading to level 3, living entities, including the host's body, may enter briefly. To my astonishment, the level 1 spatial ability grants a storage space of 20 cubic meters, far exceeding the incremental 1 cubic meter I had gained from each game. I found myself hopeful for the future, even with only 320 points remaining. Indeed, while the game presents numerous tantalizing items, survival is paramount. Otherwise, even if one revels in the game, it amounts to merely 30 days left in life. As the saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. With a group of naysayers around, as the 10-day countdown concluded, the game interface materialized, revealing that the newly selected participants for the next game were expressions of despair. Chapter 97. Earthquake 1. As the countdown reached its end, the scene before me transformed. I remained calm, retrieving my identification card from my space and glancing at it. The name still read Zhou, and my face remained unchanged. The card bore an address, though I was uncertain of its distance from my current location. Entering a shopping mall, I headed straight for the restroom and opened the task panel to inspect it. Although I knew the task panel wouldn't reveal the impending disaster, it would at least indicate how much time remained before calamity struck, allowing me to plan my next moves accordingly, especially since I had landed in a major city. Gathering supplies would pose no challenge, and with my ample storage space, I aimed to ascertain whether I could fill it to capacity this time. I had considered selling off my smaller storage spaces. But the current situation was that the new players who entered the game last time possessed little in terms of points. Even after the game concluded, the system rewarded a mere 1,000 points. And even a 1 cubic meter space held a value exceeding 800 points. After all, who could say when the next opportunity to gather supplies would arise? If it were to resemble the previous game, then points would equate to life-saving resources. As for selling to seasoned players, given the death rates of the recent games, who among them did not possess 5 or 10 storage spaces? The importance of points was self-evident. For experienced players, purchasing spaces with points was far less exhilarating than seizing them directly. Those who survived multiple rounds of slaughter were certainly not timid, nor were they altruistic. Should I lower my prices? I would be unwilling. The notion of trading with real-world goods and points was utterly unacceptable to me. Therefore, I decided to wait, hoping to find an easier game world to earn points before selling off my surplus spaces. Additionally, all my spaces combined only amounted to a little over 40 cubic meters, which was, frankly, rather insufficient. The panel displayed, "Congratulations, player Tang Yu has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space expanded by 1 cubic meter. Now totaling 6 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will similarly be lost or damaged. Spaces already bound are not subject to this limitation. Players have 1 hour to prepare supplies. Initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an ID have been placed in storage. Hurry and gather what you deem necessary. This mission. Survive 30 days in the survival game. Important note, death in the game equates to true death. Strive to stay alive. As disasters loom, the countdown begins. Excellent. The countdown shows 12 hours remaining, meaning there is ample time today to gather supplies. Of course, the funds provided by the game are insufficient, necessitating the sale of jewelry collected from my spaces. Upon exiting the restroom, I carried a backpack and entered the supermarket within the mall. After a quick survey, I filled a shopping cart, spending 820 yuan. Outside, a multitude of electric bikes and bicycles cluttered the square. I maneuvered my cart to a wall at the edge and began loading items into my backpack, simultaneously smuggling them into my storage space. With such a large quantity of goods, filling just the backpack seemed implausible, so I requested 2 large shopping bags, though I refrained from packing them at the checkout. Thus, I continued to load items while stealthily transferring them into my space. Once I left the parking lot, I bore a fully stocked backpack while each hand carried a not-so-full shopping bag. I quickly made my way to a pocket park at the street corner, settling in a relatively concealed spot. Moments later, I emerged again, but the 2 shopping bags had vanished, and my backpack was now empty. This time, I did not head straight to the supermarket, as my funds had dwindled to just over 1,000 yuan. Instead, I entered a jewelry store. Upon exiting, I found myself with 12,000 yuan in cash. Indeed, lacking a bank card or phone in this game world, cash was my only option. I then visited 2 more jewelry stores, and my funds climbed to 38,000, this total also including the leftover 1,000 from the game system. Finally, I stepped into a mobile phone store, spending over 4,000 yuan on a phone and obtaining a SIM card using my ID. Afterward, I hailed a taxi and headed to a car rental agency. Renting a small cargo van. I lacked a driving license for this world. I also hired a driver, for I certainly did not wish to risk being pulled over for unlicensed driving, which could waste precious time. The driver parked the vehicle at the wholesale food market, and once the van was secured, I paid him off and sent him on his way, the wholesale food market. I quickly spent the remaining amount of just under 30,000 yuan, nearly filling the cargo area of the van. Pretending to organize supplies in the back, I discreetly closed the doors, leaving a crack open. I then retrieved the smaller spaces and filled them with the gathered items, and once those were full, I transferred the remainder into the space created by my spatial ability. Afterward, I called for the driver again, this time directing him to the bustling downtown area, where I found a large supermarket and parked in its lot. By now, 6.5 hours had elapsed since entering the game, leaving just 5.5 hours until disaster struck. After sending the driver away, I resumed my search for nearby jewelry stores, still opting for cash as time was of the essence, and I had no opportunity to acquire a bank card. Each jewelry store I visited could easily dispense 10,000 yuan in cash, and given the bustling urban setting, ATMs were plentiful, so the stores readily accommodated my requests. After visiting several jewelry stores, my previously nearly depleted funds had now swelled to over 50,000. Chapter 98. Earthquake. 1 hour had passed, leaving only 4.5 hours until disaster. Time was of the essence, so I promptly entered the mall for shopping. This time, I inquired about the location of an outdoor supply store and conducted a significant purchase, spending over 10,000 yuan to acquire the essentials. Given the quantity of items, I could not carry them all alone, so I requested the shop owner to pack them for delivery to the parking lot. The owner readily agreed and instructed the staff to prepare my order. While the outdoor supply store's owner assembled my order, I dashed to nearby eateries, ordering dozens of meals, and the act of packing food was seamlessly integrated into my space, leaving only a few non-soupy containers in my backpack. Once back at the parking lot, I opened the van's trunk for the staff to load the supplies inside. After several rounds of shopping, I not only secured numerous instant foods and condiments but also bedding, linens, and plenty of clothing, especially undergarments, which I purchased in extra sets. I replenished my stock of camping stoves and gas canisters, as well as sanitary products, milk powder, dried fish, jerky, various hams, and a substantial amount of durable fresh fruits and vegetables. While buying minimal quantities of perishables, the countdown approached 40 minutes until disaster onset. My funds dwindled to just over 2,000 yuan. I hid in the cargo area, filling all spaces except for my spatial abilities' inherent space, and packed the remaining items into the van. After exiting, I closed the door behind me and left. Entering the secure passage, I confirmed the absence of surveillance and transformed into a cat, swiftly fleeing the secure area towards my vehicle. Thus, on the surveillance footage, a vehicle seemingly vanished into thin air. However, due to the absence of vigilant observers monitoring the surveillance footage of the parking lot, this scene went unnoticed. This moment, less than half an hour remained before the catastrophe would commence. After presenting her identification, she secured a room, paying not only the 380 yuan for the accommodation but also a deposit of 500 yuan. With the remaining funds, she requested some snacks from the service desk, opting for them to be packed in a bag for immediate delivery to her room rather than waiting for later service. Although it is typical for hotel rooms to provide beverages, instant noodles, and a selection of snacks, as the impending disaster loomed closer, Zhou feared that her cash would soon become worthless paper if not spent. After sending the attendant away and closing the door, Zhou glanced at her phone, noting that only 7 minutes remained before disaster struck. Seizing these precious moments, she began to inspect her surroundings, failing to locate any visible cameras. She promptly covered all the power outlets, lifted the bed linens, and folded them to drape over the television mounted on the wall, having heard in passing that some hotels conceal hidden cameras within their televisions. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the contents of the room began to sway violently, particularly the items on the table, which clattered to the ground amidst the chaos. Even the television quivered precariously, as if on the verge of crashing down. Zhou stood stunned for a moment before surmising that this disaster was likely an earthquake. She swiftly moved to retrieve the packages the attendant had brought in and then hurriedly began gathering her belongings. With a loud crash, the television plummeted to the floor, causing the tremors to intensify, making the room feel as though it would collapse at any moment. In a panic, Zhou quickly stored the bed and its linens into her space before dashing out of the room. Joining the throng, Zhou raced towards the emergency exit, where no one dared to use the elevators. The stairwell was bustling with a continuous stream of people descending. Among the crowd were not only hotel guests, but also service staff and cleaners, each preoccupied with their own urgency as they hurried down the stairs. Some, unwilling to part with their belongings, clung to their suitcases or backpacks, while Zhou, with her hands free, was a rarity. Utilizing her agility score of 8 and a speed score of 9, she swiftly maneuvered past fellow guests burdened with luggage, racing down the staircase. Fortunately, her room was located on the 7th floor, so it did not take long for her to burst into the hotel lobby, which was now in disarray. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Zhou managed to store a vending machine into her space before following the crowd onto the street. As an outsider, she was unfamiliar with the local layout and could only follow the mass of people. The street was far more chaotic than the hotel stairwell, being situated in a bustling commercial district. As they sprinted, heavy objects repeatedly crashed to the ground from nearby buildings, creating a cacophony of noise. Zhou refrained from running too close to the edge of the street, wary of falling debris, and instead kept to the center, following the crowd. After approximately 10 minutes of frantic running, they finally reached a plaza, now teeming with people. The square, which featured a sculpture at its center, lacked any tall buildings, rendering it an ideal refuge from the earthquake. During this time, the ground would occasionally tremble, serving as a reminder that the quake was ongoing. With each tremor, the threat escalated beyond merely falling objects. Some structures began to collapse. Zhou squeezed into the throng, feeling compelled to do so as the influx of people continued to push towards the center of the plaza. As towering buildings crumbled one after another, some individuals began to weep loudly, others sobbed quietly, while some stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant as if they had become lifeless dolls. Chapter 99. Earthquake 3. This earthquake persisted for a full half-hour, gradually diminishing in intensity. Observing the once majestic skyscrapers, many had been reduced to mere piles of rubble, and it was uncertain how many souls had been trapped beneath the debris, unable to escape. Given the current circumstances, the timeline for rescue remained uncertain, and those buried under the ruins were almost certainly facing dire consequences. In this calamity, scarcely a single high-rise had emerged unscathed. All had suffered varying degrees of damage, with some reduced entirely to rubble. Zhou gaze fell upon the nearest shopping mall she had visited, which had previously abutted the square and was now barely discernible in the hazy darkness of the night. The mall was unrecognizable. Much of its structure had collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls standing amidst the ruins. In the silvery moonlight, the former vibrancy had transformed into a ghastly sight, the jagged remnants resembling monstrous claws poised to strike. Zhou contemplated attempting to teleport into the mall, yet hesitated, unsure of the conditions inside and whether there was any viable space for movement. Additionally, she feared aftershocks. Moreover, she had entered the game during daylight, and now, after 12 hours, night had fallen. The city, once ablaze with lights prior to the earthquake, was now shrouded in darkness, save for the moonlight illuminating the vague outlines of her surroundings. Yet, beneath the ruins, the moonlight could not penetrate. Even if one were to enter, visibility would be severely limited. Should misfortune strike, one might easily encounter a secondary collapse. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately decided against it. It was wiser to wait until dawn. Although her space was not entirely filled, the supplies within were sufficient to sustain her for several months. People were packed tightly in the expansive square, akin to sardines in a can. Zhou relinquished her struggle and, like others, resigned herself to quietly awaiting what would transpire next. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed, an hour went by. The earthquake seemed to have subsided, and the anxious populace did not experience a second tremor. Yet still, no one dared to venture into the night. Thus, the crowd remained tightly packed, each individual jostling against the other in a state of anxious anticipation as they awaited the dawn. As the sky gradually lightened, the surroundings became increasingly visible, and Zhou could finally discern the current state of the mall, prompting her to draw a sharp breath in shock. The once prominent signs affixed to the building had long since fallen, and the façade had suffered extensive damage, with only fragments of walls remaining upright. All the windows had shattered, revealing dark, gaping holes. The entrance to the mall was completely obstructed by the debris from above. At the moment the earthquake struck, nightlife was in full swing. The mall and supermarket were still operational, leaving the fate of countless individuals who had failed to escape uncertain, buried beneath the rubble. Other buildings fared no better. The city now lay in tatters, appearing desolate and mournful. As daylight broke, some individuals could no longer contain themselves and began to push through the crowd to leave. Others scoured the ruins for salvable materials, while some hurried towards the general direction of their homes based on fragmented memories. The number of people in the square diminished. Yet, a portion of individuals remained hesitant to depart, fearful that daylight might herald further tremors, leaving them with no time to escape. Zhou gazed towards the sculpture that had once occupied the center of the square, only to discover that it had vanished, presumably having collapsed. Shaking her head in disbelief, she checked her phone, noting that the signal had been lost, evidence that the earthquake had disrupted communication networks. If this were the case, the scale of the disaster was likely even more extensive than she had anticipated. Logically, given that 6 to 7 hours had passed since the earthquake, if only certain areas had been affected, rescue efforts should have commenced by now. However, it was probable that the city's rescuers were now struggling for their own survival. With deliberate steps, she exited the square. Overthinking would yield no benefit. It was more prudent to capitalize on the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, as some supplies trapped beneath the rubble might still be usable. She hurried to sift through the debris, as the mall was conveniently located nearby. Even if another tremor were to occur, Her speed and teleportation skill would likely ensure her safety. Zhou was not alone in her pursuit of the mall. Many others shared her intent. Situated in a commercial district, there were opportunities to scavenge resources from various shops and buildings. Zhou had visited this mall just the day before, recalling that the first and basement levels were filled with supermarkets. Identifying a general location, she began to clear away bricks and rubble, revealing fragments of concrete while searching for usable supplies. The upper layers of this debris offered precious little in terms of salvable materials, likely due to the mall's upper floors being residential areas. After a while, Zhou patience wore thin. The area was crowded and chaotic, preventing her from utilizing her space for transportation, and the weight of the concrete was exhausting. Even with a pair of gloves she had found, her fingers ached painfully after toiling for a time. She halted her activities and sat down amidst the ruins, removing her gloves and retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her spatial pocket. Twisting off the cap to take a drink at this moment, the number of people scavenging through the debris had increased significantly. The once crowded square now held only a handful of individuals. Zhou finally noticed that the collapsed statue had shattered into several pieces, and beneath it, it seemed as though a person was trapped. However, that individual lay utterly still, evidently deceased or on the brink of death. After resting for a while, Zhou resolved to venture a bit farther. Firstly, the absence of others allowed her to utilize her spatial abilities to move the debris, and secondly, the lack of aftershocks from the earthquake had bolstered her courage. Navigating through the remnants, Zhou walked unsteadily, her feet treading upon the uneven rubble, occasionally producing various sounds. She remained vigilant for any salvageable supplies while also being cautious of her footing, aware that a misstep could lead to a fall. She was no invincible being. A tumble amidst the jagged, sharp debris could certainly injure her in this current environment. Even with medical supplies at hand, the risk of infection loomed large. Should she twist her ankle, it would severely hinder her subsequent movements. The uneven ground restricted her speed, and after some time, she realized she had yet to exit the area covered by the shopping mall. The landscape was littered with the remnants of collapsed skyscrapers, rendering the ground a chaotic assortment of debris, with some areas barely recognizable as former streets. She could occasionally glimpse the rooftops of vehicles that remained uncovered, prompting her to speculate about the roads that once existed there. Consequently, Zhou felt uncertain about her bearings. However, moving against the flow towards the square, she found that few people remained. Those visible, scavenging in the ruins, were at a considerable distance, with the nearest being at least 10 meters away. Zhou located a relatively flat piece of concrete and sat down, unnoticed, before retrieving her backpack from her spatial pocket and placing it beside her. She began to meticulously clear away the debris at her feet, collecting larger pieces into her spatial storage, placing them on an inclined slope where some would roll down, while others remained steadfast. After a considerable time, she unearthed a dusty towel, a woman's handbag, a fragment of a tabletop, a charging cable, and some stationary items. None of it proved particularly useful, however. Within the woman's handbag, she discovered a makeup mirror, along with lipstick, eyebrow pencil, eyeshadow, foundation, and other cosmetic tools. There was also a set of keys and a charger. Zhou took only the makeup mirror, discarding the rest. Raising her gaze to survey her surroundings, she noted that in the brief interval, 3 or 4 more people had arrived, though they remained at a distance. After all, the entire city had been reduced to rubble, indicating that resources buried beneath were highly scattered. From her vantage point above, it was impossible to discern what lay below, and given the recent earthquake, people's mindset still reflected the principles held before the disaster, eliminating any sense of competition for resources. Zhou retrieved the half-full bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips. She then opened a package of bread, slowly eating while resting and observing her environment. Noticing her eating, others paused their scavenging, rummaging through their own finds for food and drink, seeking a flat spot to sit and partake. They too began to clear the debris around their feet. A piece of fabric became visible, prompting Zhou to hesitate momentarily before calmly continuing her work. As more of the fabric was revealed, it soon became apparent that it covered a mangled piece of human skin. However, since only a small section was exposed, she could not ascertain which part of the body it belonged to, but it was evident that the person was deceased. Zhou halted her actions, staring at the grim sight for several seconds, contemplating whether she should search elsewhere. Observing that this area was becoming increasingly crowded, she ultimately stood up, shouldered her backpack, and departed. She had never been particularly interested in unearthing corpses, and with more people arriving, it would hinder her search further. As Zhou departed, it wasn't long before someone else approached the site, quickly discovering the mangled remains. He crouched down, initially intending to excavate the body, but soon realized that the concrete debris above was beyond human strength to move. After several futile attempts, he ultimately abandoned the effort and turned to explore another area. After all, the individual beneath was clearly dead. Even if unearthed, he could not be revived, so why expend unnecessary energy? It was wiser to conserve strength to seek out one's own survival. The seismic tremors seemed to have entirely subsided. A significant portion of the day had passed without further earthquakes, aside from the occasional collapse of remaining structures, which stirred up clouds of dust. Even if another quake were to occur, the absence of towering buildings nearby would make evasion relatively easy, posing only a risk of minor injury. With no imminent threat to life, by noon, she sought a relatively flat area, hastily consuming some food. As afternoon approached, around 3 o'clock, she realized she had found scant supplies and had become quite dirty in the process. Zhou in condensed water to wash her face, using her damp hands to wipe away the dust from her hair, letting out a sigh. She decided to call it a day. She had no intention of continuing her search. Her immediate goal was to find a relatively safe and flat location to address her lodging needs for the night. She dared not enter any of the standing structures. In the event of another earthquake during the night, she might not have time to escape. Thus, staying outdoors seemed the wiser choice. Moreover, she had a tent in her spatial pocket, eliminating concerns about sleeping under the open sky. The tent that had accompanied her through the previous game, having floated on water for so long, was still safely stored away. A new tent would draw unwanted attention, making her current one ideal for her purposes. Given that this was a major city, finding a completely secluded area was nearly impossible. Thus, maintaining a low profile was prudent. After wandering aimlessly for over 40 minutes, she finally discovered a relatively open and flat space. It appeared to be a green area of a residential complex, albeit in disarray, yet preferable to locations where buildings had collapsed. Erecting a temporary dwelling atop high piles of debris was hardly a wise choice. However, Zhou knew that others would have the same thought, and indeed, this area still harbored a fair number of people. She selected a spot, delineated an area for her tent, and began clearing away stones, rubble, and concrete. Fortunately, the space required for the tent was minimal, as Zhou intended only a temporary rest, so she ceased her efforts after clearing a small section. She retrieved the tent from her spatial pocket and commenced its assembly. Most individuals had erected their tents using scavenged materials such as branches, plastic sheets, bed linens, and blankets, making Zhou tent, a more conventional one, stand out even if it appeared somewhat worn. As a result, it drew envious glances from those around her. Fortunately, it was late spring and early summer, with the weather not being excessively cold. Even if she had to sleep outdoors, a thick blanket would suffice for comfort. Among the collapsed buildings nearby, which included malls and hotels, finding something to cover herself with was not particularly challenging, though cleanliness was another matter entirely. After all, items retrieved from the ruins, even if they had once been new, had now become old and tattered. Even those wrapped in plastic were unlikely to escape contamination in such a disaster. Thus, as long as one wasn't overly particular, the cold could be endured. Similarly, as long as one was not finicky, lazy, or afraid of hardship, scavenging for food and drink from the debris would not prove excessively difficult. What was truly disheartening was that this calamity had not only stripped everyone of their homes, but also cast the night into utter darkness. If only there were stars or a moon, some light might penetrate the darkness. Without them, it was as if one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Even the simple act of stepping outside to relieve oneself felt daunting. As everyone was residing in makeshift tents, necessitating a venture outdoors, a quick urination was manageable, but for more significant needs, one had to venture further away. The dangers of nighttime excursions alone were not to be underestimated. If one were to step out, they risked losing everything left in their tent. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary risks, Zhou had already ventured out to use the restroom before darkness fell. As for losing belongings inside her tent, that concern did not extend to players, as they had spatial pockets to safeguard their possessions. However, even among the players, mortality was still a reality. At most, There were merely 1,000 participants, and given the nature of this disaster, it was improbable that all would emerge unscathed. For instance, when Zhou opened the communication panel, she noted that the original count of 1,000 had dwindled to a mere 937. While losing over 60 individuals might not seem significant, it was worth considering that the game had only just begun. Who could say what further calamities lay ahead? Zhou discovered that without foreknowledge of the plot, the path ahead became shrouded in uncertainty. Many matters now eluded her grasp, and at times, she found herself making erroneous decisions. Thus, she no longer sought to impose her will on many things, as long as she could safely navigate the game and emerge alive. She felt a sense of fulfillment. Naturally, it would be even better if she could collect more items, earn additional points, and enhance her abilities along the way. The communication channel remained abuzz with excitement. Yu Hudy remarked, "Who would have imagined that this disaster would manifest as an earthquake? Fortunately, I had just completed my shopping in the supermarket and was mere steps from the exit. Otherwise, I might not have escaped and could have been buried beneath the rubble." Lu Su-lan countered, "Actually, being trapped in the underground supermarket isn't so bad. At least one's life is preserved. I experienced just that, confined within the underground supermarket. The advantage is that there is no shortage of supplies here. My space is filled to capacity, and there are numerous items on the shelves. Friends in need should come take a look." "Everything is quite affordable," Mu Jiaji interjected. "Your optimism is commendable, but have you not considered how you might escape?" Lu Su-lan replied, "Surely there will be rescue efforts. Besides, the supermarket is stocked with food and drink, and there is ample space to move about. During the day, I can faintly see glimpses of light from outside, so I need not worry about suffocating. For now, I just need to wait patiently for rescue. Once I am out with the resources in my space, how could I possibly fail to survive until the end of the game?" Shi Hongshi chimed in, "Rescue? It may be a long time coming. Those trapped in the supermarket may not be aware that the outside world has been reduced to ruins. Rescue personnel are likely overwhelmed with their own survival. Even if rescue operations commence, the number of personnel is limited, and with the city in shambles, who knows how long it will take to clear the debris. If luck is not on our side, we might not be excavated before the game concludes." AI Fei Luoyu added, "Indeed, one should not be overly optimistic. This is merely an earthquake. Who knows what calamities lie ahead? In my experience of surviving 3 disaster games, it is unlikely that this is merely one earthquake. There could be more to come. Historically, the early stages of the game are relatively easy, but as it progresses, the situation becomes increasingly perilous. Toward the end, a major disaster could strike. Whether one can endure often depends on sheer luck." Feng Chue Pai Pai Liang remarked, "Hearing you say that, I can't help but feel that I may not survive this game. I am currently trapped in a mall, specifically in the underground parking lot. The entrance has been barricaded by others, with guards stationed there. If rescue does not arrive soon, I fear I shall eventually perish from hunger or thirst. Friends, who will come to my aid? I vow to follow whoever rescues me, directing my every step, never to stray." Yu Qian retorted, "Stop dreaming. The outside is a wasteland. Even if rescue teams arrive, heavy machinery cannot access here, and they would have to dig by hand, which could take ages. As for relying on players to save you, that is even more far-fetched. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the capacity to help others? Moreover, with the outside world in ruins, how can anyone ascertain where you are buried? You must fend for yourself." Pang Zi concurred. "What this gentleman says is true. Relying on others is futile if you wish to survive. You must strive to create your own opportunities. Why not try digging yourself? If you find it difficult, use spatial manipulation to assist," Lao Fu added. "Surely he is not the only one trapped. If he dares to use spatial abilities and is discovered, he could be finished in an instant." You all believe that in the face of disaster and survival, the notion that humans are inherently good is naive. Few are willing to sacrifice themselves for another's survival. Not stabbing you in the back is already a sign of benevolence. Chapter 102. Earthquake 6. Zhou ceased her reading and tightened the blanket around herself, drifting into slumber. She had secured bells at each corner of the tent and along the zipper. Should anyone attempt to intrude recklessly, the bells would ring, serving as a form of alert. Perhaps due to the recent disaster, although the city lay in ruins, the overall order was not in chaos. Besides her tent, Zhou did not display any wealth. Furthermore, the tent, having endured over 20 days on the water, appeared as if it had just been scavenged from the rubble, leading others to merely assume she had fortuitously found an old tent. The following day, as the sun rose, the tent became brightly lit, for its fabric provided little shade. Zhou and Rose retrieved a basin, toothpaste, and a toothbrush from her space, and performed a simple morning wash. She collected the wastewater in her space, intending to dispose of it during the day while scavenging for supplies. After consuming some instant breakfast and donning a face mask, she exited the tent. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that some individuals had already lit fires. Some had even constructed makeshift racks over the flames to hang pots for cooking breakfast. Others utilized discarded building materials to create temporary stoves, also preparing meals. Although some items were inconvenient to retrieve, boiling water for porridge or instant noodles remained feasible. While rummaging through the rubble, Zhou made a point to keep her distance from the crowd, though not too far, as she needed to maintain sight of her tent, which contained all her possessions. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with scavenging for supplies, leaving her tent largely undisturbed, as erecting a tent from salvaged materials was not a daunting task. In reality, the iron pot and ladle were not salvaged from the ruins, but rather retrieved from her space. After collecting some combustible twigs, cardboard, and wooden scraps, she set the pot on the makeshift stove, added water, covered it, and began to ignite a fire. With a lighter from her space, starting a fire was effortless. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhou slipped back into the tent, extracted a basin, and used her water ability to release water, cleansing the dust from her hands and face. Though she wore a mask and gloves, the scavenging process had still left her dirty. Under the circumstances, it was prudent to uphold some semblance of hygiene. In the morning, she had discreetly disposed of the used water and rinsed the basin. When she emerged from the tent, she carried a packet of instant noodles and added 2 more pieces of wood to the fire. The water in the pot soon reached a boil. As the noodles swirled in the pot, the familiar aroma wafted up as she added the seasoning packet, intensifying her hunger. Hungry, it was time to eat. After her meal, Zhou did not rush to continue scavenging. Instead, she gathered her belongings outside the tent and retreated inside for a midday nap. A short rest would conveniently allow her to avoid the hottest part of the day. After all, she was not lacking in supplies. Although her daily scavenging was indeed to stockpile resources in her space, her current residence was more for blending in with the masses, serving to obscure her presence. She slept for over 2 hours, only to awaken drenched in heat. Even with just a mesh netting pulled across the entrance, the tent could not shield her from the oppressive warmth. Feeling somewhat vexed, she opened her eyes, retrieved a bottle of water, and gulped down half, feeling slightly refreshed. She then washed her hands, face, and neck, allowing the gentle breeze to cool her skin. After sitting in front of the tent for a while, she felt completely awake. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon, when the heat had lessened, that Zhou approached the debris pile once more. However, she still refrained from entering. Instead, she searched the periphery for a while but found little of value. The area had become increasingly crowded, and what had once been open spaces were now filled with scavengers. The atmosphere, once desolate, now teemed with life. Many opted to linger in the square, which, despite its exposure, offered a sense of openness. However, that was more bearable at night. During the day, the lack of shade left them directly exposed to the sun, which was an uncomfortable experience. After a day of relentless sun exposure, lying on the ground at night was equally uncomfortable as the heat lingered. Chapter 103. Earthquake 7. Thus, many chose to relocate and pitch their camps elsewhere, on the 4th day of the disaster game. As people grew increasingly numb and disheartened, nearly accustomed to their current way of life and assuming that rescue would never come, they finally awaited the arrival of the rescue team. This was a contingent of nearly 100 personnel. Though they were on foot due to the poor conditions, each carried a backpack and wielded a military shovel, indicating that their provisions had largely been salvaged from the ruins they traversed. It is thus impossible to arrive with rescue supplies. However, they brought forth a piece of news. The government is preparing to establish a safe base and has already selected a location. Those wishing to head to the safe base may depart independently, and those who participate in the base's construction will enjoy priority in residency. Additionally, participants will earn corresponding points in the future while living at the base. These points will serve as the currency of the base, and once society and the environment are restored, any unused points can be redeemed for currency. In truth, the government's issuance of such a policy is underpinned by a series of profound reasons. Although the internet infrastructure has been severely damaged, leading to a collapse of communication, including a complete disconnection between nations in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, advanced satellite technology has enabled precise detection and analysis. They discovered that this sudden and immense catastrophe is not merely confined to a specific region or single nation. Its impact is astonishingly global. The circumstances in every country and region are grim. Therefore, it is evident that merely waiting for humanitarian aid from other countries is a fanciful notion, an impossibility. Under such dire circumstances, if humanity wishes to persist and progress, the only viable path is to rely on self-rescue efforts. The urgent task at hand is to gather those survivors who have endured the calamity and implement a unified, efficient management model for them. Specifically, utilizing the relatively safer bases in each city as key focal points. Efforts will gradually expand outward to undertake a series of critical and pressing tasks such as debris clearance and home reconstruction, as well as the resumption of industry. The sight of individuals clad in standardized green uniforms invigorated the spirits of the populace. As though they had glimpsed hope, they gazed eagerly at the rescue personnel, yearning for substantial assistance, yet ultimately received only a simple message. This prompted many to voice their grievances as they found themselves in dire straits, desperately in need of tangible aid to escape their precarious situation, be it nutritious food, clean water, accessible transportation, or the government's promises and encouragement. Nevertheless, despite their discontent, most individuals were able to understand the situation, as the current state of affairs was indeed abysmal. The roads had been ravaged by the earthquake, rendered unrecognizable, riddled with gaping fissures and mountains of debris. Ordinary vehicles could scarcely navigate, let alone even the most capable off-roaders. As for aircraft, while theoretically able to soar over the ruins, the crux of the matter lay in the absence of suitable landing sites. If a safe landing could not be achieved, how could rescue be contemplated? Consequently, the aspiration to swiftly extricate themselves from their plight using the vehicles and aircraft of the rescue teams had become a mere wishful dream. After considerable reflection, some accepted the rescue team's suggestion to walk out of the city. Where one person led, others soon followed. One after another, many began to pack their belongings, preparing to head toward the safety base indicated by the rescue personnel. The towering buildings of the city had mostly collapsed, and the once broad and even streets were now obstructed by rubble, making traversal exceedingly arduous. However, upon exiting the city limits, devoid of the towering structures that had contributed to the debris, the roads, though still severely damaged by the earthquake, would undoubtedly be easier to traverse than the city's streets littered with remnants. More importantly, as the government had planned, safe bases would be established in flat areas surrounding each city. So once they successfully exited the city, the nearest safe base should be within reach. Zhou pondered for a moment, refraining from an immediate departure, as a nagging feeling persisted that the game would not be so straightforward. Especially since there had been no further tremors since the initial quake. She had an inkling that this disaster game was holding some unforeseen twist. Although survival in the city was arduous, it had already become a wasteland. The environment could hardly worsen. Furthermore, there was no shortage of supplies here, but entering the safe base outside would present a different scenario. Additionally, if too many individuals ventured to the safe base, living conditions would surely be subpar. In such an environment, space would be at a premium, and they would have to consider themselves as ordinary people, participating in labor and construction at the base in exchange for mere rations. Thus, why the rush? For these reasons, Zhou did not dismantle her tent, continuing to calmly sift through the remnants around her. In fact, while the majority were eager to reach the safe base, a small minority remained in a state of contemplation, not rushing to the base. The rescue personnel did not linger long, soon departing to seek out more survivors to inform. After all, that was their rescue mission. With the departure of the rescue team, the previously crowded area suddenly felt less populated, although most individuals could not carry away their makeshift shelters, only salvaging what supplies they had found. After all, the tents were constructed from materials sourced on site, and given the current road conditions, walking was the only option. Even if they dismantled their tents, they could not carry them away. Moreover, the materials used to build the tents could likely be rediscovered in the debris, rendering them hardly worth cherishing. Naturally, many harbored the hopeful expectation that the base would provide shelter. Chapter 104. Earthquake 8. Just over 2 hours after the rescue team had departed, the ground began to tremble once more. The remaining structures that had not yet collapsed fell with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust into the air in an instant. The already ravaged city, resembling a wasteland, was engulfed in a new haze. Truth be told, witnessing this scene during the day was quite shocking, truly comparable to classic scenes from disaster films. The last earthquake had struck at night, and at that time, she had been preoccupied with fleeing, having little energy or time to observe the environmental changes around her. This time, however, was different. Not only was it daytime, but this area was also designated as an earthquake refuge, eliminating the need to venture elsewhere. She now had more energy to observe her surroundings. Nevertheless, Joanne quickly retrieved a piece of cloth to wrap around her head, leaving only her eyes exposed, and she crawled into her tent. However, the tent's mesh door remained unzipped, as she still needed to monitor the situation outside. When she initially selected this area for habitation, it was because there were no remaining structures nearby, ensuring that as long as fissures did not appear beneath her feet, she would be safe. At worst, she would have to abandon the tent and escape using teleportation. This earthquake lasted approximately 6 or 7 minutes, followed by aftershocks every few minutes. Although the aftershocks were significantly weaker, they still instilled a sense of dread. Gazing at the grayish exterior, Joanne contemplated, and ultimately decided to pull the outer fabric of the tent's entrance closed. At least this would help to block out some dust. Even with a mask and the cloth wrapped around her head, she still felt a choking sensation. It wasn't until more than 40 minutes had passed that the aftershocks finally subsided. But stepping outside remained impossible. The dust from the earthquake lingered in the air, making breathing difficult and obscuring visibility. Even the sun above was shrouded. To make matters worse, the wind began to pick up, stirring the dust into the air and further polluting the atmosphere. Tiny bricks and debris were swept up by the gusts, landing with a soft thud. Some even struck the tent, causing Joanne to worry. After all, her tent was made of fabric, and the sharp fragments carried by the wind posed a genuine threat of tearing it. While she had more than one tent in her inventory, the conditions at present did not permit her to set up another. Fortunately, the fierce wind subsided after about 10 minutes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, even so, Joanne's tent had sustained a few small tears, indicating that it might be necessary to construct a new tent using branches or reinforce the existing one with additional supports. She wondered whether those heading to the safe base had successfully exited the city. If they had, that would be a relief. If not, and if there were still standing buildings nearby, it could be perilous. Even if no structures remained, Joanne found it unbearable to hide in her tent, as it was stiflingly hot, especially after sealing all the entrances, rendering it nearly airtight. Joanne felt increasingly agitated, yet found herself without any alternative. Fortunately, the density of the tent fabric was adequate, effectively shielding Joanne from the dust that lingered in the air outside. She retrieved a basin, filled it with water, and removed her outer garments, donning only her underclothes, with the cloth on her head and the mask on her face also discarded. Using a towel soaked in water, she began to wipe her body, occasionally fanning herself to alleviate the stifling heat. This state of affairs persisted for over an hour until conditions outside began to improve, though still somewhat hazy. It was no longer unbearable to venture outside. Joanne cautiously donned her mask and cloth once more before stepping out, relieved that the oppressive heat had lessened. The haze of dust filtered the sunlight, rendering the air less sweltering. After another hour had passed, the airborne dust gradually settled to the ground, coating the remnants of construction debris with a thick layer of grime, which rendered the entire city even more desolate. The earthquake not only caused the partially collapsed buildings to succumb further, but also uprooted many trees. Joanne pursed her lips, contemplating whether to relocate her tent or to add a layer of branches atop her existing shelter. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to gather branches from the surroundings. Thankfully, the devastation caused by the earthquake made it relatively easy to collect some. Employing her metal-based abilities, she conjured an axe and set about chopping branches from the trees that had been uprooted. After a flurry of activity, she managed to construct an additional canopy over her original tent just before dusk. Reflecting on her efforts, she pulled out a new tent and promptly set it up inside the existing one. Just as she finished erecting the tent and before she could step out to prepare a meal, rain began to fall from the sky. Indeed, rain often follows an earthquake. She couldn't help but wonder why there had been no precipitation following the last quake. However, Now was not the time for such musings. Zhou felt a surge of relief for having just erected a new tent. Otherwise, neither the branches outside nor the tent, which had already suffered several rips, would have offered any protection against the downpour. Her only concern now was whether the ground beneath her would accumulate water. After all, her tent was pitched on level ground, and if this area were to flood, it would likely be doomed to submersion. Fortunately, she had not discarded the inflatable mattress from the previous game. It might prove invaluable in this critical moment. As the rain intensified outside, she indeed noticed water pooling in her vicinity. Although minimal, the inside of the tent was already damp. Reluctantly, Zhou retrieved the mattress and began inflating it. By the time she finished, water had begun to collect inside the tent. With the inflatable mattress in place,